fuck all that, man. Keep it by yourself, so let's do it funny and do something.
Oh, by the way, Moan, I'm reading your comments. I'm amazed that that comment has been allowed to stay. I would like that removed because it's pure harassment. Already you've exhibited. No, she's just being a fucking. She's actually saying sexual slurs. I mean, it's disgusting. I don't know if people think that's okay. I don't think it's okay. Anyway, listen, I'm gone. I'm going. See you later. Absolutely disgusting. Disgusting person.
Toward his back foot. It's getting full extension, full range. There you go. Not bad, Esau. Stop. Not bad for a sissy. But this thing.
I'm love.
Click it. Lord, Yaga. They ain't the Benz like Spragger. One bag of weed and bomber clock grabber. One bag of girl like Shabba. Lord, one bag of girl like get dagger. Lord, lick the girl in with the hammer. Lord, make the girl bath in the mama. Lord, make a rascal baller Jaja. Come on, what you telling me? Yeah, man, the sheep blockery up in this bitch. Oh, you know what, yeah? I had to use a new account, man. And it was taking long to make the, you know, you got to line up the picture. Lord have mercy, yes, you can still see my face though, for fuck's sake. Yeah, what? Alright, anyway. Oh, go on, man. What you saying? Come on, Simma. Oh, I have the keys to the Bimmer. Oh, my. Man. What you saying? Crash all your CD Rex. Clear! Won't get none of your CDs back. Mad. Hey, peek out here, like. Yo. Big time balling, I go on. Oh, shit. Yeah, man. Don't worry, cuz, man. You know? For that time. You know? Yeah. So what's going on though, man? What you telling me? Huh? Oh, go on. What's going on? What's happening? Yeah. Alright, it was a mad weekend still. Yeah, I went bad places this weekend still, yeah, so. Boy. So it's a bit of a late start today. I needed to do some bits and pieces. Mark. Hey. So, yeah, big up Empress Sakina for the weekend, man. And Ghost TV for the weekend entertainment, man. It's a mad weekend, I lie. Mad. When I woke up on Saturday, I was nearly hanging still, man. I did drink a little bit too much rum. You know? I didn't go mad on Saturday night, though, still. Yeah. And we went out to dinner on Sunday as well, to our boss. God. Mad. So. Fuck's sake. Shit's keep sliding about now, man. Sorry, man. I just had the van valeted on the weekend as well. So now the surface is slippery as fuck. So every time I turn around the corner, the phone is sliding all over the guff. Gliding. Yeah, man. I had more than one drink, mate. I had a good few still. Yeah, I didn't have a drink on Sunday though. I had one drink on Sunday when we went out for the meal and all that. So what's good though, man? Huh? Mad. I imagine, yeah, one day, yeah, you're on the Hey, wait, let me tell you something real quick though, yeah. Hold on, hold on. And let me behave myself, actually, though, man. Hey, behave yourself, man. What happened to you, cuz? You didn't even shout out the Bumper Club people them in the chat. Let me shout out the people them in the chat real quick, man. And then we can get busy, innit, yeah? Yeah, but true stories, you know what I'm saying, though, yeah? If no one don't jump on in the next half hour or something, then, yo, you know what time it is, cuz. Yeah? Yeah? Mad. So, yeah, man, I'm fucking broke now, mate. You know what I mean? Spent all my money on fucking rum, innit? Innit? Mad, alright, man. So shout out Teddy for England. Walk on. Come on. We got Moon in the building, yeah? Oh, go on. What you saying? Yo. Mad, mad, mad. The planets are about. All tight, all eyes on you. They are. All go on highs. All them feel alright. What? Is that Assad Z3? Now boy can't see we. Mad. So what you telling me? Big up, big up. Love is the law, you know. My G, walk one, man like K, you know. Yeah, man, big up the working gangsters, man. Come on, man. You know what we gotta do, cause man. Yeah. Some man just, you know what I mean? They're funded by their parents doing cartwheels in the house and that. Trolling and shit. You hear me? Yeah, but the real man, them have to work. Don't be a jerk. Is it? Yeah, man. So big up yourself. Man, like love is law, you know. Jeez. Mad, 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 mad. Mad, 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 mad. Hold tight. The messenger, Jafar, the Arab man. Yeah, walk on. What you telling me? Yeah, man. Rise up, man. Rise up the machine, man. Yo. Jafar, rise up the machine, cuz. How them feel like? That is a thing what we like. Yeah. So outside RG Yorkshire Princess. Mad. The Midlands Mafia for big up on the chest. Alright. Outside Leaky. Don't smoke no sicky. When we ride out, it's too black and big. Mad. Come on. Come on. In the area. Mad. All right, yeah, man. So I had to small talk it out until we get into a decent area, car. You know, this bit round is like a fucking mad, a fucking area where you get shit reception. Yeah, I had to choose my words wisely. Yeah, man. Come on, come on. Mad. Mad. Yeah, man. Mad. Oh my days. Hold tight. Hold tight. Hold tight. Man, I be like 2 chicken wings and a fried rice. Oh. Hold tight. Barry Coogan. Oh, go on. What are you telling me? Talk fussy, touch a button, violate and get your head up. Glut, man. Hold tight. Yeah, man, like God of Jacob, you know. I want them feel like. Huh? Come on, big up God of Jacob, you know. Jeez. Come on. Yeah, man, big up Empress Sakina. She there in ya. Yeah, man. Yeah, I did send you a message, Bexy. I hope you got it still. Yeah, I hope you got it still. So if you ain't seen it yet, could you check it still? Yeah. Hold tight. Hold tight. India, there you are. Come on, big up India. The non-Indian India. Wad. Yo. Jeez, then I take battery lights and them is a flashlight. You want go does all your life, be a bit that's right. Hold tight way, man. Can't let me pray, man. Come on, big up man like way, man, you know. Yeah, man, big up yourself, man. Big up on yourself. Hold tight gangster babs, you know. Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, God, the GDO's in the building. Yeah, man. Yeah, we biggies that up before we have a beef. For the like 10 millionth time. I'm always in beef with the GDO, like. You know, like, it ain't one, it's the motherfucking other. You hear me? Man. Alright. I want them feel like. Oh, tight. Who else we got in there? There. Who's that? Gone. Name just gone, yeah? Alright. Mad. Wild name still. Gone. Bossy. Gone. Yeah. Mad. All tight ghost speakers corner, you know. Mad. Imam Ghost. You telling me, cuz? Man like Imam Ghost, you know. The ghost of pain. Oh, shit. Mad. These times, man get Ghost the pain pack line, cuz he's been wilding out, fam. Lord have mercy, the ghost of pain, you know, Taposi Cloud. Alright, who else we got? We're nearly done. Alright, yeah, that's everyone, man. Yeah, hey, big up God of Jacob, man. What you telling me, cuz?
What's going on, man? You know I had to come up here
Yeah.
for a second.
Come on. Big up yourself, man.
Man, you know we
What
out
you
here. How
saying,
was the
man?
weekend? I saw you turned up a little bit. I said, look at Vail. Get it in. Yeah, work hard,
man.
play hard. I said, look at Vail turned
Yeah.
up. That's my doubt.
Come on, man.
You ain't get too
How
faded,
you
did you?
mean a party in my house tonight? Yeah.
Yeah, you had me
You
singing
can...
that. I looked at that and left singing it. I was like, what the hell am I singing, man? I don't know
What? Yeah, man. Just it. Yeah, that was a good party still, man. That was a good ass party still, that one. Still. Yeah,
Go
it's a
ahead,
wild
Phil.
weekend,
Phil, man,
man.
you sound like you put in a lot of hours. I said, man, do that brother ever get a time that they wind down? You know what I mean?
Yeah, man. The whips them put in my age, cuz, you know what I'm saying? I'm
Yeah.
outside, cuz, you hear me, cuz? You know what I mean? Like, I'm not hiding indoors, cuz. On the
Yeah.
roadside, clap, clap, clap. You
Sometimes you
hear me?
gotta just relax and go, God, go just relax. I said, look at Phil, finally get a chance to go ahead and let his head out.
Yeah, man, come on. More times I'm chilling, innit? Yeah, so when it's time to Autobots roll out, then, you know?
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
What's up with you
yeah,
in your
man.
world, man? You chilling?
Yeah, we're good, you know, cuz. Like, we just driving about, you know? You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like, hey, go to Jacob.
Yo.
You know, like, you see a BMW, yeah? If a
Okay.
BMW is driving at 60 miles an hour, yeah?
Right.
60 miles per hour, yeah? How, like, how high would you have to jump to be able to jump over it? And
I'm
how
not even
fast would you
sure.
be able to? Would you be
But
able
man,
to? Do you think you'd be able to jump over a car going 60 miles an hour?
it's possible. I guess I'm not sure. Don't have
Yeah,
me up here lying. Shit,
mad,
I don't know.
mad.
I
That's
don't like
crazy still.
BMWs. My daughter got a BMW, and oh man, I can't stand them.
Yeah,
They cost too much to repair. I'm like, man, what's going on?
yeah. Nah, obviously you man have got the. Now you got extra charges in it, man. Called the import. God
Yeah,
damn,
I'm just
tariffs. Yeah, man. Yeah. You see that pussy old Trump, yeah? Waste, man. You know what he
yeah.
did, yeah? He finessed the Brexit gangsters, alive. He finessed them, yeah? He said, yo, I'm going to give you, man, a 10% tariff, yeah? But that's only on shit that's not traded. The 25% tariffs on car and stills and all that still, so... Yeah, man. That's what I noticed over
Trump
the
is a
weekend, yeah?
businessman. You know he got to get over on the people. He's a swindler. You know,
He's
that's
been
what I
spitting
think
that for
about it.
years, though, innit? He's been saying from them old 90s interview when he looks like a bit slim and young and shit, yeah? When he's like,
Tariffs.
nah, all these other countries, they're taking the piss out of us. Like, we should charge them for defense and all that sort of stuff there, innit? Like,
Exactly.
so.
I told people that for a long time. I said, if y'all go back and watch him in the 90s, even when he wasn't on his real political mode, you could tell what he
That's
was
what you
going
were
to be
saying.
like had he got into politics. And it's coming to
Yeah,
fruition.
yeah.
You know?
It's true.
Trump want to tax
Don't smell.
everybody. He taxing that ass. He like, pay us,
Yeah,
pay
he's
us,
moving
pay us,
like a
pay us.
gangster on the ends.
Yeah,
You know what
man.
I'm saying? If you're getting money, I ain't getting money, innit?
I
So,
know. He ain't your typical
and
politician.
if you ain't taxing, if you ain't paying your taxes, I'm fucking up your shop. How about that? Yeah.
That's what he's saying. That's what he's saying. I told people he been saying that since 95, man.
Yeah. So,
You give him the highest seat in the
it's
office,
big.
putting down that gavel. I'm like, pay us, pay us, pay us.
All right. So, what sort of car do you think is the best car that people probably could have jumped over?
I'm not
I know that
sure.
sort of car. Like, well, if you say you was gonna run someone over or whatever, yeah, hypothetically, innit? Like, no, obviously not really. None of us are really gonna run anyone over or anything, innit? Yeah. But just say hypothetically, like you was gonna drive through a gymnastics window and run someone over or whatever. What car would you use that you didn't think someone would be able to backflip, ninja flip, or jump over?
My Porsche, I got a Porsche, though. Maybe a Porsche,
Porsche,
BMW. Yeah, I'm not
I
sure.
said G-Wagon.
G-Wagon? I don't know about all. I don't know about no G-Wagon. I'm not sure. I ain't never really thought about that. What made you think about that?
Oh no, it's just hypothetically thinking, innit? You know what I mean? Like, now the thing, my man, like, so, sometimes you have to drive through a window. You know what I mean? Like,
I don't know, man. I got
you
Porsche.
know what I mean? Like, sometimes you might have to just drive through a window and that. You know what I mean? Like, so.
I got a couple cars that may get it done, but I don't know. I ain't sure.
Okay.
But yeah, man. Where the rest of the folks at, man? I just came up here to say what's up, man. You know, I got to get up and go open up my Subway.
You know, I'm not even sure, you know, fam. Like, you know, people were just waiting for what direction the hot pepper sauce is flinging in it. And then,
yeah, man.
You know.
Well, yeah, man. I got to jump off. I got to go get my dough like you, man.
Alright, say nothing, man.
Yeah,
Big up yourself, God and Jacob,
my
man.
dog.
Yeah, man. Thanks for the tips, man. So we might have to hire a Porsche then, yeah?
Yeah, man.
Alright, say less, man.
Yep, yep.
I do like the Porsche Cayenne turbos and that still, so you know. Mad, 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 mad. Boom, boom. Right. Man. Alright, cool. So let's get this bitch started, man. Yeah. A fucking another Labour politician. Yeah, the first one was a Labour I think he was he like in the Lords? Yeah, the other dude was in the like House of Lords or whatever, the other Bacon. Yeah. The Jewish dude that got caught on the non-straps. And now we got another one that's been arrested. Turbo-cycler. God damn. Mad, 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 mad. You wonder why the trust in like the political parties, the powers, police and government and all that is at an all-time low because it's brothers fucking and people like this that fuck up the you know what I'm saying, like hey, you not gonna behave yourself, man. I don't know why you keep playing with Candyman. Yeah, allow yourselves, man. Stop playing with Candyman, man. No. You don't want the sweets for the sweet. You know what I'm saying? Sweets for the sweet. Like, bro, come on, man. You could move in a bit, like, to make people get past, man. Yeah, man. Take time, man. Don't fuck about your Candyman still, man, you know? You're balling out Candyman's name and expecting not to see no candy. I want to some girl. I want to some boy. Yeah, man. Fuck it up. Mad, mad, mad. Yeah. Nah. Man, that's funny still. You know what's actually funny though, yeah? This, like we're saying, think about this, yeah? Let me speak about this quickly, yeah, before we move on and start playing videos or whatever. Yeah? So, imagine, yeah, this little pussy old Esau really thinks that anyone is scared to fight. Brother, you dizzy. Like, you won't see me, let alone want to fight, man. So, I have to run you over, because you're going to do everything you can to escape from, man. Hey, you okay, cuz? Like, behave yourself, man. I don't know. You ain't tough. Like, it's not like you're doing this tough shit. Like, you're like, right, definitely, I'll come and... You're just, like, hiding, bro. Like, so, behave yourself, man. You're not scary, you're not tough, cuz. Like, you're just a hiding little bitch, innit? So, shit, mad, man. You gotta take time and behave yourself, man. You know? Alright, anyway, so... Breaking news, yeah? When it was breaking news on Friday, you know, I didn't say nothing about it over the weekend because I wanted to try save it for when we're on the panel, innit? Yeah, so breaking news. Yay.
Well, let's just bring you more on the breaking news we told you in the last half an hour. This is that the MP Dan Norris has been suspended by the Labour Party, who were informed of his arrest. They say we cannot comment further while the police investigation is ongoing. But we've now had a statement from Avon and Somerset Police, who have said that in December 2024, they received a referral from another force relating to alleged non-recent child sex offences having been committed against a girl. Most of the offences are alleged to have happened in the 2000s, but we're also investigating an alleged offence of rape from the 2020s.
Mad, so this is like recent abuse, cuz. It's mad. I can't believe it, fam. Like I keep trying to say, cuz everyone's wondering why trust in political office, trust in public services, like in the flipping, all the different public facing professions are at an all-time low because these scumbags are just ruining it, cuz. And it's, you know, it's just only takes a couple fucked up people to make the thing like, yo, it's fucked now. You get me? It's all fucked up now. Mad. Trust me, if they ain't teething money, they're graping picnics. Like, what the fuck's wrong with these people? God damn. Lord have mercy, man. Mad. Let it play.
An investigation led by officers within Operation Bluestone, our dedicated rape and serious sexual assault investigation team, is ongoing and at an early stage. The victim is being supported and given access to specialist help. A man aged in his 60s was arrested on Friday on suspicion of sexual offences against a girl, rape, child abduction and misconduct in a public office. He's been released on conditional bail for inquiries to continue. They say it's an active and sensitive investigation, so we'd respectfully ask people not to speculate on the circumstances so our inquiries can continue unhindered. And the Labour Party confirming that Dan Norris MP was immediately suspended by the party when they were informed of his arrest and that they cannot comment further. So that is the latest we're getting both from the Labour Party and from Avon and Somerset Police.
Yo, that's crazy. Mad. Just because that is fucked up still, man. So, you know, like they said, we're not going to speculate any further. We're going to wait until we get any more information on that one still. But, boy, it's looking like what's out already. Boy, it's highly likely that my man's going to be in court soon. You hear me? Yeah? Mad. Let me move that still. Yeah, so we got next. We got a mate of mine from TikTok. You hear me? Mad. These times here, me only want to see the gal them TikTok. Mad. Let it play.
Yeah, I haven't been clear. Fuck reform. That's mental. When I say, I see a few people on my comments going, oh yeah, you know, you hate Labour, you hate the Tories. Yeah, that's right. So it's got to be reform. No. Reform will be 10 times worse than anything you can imagine from this shower. Yeah, reform.
I literally don't see how reform are going to be any better than the extreme version of conservatives. Conservatives fucked up the place for God knows how long. So, mad. Yeah. Me for one, I am never, voting for reform. Are you mad? Yo, you must have lost your goddamn mind. Fuck reform, fam. You were crazy, cuz. Yeah, and definitely not UKIP, cuz. Mad. Oh, yo. Nick Tanconi's trying to bring back the Roman, the Caesars to the shores of the UK. Remember when the Caesars come over and beat up England, the Britons? Yeah, fuck reform, guys. I'm never voting for that shit. But go on, my brother. Talk to them, man. Let it play.
Reform are going to be the absolute worst. They don't even have any policies. They're a joke. They're a protest party. I get why they're a protest, but for God's sake, if you're going to align yourself with Tommy Robinson and all of that crowd, yeah, good luck. Jesus. I mean, the way that these people are messing up our politics at the moment, it wouldn't surprise me if we do end up with some sort of far-right coalition in the UK, but God, I hope not. But yeah, fuck reform. I mean, have you ever spoken to anyone on a local level who is aligned with reform? I'm not talking about the fanboys and fangirls. They've got their own problems. You know, people who actually represent reform. More reform.
Yeah, sorry, I rewinded that a bit there. Yeah, but yeah, we have. Yeah, his name's Steve Chilcott. We spoke to him before. Bare times. Mad. And what's mad, yeah, is that he's probably still flip-flopped on one of them arguments there. Because at that times there, these men were defending Sophia Lewis in the Speaker's Corner. And now it seems like they're speaking against the trans community. Yeah. It's wild, isn't it? Wild. Oh, man. Jeez. Yeah, reform, you know. Reform, you know. Are you okay, cuz? Like, no one voting no fucking reform, cuz. Like. Yeah, you got mad, fam. Yeah. But it's good anyway, man. Let reform, UKIP, Conservatives, and any of them other right and far right parties stretch the right wing vote all over the place. Because the same thing used to happen with any of these mad left wing parties, innit? They make a little coalition or something, or they do a split or whatever, splits the votes all over the gaff. And then all the people them just vote Conservative, like they did for 14, 15 years. You know what I mean? Bring up a bit of competition up in there. So, but yeah, I don't think Liberal Democrats will win the next general election. I'm not 100% that Labour's going to win another term, yeah. Keir Starmer has to improve people's pockets. I think the minimum allowance has gone up from 12.5 to 13,800 or something like that. It's not high in it, but it's better than the fucking it was, isn't it? I need to raise up them tax brackets. Yeah, they need to raise up them tax brackets. Alright, let me play the rest, yeah?
Will be 10 times worse than anything you can imagine from this shower. Yeah? Reform are going to be the absolute worst. They don't even have any policies. They're a joke. They're a protest party. I get why they're a protest, but for God's sake, if you're going to align yourself with Tommy Robinson and all of that crowd, yeah, good luck. Jesus. I mean, the way that these people are messing up our politics at the moment, it wouldn't surprise me if we do end up with some sort of far-right coalition in the UK, but God, I hope not. But yeah, fuck reform. I mean, have you ever spoken to anyone on a local level who is aligned with reform? I'm not talking about the fanboys and fangirls. They've got their own problems. You know, people who actually represent reform. Morons. Absolute morons. Just ask them anything about history. It's this, you know, little England mentality, not in my backyard, racist, homophobic, transphobic, you know, take your pick. All the nastiness of the right is represented by these people. I know the local one near me, absolute muppet. He's a melt. Anyway, this is my opinion. Have a good one. Yeah, I haven't been clear. Fuck reform. That's mental. When I say, I see a few people on my comments going, oh yeah, you know, you.
Hey, yeah, man. Let me trick you a little bit more, man. Let it play.
Act when you call them out on their racism. You know, the excuses always come. One, oh, I'm not racist. I have black friends. It was just a joke. Stop being so sensitive. I can't believe you think I'm being racist. I'm like the least racist person I know. God, I don't even see colour. I just see people. Do any of these sound familiar? If you're white and you've said this or you've heard this, then you're part of the problem. We cannot be complicit anymore. Instead of getting defensive, we need to listen, learn, and reflect to do better. Racism isn't just about bad people, it's about the systems that we uphold. If you're ready to unlearn your social conditioning, follow me, the anti-racist mum, and let's make communities safer for everyone to thrive. How white people act when you call them out on their racism. You know, the excuses always come. One, oh,
Hey, I swear I've heard a few of them. I swear I've heard a few of them excuses before. On the black blizzard. On the black blizzard, black biggity black. Hey, you know what's funny, yeah? The funniest clip I listened to over the weekend. Was I thought he was crying, saying, "Ultras only attack. They're only attacking me because I'm white." What? Oh my god! What a fucking victim, man! Fucking hell, you's a victim. They're only attacking me because I'm white. Fuck off, man. You dickhead. Not because you're doxing children. Yeah, not because you're fucking attacking any family members. None of all that. Just because you're white, yeah? Fuck off, man. You're a fucking victim. Don't cry some more, man. I hope you cried into a cornflakes this morning. Yeah. You was crying. Fucking parking permits on pan display around this country. There's fucking shithole roads, man. There is no parking around there at all. So you can turn around. What? It's mad. They're attacking me because I'm white and Irish. What? No? No? You would have heard the same thing if you was fucking a black African too. They said the same shit to you. You did. You're Egypt. Yeah, don't worry about fucking any of the children that you've been doxing. Don't worry about any of the other family members that you might have been sharing addresses for and this, that, and the other. Don't worry about none of that. You know what I'm saying? This van is fitting in this space, cause gross. Space, man. I'm gonna fucking drive around the other side of this road. Give up access to their fucking car park. Wait, could have on the opposite side. One second. Let me turn around and park around the outside. If I get around there before someone takes the spot. Shouldn't take that long. Should be able to run in and run out. Okay, come in. Are you leaving? Yes. Wait. Just got space still. So I can get this new van, man. Got it, man. Yeah. All right. Yeah, man. So they was balling still. Big tears and all that. Mad. Yeah, man. Big up the people them in the place, man. Stuck the like button and all them things there. Mad. Hey, my feet are cold still, man. Yeah. But alright, let me tell you this, boys. Like, if you want to set up a bout at whatever gym you want to set it up at, bro, let me know. We can have it there. You know what I'm saying? We ain't gonna do that though, cause nah, I'm outside. I got socks on, but because I ain't got the heating on in the van, innit? Kinda, you know what I mean? My fucking toes are freezing though, man. Fucking hell. I'm gonna stand in the sun for like 10 minutes. Alright, it's cold. Hey, listen though, what I'm saying, yeah? Do you believe the James English allegations? Hey, you know what? Yeah, I'm not too sure about them still, but they could be true, man. Like, you never say never, in it, man. You know? Like, you know? I tell you, I tell you when you know that this rumors might be true, yeah? If my man says he's changing to Christianity or something like Russell Brand, if you see my man change to Christianity like Russell Brand, yeah, then yo. Yeah, you see the front of my hands? How fucking tough they are, cuz man. Oh, cuz man. Yeah, these are manual labor hands. You know what I'm saying? If I rub your back hard, yeah, the dead skin will come off. Looking like pumice and that. Looking like bomber clap pumice. Right. So, I'll take time, man. You know, unless you want the pumice in your grill. Mm. Come rub off your face. Oi. These men are fucking sneaky, you know. They're not giving me the actual British gas, yeah, are some sneaky cunts, innit? Yeah, because yeah, they were supposed to be fucking. They were supposed to be giving me some extra shit, yeah. And they're not saying the date. They're just like, yeah, this week. I'm like, what day is it? What day this week? Yeah, it's just this week. What kind of relationship is this? This is like a fucking, you know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? But me still away, still away, upon your darling. You know what I mean? Mad. How you mean? Yeah, man, them fish patties don't know about them tune. Them tune there, Chris Martin remix, man. Mm-hmm. Hey, what's that? That's the Crow, fam. What you said? I got the Crow, fam. That's how the Crow is, cuz. Louder. You get me? Talk to them, cuz. Biscozy. Not CBD. Can you hear the Crow? It's that KKK Crow. Hey, he just choked on the Scott. Did you hear him? Yeah, we choked on the Scott. He was going, pet time Crow up, man. Yeah, me from Crow down here. Yeah, man, the Crow turned different now, cuz the high grade hit the Crow. Bad. Alright. That video, but the Crows all stoned and that still, Matt stoned the Crows.
A Labour MP and former minister has been arrested on suspicion of rape and child sexual assault. Dan Norris has been suspended from the Labour Party after he was questioned by police over the allegations on Friday. Norris, who is 65 years old and the MP for Somerset and Hanham, was questioned over claims of historic sexual attacks on a girl and a rape allegation from the 2020s. Avon and Somerset police confirmed he had also been held on suspicion of misconduct in public office. Norris is an NSPCC-trained child protection officer. He won his seat from Tory MP Jacob Rees-Mogg in the July 2024 election. He had previously...
Hey, let me pause it there, yeah, because there's another bacon on these panels that try to tell us that they're like some NSPCC child protection officer, right? I like Crow. The Crow's trying to snitch and tell us who it is. You know what the Crow just said? He said, Jake. Oh my days. You see it there? What? Mad. The Crow is snitching. Fuck. Oh my days. The Crow's impeccable enough to talk, cuz. What? Hey, that's it. The Crow just said you're fucked. Oh my god. You're the guy, mad. Oh man. You see, yeah, that's what we need now is a seagull to come around like, man. You're like, fuck it all. You nonsense in one place. At the same damn time. What? Yeah, man, so be careful of these so-called child protection officers that have no credentials telling us they work for NSPCC, you know, because even one ended up being a Labour MP and was a bacon, so you have to take time, man. So take time, little lady. You know, to say you are drive me crazy. That's what you're whining tell me as me. You know, take a bag of man like the Navy, but I God, let it play.
He served as a Labour MP in Wonsdyke from 1997 to 2010. He became Mayor of the West of England in 2021, but cannot run again this year due to being a serving MP. After Labour swept to power last summer, Sir Keir welcomed Norris and other regional leaders to a Downing Street meeting. A Labour Party spokesman commenting on the allegations said, Dan Norris MP was immediately suspended by the Labour Party upon being informed of his arrest. We cannot comment further while the police investigation is ongoing. Norris was arrested and interviewed at a police station near his constituency home before being bailed. Avon and Somerset Police said in a statement, in December 2024, we received a referral from another police force relating to an alleged non-recent child sex offences having been committed against a girl. Most of the offences are alleged to have occurred in the 2000s, but we are also investigating an alleged offence of rape from the 2020s. An investigation led by officers from Operation Bluestone, our dedicated rape and serious sexual assault investigation team, remains ongoing and at an early stage. The victim is being supported and given access to any specialist help or support she needs. A man, aged in his 60s, was arrested on Friday on suspicion of sexual offences against a girl, rape and misconduct in public office. He's been released on conditional bail for inquiries to continue. This is an active and sensitive investigation, so we would respectfully ask people not to speculate on the circumstances so our inquiries can continue unhindered. The Sun on Sunday approached Mr. Norris for comment but have received no response.
Yeah, that was bad still. I was going to run that video tomorrow still about the Labour MPs in Israel. Yo, it's getting bad right now, like. Mad, them man said they ain't letting their man in because they're going to cause trouble and speak bad about Israel. It's mad, isn't it? So they're only letting people in that will speak favourably about the situation. Extremely democratic. It's the only democracy in the Middle East. Mad. Yeah, it's crazy still. Wow. I need to go and do some work, you know. You men ain't jumping on still, so I'm gonna run one more video and then I'm out there still. So let it play.
But let's just get Idiot's Corner filled up first, shall we, this morning, so that I don't have to spend the rest of the hour dealing with people like David in Newcastle. Oh, it's a benefit of leaving the EU. I bet you won't admit this or read it out, James. So we have got a smaller tariff imposed upon us than the European Union does as a result of a calculation that I'll explain to you in a moment. But if you think that this even begins to nibble at the edges of the economic harm done to us by Brexit, then, well, I don't even have a bridge to sell you. I've got some magic beans that you might want to buy. I've got 44. I'll sell you Tower Bridge by tea time, David. And I have a modicum of sympathy for your stupidity, because if the British media had dedicated even a fraction of the energy to explaining the economic impacts of Brexit that it has already displayed in explaining the potential economic impacts of Donald Trump's tariffs, which could, of course, disappear in a week or a month or a year, then nobody would be as daft as David. So he can go and open up. I'll give him the keys. There you go, mate. You go and open up. Anybody else who thinks that this is a vindication of becoming the first population in the history of humanity to vote to impose economic sanctions on itself could go right into Idiot's Corner with David while the grown-ups get on with discussing the facts. And for the facts, I'm grateful to a couple of people today who I don't know personally, but who I have encountered on the internet, in the sphere of expertise on the internet. One of whom is a senator in Connecticut, and the other of whom is a respected business writer. And it's to the business writer that we turn first, because I read this and I thought, you never learn, do you? I thought it can't be. That is so crass and so simplistic that it must be an exaggeration. I didn't. I'd be fibbing if I told you that I thought somebody had got April Fool's Day out by a factor of about 24 hours. But I did think it can't be that, can it? So a chap called James Surovicki calculated exactly where these fake tariff rates has come from. Because make no mistake, they're not reciprocal tariffs, even though you've seen that word everywhere in the media and on the BBC even, or Sky. I forget which screen it was that I wandered past yesterday while ranting and raving about the misdeployment of the word reciprocal. So they didn't calculate any tariff rates and non-tariff barriers, which is what they said they'd done. Instead, they took every single country in the world, or every single territory in the world, then took the trade deficit, i.e. the difference between how much is imported from that country and how much is exported to it, and then divided it. So they divided the deficit by that country's exports to us. So 17.9, stay with me at the back, all right? I'll do the numbers as quickly as I can. $17.9 billion trade deficit with Indonesia, and its exports to the US are 28 billion. So 17.9 divided by 28 equals 64%, which Trump claims is the tariff rate that Indonesia charges us. It is it is almost inexpressibly nonsensical mathematics. But as we've established with Trump in the past, that doesn't matter. If your balance is close to evens, as ours is, then you get the base rate of 10%. So everybody roughly around the area of having no deficit at all gets hit with a 10%. And if the deficit is bigger, you get hit with 20 in the case of the European Union, or 60 or 70 odd in the case of China and Indonesia, as I've just explained. So that's point one. They've been calculated in a way that makes back of the envelope Crayola crayon scrawlings look like the work of Isaac Newton, look like Albert Einstein's finest moment. And then it is to a Connecticut senator, a senator from Connecticut, that I turn next, a chap called Chris Murphy, because this is what finally makes sense of things. And this isn't Idiot's Corner, this is clarification. And I could be wrong, but I think the reason why some countries that you might expect to be on the list are not on the list is because they're already sanctioned. So the trade equation is already very different from. So I don't think we read too much into it when it comes to the absence of Russia from the list of countries facing tariffs, because the sanctions have already gone much further than any tariff might do. I am open to correction, education, enlightenment, whatever you want to call it. I'm groping around in the dark almost as much as you are on stuff like this, which is why I turn to people who know what they're talking about first and foremost, because this is the bit that makes sense of it all. Okay? This is where it becomes hard to deny that it is both a shakedown and a protection racket. Two classic tactics of mafiosi since time immemorial, or gangsters, crooks. It's a shakedown and a protection racket. So what this guy, and I've shared this on Blue Sky this morning, at Mr. James O.B. is the address that you need. They are not economic policy. And that is why it doesn't matter that the calculations used to introduce it are so ridiculous, so silly. They are not designed to do that. This guy contends, I think with some justification, that they are a tool to collapse democracy. Now, that might prove to be hyperbole, but the claim that they're meant to compel loyalty, that is the one that's worth examining from every business that will need to petition Trump for relief. So they don't make economic sense. It's going to be very, very weird. So the economics editor of the BBC, Faisal Islam, who's a brilliant journalist, quite correctly describes this as the biggest change to global trade in 100 years. But that doesn't mean that the tariffs themselves will make economic sense in any meaningful way. Everybody gets hurt, up to and including every single American consumer who's going to see a huge array of what they are able to purchase increase in price as a direct consequence of tariffs being imposed on the importation of those goods. And of course, if the dollar goes up as a consequence of people having to spend more money, then the likelihood of people transferring manufacturing or industry to the United States goes down because it becomes too expensive to do so. But you see what I did there? I'm trying to make economic sense of it. That's what you do. What do you do if you're an economics editor? What do you do if you're paid to provide insights into the world of world of finance? You have to try to make sense. It's what we did on Tuesday. I, as you know, I shouldn't go on about this, but I found it a curiously unsatisfying hour, despite being very grateful for the quality of the calls, because I think that we had taken a cricket bat to a game of water polo. I think we were trying to make sense of things in economic terms, and they don't make sense. This is not an economic policy, it is a political policy. It is a political policy designed to allow Donald Trump to swerve some of the checks and balances that the founding fathers of the United States of America put in place to protect the population from dictatorship or monarchy, from a leader who had the ability to use the exchequer to punish and to reward the favoured and to punish those who had displeased the leader. That's why, and you don't need to be a particular genius to understand this, you just have to go and see Hamilton. That's why the founding fathers put the power of spending and taxation in the hands of the legislature. They'd seen kings use spending and taxes to control their subjects. It's why they got rid of George III, isn't it? It's literally why the American Revolution happened, because of the King of England's heavy taxation of the colonies in order to punish them for talking about independence and for dreaming of self-governance. So, pour encourager les autres, we're going to stamp all over you, and you will therefore stop talking about... Again, it takes you back to Hamilton. You'll stop talking about independence and you'll remember to be so grateful for my leadership. It's one of my favourite scenes in Hamilton, actually, when George III does his little solo. So they use taxation to reward loyalty and punish dissent. Okay? That's how the revolution happened. You can weaken democracy by using it in exactly the same way. So we already know that he's bullying universities, he's bullying law firms, he's bullying states and local governments into making...
Yeah, JB, we're saying we want companies that ain't paying tax within the country to pay tax, not them to fucking pay tariffs to America, in nutcase. What are you talking about? Literally don't even make sense. Super straw, man. Right, carry on.
Pledges of loyalty into bending the knee. We talked a bit about this yesterday. They are frightened. They will lose business. And it's a really brutal lesson. But for almost everybody, the bottom line matters more than almost everything else. Morality. Look how quickly people have abandoned their diversity, equity and inclusion programs. Things designed to improve the sum total of human existence on this planet. Doesn't matter. He doesn't like it, we'll get rid of it. Law firms being punished with the withdrawal of business if they don't make pledges to Donald Trump. Almost all of them rolling over. The bigger they are, the harder they fall. So the harder they fall, the more likely they are to roll over, to avoid the full impact of the fall. He's doing it to universities, individual students, law firms, state and local governments. Elon Musk just spent millions of dollars trying to buy an election in Wisconsin. He failed. But that's what they want to do. You need independent lawyers. You need independent universities. You need independent media to protect the population from monarchy, from untrammeled monarchy. Not our kind of monarchy, but George III kind of monarchy. You need media, law. You need education to protect objective truth and allow dissent, both of which Trump hates. He hates objective truth. You know that. He calls it fake news. He invented alternative facts in order to fight against objective truth. And he hates dissent. You know that because anybody who speaks up against him, he will not rest until they have been broken. It is a counterbalance to a powerful federal government. They are the weapons that the population has. It's why the worst kind of extremists on the right and the left will go after judges, often first. You know, whether it's Suella Braverman talking about lefty lawyers or whether it's Donald Trump essentially saying, nice business you got there, be a shame if something happened to it. Anybody who despises democracy goes after judges and journalists and educators. Judges, journalists, educators first, right? That's already happening. No big surprise there. So where does the private sector come into the picture? How does the private sector fit into this program of oppression? Answer: independence. Can't be independent. It's a big deal. Look at who was sitting behind him at the inauguration. The most powerful business people in the United States of America. They are probably, particularly in a world where the Democrats are in absolute disarray and leaderless, let alone...
Yeah, man. So, I don't know what you lot are doing, just typing in the chat. Yeah, jump on the fucking panel, innit? One to you, gal. One to you, boy. Send on.
Leaderless, they're rudderless. Who can actually hurt him? Imagine if Elon Musk or Mark Zuckerberg or Jeff Bezos or Tim Cook from Apple or Bill Gates, who hasn't, of course, bent the knee. But imagine if any of them decided to move against Trump in the way that they have moved for him. It's just an illustration of how independent businesses can be a threat to dreams of autocracy. So what does he have to get them to do? He needs them to pledge loyalty. Why are they going to pledge loyalty? To get relief from the sanctions. So I don't know how it's going to work. That's the problem with the ripping up of the rule book, with the upending of the world order, with the $1 billion trade deficit with Indonesia, who I have encountered.
Oh, shit. Sorry, man. I rewinded it a bit still. But let me say this here. So people were celebrating that there's only a 10% tariff, right? Yay, Trump's only charging us 10%. But he's still charging 25% on steel and cars. And those are the biggest imports to America. So, man, they're idiots, man. You know, Trump fans, Trumpets.
On the internet, in the sphere of expertise on the internet, one of whom is a senator in Connecticut and the other of whom is a respected business writer. And it's to the business writer that we turn first, because I read this and I thought, you never learn, do you? I thought it can't be. That is so crass and so simplistic that it must be an exaggeration. I didn't. I'd be fibbing if I told you that I thought somebody had got April Fool's Day out by a factor of about 24 hours. But I did think it can't be that, can it? So a chap called James Surovicki calculated exactly where these fake tariff rates has come from. Because make no mistake, they're not reciprocal tariffs, even though you've seen that word everywhere in the media and on the BBC even, or Sky. I forget which screen it was that I wandered past yesterday while ranting and raving about the misdeployment of the word reciprocal. So they didn't calculate any tariff rates and non-tariff barriers, which is what they said they'd done. Instead, they took every single country in the world, or every single territory in the world, then took the trade deficit, i.e. the difference between how much is imported from that country and how much is exported to it, and then divided it. So they divided the deficit by that country's exports to us. So 17.9, stay with me at the back, all right? I'll do the numbers as quickly as I can. $17.9 billion trade deficit with Indonesia, and its exports to the US are 28 billion. So 17.9 divided by 28 equals 64%, which Trump claims is the tariff rate that Indonesia charges us. It is it is almost inexpressibly nonsensical mathematics. But as we've established with Trump in the past, that doesn't matter. If your balance is close to evens, as ours is, then you get the base rate of 10%. So everybody roughly around the area of having no deficit at all gets hit with a 10%. And if the deficit is bigger, you get hit with 20 in the case of the European Union, or 60 or 70 odd in the case of China and Indonesia, as I've just explained. So that's point one. They've been calculated in a way that makes back of the envelope Crayola crayon scrawlings look like the work of Isaac Newton, look like Albert Einstein's finest moment. And then it is to a Connecticut senator, a senator from Connecticut, that I turn next, a chap called Chris Murphy, because this is what finally makes sense of things. And this isn't Idiot's Corner. This is clarification. And I could be wrong, but I think The reason why some countries that you might expect to be on the list are not on the list is because they're already sanctioned. So the trade equation is already very different from. So I don't think we read too much into it when it comes to the absence of Russia from the list of countries facing tariffs, because the sanctions have already gone much further than any tariff might do. I am open to correction, education, enlightenment, whatever you want to call it. I'm groping around in the dark almost as much as you are on stuff like this, which is why I turn to people who know what they're talking about first and foremost, because this is the bit that makes sense of it all. Okay? This is where it becomes hard to deny that it is both a shakedown and a protection racket. Two classic tactics of mafiosi since time immemorial, or gangsters, crooks. It's a shakedown and a protection racket. So what this guy, and I've shared this on Blue Sky this morning, at Mr. James O.B. is the address that you need. They are not economic policy. And that is why it doesn't matter that the calculations used to introduce it are so ridiculous, so silly. They are not designed to do that. This guy contends, I think with some justification, that they are a tool to collapse democracy. Now, that might prove to be hyperbole, but the claim that they're meant to compel loyalty, that is the one that's worth examining from every business that will need to petition Trump for relief. So they don't make economic sense. It's going to be very, very weird. So the economics editor of the BBC, Faisal Islam, who's a brilliant journalist, quite correctly describes this as the biggest change to global trade in 100 years. But that doesn't mean that the tariffs themselves will make economic sense in any meaningful way. Everybody gets hurt, up to and including every single American consumer who's going to see a huge array of what they are able to purchase increase in price as a direct consequence of tariffs being imposed on the importation of those goods. And of course, if the dollar goes up as a consequence of people having to spend more money, then the likelihood of people transferring manufacturing or industry to the United States goes down because it becomes too expensive to do so. But you see what I did there? I'm trying to make economic sense of it. That's what you do. What do you do if you're an economics editor? What do you do if you're paid to provide insights into the world of world of finance? You have to try to make sense, which is what we did on Tuesday. As you know, I shouldn't go on about this, but I found it a curiously unsatisfying hour, despite being very grateful for the quality of the calls, because I think that we had taken a cricket back to a game of water polo. I think we were trying to make sense of things in economic terms, and they don't make sense. This is not an economic policy, it is a political policy. It is a political policy designed to allow Donald Trump to swerve some of the checks and balances that the founding fathers of the United States of America put in place to protect the population from dictatorship or monarchy, from a leader who had the ability to use the exchequer to punish and to reward the favoured and to punish those who had displeased the leader. That's why, and you don't need to be a particular genius to understand this, you just have to go and see Hamilton. That's why the founding fathers put the power of spending and taxation in the hands of the legislature. They'd seen kings use spending and taxes to control their subjects. It's why they got rid of George III. Isn't it? It's literally why the American Revolution happened, because of the King of England's heavy taxation of the colonies in order to punish them for talking about independence and for dreaming of self-governance. So, pour encourager les autres, we're going to stamp all over you, and you will therefore stop talking about... Again, it takes you back to Hamilton. You'll stop talking about independence and you'll remember to be so grateful for my leadership. It's one of my favourite scenes in Hamilton, actually, when George III does his little solo. So they use taxation to reward loyalty and punish dissent. Okay? That's how the revolution happened. You can weaken democracy by using it in exactly the same way. So we already know that he's bullying universities, he's bullying law firms, he's bullying state and local governments into making pledges of loyalty, into bending the knee. We talked a bit about this yesterday. They are frightened. They will lose business. And it's a really brutal lesson. But for almost everybody, the bottom line matters more than almost everything else.
Yo, you can hear me, yeah? Sorry about my bad. I was on mute. Like I'm saying, yeah. Closing the loopholes for tax avoidance schemes, so companies pay the correct amount of taxes within the UK, is not asking to raise VAT levels. It's literally not the same thing, man. It's closing the loopholes, isn't it? So these men pay their fair share. Before Thatcher come in there, these men had to pay their bits and pieces, innit? And it was companies, business, developments, housing, blah, 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 all them things. So acting like there will be no companies, no millionaires or no rich people staying in the UK. Yeah, of course some people will leave. The situation benefits them, why won't they leave? The majority, majority of people that these bread and butter come from services within the UK. I don't know if they leave. So, and again, the gangsters, yeah, the patriotic millionaires, set pace, innit? They're asking to pay more taxes. They're asking for closed loopholes on capital gains tax and so on and so on. Listen, yeah, a closed loophole on capital gains tax affects poor people too. Okay, there's income that man earns from capital gains tax as well. Jeez, man, like Dave, you know, big up, bro. What's going on, man?
How's it going?
What's happening, mate?
What's the
man?
What's the topic? What's being spoken about?
You know what? Yeah, there's right this second. I'm bitching about fucking about JB celebrating Donald Trump putting on tariffs, but complaining about the government of the UK, or would be complaining if the government of the UK did decide to close all the tax avoidance loopholes that big companies take advantage of to make sure they can either pay little to no tax within the UK. Because obviously, worst comes to worst, at least if the money is going into the treasury, at least it's circulating within the economy, rather than if these big companies are able to siphon their profits off to a tax haven, it never circulates in the economy, and it's like money that just gets taken out of the economy.
Closing loopholes is different to raising taxes, though, right? So it might be two different
Right, that's
conversations.
what I was saying, man. That's what I was saying, but obviously he's like, oh yeah, you're celebrating, you want them to raise VAT and so on. So I'm like, bro, you're straw man in cuts, man. There's no raising VAT and closing loopholes, man.
I definitely agree. Corporations don't pay enough for sure. They shouldn't be allowed to avoid, like they set up in Ireland and all that. I think we spoke about that before. I don't think these companies are definitely not paying enough without a shadow of a doubt. Yeah, that needs to be stopped. It's like they operate here, they make tremendous amount of wealth, but they're not paying any tax. It's not right.
Yeah, it's crazy, man. Like, how is someone like Google able to pay like 3% tax, but if you earn flipping 18 grand a year, you pay 25% tax? You know what I'm saying? Like, well, 25% on the
more
stuff
you
above
earn,
the 12.5.
Yeah, the more you earn, the less you seem to pay. But I definitely don't agree with taking. I don't agree with like 50% tax on people. I don't think the government should be taking half of what you earn. I don't agree with that. I don't think.
They should raise the tax levels, innit? Like, so the lower, they should raise it so it actually goes more in line with inflation, innit? Because right now people are paying the 45% rate on
I think that's
below
too high
inflation
as well.
wages. Do you know what I'm saying?
I think 45% is too high. I don't think the government should be able to take nearly half of what you earn. Yeah, these major companies should definitely be paying more than what they do.
Yeah. So look, man, we're in agreements with something for once, man. Fucking hell. What we gotta do, bro? Fucking hell, mate.
It's worked out though. It's worked out as not being in the EU, right? That's working out for us right now. We don't have to pay that 20% tariff.
I don't think that tariff. Yeah, well, the 25% tariff is still on cars. That's made in British factories. So the 10% is only on stuff that's at equal like for like trading. Anything that's above that level gets anything that's above that level, yeah, gets that 25% tariff, or depending on what the what's it called is. Make it get a bit more. They can get a higher tariff, but some countries, I think like China, but their tariff thing they might have already had like a better deal with America, like China was charging them higher tariffs than America was putting on their goods. You can understand those ones, and it's a large economy and blah blah blah. But the ones that's like like the British car manufacturers, the steel and all them sort of bits and pieces, that probably will end up with people losing jobs within the UK.
Yeah.
So
well, yeah, it's obviously they want these companies to move their manufacturing to America so then they can avoid those tariffs, right? That's the objective. That's what they're saying.
Yeah. But again, you're still gonna get tariff with Finwell because they're gonna have to import the parts, right? There's gonna be some raw materials or parts that get constructed, put together. Like they got the M factory in America, you know, like for all the different BMW M cars or whatever. So for them to import any of the parts for the M car, it's still gonna put a tariff on top, right? And it's gonna put up the price of the M car, even if it's being manufactured in the States.
I know the stock market in Asia, they took a shit right now. I think the South Korean stock market just closed. Yeah, they're going to face some major turbulence.
This tariff thing's serious, man. I think is it
Just the
Goldman
price of
Sachs
doing
saying
business, though, isn't
it
it?
could
That's
cause a
all.
worldwide recession.
We might already be in recession, to be honest with you.
Just don't know it. You're just feeling the effects
No, it's
of
that.
it,
No, they.
but they're just not saying it.
Yeah, yeah. It's not that. I don't know. Yeah, some people think we are actually already in recession. It's just they haven't caught up yet. Something like that. I don't know.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Yeah.
What do you think? What do you think about Jamaica refusing to take back migrants? What do you think about this? Have you heard
I ain't
about
heard
this?
about that still, man. I ain't even heard about
It's a
that
bit mad,
still.
though, isn't it? You don't want to take back your own people. That's like, what's going on? That's like reverse. That's like reverse immigration. That's like, what's going on? You won't even take back your own people.
I was wondering why Dave jumped on the panel today. You know, how you found that still. He wants to try to splash me about Jamaica. Yeah.
It is a bit mad, though,
Cool,
isn't it?
man.
If you refuse to take back your own people, that's a bit mad.
What's the scenario and what's happened?
Now, I don't know if this is actually true. This is like the people in Jamaica are saying there's something to this meat containers washed up on the shore or something, and people are saying, "Oh, this is wild." I know people say don't eat it because the CIA could have poisoned it or some shit. But anyway, all the people in the comments are saying, "Oh, it's because Jamaica have refused to take back illegals and stuff." I don't know if there's any
You know
actual
what it is,
truth to
yeah?
it.
You see, with that CIA thing, Rob, yeah, because the CIA has infiltrated the Jamaican government more than once. You know what I'm saying? Like, the CIA caused trouble when it was election time and Bob Marley got shot at the peace concert and all that. The guns and all those were provided from on both sides by the fucking CIA, bro. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, man thinking that if the CIA could have sent poison meat there or whatever, it's not too far-fetched, right? Because CIA has already been...
Yeah, I see the logic in wanting to control and influence governments for your own interest. I don't see the rhyme or reason to wanting to like wipe out the entire population.
Yeah.
I've never really known the CIA
As
to
well,
engage
man,
in
they
that
keep
type
trying
of
to put
practice.
Jamaica,
That's
yeah,
a bit
with
of a
these
reach.
European courts of human rights, yeah, and obviously like Jamaica, European courts of human rights. Obviously, Jamaica is not part of the European courts of human rights, so you know.
But very, that question for you: how much power does the just quickly? How much power does how much power does France and these Spains hold over Jamaica? We already know England holds a lot of power over Jamaica,
Now,
right?
France was
But how
never
much?
a colony of Jamaica was never a colony of France. Spain was a colony, but Spain didn't have that much power in Jamaica.
At all, no say at all in government. They have no power
Yeah,
at
it's
all.
mainly business interests that and obviously there's I think there's like about 10 families that was left to be in controlling positions in the island, and obviously they're still up there now. You know what I mean?
Okay, not too much different, but a bit similar. China, bro. China, yeah, had nothing to do with Jamaica, right? When it comes to colonies and history. But how come China now is obviously not taken over, but Chinese people are kind of settled down in Jamaica, like they're kind of calling themselves Jamaicans now. You know, you see a lot of Chinese or Southern Asians saying, "I'm originally Jamaican."
Every
They're taking
single
the title.
point you make, this goes back to the same logic. Mo West owes me something, but you're being paid. You're getting to live in a first world country. Why don't you just appreciate it?
But Dave, but what about you? You get to live in a first world country. Remember this, you didn't build your wealth. It wasn't your God-given natural wealth that built up your nation. No, hold on. It wasn't a God-given, how I'm saying. No, hear me, Dave. Hear this. Let me explain to you. Your wealth, your European or your ancestors' wealth didn't build up this nation. Remember this, was in dark recession. You were in a dark age, plagues, all this type of shit. Until you have to send a couple of until you have to start sending people over, until you have to start sending people on boats. Until you have to discover the free world outside. So come on, Dave, man.
So
without you guys
all of that
discovering the free
happened.
will,
All of that happened by accident. Yeah, or happened by
either way,
accident.
Dave. Either way, you say you believe in God, right? So do you believe this is God's will? If it turn out to be that migrants gonna take over your country, and since you are a God-fearing person, ain't the best thing just be quiet and just let God do His work? Are you gonna fight against God?
Migrants, ask Katie, here's the reality of life, yeah? Migrants could take over Britain tomorrow and you will still be an alcoholic bum. Your life wouldn't change.
What are you talking about, bro?
You just be on the bottom of the totem pole to other migrants. That's all, because you're not worth much.
You won't find me down at the end of the road in Middlesbrough trying to ask people, are you black? Are you English? Are you migrant? Are you
If you look
where
at
you from?
Somalia,
That you will never find me
if you
doing
look at
that like you
Somalia,
guys like you were doing in Middlesbrough, asking
if you look at
motorists where they're from.
If you look at
Go
Somalia,
on.
there's a hierarchy. People like you are on the bottom. Regardless what
Nah,
you
nah,
believe,
nah,
you'll be on the bottom.
nah. But you can't go there, babe. You can't go there. Even though if you try that, you want to migrate over there. God forbid, yeah. England's turned into a third world country. Do you think that Somalia will let you come over there? You
So
think
your
Pakistan
own
will let you
people.
go over there?
So the point you've just made there is you and your people are a detriment to this country. Then, if it's being turned into a third world country, right? That's the point you just made.
Yeah, but at
You
the same
fucking
time, bro,
stupid.
it was already
You
a third
dumb.
world country. Let's be honest, Dave. You from
And
Middlesbrough.
you dumb.
You were stopping motorists on the road at the Southport attack. The Southport riots. What were you guys doing in Middlesbrough? What
You
were you
think
doing?
I'm from Middlesbrough? You think I'm
Yeah,
from Middlesbrough?
that's where you're from, bro. You told me either Middlesbrough or Lancashire.
You think that I
Lancashire.
have? You think that I have a
Lancashire.
Middlesbrough accent?
Hey, wait, Dave, you must be gassed. That's why you got a little spring in your step lately, lie. True, what Forrest the second, innit? God damn. I forgot he's a Forest lad, you know. Okay, no.
I remember
Forrest the
those
second. Who's their
guys.
manager? Who's the manager now? Hey, Dave, who's their manager now?
Santo,
yeah.
the former Wolves and everything.
Yeah. You saying you think he should get like manager of the season?
I don't know. We're not made top 4 yet. We're third. We're not second. We're third.
I did
So
second for a bit though, still there.
I'm not taking anything for
But
granted.
first season in the Premier League though, man.
Oh, in Nottingham Forest. That's shit. Now again, he's from Nottingham Forest. Would you know the third on the Premier League? Yeah.
Thinks I'm from Asketti thinks my accent
Now
is.
I get it now. You're from Nottingham Forest, near Lincolnshire and that. Lincolnshire. Mine's from Lincolnshire. Imagine that. I'm from Lincoln.
You think?
Bro, like,
You think
how was that city called Lincoln? I didn't even know there was cities existed called Lincoln and fucking.
You think Nottingham is in Lincoln? Right. Okay. Yeah. You think
No. But it's near there. It's near Derby. It's near Derby and that.
Right. Yeah.
Durban and that.
Fucking Nottingham is Nottingham.
He's over the
you
gap.
fucking idiot.
Near
It's
Newcastle and
Nottingham's
that.
in Nottingham.
It's near Newcastle.
Southampton, man.
Southampton. Yeah. Nottingham is near Southampton. Yeah.
Bro.
Hey Dave, let me ask you guys a question, yeah? And Asketti, let me ask you a question, yeah? Let me ask you guys a question, Dave and Asketti, yeah? So, say you was gonna drive or run someone over or whatever, yeah? Hypothetically,
What?
Life, yeah, or whatever. So hypothetically, you was gonna run someone over. What car would you use, like that you didn't think that they would be able to jump over? If there's like a gymnastic, if there's a gymnastic, you just like fuck it, let's run them over. Were you gonna run them over?
I know. Have you seen that Chinese car? You know the Chinese car that kind of jumps while it drives.
What kind of question was that?
The Chinese car that jumps, yeah.
Yeah, have you seen it on Speed? Have you not seen that? Have you seen the other day on Speed channel? Like, there's a car like I saw Speed. He was in China. He was in that car that kind of jumps. That car, you don't have no chance, mate. You go under that car. It's a quick death. That one is
going on.
99% accuracy. Accuracy, man.
99% accuracy.
Yeah.
Hey,
the the answer to that question is speed. You're not jumping over a car doing 60 or 70, so it don't matter what it is. You can hit them with a fucking mini. If you're doing over 40, you're going to cause major damage.
You reckon you can jump over a car, mate?
Crash season, man.
So,
A Lamborghini, you can't do that, man.
What gymnast are you trying to run over, Veli? What's going on?
But back to what I was saying, Dave. Why you have got a problem with Somalis, man? Why is Somalis not good good
I'm not
members
trying
of
to run
society?
over anyone still. I'm just doing hypothetical questions, isn't it? You know what I mean? Because, you know,
right.
But Dave, why you keep saying Somalis are not good law-abiding citizens or good members of the society? Like the detriment to the society. I keep hearing from you, Tommy Robinson's wastemans, you know, Somalis this, Somalis that. Somalis on benefit. Somalis taking all the benefit money. Somalis that. What is that, man? Go on, man. Where's the evidence that Somalis? What did they say? And 70% of Somalis on benefits.
Are you drunk?
Oh shit, bro. How is do you believe in that? How can I be drunk, man? Oh, listen, Dave, back to what I'm saying. You said something. Somalis are detriment to this country, and I keep hearing from Tommy Robertson, like Tommy Robertson was saying, Somalis are.
This is how you have a conversation. You ask a question, and you stop talking. You retard.
It's the same question, man. What's the beef with Somalis? Go on.
You ask a question and then you stop talking so the person can answer the question. You don't.
Yeah, why are we enemy combatant? Why are you calling enemy combatant, bruv? Go on, answer the question then.
Why are you a sex offender?
Go, you see that, bruv? Did anybody hear that?
Look, if we're just gonna start making
Tommy
stuff
Robinson,
up,
all they do is either SA, all about talk about SA, they talk about nonsense stuff.
If we're just gonna make stuff up, we're just gonna
that's
start
their go-to.
saying
That's the
random
only
things.
go-to, and it's a go-to. It's a British thing and it's an English thing. Kids, SA, grape.
What do you think of the changes that they've made to
Because you don't find Pakistani talking about this like when they're trying to disrespect somebody or when they're trying to when they feel like they're cornered in a corner.
This guy's a grade A retard, and I'm not going to be here for much longer. What do you think of the changes they made to StreamYard, Veli?
You're an idiot, man. You see that? You're never gonna win, man. Go and tame your monkey, man. Danny Roscoe, man. Go and feed him some banana.
What, like when you highlight the comments and stuff like that?
You could do
You're
that
still
before.
the same. No, I know, but when you press it, you get like 3 options, don't you? Like a bar comes up.
Oh no, I ain't seen that.
Oh right. Oh,
this guy is paying.
Yeah, they've made loads of changes. It's annoying actually.
Nobody even comes on each other. How are you watching what StreamYard is doing?
Use laptop to stream.
No, phone.
Okay.
Yeah,
see, they got like a new bar at the bottom to share screen and that.
No,
yeah. Well, you talk about the more. You talk about those 3 dots. The more one, the more. When you press more.
What?
Nah, that's nothing. It's still the same, man. And when you share. Stream.
On screen.
Oh, yeah.
On the screen.
What, you can put comment on the screen now? No way.
Sketty, what are you talking about? What are you
Hey, bro, you shouldn't even be talking, bro. You from Lincolnshire. How are you even talking, man?
Do you know what's funny, yeah? Hey, Dave, do you know what's funny, yeah? Imagine someone there has been trying to say that they're going to kill you. They're going to kill you. They're going to kill you. And then the next word after that is like, I'm going to call the police on you. That's weird, isn't it?
There's a lot of people like that on YouTube. There's a lot of people like that.
Hey, Veli, there's a clip out there. I don't know if you've seen it. You know when Brian Hill, police are coming in through his door and he's saying, "You're a nonce. You're a nonce. Get out of my house. You're a nonce."
I've seen that. I've seen that still, yeah.
And the police thinking, "What was this guy on, bro?" Literally to your face. "I know you. You're a nonce. You officer, yeah. You came and knocked on my door, my house. You know."
My daughter's phone. You know what it is, yeah? I think he rung up the police or something, or someone's running the police saying that he's fucking ill or some bullshit like that or whatnot.
Yeah.
And then,
Well, mentally ill or
yeah,
ill? Was he going through
like
mental
there's something wrong with
crisis?
him or whatever. Then when the feds turned up to his yard, he started going violent out.
He went mad, but with the
Tried to
camera in one
stab him up.
hand and he's pointing finger. You're nuts. You locked him up. How does he even know this though? I don't know, man.
Asketi, you're just talking absolute shit, man. The majority of people coming across the channel at the moment, though, are Eritreans. That's
Eritrean.
yeah.
Big up the Eritrean
What's
accent.
What's happening in Eritrea? What's happening in Eritrea?
I
Was
don't
it
know.
like trouble?
Hey, no, I tell you, Belly, I tell you what it is. Eritrea, they have a
coming from a
dictator,
war
yeah?
zone?
No, I tell you what it is. Let me explain to you. Eritrea, they have a dictator. The only person with internet in the whole of Eritrea is the presidential palace. Imagine that. It's proper dictator, you know? You know what I'm saying? And you know, this is why I don't know if you know, heard the other day, yesterday, you know, Axum talking about her DNA and that.
I never see that she was sort of snatched.
She's lying, man. She's lying, bro. Somebody sold her some fake DNA test. How you from Eritrea? You're telling me you're Indian? I tell I'm white. I'm Arab. I'm a bit of this. Come on, man. You're disrespecting the whole of home, man.
Why couldn't you
Arab.
be? Because like what happens here is that the humans have moved all over the place, innit? So
yeah, you're right, bro. But like,
just looking at someone, you can't say that their ancestor never came from blah blah blah. You just have to go with what the DNA test says, isn't it?
You're right. But I'm thinking, but this DNA test is not. You can't trust it, man. You definitely can't trust it. My brother took a DNA test. You know where he came back? He's got some percentages of Samoan. How we been Samoan, buff? Samoan, buff. You know, when you hear this, but my brother took one, yeah.
At 11:15 on a Monday morning. What the fuck is going on?
Listen, who's strong, man? It's your mom. No stuff. I won't say nothing about your mom. Your cat is strong, man. This guy's a madman, bro. Like strong. Everybody think it's strong, bro. Like you think we coming? You think we go for a pint and a fully English breakfast in the pub, bro. Like you do in the morning, bro. Very dirty Sprite, you know. Sipping a dirty Sprite.
Why is he drunk at 11:15?
Who's drunk, man? Man is in my bed waiting to cook my.
You're slurring your words.
Yeah, man. At least I don't live in Lincolnshire, innit? Lincolnshire. Imagine living in Lincolnshire.
Right.
Only one corner shop. One corner shop, bro.
Is Lincoln
one Tesco out there.
Southampton? Is Lincoln next to Southampton?
Nah, it's next to Newcastle.
Newcastle, right. Okay.
No, I know where it is next to. It's next to Middlesbrough.
Lincoln's next to
far from there
Middlesbrough.
still. Well, not as far from there. So, but yo, so what was you gonna say? I can't even remember. You know, I am mad. We had a mad weekend. You know, Dave. That fucking.
Did you see Banksy, bro? Banksy getting drunk in the pub and that got mistaken for an Afghan in the Tommy Robinson in the march. He had to run quickly inside that. He had to run quickly inside the pub for safety, man. And he's talking about, can't believe you guys mistaken me for that, man. I don't look like no Abdul, man. I don't look like no Abdul. Do I have a beard, man? I fucking say.
Yeah, I need to hear that still. That's funny.
He started looking at the camera like he's like, I don't have no beard.
Hold on.
How can you mistake me for Abdul?
Asketi, do you remember, when we're speaking to Banksy, he's talking about he wants to go back to the 1950s and shit, yeah? And I'm saying, Banksy, listen, if we go back to them times there, you're going to get chased to your door every day, yeah? So you went out on 2025 and had to run into a pub for protection and start drinking beer to show, man, that you actually ain't one of them and them that they wanted to rush or whatever, bro.
Listen,
that's funny.
There would have been no black, no dogs, no fat Abduls.
Oh, man.
No fat Abduls, man. But it's kind of mad, bro. The guy.
Innit?
Shout out, man.
Empress Sakina, innit? Yeah.
It's by sister, let's do a funny in the group.
Oh, by the way, Moan, I'm reading your comments. I'm amazed that that comment has been allowed to stay. I would like that removed because it's pure harassment. Already you've exhibited. No, she's just being a fucking. She's actually saying sexual slurs. I mean, it's disgusting. I don't know if people think that's okay. I don't think it's okay. Anyway, listen, I'm gone. I'm going. See you later. Absolutely disgusting. Disgusting person.
The hell was that?
Hey, that was I Salty crying, boy. Bear Salt was running, fam. Mad. Look at this one.
Toward his back foot. It's getting full extension, full range. There you go. Not bad, Esau. Stop. Not bad for a sissy. But this.
Yeah. We got that place narcos. Blood. Hey, it's couple people jump on the panel, man. So we can get this cracking still.
Yeah, I can't talk to Asgate for too long. He's got like 1 point. He makes it in like 5,000 different ways. It's all fucking gibberish.
Mad. Let it play.
Can't hear anything.
Pause it for that. Alright, pause it for that. Man. Oh, go on, man. Them Patricia Margaret pain packs hitting out all over the place, man. So I heard I Salty's been rubbing at her minge to Mr. Unknown online. Is that true, Enonce?
What?
Yo, Enonce, I heard that your gym is at Bumba Clark DP Fit. Is it DP Fitness or is it DP Gymnastics? Which one is it?
Holy shit, man.
Yo, Enonce, you look a pussy, man. Answer the phone,
Sorry
man.
about that. Can you hear me? Oh, look at pussy. I got paid for it.
Sorry about that. You talking to? You're not talking to your brethren, man. You look a pussy. Yo, Enonce, is it DP Gymnastics or is it DP Fitness? Which gym is it?
Yeah, pussy.
Yeah, but what gym is it though? Is it DP Fitness or DP Gymnastics? Yo, so which one is it, man?
Yo, what happened, Benny? Why is he not talking? Why is he not talking back to you?
DP Gymnastics or DP Fitness?
Pussy, can you hear me? Pick one. Everyone first your vote. How's Marva doing today?
Yo, is it DP Fitness or is it DP Gymnastics? Let us know which one is it.
I'm looking at Marva's place right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at Patricia Jones. I'm looking at, you know Margaret Patricia. You know who she is? That's Isalt's mum, and I hope she rested in piss. And I'm gonna go to Ireland and piss on her grave.
Oh no way!
But anyway, so is it DP Fitness or DP Gymnastics? Yeah, Patricia Margaret Packs. I'm smoking on a Patricia Margaret pack right now. I'm smoking on a Patricia Margaret Travis pack right now. So is it DP Fitness or is it DP Gymnastics? Hey, bruv, stop running like a little bitch, bruv. Is it DP Fitness or DP Gymnastics? Which one's your gym, bro? Which one's your gym? Is it DP Fitness or DP Gymnastics? You sound worried, bro. Are you worried now?
Really? How do you get him gas like that?
Man, answer the phone, man.
How you getting him gas like that, bro? That guy's gone mad.
So let me pause.
That guy's gone.
Yeah, man.
He's gas, mate. He's gas, bro. He's gas. He can't even talk, bro. He sounds hella excited, man. don't know what you
Mad
done to
still,
my
cuz,
man, man.
man. Oh, man. Someone's under pressure, cuz, you know what I mean? Yeah, time gets hard out here, you know what I mean? That's
Good man, it's like
active playoff.
he can't even control himself, bro. Like,
Oh, fuck, man. I hope I can rewind it again. Make the screen a bit bigger so I can press the buttons. Push the button. Let it play.
But very, before you press play, yeah, can I just ask you something, brother? Where did this beef start from? I'm trying to remember back. Obviously,
Yo,
you
Eno.
never rate my man. I remember what you man done, you and James, you know, that day he came on. But where did this this whole beef where did it explode from? Like you and Esau and that gang. Oh yeah. They were
Saying
coming.
that them man there.
They were getting gas slowly. They were getting gas slowly. Innit?
Yeah, nah, them members on this doxing thing, trying to do some
Yeah.
minutes, so man, to ban fire on them minutes.
So what happened? You
Goes,
just
man.
spoke up. You just spoke up one time. You're like, allow this, man. What you man doing? And they're trying to
Esau
get
said
you.
I called him gay one time, and that's the thing that set off the beef. Innit? I'm like, bro, everyone calls you gay, bro. Like, I don't. No one thinks that you're straight, so I don't know why you're upset about that. There isn't anyone that doesn't think you're gay.
Okay, but I get it now, man. Yeah, man. Madness for life. It's madness, fam. But what's funny is
Let me
that
run this video real quick, man.
you know what's funny,
Let me
bro,
run
is
this
that
video.
bleeding heart, bro. The bleeding heart. One point she acted like a good innocent woman, but behind closed doors, hey, that one is a proper jinn, you know. Shaitan is jinn. Jinn of Kados, man.
Yeah, man. Dupping for Friday,
It's a whole different level, bro. You know? No, it's not that. It's a whole different level. You know, when you go online and try to search for next man kids and that, looking at kids pictures and that, you know, school albums and that. You know, you must be on a whole different level. You know that.
Fishy. Yeah, it's fishy.
Come on, man.
Looking
at kids, you know, children's school pictures and that, trying to figure out who's this guy's kid. You know, that's mad, man.
Mad. Let me play some more, man.
Go on.
Let it blow. Enons, you look a pussy, man. Answer the phone,
Sorry
man.
about that. Can you hear me? Oh, look at pussy. I got paid for it.
Sorry about that. You talking to? You're talking to your brethren, man. You look a pussy. Yo, Enons, is it DP Gymnastics or is it DP Fitness? Which gym is it?
Yeah, pussy.
Yeah, but what gym is it though? Is it DP Fitness or DP Gymnastics? Yo, so which one is it, man?
Alright, pussy, can you hear me?
Yeah, which one is it? DP Gymnastics or DP Fitness?
Pussy, can you hear me? Hey, pick one. Everyone first about how's Marva doing today?
Yo, is it DP Fitness or is it DP Gymnastics? Let us know which one is it.
I'm looking at Marva's place right now.
Yeah, I'm looking at Patricia Jones. I'm looking at. You know Margaret Patricia. You know who she is? That's Isalt's mum, and I hope she rested in piss. And I'm gonna go to Ireland and piss on her grave.
Oh no way!
But anyway, so is it DP Fitness or DP Gymnastics? Yeah, Patricia Margaret Pack. I'm smoking on a Patricia Margaret Pack right now. I'm smoking on a Patricia Margaret Travers Pack right now. So is it DP Fitness or is it DP Gymnastics? Hey, bruv, stop running like a little bitch, bruv. Is it DP Fitness or DP Gymnastics? Which one's your gym, bro? Which one's your gym? Is it DP Fitness or DP Gymnastics? You sound worried, bro. Are you worried now?
I'm not sure right now. I got paid today.
Which one is it?
I'm not having fun right now.
Brother, which one is it? Which one's by the horse stable?
It's your mum. It's your mum.
Is it by the stable or is it not?
Hey, how's Katie doing today? How's the washing machine doing?
So is it the one by the stable or is it the one by the horses?
Them nuts must be really soaking with Katie on the road.
Yeah, deep, bro. Do you know what it is here? I noticed that you're starting to leave shaky now. Listen to you. You sound worried, bro. Are you worried?
Me shaking? Are you serious?
Are you okay, cuz? Have you seen Sive Travers? Don't let me change my pictures to Sive. She's clapped, cuz, man. Are you okay, bro? I'll change my picture to Sive Travers and her black teeth, bro. She's got like 8 teeth. no
Do it right
titties,
now and see
and
what
no
happens.
back
I
off, bruv. Are
dare
you
you.
mad?
Katie has no
She's
back
got
off. Katie's got a
she
dead
got
back off.
no
It's dead
hips,
fine.
hipless.
Katie's ugly.
She got hipless. She ain't even got no hips. She's shaped like a surfboard. You okay, bro? Like, what happened to you, cuz?
Are you crazy talking about hips? Have you seen Katie's hips? She ain't got none.
Oh, so
Katie's
it's
dead.
gymnastics. Muscle in the DP gymnastics, cuz, and you might see a black Beamer drive through the window. Hey, it's gonna be mad, yeah. You're gonna be trying to do fucking
You better use the car.
leapfrogs
You better
over the
use the
horse,
car.
yeah.
The last time you used your hands, you got
You're
thrown
gonna,
up. So you better use the car. The
you what?
last time you used your hands, you
Yeah,
got
yeah,
beaten up.
cool, bruv. But you know what happened though, yeah, is
You can't
you
fight.
might be
So I
doing
expect
a
you to try
leapfrog
to
over
swing
the
back, my
horse,
ass.
yeah, and I
I
might just
expect
drive
you
through
to
the
try to
window
swing
and
back,
run
my
you
ass.
over, cuz.
Do you understand? I expect you
You
to
better
swing back,
change
my
your
ass.
gym,
I
cuz.
expect you to do it.
Hey, change
I
your gym,
expect
innit?
you to do it. I expect you to do such like run me down. Why not? You're a pussy.
Change
You
your
can't
gym,
fight.
bitch.
You can't fight.
It don't matter if I fight or not, bro. I can run
Even
you over
Harvard
though.
knows you're a pussy. Even
You see when you're
Harvard
doing a
knows you
cartwheel
are
in the
a
front of your
pussy.
gym, yeah, I can
Even
run
Harvard knows you're a pussy.
yeah, easy gymnastics, yeah.
I
Say
want to
yes,
ask me,
man.
son. Like, how come you
I
start
can't,
your
man.
life for gay people? What's happened to you? What happened to you? Are you okay?
Yeah, DP gymnastics.
Go with me. You can't be the white.
Oh yeah.
Your mom's a dead bitch.
Once I
Stop
run
your
you
mom.
over in outside DP
Stop
gymnastics, yeah.
your mom.
When you
Stop your
see the
mom.
through the
Stop your
window,
mom.
yeah, just oh,
Your mama.
I'm gonna
Your
reverse over you.
mama. Stop your mama.
Reverse over. Yeah, man, I'm smoking on the Patricia Margaret pack right now. Was that died and he's in the grave. Yeah, I'm smoking on a Jack Travers pack right now. A Patricia Margaret pack right now. I rolled up a big fat scud. I'm smoking on that Trishy. Yeah, we call that the Patsy pack. You get me? Yeah, Patsy Margella. Mad. Mad. Anyway though, don't worry, cuz man, like you keep doing your leapfrogs over the horse in fucking DP gymnastics, yeah? And just look out for black BMWs, yeah?
A fucking
If you
pussy.
see a black
Your granddad's a
BMW,
pussy. Everyone in your
just
family's
know what
pussy.
time it
Your
is.
mum's a dirty pussy. Your daughter's a pussy. Everyone in your family's a fucking cunt, man. I hope they all die. Gotta be honest with you.
DP gymnastics, boy. Oh my days. Where the boy can't run no more. Oh man.
You
Yeah,
understand? I
man.
hope
It's
they all
gonna
die.
hurt, cuz.
You
Hey,
cry, I hope
listen.
they all
You
die.
over, yeah. I'm gonna say this is this is house still. Boom. Oh my god. It's funny still, man. But you know, it's cool still, man. Let them run, innit? Yeah, run to the first pub, trust me. Oh man, it's gonna hurt me more than it's
Every
gonna
day, you
hurt
know, and
you.
it hurts, doesn't it?
But I got
Tell
it.
me, does it hurt
Boom,
that we
boom.
mock you? How does it feel?
Yeah, man.
How
Look
does
out
it
for the
hurt that
black
we mock
BM,
you?
innit?
Just tell me the straight up
That's
truth.
the
How does
you know
it
when it's
feel?
time,
Just
if
tell me the
listen,
truth.
if
How
you're
does it feel?
serious,
How does
you'll
it
see me
feel?
in the
How does
BM,
it
innit?
feel? How does it feel?
What's that?
How does it feel? Just tell me how does it
How
feel
does
that
what
every day I'm
feel?
on your mind 24/7. Before you put
Oh, don't worry, bro.
the
It's
cap
alright,
here,
man.
just
You
cover
know
that
what,
and just
man.
keep the airline. And before you
Hopefully
bust those
you can
smashed up
try and
keys,
backflip over
how
the
does it feel?
car or
I'm
something,
crossing your
innit?
mind every single day. Man, suck your mum, man. I'm being serious. Suck your mother.
Do you
Suck
think
your
you'll be
mother.
able to can you
You're
jump over a
a
car?
motherfucker. You're a
Can you jump over a
motherfucker.
car? Do you think you
You're a
can jump over the
motherfucker.
car?
And listen, it's the fear of gadget. Start the picture game now. I
Yeah,
want to show
yeah,
you
yeah,
next
yeah.
lifestyle of
Don't
your
worry,
parents.
man.
Trust
Yeah,
me.
man, be
I
big
found
bad
a proper
angry
picture of your
boy.
family.
Do what you
Oh
want to
shit, your
do.
dad's nuts. Your dad's wild.
Wow.
Your dad's wild. Your dad's wild still.
Yeah,
Your
man. But
dad's
you don't know
wild. No
your
wonder
dad,
why
and I'm
mama
gonna
left
make you
him.
meet your dad.
No wonder why
Yeah,
mama left him.
you're gonna meet
No
your
wonder
dad
why
soon,
mama
bro.
left him. No wonder
Yeah,
why
yeah,
mama
yeah.
left
You know,
him. No
when you see
why mama
the
left him. No
BMW
wonder
sign,
why
yeah,
mama left him.
right next
No
to your
wonder why
face,
mama left him.
that's when you're gonna
No wonder
realize,
why
like, oh
mama
my
left
god.
him. No wonder why mama
Yeah,
left him. He's a bitch, man. He like the white girl too much, innit? Didn't like the white girl too much, don't he?
yeah, like
Yeah, you
DP
fake
gymnastics
fanatical
though, man.
pussy car. You fake pan.
Trust
Where is
me.
this place? Tell me, I'll go
Hey,
there
what
just for you. I'll
equipment?
be there. Where
What
is it?
equipment they got? Yo, you heard that, yeah? Man said, tell me this place, and I'll go there. You fucking pussy, oh, stop lying, bro. You've been hiding for God knows how long. You ain't got no bitch face. These bitch ass motherfuckers, man. Talking all tough on the internet, cuz. You know? Yeah, man. Yeah, hey, listen. If you agree to link me, then anyway, I won't have to just run you over. I mean, allegedly. If you don't, then you know what I mean. Vroom vroom. You know what I mean? Zim zimmer. All got the keys to the. NDP gymnastics.
Where is that spot? I'll be there just
What
for you. Where is
equipment
it?
have they got in DP gymnastics?
You see what I just said? Just for you, I'll go there. Where is it? I don't know the places. Tell me where it is. Tell me where it is and I'll
Oh,
go there
you'll
just
go
for
there,
you.
yeah?
Just for you, I will.
So what? Tell me when I go there,
I
and
want
then
to see
you'll
you
be
try
there
to run
just
me
for me,
over.
yeah?
I want to see you try to run me
Say
over.
that,
I want to
man.
see you try to run me over.
Yeah, they don't
I
work,
know
bro.
I'll
But
fucking
it's a
kill you. I
surprise,
want to see you
man.
try to run me
It's
over.
the element
I
of
know I'm
surprise,
just
isn't it,
lying
man? The
to
art of
fucking
war.
and step on it. And
The art of war is the element of surprise, cuz, man. DP gymnastics,
that
cuz.
wash machine.
Yeah,
I'll show you
I'll
something
find out the schedule,
that
cuz.
winds
You're
up my
finished.
carpet. I'll show you something
You're
winds up my
finished.
carpet.
Wallahi, you're finished.
Pussy
Oh,
man.
my
Man,
days.
suck your mother, man.
Brother, listen,
Suck your
I'm
mama.
gonna run you
Mama's a
over at
cunt.
least 4
Mama's a
times.
cunt. Kalon is
You
a
know that.
bitch, nigga. Kalon. What?
Oh, man. Hey, shit. No way. My man is spazzing right now, cuz. He's got mad, isn't it? Mad. He's so calm down, cuz. Stop it. Calm down. Take that. Watch. Let it play.
Are you trying to get British school?
Yeah, hey, listen, man.
Are you trying to get
Arsenal's
British
got
school?
bare
Why you call
sisters,
it
you know.
Kalon
She's
for?
got Blainard,
Kalon.
she's got Mella,
Kalon.
she's
Kalon.
got
Hey, Kiki
Avon,
Mills.
she's got a brother
Kiki was
called
the midwife.
Combe,
The
she's
midwife.
got a
What
son
happened
called
to that
Jack,
midwife's
she's got a
hand?
son called
What happened
Taj,
to Kiki
she's got a
Mills'
daughter
hand?
called Sive
What
Walker.
did that happen to
Sive
Keisha Mills'
Walker's got a
hand?
husband.
What
Sive
happened to
Walker's got a
Keisha Mills' hand?
photography
Tell me.
business.
What would you like
Sive
me
Walker's been
Keisha Mills'
abused by
hand?
her uncle.
What should I do
Sive
to
Walker's
Keisha Mills'
also
hand?
disabled.
Keisha Mills got
Sive
abused by
Walker
her
also
husband. No.
skips for cancer. Sive Walker's Instagram and Facebook is all
Robert
over the
Mills
place,
abused
and everyone is
Keisha Mills.
trolling her.
He fucked up the backside. That's why she got a Mill was surname. Your uncle's a
Jeez.
proper
Hey,
Jamaican
listen,
paedophile.
man.
Who's
Every
Keisha? Where can I
just know
find?
what time it is.
Where can I
Yeah.
find Keisha? No Keisha is. No Keisha is a sister, isn't it?
Yo, look out for the black
Oh,
PM.
listen.
Look out for the black Zim Zimmer.
I actually have to
Who
go.
got the
I'll
keys to
be
the
back
Bimmer?
in like half an hour.
Oh
I'm gonna go back a
my,
bit.
the black
And
Bimmer
it's cool.
driver.
So you have to wait.
Man,
You have to wait
who
for
is
me.
he? He's
You have to
so
wait for me.
surviving a
Stay
rush.
there, man.
Pass me the keys to the
Stay
tracks. Oh, you not. Oh, you run, yeah? Mad. On gymnastic, on. Mad. I mean, say, we are the last man standing. Next year, more than the last man, Lord. I ain't, man. Yeah. T-shirts looking like Billy. RPC. The rap cuz, man. Brian's dead. DP Gymnastics is gonna get a smashed window soon. Man, my bad. Step 2, man. I said step 2, man. Mad. Let me run that again.
actually been doing bashment for gay people. What's happened to you? What happened to you? Are you okay?
Yeah, DP Gymnastics, man. Like, stay that, man.
Not be cool if he did that. You can't be doing bashment for white boys. You know you can't. It doesn't
you know
work
what's
like
gonna happen though, yeah?
You know it, right? No, not
Really
really.
and
You're a
truly,
pussy. Your mom's a dead bitch. Your dad's a dead cunt.
Yeah, once I run you over in outside DP Gymnastics, yeah. When you see the black Beamer drive through the window, cuz, yeah, just know I'm gonna reverse over you.
Suck your mother.
I'm gonna drive over you and then reverse over you.
You're actually a little motherfucker.
Yeah, man, I'm smoking on a Patricia Margaret pack right now, man. Like, you see Jack Travers that died and he's in the grave, yeah? I'm smoking on a Jack Travers pack right now. A Patricia Margaret pack right now. I rolled up a big fat scud. I'm smoking on that Trishy. Yeah, we call that the Patsy pack. You get me? Yeah, Patsy Margella. Mad. Mad. Anyway, though, don't worry, cuz, man, like, you keep doing your leapfrogs over the horse in fucking DP Gymnastics, yeah? And just look out for black BMWs, yeah? If you see a black BMW, just know what time it is.
Your mum's a dirty pussy. Your daughter's a pussy. Everyone in your family is a fucking cunt, man. I hope they all die.
DP Gymnastics, boy. Oh my days. The day is coming where the boy can't run no more. Oh man.
You understand?
Yeah, man, it's gonna hurt, cuz. Hey, listen, you know when I run you over, yeah, I'm gonna say, listen, this is gonna hurt me more than it's gonna hurt you.
You can't do nothing. Stop talking about it. You actually are a bitch. I laugh at you every single day.
Yo, you see when I pull up outside the gym, yeah?
We mock you. We literally mock you.
Yeah, man, I was gonna say, this is gonna hurt me more than it's gonna hurt you.
It hurts, doesn't it?
By God.
Doesn't it hurt that we mock you? How does it feel?
Yeah, man, look out for the black bee a minute.
Just tell me straight up truth.
That's the you know when it's time, if listen, if you're serious, you'll see me in the B a minute.
How does it feel?
What's that?
How does it feel? Just tell me, how does it feel on your mind 24/7? Before you point out,
don't worry, bro. It's alright, man. Don't worry, man. Hopefully you can try and backflip over the car or something, innit?
Man, suck your mum, man. I'm being serious. Suck your mother.
Do you think you'll be able to? Can you jump over a car?
You're a
Can you jump over a
motherfucker.
car? Do you think you
You're a
can jump over the
motherfucker.
car?
And listen,
Huh?
if you're being bad, yeah, start the picture game now. Yeah, I want to show you a picture I found
Don't
of your
worry,
parents
man.
recently. Trust
Yeah,
me.
man, be
I
big
found
bad
a
and
proper picture of
brave,
your
boy.
family.
Do what you
Oh
want
shit,
to
your
do.
dad's nuts. Your dad's wild. Your
What?
dad's wild. Your dad's wild still.
Yeah,
Your
man. But
dad's
you don't
wild.
know
No
your
wonder
dad,
why
and I'm
mama
gonna
left
make you
him.
meet your dad.
No wonder why
Yeah,
mama left him.
you're gonna meet
No
your
wonder
dad
why
soon,
mama
bro.
left him. No wonder
Yeah,
why
yeah,
mama
yeah.
left
You know,
him. No wonder why
when you
mama
see the
left him. No
BMW
wonder
sign,
why
yeah,
mama left him.
right next
No
to your
wonder why
face,
mama left him.
that's when you're gonna
No wonder
realize,
why
like, oh
mama
my
left
god.
him. No wonder why mama left
Okay.
him. He's a bitch, man. He like the white girl too much, innit? He didn't like the white girl too much, don't he?
Yeah, like
Yeah, you
DP
fake
gymnastics,
fanatical
though, man.
pussy car. You fake
Trust
Where is
me.
this place? Tell me, I'll go
Hey,
there just for you, I'll be there. Where
what
is it?
equipment they got in
Where
DP
is it? And I'll
gymnastics?
be there just for you. Where is that spot? And I'll be there just for
What
you. Where is
equipment
it?
have they got in DP gymnastics?
You hear what I just said? Just for you, I'll go there. Where is it? I don't know this place. Tell me where it is. Tell me where it is and I'll
Oh,
go there
you'll
just
go
for
there,
you.
yeah?
Just for you, I will.
So what? Tell me when I go there,
I
and
want to
then
see
you'll
you
be
try and
there
run me
just for me,
over.
yeah?
I want to see you try and run me
Say
over. I
nothing,
want to
man.
see you try and run me over.
Yeah. Don't
I
worry,
know I'll
bro, man.
fucking
It's a
kill you. I
surprise,
want to see you
man.
try and run me
It's
over.
the element
I
of
know I'm
surprise,
literally
isn't it,
I
man? The
just
art of
fucking
war.
I step on them and then go
Man,
and
the
dig
art of war is
shaking.
the element
I'm
of surprise, cuz,
shaking,
man.
listen.
DP gymnastics,
Shaking out
cuz.
wash machines.
Yeah,
I'll show
when
a
I
sign
find out the schedule,
that
cuz,
wise
you're
up I can't
finished.
drink. I'll show something
You're
wise up I
finished.
can't drink.
Wallahi, you're finished.
Pussy,
Oh, my
man,
days.
suck your mother,
Brother,
man.
listen,
Suck your
I'm
mother.
gonna run you
Mama's a
over at
cunt.
least 4
Mama's a
times.
cunt. Kalon is a
Know that.
bitch, nigga. Kalon? What kind of name is Kalon anyway? Are you trying to get bullied in school?
Yeah, hey, listen,
Are
man.
you trying to get any
Arsenal's
bullied in
got
school?
bare
What are you calling him
sisters, you know.
Kalon
She's
for?
got Blaynard,
Kalon.
she's got Mella,
Kalon.
she's
Kalon.
got
Hey, Kiki
Avon,
Millwood.
she's got a brother
Kiki Millwood,
called
the midwife.
Combe,
The
she's
midwife.
got a
What
son
can happen
called
to that
Jack,
midwife's
she's got a
hand?
son called
What's happened
Taj,
to Kiki
she's got a
Millwood's
daughter
hand?
called Sive
What's
Walker.
that happened to Keisha
Sive
Millwood's
Walker's got a
hand?
husband.
What should
Sive
happen to
Walker's got a
Keisha Millwood's hand?
photography
Tell me.
business.
What would you like
Sive
me
Walker's been
Keisha Millwood's
abused by
hand?
her uncle.
What should I do
Sive
to
Walker's
Keisha Millwood's
also
hand?
disabled.
Keisha Millwood got
Sive
abused by
Walker also
Herbert
skips
Millwood.
for cancer.
Hey,
Sive Walker's Instagram and Facebook is all
Herbert
over the
Millwood
place,
abused
and everyone is
Keisha Millwood.
trolling her.
He fucked up the backside. That's why
Man,
I put a Millwood's surname. The uncle's a
jeez.
proper Jamaican
Hey,
paedophile.
listen, man.
Who's
Every
Keisha?
time you
Who's
see a
Keisha
black
kid?
beanie, yeah,
Where can I
just know
find
what time
Keisha?
it is.
Where can I
Yeah.
find Keisha? You know who Keisha is? You know who Keisha is? It's a sister, isn't it?
Yo, look out for the black
Oh,
PM.
listen. It's a sister.
Look out for the black Zim Zimmer.
I actually have to
Who
go,
got
yeah.
the
I'll
keys
be
to the
back in
Bimmer?
about half an hour.
Oh
I'm going to go to the box a
my,
bit.
the black
And then
Bimmer
talk.
driver.
So you have to wait.
Man,
You have to wait
who
for
is
me.
he? He's
You have to
so
wait for me.
surviving a
Stay there,
rush.
my
Pass me the
boy.
keys to the
Stay
tracks. Oh, you not. Oh, you run, yeah? Mad. Don't run. Gymnastic, don't run. Mad. And we say, G Block, we are the last man standing. Right, push up past the goalie banking. Go on in your gymnastics and trim. Next year, no do no more damn thing. We are the last man. Lord, let it play. How you mean, bruv? Yeah. Man are doing backflips in baggy t-shirts looking like Billie Eilish. Yeah. Mad. Duppy season, cuz, man. The dream team are done. It's a wrap, cuz, man. Brian's dead. DP Gymnastics is going to get a smashed window soon. One black BMW rolling. Like, yo, trust me, you better ride on the horse, cuz. Yeah? Look at it. You know the horsepower inside the bomber clock BMW. Huh? Yo, when you see Veli pull up in the German whip, blacked out windows, leaning back, mad. Yo, when you see Veli pull up in the German, big fat whip looking like Sherman, mad. Got the big fat strap that will burn him, Lord. How you mean? King of the North like I'm Andy Burnham, mad. Oh my days. Oh shit. Yeah, man. Oh, you're back now, yeah? Jeez. Don't run. Gymnastics, don't run. Yo, hey, pussy boy. What you dealing with? Yeah, so what days do you do classes at DP Gymnastics? Enox. What days do you do classes?
Katie does.
What days do you do classes
The
at
same day Katie
DP
does
Gymnastics? Oh, you do yoga day, yeah? Mad. You know what you're gonna get, yeah? When I fucking fire the burner in your face, because it's gonna go yoga flame. Mad. Yeah. When I fire the burner off in your face, because it's gonna go yoga flame. DP Fitness. Esau run with the quickness. Right next to the Osteobus and thing. Hey, no more blood clot hiding. Mad. Yeah, don't worry, cuz man, it's alright though, cuz man. Just look out for a black BMW, innit? Yeah? When you see the black BMW, don't run.
Shut up, man.
Yeah? Don't run. You sure? I can take your lumps like a man. Yeah, man. Hey, you know what's gonna be mad, yeah? Shy's gonna sing a tune. Hey, thank you for the times when you used to troll with me.
I want to dance. I want to dance. Who wants to dance? Let's dance. Let's
Is it a DP Fitness? Is it a dance? Step to man.
I want to dance. I want to dance. I want to dance. Step to me.
Hey, Ghost, I want to dance. I want to dance. I'm in Wales, yeah, but you know in my room. I thought you was in Wales.
Yeah, I thought you said you was outside. Oh, yeah, I'm outside. He forgot. He's so fucking cracked up. He forgot after 2 minutes where he was.
Hey, mad. Ghost jumped in with a pain pack, fam. Oh my goodness. Mad. Oh, yeah. Let me run this one.
Oh, by the way, Moan, I'm reading your comments. I'm amazed that that comment has been allowed to stay. I would like that removed because it's pure harassment. Already you've exhibited. Oh, by the way, Moan, I'm reading your comments. I'm amazed that that comment has been allowed to stay. I would like that removed because it's pure harassment. Already you've exhibited. No, she's just being a fucking. She's actually saying sexual slurs. I mean, it's disgusting. I don't know if people think that's okay. I don't think it's okay. Anyway, listen, I'm gone. I'm going. See you later. Absolutely disgusting. Disgusting person.
Mad. The green tea is finished, man. No? Well done, Bex, man.
Mad, man. Esau, man. What are you doing, man? What's up with this shit, man? I told you before that let's just leave it, man. You should just move on. Like it happens, you lot with your fucking wonky crew where you wanna threaten to stab up children, rape children. It's pathetic, man. It's pathetic. Like you take it too far. Like what? Let's just dance. Like, we all should all just dance in it.
Mad.
So Valley, man.
He says, he thought he was on Nintendo Wii. I want to dance. Let's dance. This ain't no bumper clock Nintendo Wii, cuz. Just look out for the black BMW.
Oh, you should have seen them yesterday. They were celebrating Brian's fake engagement to some fucking Rugrat or something. He's not even fucking engaged to his hand. Like,
yeah, he's got bug.
I'm telling you, these are pathetic, man. They live in a fantasy land. Esau will fucking whack some crack chat some shit, and then go.
He's like, I'm gonna dox your mum. Fall asleep on
I'm
the
gonna
panel
kick
like a
shit out of you.
stepdad, man. What's
I'm
wrong with
gonna
this
beat
mate?
you up. I know kung fu. Look at my nunchucks.
I know what I'm saying. I actually let's have a dance off. I'm gonna do break dancing.
He's got more chance of
He's
winning
gonna
that
try
off than the
ballet
fight.
off. What out because man. Oh ballet cuz. Who's that? Yeah, let me pause for 1 sec, man. Like I was saying, cuz man. Like, name your gym in it, cuz man. Like, what are you talking about? Name your gym, fam. What are you talking about, cuz man? What you think this is? Huh? A fucking roller disco, or we're just gonna skate around each other and dance and that, bro. Behave yourself, man. You gotta behave yourself, man. I'm up to some fish pies, cuz. You hear me? Like, mad. On the panel.
Who wants to dance?
Announce your bitch ass. Announce your bitch ass,
Who wants
B.
to dance?
Is it Mr.
Let's
Man?
dance.
Man.
Step to
I'm in
man.
Wales, man. Step to man.
Esau, I heard you went
I've got
horse riding,
double-ended
man.
nunchucks.
Heard you went horse riding next to your dojo. And the horse is alright.
But hey, you know what my man's doing right now? I lie. My man's cancelling the gym membership and signing up to a whole new gym right now. I can't go back. I can't go back there. They know where my gym is. They know where my gym is. They're fucked.
Location. I was showing off one day and I'll do. Oh shit. Everybody wants to kung fu fighting. While Esau was dancing.
Oh, man.
He gave it. Oh my shit. Esau needs to be dancing. You got flame. You got flame. Mad.
He's dancing.
Mad.
Dancing.
No, listen. Everybody was kung fu fighting. While Esau was dancing. Step to man.
Step to man. With my sword. Step to man. I've got a sword.
Oh shit.
Mad. Step to man. Wow. Oh, it is. What a wild weekend, eh? Wild weekend, man. Mad. Man, them said the Esau's doing the floor show. Mad. Yeah, you say man's gonna be rolling around with a ball, yeah? Next thing you know, you're just gonna hear ball's just gonna pop. One man's gonna be underneath the tires. Go, man! He's got me! Man, he's got me! Help! Man! Man said, help, man! Oh, shit. Oh, bad. Bad. Alright. Listen, yeah, I got a little drive to the next job still, man. So I got another half hour 45. Right now. I gotta go back to East London. Man, help me! Oh my days. Mad.
Mad.
You know.
This is crazy.
Make your sword. I hope
Where's
your
it gone,
sword
man?
can go through fucking BMW.
Has he gone on mute? Has he got to ring Brian? Come on, Brian. Like, get your 1,000 C18 members. We need to go. Come on, Brian. Get ready. Get your C18 members.
1,000 plungers. Man, Ghost is trying to attack me.
Oh, I heard you went. Taffy was saying earlier. You went to Taffy.
Man said 1,000 plungers. There's 1,000 plungers coming to your man. Mad. It's crazy still, man, you know. Crazy. Crazy out there still. Do you think his tune is Madonna like a virgin? Mad. That youth's a weird youth still. I can't even front. Yeah. Like I keep trying to tell Taffy, yeah. You keep feeling sorry for I Salty and all that, yeah. And she's the same level of cunt, if not a worse cunt than Esau. So, you know, as she knows, she will allow him to do whatever he wants, yeah. But people will take it out on her shit, and just allows it in it. Like, so that means you're worse of a scumbag than anyone. You get me? yeah. You get me? Oh, mate. Yeah, hey, listen, yeah, imagine, yeah. These terms here, you know, it's like Easter holidays and that. So imagine this brother is with the kids. The children are running about and all that. And he's doing all this stuff that he's doing. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, you know where I was actually? Like, I was in Greenwich Park, innit? Yeah. But I was far away from where the youths was. In the smoking section. Out there, you get me, on the roadside. Clap on the roadside. I don't want to get slapped on the roadside. Head top get clapped on the roadside. You hear me? Man said, step to man. Yeah, because what? Can't believe it. Can't believe my high. Can't believe my high. Yeah, me. You never know. Some man a ton pussy hole. You never know the ticker them will get them so cool. I can't believe my high. Man. It's crazy, fam. Crazy. But you know how we go, man. Log on and step on. Log on. From you know, so you know they came in. Yeah. Mad. Yo, it's just. How many black BMs do you think there is in the UK? How many black BMWs do you think that cruise up and down the streets of the United Kingdom? How many black BMWs are in Ireland? I'll tell you how you might be able to catch me, though. Yeah, it's like, raw. You know? Actually, I won't help you out, man. Yeah, suck your mum, man. Just look out for a black BM, fam. Yeah? And if you see one, boy, you better make sure you're behind some barriers. You better make sure you're behind some barriers, cuz. Lord have mercy. Bad. You know what, like, brother, listen, yeah? Don't try and front as well, like I told you, bro. You can come with your tool and link me, and we can do whatever. Yeah, you can come without your tool, link me, and do whatever. We could fucking sign up to a gym and have a couple bouts, rah. All the different thing whoops. So you ain't took none of the options. So you just want to do this post-sale trolling thing. Really, you're just a little penfold looking bite, man. You hear me? Yeah? Some little yellow belly idiot. Mad. Yeah. Let it play. Oh, hey, let me pause it. How you mean? Esau better run away fast as you can. Bye. Run away from me, Esau. Run away. Run away from me, Esau. Run away. I saw you can't hide, man, so it's not worth running, man. You know, just stay where you are. You're an idiot, anyway. Yeah. My bulletproof fucking phone. You know what I'm saying? One Kevlar phone. Chastity bow. Taking bare shots in the Panani, cuz it's mad. Bad. Gotta run away. Mad. How you mean? Run away fast as you can. What? Oi. So, yo, hey, listen, yeah. I'm gonna get a patty and cocker bread real quick. So, let me run another video. Give me a chance to eat some munches and that. Actually, let me show you something real quick here. Yeah, so I'm cutting down to one a day. Yeah, it's only one a day now, yeah? You hear me? I said I'm cutting down to one a day. One a day for me, baby. One a day. Baby, I got a plan. Run away fast. I forgot about this video real quick here. I'm gonna run this one and I'll run a proper video after. Yeah, my shout out. What's her name again? Katie Horskins, aka Katie Hopkins. Oh shit! Run away from me, baby. Hey, let it play.
With a campaign to unify the nation trophy.
Which brings me to Katie Hopkins, the recipient of the inaugural campaign to unify the nation trophy. I cannot think of a more worthy recipient. For the tide is changing. The intellectual battle against the woke brigade is being won. The snowflakes are melting. And Katie Hopkins in the United Kingdom and far beyond should take a great deal of credit. For the ice caps of political correctness are starting to collapse. Katie has experienced a huge amount of online hate. Some people on the internet rarely seem to want to bring her down. Shame. There are people out there wanting to ridicule her, wanting to mock her. It is not at all possible to properly outline just what an inspiration you are to us all, Katie. It is an absolute pleasure on behalf of all of the members of the Cape Town Collective for the Freedom of Speech to announce that the recipient for the 2020 Campaign to Unify the Nation trophy is Katie Hopkins.
And as Katie came up to collect her fake award, we had one more surprise in store.
Yeah.
This is the speech I gave to Katie Hopkins before presenting her with a Campaign to Unify the Nation trophy.
Which brings me to Katie Hopkins, the recipient of the inaugural
Give me 2 seconds, yeah? Just run another video.
Look, you little shit out there. Look, you little shit out. You need to man up, bro. You need to man up. Yeah, you need to man up. You need to man up and grow up. You need to grow up. And when you do grow up, and I'll be waiting for you, you little shit house. Fucking, you're a little pussy, so you will let bleeding heart and I take all the shit, yeah, and you don't take any fucking heat off her whatsoever.
Here we go again, straight back
a massive fan, bro.
Okay, Taffy, I'm telling you again, and I don't want to have to tell you again.
You know
Stop
exactly
it.
what you were doing.
Stop using
you know
me.
exactly what
Stop
you were doing.
doing that.
Look,
Stop using
I know
me.
you're fond of Esau. I know you're fond
No,
of Esau.
you're completely wrong, and you're not even listening.
Let me have a word
Absolutely wrong.
You
have no idea what you're talking about, and you're actually.
Let me have a word with him a minute, right? You need to fucking man up, Esau, because he's not taking all a flack, bro. Let me tell you what all shit you were fucking doing, you little shitbag.
That is completely untrue. What is happening is the absolute opposite.
Anybody with a brain and eyes
that
and ears,
lunatics, maniacs, mad men and women are attacking me on the basis of the fact that they are being racist. If you had seen what they've done, you would understand that. They're actually racist towards this white Irish woman.
Then you deserve everything that's coming to you. All the doxing, all the shit you've been having is because of Esau bleeding. Don't fucking get it twisted. Anybody with a brain, anybody with a brain and eyes and ears.
It's because of the colour of my skin, Taffy.
One second, guys.
What's the colour of your skin got to do with it?
One second. We need to introduce Mr. Ultra Funky into
Hello,
the building.
beautiful.
Big up, Ultra.
Big up, handsome. Anybody with a brain and eyes and ears to see can fucking see this bleeding. What's the matter with you?
Oh, fuck off.
Shut up.
Prove it.
Yellow belly little bitch.
You liar.
I'm going to pay the balls between your legs. Shut your mouth. Go on, Ultra. I'll let you go, bro. Go on.
What's the lady who came up just now to back Esau? What's her name? Is it Moon or Babs?
No, that was good. No, that was good.
Bleeding. Is Bleeding? Is she still there?
That was good.
Wait, Bleeding. Are you still there?
Don't convert this fat black idiot, man.
Becca, is Bleeding still there? I can't see.
Yeah, she's probably listening.
She's here.
Yeah, she's probably listening. She's doing stuff.
Oh, fucking no. Bleeding, I need you to come to the mic, Bleeding. I need you to come to the mic ASAP. I got to ask you something. Oh, Esau, everyone's saying you've got a swimming pool at your house. That's so cool. That is so cool. I'm not going to lie, you live in England, so you won't be able to use it more than like 18 days a year. But, well, unless it's heated, if it's a heated pool, that is cool. That is actually like an achievement. To have a swimming pool in a house in England where we only get 11 days of sun a year. But that's actually really cool. Bleeding, if you're there, Bleeding, if you're there, I need you to come to the mic just for like 3 seconds, and then we're done. We're done. Oh, Taffy, congratulations on getting work, Taffy. Well done. Well done. It's a tough economy out there, due largely to the Conservatives. 20 years of Conservatives that you voted for, but you've got work now. That's all that matters. You've got work now. Well done. Well done. Well done. Well done. Becca, Sakina, how are we doing?
Yo, I'm all good, bro. What are you saying? How's the family?
Yeah, everyone's all right, man. We're doing okay.
You haven't had another one, have you?
Oh, fucking hell, Becca, can you imagine? Jesus.
Put them out left, right, and centre, ain't ya?
Oh, Jesus. No, we're definitely done, though. Like, I'm too old for it all now. Yeah, I'm too old for all that shit. Too old for it all. What about yourself? You having any more?
Hell no.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Yeah, I feel you.
I'm good. I'm good.
I feel you. All right, listen, as well, I wanted to jump up because Gertie, I hope you can hear me, bro. That carpet in your house is fucking wild. Oh my God. Bruh, I haven't seen carpets like that since the 80s. Listen, Gertie, where do you live? Let me come round and I'll put in a nice plush carpet, 14.99 per square meter with an underlay. Underlay.
Underlay.
Oh shit!
Underlay.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Wait, I was just that's such an arch around the
Oh, I'll change your tyres for you
I
as well.
swear,
Good.
Esau, you sound like you're in like an empty room, and it's really hard for me to hear you. If you calm down like 8%, Esau, I'd actually be able to hear what you're saying.
Listen, fat boy.
Wait, Taffy, could you translate for Esau, please? Because
I think he said I'm fingering my bum, Ultra.
You're not funny.
Oh shit! Wait, hang on a second. Aren't emotions a universally human experience?
Sherman.
Get excited now.
Oh shit! Esau, what are you saying? I feel like I jumped on the panel and you came to life. Did you miss me?
I got something.
Oh, Taffy, did you hear one of the last fucking conflicts I had with Esau? He was calling me sexual chocolate. That's crazy. Why can you Esau? Alright, Esau, why did you call me sexual chocolate?
Not even an anthem.
Yo, that is a wife for that, cuz, man. About your call man sexual chocolate. Want to some boy. Wife for that. Oh, but. Alright. Back in the van now still. But I gotta eat my food in it, like, so. I gotta eat my food. Man, suck your mum, bruv, man. These pussies chat about, man, every single stream. One time I chat about them. You get these weirdos jumping in like, you're obsessed with A-Shot. Tell Esau to suck his mum through a straw and tell Isol to suck her dead dad through a straw. How about that? Yeah? But, how about that? You dickhead. Let's suck your mother. What do you mean? Tell a pussy off a suck your mother. What that fuck? Yeah. I got some sweet chili wings and a patty. It's kind of hot, but still. Put the AC on. For a minute. Alright, Ultra. Beat them.
Esau, why did you call me sexual chocolate that time?
Are you deaf, fat cunt? Because you're Mark Henry. Are you deaf?
So you did call me sexual chocolate then?
You know who's Mark Henry? Who's Mark Henry?
Esau, you're a wild man. You have to stop this.
I'm gonna quickly play a song, yeah, just because I only got that little bitch Clay in the chat.
I'm involved with you, bro.
This is for you, Clay. This is just for
That's
you. Nick Thompson, my gum yeah? Where is it? You think Dr. my gum name?
Oh shit! Alright, no, listen, Gertie. Alright, Gertie. I don't know why people are saying you're in a wheelchair, Gertie, right? But
big up, bro.
You're obviously not in a wheelchair, Gertie. Those sliders are crazy.
No way.
That carpet was fucking.
That would actually be like, like a Scooby-Doo mystery. When they take off the mask. That's what that would be like. That would actually be funny still. You know, I do get his point though, Danny Jones, when he's saying that Esau might be a bitch, like. might be a biatch. You know what I mean? So my moves like like spawn baby mother. You getting no money from the baby father. Yeah, see why people can't take Ultra, yeah, because like it's like he does the same thing like Ghost, innit? His trolling is just silly. So people get vexed and all that, yeah. It's like silly, innit? You're not talking about your fucking mom, your dad, your sister and all them shits there. Your children and blah 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 blah. You just say stupid shit, silly shit. Alright, let it play.
Crazy. Listen, Gertie. No, we have to talk.
Just cut fresh, right? What's the video?
Massive.
Wisdom, is it serious? Did he strike your video?
Shut up, you little
what a pussy.
Take your finger out your ass.
Your friend is such a pussy. Clown is an official pussy.
Shut up,
he actually struck with the video.
You're the one with the pussy.
Wow. Wow. Beat up in the video. He struck.
You know what's weird, yeah? Is this weird reverse psychology that a man keeps trying to do with saying other people are scared while hiding. Saying other people are scared while trying to be anonymous. Literally don't even make sense. And I don't know why any of you accept that as anything to be said. That's wild. Basically, it's like me, you not knowing who I am, and I'm telling you, I'm gonna do this, that, and the other. You ain't fucking seen me before. Shut your fucking mouth, man. You dickhead. Huh? What kind of mad reverse psychology is this? That's wild, cuz. I don't know how the man have been falling for this talk from time. Also, yeah, I don't know why the man them fall for the good cop, bad cop routine. Yeah, when they're both two feds in the station. You hear me? If it's a fuck the police, it's a fuck them both, cuz. I mean, you really think that Ice was a good cop? Oh, you wanna go mad, man. These men have been trolling you, man, for longer than anyone else on the YouTube, and you still believe that about Ice Salty. That's crazy. That's crazy. Ice Salty's a scumbag. Yeah, high level scumbag. Yeah, as much as a scumbag as Esau, you know what it is, yeah? Well, I'll say might even be less shit because Enoch is hiding or thinks he's hiding his people. And no one's going to be able to get to them. Wow. I saw these people all out there. And as you see, other people were doing what they do to others with her people. So, mad. Listen, yeah, there's a tune, yeah? I told you how it goes before. Yes, don't save them. You get me? Don't save them hoes. They don't want to be saved. Don't try and save these hoes, B. You got me? Yeah, man. She belongs to the streets. You get me? That is what it is, cuz, man. Corn is as corn does. Huh? Mad. This innocent victim, bro. Shut up, man. Shut your victim ass up. They're picking on me. They're bullying me. Diddly. Shut up, man. No one's bullying you, bro. You idiot. You're a fool. And retaliation ain't no bullying, man. No one's accepting to get bullied by any of you spazzes, though. Like, you man can't bully anyone. Yeah, behave yourself. I don't know what you lot are playing. I don't know what you lot are playing, but anyway, let us play.
No Adam's
You're
apple.
such a bitch.
No Adam's
Fucking
apple.
hell. Bleeding. If you're gonna be
Wait,
here,
hold on.
face that you trust public.
Taffy, I don't know if you can hear me. My signal's a bit shit.
Yeah.
Does Esau sound like he's in an empty room?
Oh, you
Your
sound
friend's
like
a
he's got his
pussy.
finger up
Your
his
friend
arse.
is a fucking pussy. I don't think that.
Wait, Esau, you sound like you're in an empty. You sound like you're in an empty room. It's really hard to make out your audio sometimes.
How excited he is because you're on the panel.
Oh.
Did you start a video for real? Yeah. This
Wait, Taffy, does it sound like Esau's in an empty room, or is it just me?
Sounds like he got his
You're a
thumb up
pussy.
his arse.
You're actually a pussy. Oh my god, you're a pussy.
Shut up, you little bitch.
Yeah, take it down. Wow.
You're absolutely a little bitch, Esau. A yellow, cowardly little bitch. Shut your mouth.
Breathing, if you can send me Breathing here, I'll make that true public, yeah.
Take your finger out your ass.
Easy man, no waiters, yeah. Let's just declare get roasted again.
Calling people chichi
You're
men
right,
now
you're
with your finger up your ass.
You're county, roasted. You're both pussies, man.
You calling people chichi
I
men
know
with your finger up your ass talking to us.
Ultra's like atheist mandate, you know what I mean? It's got two genders like all this. Ultra.
You know what, Esau? I wanna respond to you. I just can't make out what you're saying.
Good. I can hear you, you can hear. I know you can hear.
I'm gonna take your job, Ultra. I'm gonna take your job, Ultra.
Oh yeah, Esau. I can't take my job yet.
Wait. Did you go to
Esau, I'm still employed. Work on. Yeah. Esau, how come you took my job yet?
I made you a sponsor, didn't I? You have to say,
Esau, how comes you ain't took my job yet? Well, go on.
I'm telling you, I will soon. TFL's getting one. Getting one. Just for you.
Whatever, man. TFL been getting one since like 2023.
I'm gonna take it from you. I promise.
Gosh, you know what? Easy.
I'm gonna take your job, Ultra. I'm gonna take your job.
It's gonna take my job. Oh no! Oh no!
I'll take your virginity, you little pumper. You little dog pumper. I'll take your virginity clean off you.
Fat emotional, my virginity. What?
Shut your mouth. Yeah, I'll take your cherry. I'll take your cherry, you little.
I don't know how you man have thought with this other reverse psychology also of this. If anyone strikes their shit, they're a pussy. But if they strike anyone else's channel, that's like gangster. What? Excuse you? Mad. You know when you're under pressure, you're just gonna come out with wild answers. That when we analyze it, it's like, bro, are you okay? You can't be okay, because look at what you're saying. You're going mad. You are gone mad. Sick. Head no good. Crazy. Hey, you know what, yeah? Hey, Baz. We went out for a meal yesterday, yeah? Some family and friends and whatever. That's what we was rapping about as well, you know? We was in the restaurant saying, hey, cuts, you see apple crumble? Them man like apple crumble with custard. I like apple crumble with a bit of ice cream. But you see the homemade apple crumble and then the homemade Cornish ice cream. Are you mad? Mad. See, back in the day when man was a little youth, yeah, living in my parents' yard and shit. On Sunday, man will sneak down when everyone's sleeping to yam off some more apple crumble. Yo, a slop with some apple crumble and some ice cream in the middle of the night. And when we lock off the lights, I like a donkey ship. Ma.
Bitch.
Why are you saying stuff like that? You actually get excited. What's wrong with you?
You know
Yeah,
why.
Taffy, why for that?
You know
Yeah, Taffy, why?
I'll take it all off you, Esau.
No, why did you get excited?
Why for the?
If I ever
Why for the virginity?
Why
Check?
did you get excited the fuck up? It was going,
Everything
I mean, all cuss each other, blah, you're going to take it there. Why?
Shut
What's
up.
wrong with you?
Shut
What
up.
happened to your birth, man?
Shut up. What are you going to do?
What happened to your birth?
What are
You
you going to
violated
do?
your birth.
What are you going to do?
Your
What are you going to do?
mum's womb.
Nothing.
You little sheep you are. What they do? They
You're irrelevant, Esau.
What happened to you, man? Why are you so
You're a
dark?
relic. You're a relic. You're
Why are you so
irrelevant.
dark?
You dickhead.
You're darkness.
Taffy or Becca, is Moon still on? Is Moon still on the panel?
Moon's not here. You mean Bleeding?
She's not going to speak.
What's her name? Oh, Bleeding. Sorry, yeah, Bleeding. She's still on the panel.
Yeah, she's next to us. She's in the middle of me and you.
Ultra, I've got a few seconds. What do you want to say to me?
That's what I came for. No, that's what I came for. I just wanted to hear you say, Ultra.
Shut up, bro.
I just wanted to hear you say.
Yo, yeah, you see that? That's the stupid trolling that I'm talking about. Yeah, it's actually annoying, isn't it? But it's so stupid as that. I just wanted you to come on and say, Ultra. Ultra's such an idiot. What, God, that's it, play it.
Ultra. I'm Bleeding. I just wanted to hear you say, Ultra. That's it, Ultra. That's it. Oh, Bleeding, you can go now. Bleeding, you can go now. That's all I wanted. You can go now. Thank you.
Say it again, Bleeding. Go on, say it again.
Yeah. So sorry, yeah. You know, she should have said it as well, yeah? She should have said his other line. Now you can go and make me a sandwich. Yeah? She would have been balling. Now you can go and make me a sandwich. Go on. Let it play.
Say it again.
Ultra!
I love you, Ultra.
Oh, fuck you now. Bleeding so funny. That's literally all I came for. I just wanted to hear Bleeding say Ultra, and that was it.
There's something wrong with these black women, man. There's something wrong with you, man.
Wait, Esau. Are you really the one? Are you really the one to start telling people there's something wrong with them? Are you the one? Really? Come on, Esau.
You're an arsehole. You're an arsehole and an idiot.
Emotional black woman.
Come on, Esau. You're not really the one for this conversation. You know what I mean? You're not really the one.
Shut the fuck up. Yeah.
You're not the right person for this conversation. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Shut the fuck up.
You're not the right person. You're not the right person for this conversation.
Go find yourself a better nigga.
You're not the right person for this conversation, Esau. Hold on.
Yo.
Hey. Hi, Verlin. Afternoon, my fellow Islamophobe.
What's good, man? What's good?
I wanted to bring you back to the path of righteousness and Islamophobia. Oh, I saw that you were partying. I was partying too. I was enjoying watching you partying.
Yeah, good, man.
Was it a celebration for anyone special?
Yeah, but you know what?
For just family members.
Personal information's got to stay personal nowadays, isn't it? These weirdos.
Yeah, that's true. I know the haters, they work 24/7.
Yeah.
So, I wanted to, because you were playing a video, because I had an appointment, I had to go to doctors. You were playing a video, I wanted to comment on the The tariff, yeah, the tariff thing, the tariff. Big up to the T Block and everybody in the chat room. Donald Trump, he put a tariff on an island full of penguins. There's no human beings.
No one there.
No one there. It's just penguins. He put a tariff on it because they're saying that he was using AI to generate the list of places in the world, and they didn't bother to check to see if there was actually any human inhabitants. So he's basically saying that a group of penguins have been taking advantage of the American people. And the tariff them. I can't believe we've got this idiot as the president. Like, can you imagine? Yeah, big up Jupiter. Can you imagine penguins? But they're saying now, the tariffs. So now basically, it's like America's becoming isolationist, very similar to what the UK did.
You know what it's like? Lucky them penguins ain't the Madagascar penguins. Hello?
I mean, it's just like, let me try and find the name of the island as well that he, because this is what Trump is saying. He's basically saying there's some islands like the Falkland Islands. They said there's only thousands of people, so there's no way that they can spend as much as the United States of America. Do you know what I mean? But he doesn't seem to care about that. That some of these places are very poor. There's no way they.
If your trade with America is on par, say like you have a little bit more or they have a little bit more, then they put it at 10%. But any trade that's excessive, what they buy more of, they put it up to 25%. So British cars and steels are 25%.
Yeah, it's just like, but some of the times like China got whacked with is it 38 or 50%.
Yeah, but China's tariffs on America are higher than the tariffs that America was playing in it. So with them, you might be able to understand the tariff thing in it.
I don't know because
with places like Canada, maybe the EU and others, they had like a reciprocal low tariff.
Let me share this video. I want to do the penguin.
Where's the screen?
Oh, is it allow? Oh, I'm in the wrong. Which one am I in? Oh, Firefox. I think I have to go. I'm gonna come out. I need to go to Chrome.
Got Chrome in it.
Yeah. Share the screen. I'll be back in a minute.
Say less, man. Say less, man. Yeah, big up the people then, man. Just have a nice munch still. You just have a nice munch still. Light up a cigarette in a sec, man. I have to light him.
Okay, I'm back. Okay, let's talk about. We're all animals. Can you imagine the penguins taking advantage of the most powerful country in the world? Do you know what I mean? It's disgusting, really, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's just so victim. He's like, it's just the way Trump talks. Like, everybody's been taking advantage of the United States of America. It's like one of the most powerful nation in the world.
Right, for lunch, I had a lamb patty and cocoa bread and some sweet chili wings.
I like the beef cheesy patties. Now they do it in farm foods, the Jamaican patties.
Okay, cheesy beef patties. No, I've tried them still because I'm not a fan of Jamaican cheese or the American cheese, man.
Oh, well, you can get them without the cheese as well. You can get them beef, lamb, chicken.
Yeah, no. Obviously, I've had beef patty in it, but I had a cheesy beef patty.
Because, like,
I don't know if it's with American beef American cheese or Jamaican cheese or English cheese.
Oh, you got like a bit lactose intolerant thing.
I like the Jamaican cheese. Now, I'm not even lactose intolerant, you know. I could drink milk and eat cheese all day. But I'm saying that I don't like American cheese and I don't like Jamaican cheese.
Oh, okay. Fair enough then.
Some people love it though, man. It's like really creamy, rich.
I've not tried American
Bright
cheese.
orange. Yeah, Jamaican cheese.
No, I've not tried that either.
It's a
Don't know. But I do, because like, you know, in Salford we don't have Caribbean shops. The Caribbean
You know what?
stop.
Oh yeah. We had a fundraiser the other day for a school in Trenchtown.
Okay.
Jamaica.
Okay.
And obviously there with what was at the meeting, obviously the fundraiser, there was loads of like Jamaican food for people to try.
Yeah.
So there was the Jamaican cheese was there in it, so you could add but with English cheese in it because I like English cheese. But
well, I'll have to look out for the Jamaican cheese. I'm not. I like Jamaica, even though people say I don't like Jamaicans.
Buy a small bit first, innit? Because it's expensive. So buy a small piece first to try it.
A small piece, okay. Even though people say I don't like Jamaicans, I love Jamaican food because Jamaican people can cook. They can cook up a
Yeah, I hate Jamaicans, but I love Jamaican food. Oh
yeah?
my days.
Yeah. I've got to be careful not to go.
Maybe you could get like an AI Jamaican chef. That's what you need. An AI Jamaican chef. Yeah. So you can like wrap him back up and put him in the cupboard after you're done.
You know that fruit bread that you Caribbeans eat? My dad used to love that fruit bread.
Breadfruit.
And I got.
It's breadfruit. Breadfruit.
They call it breadfruit. Yeah, that one.
Yeah,
The coven and that.
Yeah, you can have it roast or fried.
Oh, I've never.
Roast or fried. Roast or fried. Breadfruit. Yeah.
No,
It's
not
like
breadfruit.
green.
No, not breadfruit. The fruit.
Oh, you mean bun?
Yeah, the bun.
You mean bun? You talk about
Yeah.
bun. Yeah, that's what I was just saying, man. That's what you have the Jamaican cheese with, innit? That's what I was saying to you there. Get a little bit of Jamaican cheese, but get a small bit to try it with bun first, bun and cheese.
Oh.
And see if you like it.
Yeah, I'll try it. I'll try it because there's a Caribbean takeaway in like Old Trafford and Manchester, but you know, this I don't know, but when I was younger, Caribbean people used to have a lot more shops, but now it's just Africans and Asians. You don't see a lot of Caribbean shops, and the part of Manchester I'm near and Salford, you forget about it. Do you know what I mean? It's a shame because there's certain foods that Caribbean people eat that the African shops don't stock. Do you know what I mean? So you've got to be hunting around trying to find a Caribbean takeaway. Do you know what I mean? Like, hunting around for a bit of bun. It's as they used to do it in Hume, but they don't even sell that anymore either, which is annoying. Do you know what I mean? Because you know what? What annoys me is like if you name your shop Afro Caribbean shop, which the Nigerians do, but you're not selling Caribbean food, are you? You're just selling the same thing that if the Caribbeans eat the same African food, you put it down, you know. But if you're generally not selling Caribbean food, and I'm running around looking for bun, is quite popular in the Caribbean, isn't it? So why are you gonna just be honest?
From Asda and Sainsbury's and all that now, though, man.
No, they don't.
You don't even
do
have
that.
to go to a proper yard shop. Still, you can get it from all that there, like. If there's got enough Caribbeans in the area.
No, because you're in London, isn't it? Do you know what I mean? London's different.
Or
if you
at the butchers, you know, like at the butchers as well.
Yeah, the Caribbeans used to own butchers, but they don't do that no more. They used to, because they say anyway, don't they? The African population's gone up in the UK and the Caribbean.
Oh my God! Do you know what's open now? That fucking what's it called again? That they've opened a new part of Blackwall Tunnel, innit? But it's open now still. You can drive through it and shit.
Tunnel?
Yeah, Blackwall Tunnel. Blackwall Tunnel, you've got to pay for Blackwall Tunnel now, you know.
I don't know what Blackwall Tunnel is.
Blackwall Tunnel. It's in Greenwich. Goes through from Greenwich to E14, Isle of Dogs. But you drive through it to get to East London.
Oh, right, yeah, I'm Googling it now. Oh. Yeah, you know, because because I'm a northerner, isn't it? So I don't really go down to London because it's so expensive. You know, when it was cheaper to just fly out of the country.
But you'll be alright still, man, because more times, unless you know anyone in Greenwich Borough or whatever, you probably won't have to drive through Blackwood Tunnel anyway.
Good afternoon. Betty?
Oh no, not this guy.
Oh, who's that?
What
Marcus?
you want about?
What's going on?
I'm coming.
Scholar.
I'm good. I'm coming with good vibes. What's with fucking air of caution and fucking... What's going on, Betty?
You was not a good one. You were just trolling everybody.
Why was I trolling people, though, Betty, do you think?
Because
you think it
just
might have been the...
yourself.
Well, believe it or not, Betty.
Anyway, I'll
Hey?
go back to about the Penguins.
But I wanted to ask you something.
Oh, come on then.
Well, first of all, are you a Man U fan?
No, I'm Man U City.
Oh, that'll do for me then. You see, we're going to bond now. Here, second question is, and I'm just going to be brutally honest and just say how it is. I've only really just started talking to you, as you know, or like this. Oh, no, not this person in recent weeks. But obviously, I've probably known of you a lot longer than you've known of me. So I've seen a lot of your stuff. I've heard a lot about you through various means and methods, but I know full well like your beliefs, and I know what I'm getting to my point. Why and at what point or what sort of epiphany do you do like a fucking quantum leap sized fucking almost transformation from your original stance on people like Jupiter to where you are now? Because
go on.
No, I'm being serious. What made you change?
Me and Jupiter are drawing out the hit, man. Why is everyone so triggered by Jupiter?
I'm not. I'm just interested about you more than all. It's not even necessarily a dig. I want to know what made you think I've got to completely change my belief and stance on her. What was it that made you think? Because it was instant. It was almost like instant.
No,
and there's one like. So what made you change your opinion on her?
Look, I've never really changed I've always liked Jupiter. I just don't agree with some of the when she used racial language. But I've always liked her. I think Jupiter is an intelligent woman, very tall. She's lucky that she's that tall. Maybe that's that Swedish ancestry that she's had. But Jupiter is an intelligent woman. But sometimes, like most people, she lets herself down when we get triggered. And I've done it myself. Sometimes you'll use racial insults if someone fucking hurts your family or triggers you. Do you know what I mean? But like I've always said, and I've always said this, that Jupiter's children and Jupiter, they're part of the Nigerian community. So I will always put her at a higher level than anybody else. Until you become part of the Nigerian community, you're on dimmy status with me. And I think of Jupiter in terms of the best interests of the children. And I think it is a pity that some of the so-called black people on this panel, like, you know, Naive and all the other ones, they claim to value blackness, but they don't think of Jupiter's children in the sense that she's part of our community.
Yeah.
Those children are part of the black community and in the best interest of the children. I don't have to agree with everything that Jupiter says, but her children come first to me because they're part of my community. And she's a married woman. She's married to Hector. And in the Nigerian community,
don't make streams talking shit about Jupiter's children and that. They don't say, we're disparaging your children and blah blah all that sort of stuff. If anything, if anyone has said sort of stuff like that, they've said that, bro, you shouldn't take that route and insult the children, make it about them, not the adults.
I'm only saying for me. I can only talk for me, but for me, it's just like how I was brought up. Is, you know, Hector is older than me. He's my senior. He's a Nigerian. He's uncle. It doesn't matter whatever he says. He's still an uncle. It's a sign of respect. And I know this is not even. And Jupiter is older than me, so it's a sign of respect. But I know English people. I know Caribbean people that if someone is older than them, they call them auntie and uncle. It's not about whether you like the person or not. It's a sign of respect. Do you know what I mean? Right. So I'm not really too sure, you know, why people are shocked that I refer to Hector as uncle or have respect for Jupiter, because they're my senior. I don't have to agree with that.
Most people was calling most of the people that are younger than Hector was calling him uncle when they were speaking to my brother, even when they was disagreeing with my uncle.
Yeah, I call him Monkey Hector.
Yeah, because it's just you don't have to agree with everything that someone who's senior says, but like Veli says, he wants people that have what did you call it? Different views, and I'm very similar. I don't mind talking to people with other views because everybody can't like you. You can't be liked by everybody.
It's strange.
Yeah, I got friends in real life, innit? Like, so I don't need people online to be my friend or whatever.
Vastly different opinions on people, but okay, that's your belief. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, man don't need friends on the internet or whatever, innit? Like, so that's why I don't mind having a panel of people that all disagree to have them conversations. So
yeah.
I think Jupiter's and Hetzer, they actually make me laugh sometimes. When they did that ride out for looking for what was that guy? The Irish guy. Yeah.
Rodney.
I was cracking myself laughing. I couldn't believe it.
Don't you think that's staggeringly hypocritical behaviour?
Wait, Jupiter and Hector done ride outs. See, that's why I don't want to hear you, man, moaning about no ride outs that Veli's doing now. Yeah? I don't want to hear you complaining about the big black BM cruising down the highway and all them things there, cuz, like, you know, when it was time to ride out, yeah, you and Hector was front seat. You get me? How you mean? Front seat live streaming, talking crowd all the way to the spot. Yeah, turn up a man's door, a man was shook to come downstairs.
That was like
I want to hear nothing about no ride outs on that.
Yeah, that was a G-Bot classic, man. Oh my god. And they streamed it as well. Jupiter was moving like Pat Butcher, the East End accent. I couldn't believe it.
Oh, shit.
I said these grandparents
and Hector was moving like Patrick Truman.
Yeah.
Here, Betty, I've just got one final question for you. Do you call it trolling or trolling?
Trolling.
You see, I would always taught in school to call it trolling, and that phonetically should say troll. Now, at some point, this is what has really got me about this word. How we've all become interconnected. It's become, I believe, extremely Americanized, and now everybody's pronouncing it trolling. And from my recollection, I was always taught and always knew
that's
it as trolling.
Though, man.
Troll.
That's estuary accent. That's the estuary accent, bro.
A trolling. Yeah. No, it's not. It's Americanized.
Troll.
That's what's happening.
Goal. Yeah.
Subconsciously become troll to me. A troll. We're trolling, and they go, "What the fuck does trolling mean? What's trolling?" I go,
"We say
trolling."
We say
trolling.
Yeah, you mean
roll the L.
It's not. It's become Americanized as well. We become connected through media. That's what's happened, and in reality, we just forgotten how it's supposed to be. Troll.
The people in South speak better than the big butt wolf. You know what I mean?
It's a bit.
Don't worry, bro, man. Speak to us
anyway,
a little bit more. You can learn the Southern lingo.
I know. Listen, right. I'll enjoy your day anyway. So yeah, catch you later.
Listen, mate. If you start listening to fucking Londoners enough, mate, you might become an Arsenal fan.
I don't think so. I thought you were a Liverpool fan.
Yeah, I am.
Why Arsenal, or why? What made you say that club?
I thought probably a London team that you might hate.
Why would I
probably
hate?
Be Arsenal.
No, I don't actually hate Arsenal unless it's just to wind people like who flew up and stuff. If there's any London club, it's like fucking draggy little Phil fucking Millwall or not even West Ham. I don't even hate West Ham. Probably more Chelsea and fucking Millwall. They're the only London clubs that stick out for me. Yeah.
Yeah, it says the estuarian accent.
Anyway, I'll catch you later. Enjoy
you stay down there, man. You be like an estuary lad. Yeah. Happy for driving Chelsea tractors and all them things there. You get me? Man like Ultra, Yaxley, Bumba Clark, Leonard.
Cheese!
Come on, cheese in the blood of Jesus.
Yeah, man. Jesus. Hi, I just wanted to say hi to everyone. Hey, Phil, have you still got that clip?
Yeah. It takes long to find them, and I'll find it and I'll upload it.
Yeah. Switch it. Hey, Betty, are you there, Betty?
Hey, wait, hold on. Do you know what happened with that clip? Them man tried to strike the clip.
What?
They tried to do a privacy strike on the clip, yeah, of saying that you're using man's likeness or image or whatever, yeah. And obviously, it didn't work though, still. But they tried to do a privacy strike on the Bisaw clip. Man,
Oh
funny,
shit!
innit?
Oh shit! That one hurts, isn't it?
Shall see.
Yeah. Hey, Betty, are you there, Betty?
Why can't you say my name properly?
Sorry, Betty. I was trying to do the accent, but do you know what I mean?
You did it really badly.
Was it bad? Was it bad? Yeah, sorry about that.
I think you were trying to be common. I think you were trying to be common. I think you were trying to be like a Manchester commoner, a Mancunian commoner.
Yeah, that's my limits. Yeah. I can't do the upper class. That's not me.
Yeah, you did
I'm a commoner. What can I say? I'm trash. What can I say, man? Is what it is.
Quit your day
You gotta play the hand you've been dealt. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What can I do, babe? What can I do?
What do you think of Donald Trump's defending tariffs on a remote island with penguins and seals?
Yeah, it's fucking crazy. To be honest with you, I actually don't know what this fucking idiot is playing at. I mean, when he was saying no men in women's sports, I was flying the flag.
Yeah.
And then, like, I was flying the flag, and then I found out, like, he's got a couple convictions that if he was any other normal human being, he'd be doing a long time behind bars. So I stopped flying the flag. I still support no men in women's sports or safe spaces. I still support that notion, and this whole tariffs thing is fucking crazy. Fucking crazy. Oh, yeah. So that's how I feel about it. That's how I feel about it. It's crazy. But to be fair, the whole fucking world's crazy now. Do you know what I mean? You're out here supporting Jupiter. Fuck knows why. I'm out here supporting Wendy. Fuck knows why.
She's Nigerian. I fucking told you she's Nigerian. Yes, she is.
But listen, Betty, I'm a hypocrite though, because I'm out here supporting Wendy Wu.
Yeah, big up to Wendy, big up to Jupiter. And one thing I like with them is when they make a mistake, they apologize.
Yeah, but nah. See, this is the thing, right? This is the thing. Wendy Wu is my racist old auntie.
Like to call each other brother and sister, yeah. But I tell you what, I used to like to refer to people as brothers. You know, she believes in all this blackness, yeah. But she uses racial epithets towards me, Hector, and Raj. I mean, not Raj.
Wait, who are you talking about?
That naive gal, yeah. Now the thing
is, are you still beefing with Naifa?
I've not finished yet. I've not finished. My real sister would never dare to use a racial epithet towards me. Yeah. So this is what I'm saying about in terms of blackness. That my real sister and the people that are real, my siblings and cousins, we don't use racial epithets, and that's my thing. That if you're saying that as a black person that you're here to uplift black people and you're fighting white supremacy, and the next minute you're using racial epithets to pull down other black people, but you claim that you're fighting this white supremacy, but you're using the very thing that was used to tear black people down. That's my problem, isn't it? That is why I like.
You done the same thing back though, bro. Remember you were saying that these men are us men are slave babies and all that sort of shit there.
They apologize.
Come on, man.
You know, when Jupiter and Wendy use epithets, they apologize. Naifa never has. I've warned her several times, stop doing it. That is one of the reasons why I like Wendy and Jupiter. They will use racial insults and they apologize. That's so cool. Naive.
Wait a minute. So you're okay with them using racial slurs, and then because they say sorry, it's okay, and then they do it again and they apologize, and then it's okay again, and they do it again, and then they apologize, and then it's okay.
Yeah, because they apologize, and I'm a Christian, and you forgive. But if you don't want to apologize,
that's fair.
All these fucking racial epithets. never dared to open her mouth
Hey,
to
you
use
do
that.
the same thing yourself, though, man. Remember you were saying about the slave baby shit?
Nah.
Slaves
Because
should
they
have
used
drowned
it
in the fucking
against me.
ocean and all that.
Yeah, but valid, or they
But
used
again,
it against
And he
me.
didn't apologize,
I
Betty.
racial epithets towards
that's the
black
point, though.
that use it
Ain't
against
that the
me.
point that you was making, though, right? That against
Yeah.
these racial epithets have been used and rah rah rah.
Yeah.
I'm saying, but you've done the same shit yourself, though.
No, but they started it. And if you continue to do it, I'm going to do
I don't know about
it plain and simple.
They started it, Betty. You are fucking cold. Oh my god. Betty, I bet.
Yeah, you don't jump on the panel, man. 'Cause I need to jump on
Yeah,
the
chill
panel.
out, man.
You fucking high school dropout, fucking university dropout.
Wait, Betty.
Yeah,
Betty, come on. You can't do this, Betty. Betty, you can't do this, man. You can't do this, man.
University dropout and a bus driver. Yeah.
What's wrong with being a bus driver? I'm serving my community proudly.
No.
Bus drivers get paid about 40 bags a year, man.
Wait, Betty, hold on, Betty. Why are you taking the piss out of my work?
Because you're taking the piss out of my name.
50 with overtime.
I'm not taking the piss out of your name. I'm just saying it with an accent.
My name and my northern roots. So I'm taking the piss out of you being a university dropout and you're driving a bus in it.
Well, what's wrong with driving a bus?
All's fair in love and war. And what's wrong with my northern accent?
There's nothing wrong with your northern accent.
Stop mocking it. Stop mocking it then. And then I'll start mocking you.
I'm not mocking you. I'm actually not mocking your accent.
Yes, you are. You're mocking my accent.
I'm saying better. I'm saying better. It's not mocking you. I'm trying to. I'm being. You sound like I sound like a common.
Whatever you do,
Okay.
don't touch the bus when you're on the panel.
Wait, did you just say don't crash the bus while I'm on the panel? Do you think I can drive a bus legally and be on YouTube?
Yeah, you've done it lots of times, you lying little so-and-so. You've done it lots of times. You've even fucking streamed it. You little fucking liar.
You're crazy. I've literally never been on the panel and driven a bus.
Yes, you have.
I've literally never done that ever.
That's the thing. You think you're better than Northerners. A lot of these
I
Southerners
am.
are like.
No, Betty. For the first time in a long time, I agree with you. I feel like all Londoners, myself included, are better than anyone that lives outside of the M25.
That's how they are. They think they've got a class system where the Southerners think they're better.
Yeah, we are. In fact, Betty, London's the only part of this country that matters.
Because you people are laundering dirty money from Russian cartels and Mexican cartels.
I'm not even joking. I'm laughing, but I'm not joking. I'm laughing, but I'm not joking.
You people are money launderers, Mexican cartels.
What do you mean? How am I money launderer? How, darling?
London lives. The city of
What do you mean? I'm not a money launderer. I'm just a simple bus driver.
Cartels.
I cannot launder money. I don't earn enough money to launder in the first place.
That's what you launder. The reason why you experience good life in London is because the city of London likes to launder money from Mexican cartels to fucking Al Qaeda. All types of things go through the city of London. That's why you've got an underground. But Manchester, we don't do that. We're not laundering money.
Manchester's shit, though, man. Manchester's shit.
It doesn't matter whether Manchester's shit. It's my home. It's my hometown.
Fair enough. I hear you. But I'm just saying, parts of London are shit. But all of Manchester is shit. There are parts of London that are unfucking believable.
Have you ever been to Manchester, man? Saying that the whole of Manchester.
I've been to Alton Towers.
Oh, for fuck's sake, that's like Staffordshire or Derbyshire.
No, that's close, man. That's close. Right, listen, if you live outside of the M25, I'm better than you.
You're a bus driver. How can you've never been up? You're bus driver.
You're so funny. Fucking hell, mate. Wait, hang on. Wait. Are you saying that because like you're just trying to hit back, or do you genuinely believe that?
Genuinely believe what?
that I'm just a bus driver and therefore I'm trash.
Yeah, I think you're an idiot.
You believe?
You
Oh
know, I
yeah,
think
of course. I'll agree with you there. I'll agree with you there. But I mean, like, because of my job, does that make me like trash?
no, it just makes you a commoner.
Yeah, but I'm not upset about that. I'm common. What can I say, man? You have to fucking play the hand you've been dealt. It is what it is.
You could have done better in life. The way you like to fire shots at me being a commoner, but you're just a fucking bus driver.
I
Do you know
literally
what I mean?
never fire shots at. I never ever fire shots at you ever.
You've been firing shots at me for being
When?
an orphan and making fun of my name, and now you're just trying to
I
say that
literally, Betty, I've literally never fired a shot at you.
this lying little so and so.
Wow. And now, wait. Tell me one time I fired a shot at you, Betty.
When you said that, Manchester was shit, man. This is my hometown, isn't it? You're just lying,
No,
man.
it
This
is though. Come on, Betty. I know you live there, but it doesn't make it any less shit. Manchester is shit. In
But
fact,
your
I'm going to
place
go out
is
on the limb and say most of the UK, Betty, fucking sucks. Most of the UK. There's places in the UK that don't even have high-speed internet, Betty. That some places don't even have high-speed internet. But Manchester sucks. The boring sucks. Oh my
No,
god.
that's Scotland. It's places like Scotland that have 700 islands. Scotland has 700 and something islands individually, not including the Scottish landmass. That's why they don't have a lot of things, because there's too many islands. 700 islands off the coast of Scotland is a lot for them to deal with. That's why, you know what I mean? It's just, and because of you Southerners keeping stealing the North Sea oil off Scotland. How can people in the north have anything when it all keeps on going down to London, and you don't share it out properly because you've got all the riot club, those fucking toffs like David Cameron and George Osborne, you know, stealing all the money and making sure everything stays in the south. You even give us our second-hand tube trains. Second-hand tube trains from London Underground are used in the fucking north. You don't even buy us brand new trains. We've got to use us second-hand trains from the London Underground. That's how fucking bad it is up north. It's grim up north for a reason. Because you fucking Southerners are oppressing us. Especially you people in London. I went to London and I went past, was it? I don't know, it wasn't Harrods, but I think it was near Buckingham Palace. And people had expensive shoes because they kept making noise. Do you know what I mean? I could smell the money in London. It was disgusting, fam. I saw buildings like, you know, Victorian style buildings that had like 6 floors. I could just smell the money in that Hyde Park. It was disgusting. Do you know what I mean? We don't have that type of opulence. That you won't see that type of opulence in Manchester. Do you know what I mean? They're filthy rich down in London and the southeast. Do you know what I mean? It's like, oh, Banks
Where
is
did
here.
Ultra go?
Yo, I did Ultra back still, but I'm gonna have to leave you guys on the panel for a sec. Yeah, I need to go and get a job, man. Yeah, big up. You said, hey Banksy, I heard that they chased you out of the protest for looking Afghani.
For nicking an Afghani? What?
No, for looking Afghani, for looking like an Afghan.
Oh, looking like which protest?
The Palestinian protest. I heard the people that was anti that chased you down or something.
I thought they would be with Afghan. I thought you were talking about the Turning Point UK one that I was at on Saturday.
Yeah, that must be the one then. Because someone was telling me about it.
Yeah, it was a Turning Point UK and UKIP kind of joint protest outside 10 Downing Street. The thing is, Shalili was there, and so was another Iranian, Nayak Orbani.
So why did they think that you was Afghanistan again?
Nobody said I was Afghanistan.
Yeah.
You
I heard they was outside the pub trying to chase you, and you had to buy a beer to prove that you weren't a Muslim.
That's what I did, man. I constantly walk around with a bacon sandwich in my pocket and a can of Stella, just to ward off the skinheads. As soon as they come, it's like crucifix to a vampire. As soon as they come to me, I pull out the Stella and a bacon buddy, and I'm like, hey, stay back.
Hey. Take a sip and spit out.
Stay back, you demon.
When did you actually know? Like when you came, I think you said you came to England when you were 12 from Iran. Did you leave
9.
Islam? Oh, 9. Did you leave Islam after when you came to live in the UK after you saw the life?
To be honest, my family have never been religious. My father was never religious. He hated it. So we weren't really religious at home. It's because you live in imagine you live in I don't know, I guess in your equivalent would be like a Christian, ultra-Christian nation where everybody has to go to church on a Sunday. You don't have a choice. It's a societal thing. So you do those things, but you don't believe it because you just do it because everybody else is doing it. So you go to the mosque or you pray at school because they force you to do it. You don't believe it. And then I came here and just didn't have to worry about it because you just don't.
Yeah, because my mum did force me to go to church as a kid. I only stopped going to church when I was 13. She gave me a break when I became a teenager. But yeah, there's no choice. You have to go to church every week.
Are you going to revert, Banksy?
Sorry?
Are you going to revert?
I'm going to revert to what? To Islam? Well, the way Britain is going, it may look like I may have to, I may have to start calling you brother. My brother Muhammad Hijab.
Muslims only make 12% of the UK. This is the problem because a lot of people of colour live in the communities that Muslim people live in. We think that there's more of them, but they're only 4% of the UK Muslims. They're not taking over.
I don't know. I think 6% now. They're up to 6 potentially.
Why? How come the Muslim population grows so exponentially? Is it converts or is it birth rates or a combination of both?
Because they have too many wives.
Well,
and
it's right now we've got Muslims are the biggest sort of population that have children. Also, we have immigration. You think all these immigrants that are pouring in every year, 500,000, 250,000 a year. Obviously, that's going to add to the Muslim population because most of them are Muslim. So
does that include you, actually? I'm just asking, does that include you?
Well, I don't know because I wasn't part of this generation of immigrants. I was part of 80s generation of immigrants, so they weren't really I wasn't really part of this explosion of immigration. I was part of regular immigration.
If you came in the 80s, like you came from Iran, right? So why did you leave, or why did your family leave Iran to come here?
Yeah,
dude, you know the situation in Iran, right? In the 80s?
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Tell us. I don't know too much about Iran. I've got You know what, Banksy, just saying that I've got some Iranian neighbours, and just like you said, the guy is very handsome, and the girl, she looks white. She looks like you, just white passing. But I noticed that she don't wear no hijab, no nothing. She wears shorts, batty rider shorts.
No, do you know what? They didn't used to wear. It wasn't like mandated. It was so like. I watched a documentary and apparently it was like super fucking liberal out there.
Yeah.
And then Islam turned up and it went shit.
Well, the thing is, they were Muslim. They were still considered Muslim. They were just very secular,
but they were liberal. Though. It was like you don't have to do this or we'll murder you type shit.
Exactly. No hijab was mandatory. In fact, at one point, one of the kings, the Reza Shah Pahlavi I, forced a mandatory no hijab. They were literally ripping hijabs off women's heads at one point. And that wasn't even, a lot of people objected to that as well. It's like, look, it's not good when you force it on them, and it's not good when you forcefully take it off them. Just let them be. And whoever wants to wear it, wear it, and whoever doesn't, it doesn't. But unfortunately, with the Islamic Republic, they forced it on women for a long time. Now the weird thing is, now if you actually literally on YouTube type walking through Tehran or walking through Iran, most of the women don't wear hijab anymore. They've got no F's to give. They don't care anymore. They're just walking around. I'm like, don't they get arrested? Don't they get hassled? It's like, no, people don't give a shit anymore. People have become so fed up of this regime and this government, and the government knows that the pressure cooker is really, really intense, that they've kind of let people go, let it be when women don't want to wear hijab? Look at these girls. Look at these pictures. Look at the way the girl is just like no hijab. Very lightly put on hijab. Look. You see what I mean? That's how it is right now. Well, actually, that's not Iran. I don't know if that's Iran because they're holding like a Syrian flag or some shit. But I don't know if that's that might be Iran, but they're holding a flag. But either way, yeah, it's a lot like that, like very loosely worn hijab right at the back. So it's weird, but yeah, there are actually videos, Betty. If you actually look at YouTube, there are videos, guys, people walking around. Just type like New Year in Iran, something like that, and you'll get women just walking around now. Malls, shopping centers, they're walking around, no hijab. Oh no, you need to check out some of the videos. Like put New Year's Tehran.
What could make Iran better?
What could make Iran better right now? A revolution. Get rid of the mullahs. Mute this because it might be copyrighted.
No, it's just a finger. No, it's just an ad.
I know, but unfortunately, YouTube is a bastard when it comes to copyright. But yeah, I mean, right now, we need a revolution. We need to get rid of the mullahs. We need to bring in a secular regime, possibly a secular.
You're right.
There you go. You see, these are like shopping centers now in Iran. I mean, we have malls similar to Britain, but look at these women. No hijab.
Yeah, you can see. Yeah, you're
used to go to prison. Used to go to prison for this kind of shit. It was totally, not tolerated. To have no hijab. Look at that woman.
But like, people like Khan, they always try and tell us, like, a lot of the propaganda, they keep on saying that Islam respects women, finger.
That's bullshit, man.
I know different because I know Northern Nigeria, what Northern Nigeria is like in Sharia law. But they like to tell us that, they respect women. Women are, the Prophet was very respectful of women, even though he had 12 wives and a sex slave. Do you know what I mean? But
let me say this. Now, admittedly, you got to put it into context of 7th century, warlords in the Arabian desert. So these people, compared to anything past, the 20th century, are going to be considered barbarians anyway. They're going to be backwards because we've moved on so much from a 7th century desert dwelling Bedouin lifestyle or mentality. But I will say this now, as much as I despise Islam and its cultish and all of its machinations, Muhammad himself was a softer touch than people give him credit for. I think he wasn't as harsh on these things as later on. It's the thing, what Muslims can't admit to, because they've cornered themselves a little bit with their religious doctrine. They said this is the final revelation. Muhammad was the greatest example for mankind, blah, blah, blah. They made all of this shit. And they also said, like, God literally gave all this revelation to Muhammad. But if they didn't have that as a stance, they could admit that things changed after Muhammad died. And other people, Abu Bakr, Umar bin Khattab, many other people took charge of Islam. And they manipulated Islam to their will. But the Muslims can't admit to this because obviously that negates the fact that it all came from God. So if they admit to that, they're screwed. Their whole religion falls apart. But that's what really happened because Muhammad himself never actually forced hijab on his wives. Omar forced Muhammad to force hijabs on his wives. There's literally a passage, I think it's a hadith, that says one of Muhammad's wives, I forgot her name, a chubby one, a fat one, one night came out of the tent because these were living in deserts, and so she just went over to a corner and just
Sauda.
Was it that one? Yeah. And she just started to take a shit. And these men were all sitting around the campfire, and I think it was Omar who said to Muhammad, look, we can all tell your wives are which ones of your wives are coming out and defecating and all that. They didn't even have like a curtain or something to shit behind that. But anyway, so he said to him to force his wives into the niqab, the full face covering, so that no one can tell which one of Muhammad's wives are essentially taking a shit in the desert in the middle of the night.
It's a mobile tent then, so that you can't tell you're taking a dump.
But the hijab was there. But no, in the time of the desert, the hijab was there to signify the people that were Muslim and the people that weren't Muslim, because they had sex slaves in that time. And those women were walking around bare-breasted.
Yes, yes. Well, I mean, they
those were
weren't.
the slaves. They weren't
Yeah.
allowed to wear the hijab.
No, but
Hijab
Betty,
was Muslim women, so we knew
it's
which one was
the hijab is one thing, but the thing is, hijab was widely used. What you would consider a hijab, like a headscarf, like these women in the pictures in the headscarf and all that, that was across the world. That was in the Christian world, the Muslim world, the Jewish women. They all dress like that. It's not exclusive to Muslims, but the niqab.
It's not everybody. This is another thing where when they say across the world, but still at that time, there's huge swathes of Africa that didn't wear the hijab.
Well, yeah. But they didn't have. They weren't Christians or Muslims or Jews. But Christians, Muslims, and Jews all pretty much dressed similarly in the way of women. Always had some sort of head covering, long outfits, things like that. These are across the board. I saw Jewish women yesterday in Hampstead dressed as like Muslims, because
but at the
they
time,
all
when we go back
wore a
to the
headscarf.
Muhammad thing, at the time of Muhammad, he had a Christian woman that was a sex slave, Maria. And when they said that hijab came in, the forcing of the hijab, so they could identify the difference between the slaves that were bare-breasted at that time, they were no hijab, and the women
possibly. Yeah, I mean, I agree with that, because obviously women like in the savannah or African nations, African continent, across Africa, a lot of the tribes, they don't really, a lot of them don't even wear tops.
The Muslim paintings, though, can't you? When you go to the Moors, they've always got these naked women, the sex slaves, and the Muslim men would be completely covered up, and the women would be covered up, but the sex slaves, they just leave them there naked.
Well, yeah, I mean, if they took them from Africa and that was their thing, but what I'm trying to say to you is
I'm not talking about the women from Africa. I'm talking about the Caucasus. I'm talking about all these white women as well.
Woman.
You see, look at the paintings. Look at this. This is a white woman.
That's true. That's
what I'm saying.
I mean, I guess. I mean, I'll be honest. I don't have definitive, but I mean, I guess if the paintings depicted them that way, you would think that a lot of them were essentially, the sex slaves weren't particularly covered up. But what I'm trying to tell you is that the niqab, the face covering, that came out of Muhammad's wives. That wasn't a traditional or a regularly used kind of outfit. So this niqab, this face covering, this ninja looking essentially outfit, plus it then sort of morphed into the burqa in Afghanistan. These things came out of Muhammad's wives and what Omar said to Muhammad to do to his wives, and then it kind of spread out of that. It wasn't the norm. It wasn't something everybody did. This was a new invention, if you like. Whilst, you could be right that most of the slave women or women who were captured as slaves and concubines in wartime were considered, they were being sold naked in markets. Because the thing is, if they're slave women, they're obviously going to strip them down naked so that the men who are looking at them, want to buy them, can see, I don't know, if the woman is healthy, if she's got good hips, waist to hip ratio.
So Banksy, when are we reverting then?
When are we what?
You sold it to me, man. Sex slave, all that good stuff. When are we revert?
When are we establishing it?
Yeah, like when are we reverting, man?
We can also establish prima nocta.
God.
Bring it all back, baby. Bring it all back. It's good, the good old days. Look, dude.
Do you know what the funny thing is, though? One thing I don't understand is how, like, a Muslim can, like, hear sex slave and then think, or, like, somehow turn the blind eye or excuse it away with, like, magical hand waving and say, oh, no, it's back then and we don't do it now. Well, that means the religion's changed. And if that's the case, it's weird how you'll turn a blind eye to that, because all you have to say to any Muslim, if me as an atheist did that to your mum right now, because whatever I subscribed to said it was permitted, you'd be really upset about it. Really upset if I just snitched your mum and said, oh, by the way, Mr. Ex-Muslim's mum, your mum is now my sex slave and she's going to walk around bare-chested and I'm going to do whatever I want, whenever I want, just because. It's crazy how when they put themselves in it, it's like, no, unacceptable, this can't work. But then it's part of their religion. So it's like, oh well, it's that type of cognitive dissonance to me is so weird.
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
you know it's wrong because if you put yourself in that scenario where it was the females in your family that were being treated like that, you'd be pissed off. But because it's part of your team's lingo, prescription, doctrine,
Yeah.
like you turn a blind eye, and I feel like that to me should just have you thinking to yourself, actually, probably a good idea we leave that little bit out. And if you're going to leave that little bit out because you know it's wrong, then what else is there in the faith that could probably be put aside and forgotten about? Do you know what I mean?
Thing. I had a debate with two of these Muslim Dawa guys, like the senior ones. I forgot their names. One of them is a doctor. The other one is one of these Dawa guys at the Speaker's Corner. This was ages ago, and in hindsight, I realized what I should have said to them. But what they said to me about the child marriage thing, the whole thing was about Aisha's marriage. And they essentially, their argument boiled down to, because Muhammad at the time could do this and no one socially objected to it, it was perfectly acceptable. And if the parents agreed to it, then it was a perfectly acceptable thing, because at the time it was socially acceptable to have these types of marriages.
Hold on, Banksy, do you remember, do you know that in this country we used to send kids up chimneys? And do you know?
Yeah.
Do you know when in buildings they use materials like asbestos when constructing these buildings?
Yeah, lead in paints.
But hold on, we know better now. We know better now. So guess what we don't do? Is we don't put asbestos. Use that shit.
But listen to this. When I argued with them about this, and they said, okay, at the time, 7th century, Muhammad did what he did with Aisha, and it was socially acceptable, and the parents agreed to it, and it was all good. But if Muhammad lived at this particular time in society, this is not socially acceptable, so he wouldn't have done it. But what I didn't say, which I forgot, which I realized later, is that if you're telling me that Muhammad is the greatest example for all mankind for all time, then you are literally telling me that Muhammad's actions were wrong, but he would have then changed his actions later on. If today he was alive, he would have changed that. So then he's not the greatest example for all mankind for all time, because he changes his ethics and his behavior according to the social norms of the time. So he can't be the greatest example for all mankind for all time, because he's trapped within his 7th century behavior, and he would change his behavior according to the 20th century or 21st century. So if that's the case, then your argument of him being a great example is null and void. You can't use that.
To be honest, should be back to look. All joking aside, but all you have to do is ask any Muslim whose brain is still working. Did their prophet own other human beings as property? Did he have sex slaves at any point? If the answer to that is yes, do you think that was morally correct back then? Maybe there's an argument that could be made they didn't know better. You know better now, right? And you personally wouldn't keep sex slaves or own human beings as property now, would you? No. So, and then that's it. Just let the penny drop.
Yeah, but the thing is, again, that is the exact, that's it. I mean, you made the same point, is the fact that if Muhammad would change his mind, would Muhammad if he was alive in the 21st century, would he have sex slaves and have slaves? And if they say no, because the social norms of today doesn't allow it, well, then in that case, Muhammad isn't an example for all time and for all man, because he would change according to the morals of today. And if that's the case, then his morals and ethics are malleable to the time that he lives in.
I've got a theory about Muhammad. I don't know if you guys would be interested here, but I kind of know this is a fact, but it's gonna come across as a conspiracy theory. But I know about Muhammad here, everything about him. I got inside knowledge of how he became powerful, and it's not the story that you guys know. The story is this year. You know, you have these coups that are done, coups that are done by CIA and MI. You know how they go and do a coup and they make a leader, yeah? So basically, Muhammad, yeah, he was chosen to become a leader of this religion, and it was all done by these Western powers, right? These Western. You're gonna say to me you don't believe it, yeah, but I got the inside knowledge, yeah. But like what it seems, yeah, is like he was a weak person that wanted money and women and ego, and they like imagine you got CIA, yeah, and they want to pick a leader. They want someone they can manipulate. Someone's got greed, someone who wants money and women and stuff. And so they found Muhammad, yeah, as this perfect person, right, to create this religion. And you know, this religion, yeah, it was only created to destroy like Iran, to destroy this part of the world, so they could control like the Mediterranean and the West and all that stuff, yeah. So like this Muhammad, yeah, he was like basically like chosen to be leader by. It was actually created by Western power to destroy this part of the world, like to kind of put everyone down. I feel like at the end of the day, yeah, it was a bad thing for Arabs and for Iran and for all of this stuff. But yeah, like I feel like it is more deeper than what people think. He didn't just do it himself. He didn't just become the leader himself. He was chosen by like MI5 type people to become the leader. And you can see, yeah, like his kind of interest in women, his desire for money.
Did you just say Islam's prophet was chosen by 7th century MI5?
Yeah, like basically the powers that were related to like Rome. So they were
bruh. What are you doing right now?
But I told you I got insider knowledge, so you can ask me anything, yeah. But
what are you doing right now?
I'm sitting here talking to you. But it makes more sense, bro. Like I'm telling you, yeah, like it makes more sense. I know it's a fact.
Wait, you think that Islam's prophet was put there by 7th century MI5, and you say that makes more sense rather than a guy who just started a movement, yeah?
No, because I'm actually part of the story, yeah? You understand what I'm saying, yeah? Because the people in Iran and Pakistan and India, we are part of the story. So because this is to do with Jesus and like Roman power, so these guys already had a big victory with Jesus, right? They already had a big victory with Rome. They created this religion. They had a big victory with Rome. Their enemies were who was Rome fighting? Rome was fighting against Persia, right? Against the Persians, against the Sasanians, all of these people, right? Those guys were fighting for the Mediterranean. When they brought Muhammad here, they found a way to go to Arabia and attack and destroy the Persians. It was a way to destroy the Persians. You understand? To destroy that whole leadership of Iran, of Central Asia, of India, of Pakistan, to basically destroy that whole thing. Yeah, to just finish them because they were already weak here. But Persians and Romans were fighting for that Mediterranean. So when Muhammad came here, like he the first thing he did was destroy Persia, to destroy the Zoroastrians. And you can see this, right? Because Zoroastrian religion, like, was like an enemy of Islam in a way, right? Because, in terms of the religion, the Zoroastrian is an ancient religion, that older than Judaism, but they don't respect it. Yeah, like the Muslims don't respect it. And this thing about the fire, you know, in Zoroastrian they have the fire. The Muslims made the fire as a demon, right? So there's a lot of stuff there, yeah, that you can sort of, if you look into the religion. Like the demon in Islam.
One moment, I think Banksy, do you want me to play this 6-minute video?
It's actually, yeah, it's a letter from the king of Persia to the Arab Omar bin Khattab. So I've read it before, but if you play it, then I think that proves what Carv is talking about.
Okay, so I'll play it.
Asgard III, 632 to 651 CE, to the Arab Caliph of Muslims, Omar ibn al-Khattab is in the British Museum, placed in a secure storage area and currently unavailable to public view due to political correctness, and also to avoid damaging the relations between the West and OPEC nations. These policies might change in a very near future as the world heads towards the new era of renewable alternative energy sources, and also with the current rise of the far-right political parties in the West, as well as people's awareness and concern about a major Islamic threat within their own borders. Unless we learn from history, we are destined to repeat it. The date in which this letter has been written is after the Battle of Qadisiyah, Al-Qadisiyah, 16th to 19th November 636 CE. The ultimatum of the Arab Caliph to King of Persia, from Omar ibn al-Khattab, Khalifat al-Muslimin, Caliph of Muslims, to Yazgir III, Shah of the Fars, Emperor of Persia. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. I do not foresee a good future for you and your nation, save your acceptance of my terms and your submission to me. There was a time when your country ruled half the world, but now see how your sun has set. On all fronts, your armies have been defeated, and your nation is condemned to extinction. I point out to you the path whereby you might escape this fate, namely, that you begin worshipping the one God, the unique deity, the only God who created all that is. I bring you his message. Order your nation to cease the false worship of fire and to join us, that they may join the truth. Worship Allah, the creator of the world. Worship Allah and accept Islam as the path of salvation. End now your...
See, it's about fire. I told you it's about fire, yeah?
Yeah, so you talk a bit and then I'll play it again because I don't want the phone.
Oh, no, this is not copyrighted. I created this. This is mine.
Oh, you created it? Oh, okay then.
Yeah, I created this. There's no copyright to this.
Okay then.
Polytheistic ways and become Muslims, that you may accept Allahu Akbar as your savior. This is the only way of securing your own survival and the peace of your Persians. You will do this if you know what is good for you and for your Persians. Submission is your only option. Allahu Akbar Khalifat al-Muslimin, Omar ibn al-Khattab. The historical response of King Yazgurd III to the Arabs from King of Kings, King of Persia and beyond, Shah of many kingdoms, Shahanshah of Persian Empire, Yazgurd III, Sassanid II, Omar ibn al-Khattab, the Arab Caliph. In your letter, you summon us Persians to your God, whom you call Allahu Akbar, and because of your barbarity and ignorance, without knowing who we are and whom we worship, you demand that we seek out your God and become worshippers of Allahu Akbar. How strange that you occupy the seat of the Arab Caliph, but are as ignorant as any desert roaming Arab. You admonish me to become monotheistic in faith. Ignorant man, Mardak. For thousands of years, we Persians have, in this land of culture and art, been monotheistic, and 5 times a day have we offered prayers to God's throne of oneness. While we laid the foundations of philanthropy and righteousness and kindness in this world, and held high the ensign of good thoughts, good words, and good deeds, you and your ancestors were desert wanderers who ate snakes and lizards and buried your innocent daughters alive. You Arabs who have no regard for God's creatures, who mercilessly put people to the sword, who mistreat your women, who attack caravans and are highway robbers, who commit murder, who kidnap women and spouses. How dare you presume to teach us, who are above these evils, to worship God? You tell me to cease the worship of fire and to worship God instead. To us Persians, the light of fire is reminiscent of the light of God. The radiance and the sun-like warmth of fire exuberates our hearts. And the pleasant warmth of it brings our hearts and spirits closer together, that we may be philanthropic, kind, and considerate, that gentleness and forgiveness may become our way of life, and that thereby the light of God may keep shining in our hearts. Our God is the great Ahura Mazda, Lord of Wisdom. Strange is this, that you too have now decided to give God a name, and you call God by the name of Allahu Akbar. But we are nothing like you. We, in the name of Ahura Mazda, practice compassion and love and goodness and righteousness and forgiveness and care for the dispossessed and the unfortunate. But you, in the name of your Allahu Akbar, commit murder, create misery and subject others to suffering. Tell me truly who is to blame for your misdeeds. Your God who orders genocide, plunder and destruction, or you who do these things in God's name, or both? You who have spent all your days in brutality and barbarity have now come out of your desolate deserts resolved to teach, by the blade and by conquest, the worship of God to a people who have for thousands of years been civilized and have relied on culture and knowledge and art as mighty edifices. What have you, in the name of your Allahu Akbar, taught these armies of Islam besides destruction and pillage and murder that you now presume to summon others to your God? Today my people's fortunes have changed. Their armies, who were subjects of Ahura Mazda, have now been defeated by the Arab armies of Allahu Akbar, and they are being forced, at the point of the sword, to convert to the God by the name of Allahu Akbar, and are forced to offer God prayers 5 times a day, but now in Arabic, since apparently your Allahu Akbar only understands Arabic. I advise you to return to your lizard-infested deserts. Do not let loose upon our cities your cruel, barbarous Arabs who are like rabid animals. Refrain from the murder of my people. Refrain from pillaging my people. Refrain from kidnapping our daughters in the name of your Allahu Akbar. Refrain from these crimes and evils. We Persians are a forgiving people,
You just waited
a
10
kind
minutes,
and
bro. I
well-meaning
got an
people.
inside story. I don't
Wherever
know why
we
I listened
go,
to this, bro.
we
I
sow
already
the
know what
seeds
happened.
of goodness,
I got a fucking inside
amity,
story.
and righteousness.
Please shut up. I need to play the video. You can talk after the video.
The video has been played about 50 times on the show, and everyone, and it's fake as well. This letter's not real. It's fake. It's obviously a troll. Like
It's not. It's fake. There's literally clippings of it, of the images of the letters that are held in the British Museum today. They're in the British Museum right now.
Because it seems fake. The way he's saying Allahu Akbar, he's saying your God.
Let's finish. I want to. You know what? This is the problem with a lot of the Muslims. I'm going to bring you St. Thomas Aquinas that also criticizes Muhammad after Banksy's video was played. And this is the problem. The Muslims don't like to be criticized. Remember, there's no free speech in Muslim lands. It's only secular Christian lands they have free speech.
Who are you talking about?
No, you see, the
This
thing
is why
with
we
this.
have the capacity to overlook the crimes and the
that was real,
misdeeds of your
many
Arabs.
years ago, but I
Stay in your
realized
desert with your Allahu Akbar, and do not approach our cities, for horrid is your belief, and brutish is your conduct. Sign, Yazdgerd III, Sassanid.
Yeah, like this is not. I'm gonna tell you the true story. Yeah, there's no point like listening to this stuff here because you know we were in the middle of the story. Like my lineage is in the middle of the story, so I'm gonna tell you like you're listening to people on the side. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you from the horse's mouth. Yeah, what happened? Yeah, you know in Islam, yeah, the devil he's called Iblis. Iblis. Yeah, his name is BLS in Arabic. Yeah, BLS. Yeah, is Iblis. Yeah, and this BLS word. Yeah, in English it means blessing. It means blessing. Yeah, in Arabic, yeah, it's the same as barakat. Yeah, BRK. So you know, BLS and BRK, they are the same word. Yeah, and obviously in English, yeah, it means blessing. In Arabic, yeah, blessing is barakat, BRK. So Muhammad, yeah, he made the fire, yeah, the demon, and his name he made it Iblis, yeah, BLS, yeah. So that's our name, innit? BRK, BLS, and our thing was fire, yeah. It was fire, yeah. Like our symbol was like in Zoroastrian fire, yeah. So Muhammad made us the demon because he was against us. He didn't care about nothing. He was brought there to destroy like our power. That at the time, yeah, we kind of had some power in Iran and that part of the world, yeah. And the Phoenician. This is going on before. We had Phoenician as well. You know, it's been going on for a long time. But yeah, that's. Yeah, it's this name of BLS, like the name of Iblis, the demon, BL is the same as the word blessing, yeah, and in Barakat in Arabic it means blessing, yeah. But Muhammad Muhammad's religion is a bit backward. It's a bit
Omar,
stupid.
give Betty a minute to read this. This is this from Thomas Aquinas, right?
Yeah, this is St. Thomas Aquinas.
All right, go on.
Can
Betty,
you read it, Answer? Because I'm
I
dyslexic.
can't. I'm terrible at reading out loud.
I'm the dyslexic
God,
man.
I sound like a moron when I read out loud.
Dyslexic man. You know what I mean? I'm
Okay.
dyslexic.
Let me see if I can have a go at this thing. Okay. He, Muhammad, seduced the people by promises of carnal pleasure to which... sorry, you made it bigger. I lost. Okay. Carnal promises of promises of carnal pleasure to which the conspicuance of the Christ, I'm probably reading this thing, of the flesh urges us. His teachings also contained precepts that were in conformity with his promises, and he gave free rein to carnal pleasure. In all this, as is not unexpected, he was obeyed by carnal men. As for proofs of the truth of his doctrine, he brought forward only such as could be grasped by the natural ability of anyone with a very modest wisdom. Indeed, the truth that he taught he mingled with many fables and with doctrines of the greatest fallacy. Falsity. Sorry, falsity.
Thank you, Banksy. So this is like Khan always wants to know why I'm such a Catholic and a Christian. This is the fact of the matter. This is in the 1300s. St. Thomas Aquinas is a saint in the Catholic Church. This is what he said of Muhammad and his followers. And how can a man in the 1300s know that Muhammad is a carnal man? Yeah, it's true. He was obeyed by carnal men, promising war booty. That's what the man was about. That's why he had 12 wives and a sex slave. And what I can't understand is how can a Muslim ask me as a Christian to convert to Islam? Look at how you treated a Christian woman. You never married that Maria. You turned her into a sex slave and gave birth to her. Your so-called prophet never put a ring on it. So don't. I rest my fucking case. That's how the Muslims treat Christian women. Carry on back, sir.
Yeah, no, I mean, the funny thing is, you see, the reason I made a whole video about that Yazgard the third letter and Omar bin Khattab, because that was the contemporary of Muhammad's time. I mean, I think it was only just very shortly after Muhammad had died where all of these letters were sent out by Omar bin Khattab to say that they're going to come and start conquering all these different countries, and Persia was one of them. And like Omar said, Kavi said that, you know, the Persians were the first empire that they went towards because that was one of the great empires of the time. Well, it wasn't really the Persian Empire anyway. By the time the Muslims came around, it was the Sassanid dynasty. So it had shrinked because of so many different wars before.
Also, they weren't a Muslim, so can't say it wasn't a Muslim empire in the beginning. I thought the Persian Empire was a Muslim empire, so it wasn't.
No, Zoroastrian. I mean, you just saw what he said about Zoroastrian.
How can you think that the Persian Empire was a Muslim empire and then like be involved in any discussion about anything?
No, dude. Okay, she didn't know. Take it easy. But what I'm trying to say is that this is what the contemporaries, because Thomas Aquinas came many centuries later, and so he had to learn about Muhammad through the Muslim text, through the Quran, the Hadith, etc. Whilst Yazgard III was practically alive the same time as Muhammad. So they knew what these Arabs were like. They know what Omar bin Khattab is like, and all of the companions of Muhammad. These are, by the way, Omar bin Khattab is one of the revered companions of Muhammad. So this wasn't some person who came hundreds of years later and then had to learn through books about these people. No, he knew these people. He knew how they behave. He knew them in his time, in his lifetime. And so for me, this is important because it shows what the people of greater empires thought about the Arabs. And I'm sure the Romans didn't exactly have a lot of favorable things to say about the Arabs either. But I don't know if there's any famous letters.
He roasted Muhammad and his followers, didn't it? That was a proper roast. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Of that letter myself.
I'll tell you something about the Arabs. Yeah, it's pretty deep. Yeah, actually, yeah, you know the Arabs. Yeah, they I think, in my opinion, yeah, historically, they should be the highest race in the world for a couple of reasons. I'll tell you. And I think like this is what Muhammad, they fucked them up as well. They fucked up their reputation. Because you know these Jewish people, yeah, the Jewish priestly line, yeah, is a J1 line. This line that I got, yeah, J1 P58 is the oldest line in Eurasia, paternal lineage, J1, yeah, and also the Jewish priestly class, like the highest caste of the Jews, like the priest, the Kohen. This is their like lineage of the J1. J1 is the oldest lineage in like that part of the world. It's a lineage I got as well. The Arabs have the most of this lineage, and you know how I was telling you like the Romans and these other people used the Arabs. They knew the Arabs were powerful people. They actually knew that these Arabs were the ones, and they were like related to my people, yeah. And it was a sick move that they turned the Arabs against us. It was a sick move that they did. I tell you, the Romans and the Northern Europeans who done this, yeah. They were laughing, yeah. They laughed so much, yeah, because they turned our own cousins against us, yeah. Because the Arab J1 lineage comes from Iran and Persia and Balochistan. If you actually look at the Arab lineage.
Sorry, Omar. Just 1 second. Veli, there's someone in the back. Veli, people in the back.
If you actually look at the Arab lineage, it's actually a high, very ancient and lineage related to like knowledge and like eliteness and nobility, and you know. The Arabs now they're seen as barbaric because of that religion, but they were actually a very high people, like a very noble people. If you actually meet Saudis, they're actually good people. You know, they're actually like down to earth, like they don't like violence, they're friendly. If you actually meet Arabs, they're actually good people. Yeah, Saudis and stuff, they're actually good people. Yeah, but and they even clever. I think they're even more smart.
Imran, do you know why I'm struggling? I'm struggling to believe what you're saying. Historically, And specifically in our infancy as a species, we have been horrible cunts to one another. Horrible cunts. So for you to say, like, at one point, these people were being nice, it's like, well, yeah, but we've been horrible cunts to one another for most of history. So, like,
but what happened is that things got worse over the last couple of thousand years, especially at the end of the Aryan period, at the Bronze Age, around the Bronze Age, that's when things got really bad, because there was so much money and patriarchy, and like the more money that was created, the more there was a lot of stuff happening. I can't explain it all. Yeah, it's to do with different civilizations and growth of wealth and turmoil. Things are moving too fast, and everyone was it was like a grab, innit? A grab, like a gold rush. So all this wars and stuff is happening at a time when the world is getting richer, and it's just like a gold rush. It's just like take over the trade routes, because all these guys they were fighting, they'll take over trade routes, and people are still working and making money, right? So something was funding all these armies, something was funding all of these wars, and it was the increase of wealth. Like it was like a gold rush basically that also created all these wars and stuff.
The thing is,
hold on, one second.
Let me just.
One second, Banksy, hold on. I saw a comment in the comment from Counter that says the Sharia of Allah is inevitable, right? And I'm thinking that's a really bold statement to make, and I'll tell you why, right? That means the only way that this can happen is if people who know what the Sharia actually is are actively pushing for the Sharia. Now, I would ask anybody who feels like they want the Sharia in its entirety, do you know what the Sharia is in its entirety? Because I believe, it's just a belief, if you knew some parts of the Sharia were a bit, maybe let's not do that bit, then you don't want Allah's Sharia in its entirety, and therefore maybe fall back a little bit. Or anyone who wants Sharia, just point me to where I can get all of the Sharia in like a bullet point list, please. I need it correlated into a bullet point list with all the laws, all the rules, in like a list that I can digest. But if you don't have access to that information, or you don't know that information, just stop flapping your sheer rapid lips and then come back later.
One thing I want to say. Hold on, Carvin.
Love you, Carlo.
Okay, Ultra. The thing that Omar has been saying in regards to the Arabs, being somewhat peaceful or whatever, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I don't believe that, because I believe what you said, that we've always been cunts to each other from day one. But the one thing I will say is the Arabs, for the most part, in antiquity, especially during the Roman, Persian, and Mesopotamian sort of wars, they were irrelevant. Nobody cared. Nobody even, if you look at the maps of Persian Empire, look at the maps of where the Romans conquered, nobody went to the Arabian Peninsula. Nobody went down to Mecca and Medina area, because nobody cared. It was a desolate desert shithole. And so anyone who came across an Arab from the Arabian Peninsula was probably in good, kept them in good, or had good interactions, because they were trading with them, and these people were just Bedouins, just solo people, so they weren't warring against anyone, they weren't fighting you, because if an Arab came from sort of south, the Arabian Peninsula, there you go, look at the map, and look where Saudi Arabia, Yemen, Oman, Arab Emirates are. Nobody gave a shit about that area. Nobody went there because it was just shit. There was nothing for anyone of interest. So I think the Arabs that anyone came across were pleasant Arabs, because they were just trading. They were just Bedouins, and they traded whatever they had with them. So they probably never had bad experiences with Arabs, because Arabs were irrelevant.
I'm telling you how all this comes. I'm telling you the background to what you're talking about. I'm telling you the background to how these tribes are in this location, right? Now, the Arab Peninsula, like you say, the desert, but what I'm telling you, the Arab people, their paternal lineage, how did they end up living there? They are related to the Jewish priests. They are related to the oldest people, the most civilized people, like the most powerful people in the world, right? And the reason that they're living in Saudi Arabia is this was like you said, like a crossroads between East and West, right? So the Arab land is like between India. Like we were in India in the West, my tribe, on this map here, you can see the little part of India right on the right-hand side, like at the bottom, the little coastal part of India. We were living there, right? So we used to have boats. We used to go all across these waters to Arabia, then across the Mediterranean. We used to do this whole region. And Saudi Arabia, they used to trade between India, between like the West, the Mediterranean, right? So they had a lot of, they were not these backward people, but sometimes their trade routes got like messed up. They lost money. They became poor. By the time we enter the story of Muhammad, they have become poor. Do you understand? So by the time we get to Muhammad, they've become poor. Now, who made them poor? Who made this is the thing, yeah? The people in the West, the Romans, and they planned all this shit out, yeah, like from before. And so they made the Arabs poor. They've moved the trade routes. They've kind of deprived the Arabs of stuff, yeah. And after that, yeah, they've used that. The Arabs were poor. Muhammad was poor. They used that. Okay, and they create Islam. Islam only happened because the Arabs were poor at that time, and they were probably pissed off that the Romans were rich. They're probably jealous of the Romans. Do you understand? All this jealousy, like Muhammad wanted to be rich. He sees the Romans that are rich. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure if that assessment is correct. I mean, Betty, if you could please show that image, the last link that I sent. That's the Mongolian Empire.
Okay.
The biggest empire the world has ever known, as far as a single landmass is concerned. Again, look at where Mecca is. Look at the Mongolian Empire. No one went there. No one gave a shit about the Arabs because the Arabs were irrelevant for most of the ancient sort of history. Nobody cared. The Arabs became relevant from the time of Islam. That's when they started branching out.
Because the Arab lineage, the listen, the J1 line.
Come on, man. Islam, because when Islam comes about, there's the Islamic conquest of Asia and the Islamic conquest of Africa, and it's all at the same time.
Exactly. I mean, that's when the Arabs became relevant on the world stage, because nobody cared. Even the Mongols didn't bother going down to the Arabian Peninsula. They covered all of Persia. They covered most of Persia. They covered all of China. Some of India. Down all of these areas they went to, except, and obviously they didn't really go much into Europe, but the Arabian Peninsula is right there for the Mongols to take over, but they never bothered going.
Listen, I'm telling you, Arabs are more civilized, than Persians. I tell you the truth, Arabs are a higher race than Iranians. They are a higher race because you guys are come from a haplogroup. You're Aryans. Aryans, the Aryans. They are like a low race. They come from tribe. They come from haplogroup K. Like their ancestor was nothing. I tell you the truth, innit? Like Iran, the people of Iran. You didn't make your civilization, it was us who made it, and we left. The J1, the Arabs, they're the ones who made Iran from the mountains, and then they left and went to Saudi Arabia, then they moved out of there. But they're the ones that made
Arab? Are you an Arab? Because he just said we Arabs. So are you an Arab? Is that what you said?
I said we done it, but Arabs were related to me out of J1. Like
you're J1, like Pakistani Indian.
J1 and R1 and R1B. Do you know what I'm talking about? Like,
do you have the same haplogroups as the Arabs?
Are you a J1? Is that what you're saying? That because you're superior due to you having the male paternal line J1? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, pretty much. I'll tell you why. A couple of points that you guys don't understand. Like people think that Jewish people are
the haplogroup map out then, since we're talking haplogroup, so people know.
The haplogroup is important for historical reasons. It's very important for historical reasons because it's to do with like all these big civilizations and stuff. It's not exactly everything, but it's kind of one major piece along with other stuff. Now you see the Jewish people. Their priests, like their highest caste, is defined by J1. This is called the Kohen modal haplogroup, right? So it's like this J1 line is associated with Jewish priests.
Betty, could you please show the next one as well, please?
This is associated with the Jewish priests, right? But Arabs have the most of this lineage, right? So every Arab has this, like most.
Okay. Just one second, Omar.
The Jewish,
this is the Emperor Alexander. Again, do you see a pattern here? do you see that no one wants to go down to the Arabian Peninsula? No one gave a shit. Dude, I don't know what you're talking about, what diatribe that you're fucking coming out with, Omar, but this shit, the world's empires did not give a shit about these so-called higher elevated Arabs that you're talking about. No one bothered to go there. How is it that over these hundreds of years, thousands of years of empires, no one bothered to even try to conquer the Arabian Peninsula? You know why? Because it's shit. It's desert. There was nothing there. No one gives a shit about the Arabs.
This is something you understand, yeah? We put the Arabs there for a reason because no one could conquer that place. Precisely for that reason, we put the Arabs there. Do you know what I'm saying to you? They went there because no one conquered them, and they're the ones that conquered you. So they fucking won, you dickhead. Are you dumb or something here? Do you understand? They're the ones that fucking conquered you, and you're talking like they're dickheads, yeah? Like they lived there for a reason. That they never got conquered by anyone. Exactly what you said, didn't it? You get what I'm saying? And they could trade. They could still trade, but they had to live in the desert, as you say. They had to live in the desert. It was difficult, yeah. And sometimes they became poor, and because they became poor, they didn't like it. That's how they got manipulated. Yeah.
Hang on. How can the Arabs not get conquered when the Ethiopians were controlling Yemen?
But this is
and
what
they say the Arabs came from Yemen. They did get conquered. The Ethiopian Empire.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody knows the Ethiopians controlled that Yemen southern part where the Arabs actually say they came from for hundreds of years. So that's a lie to say the Arabs didn't get conquered. They got conquered, fam. That's why you get so many Arabs coming up with Ethiopian ancestry. Allow it, man.
Yeah, like Arab didn't really, because like Fancy said, no one wants to go to the desert, right? It's one of those things, like no one wants to go there. It's a difficult place, and no one's gonna go and conquer it. That's how they survived. Look, they hardly ever got dominated. They hardly ever got conquered by anyone. Yeah, no one wanted to go there, and they were able to conquer others. And they could go to the west, they could go to Spain, they could go to India, they could go to many places. Yeah, so that they had this kind of advantage, right? Which we don't. All this story is complicated, yo. I'm telling you, this is not some story. Like Banksy thinks this story started like at a time of, this story is going back since like 10,000 years. How the people are living there, how the other tribes, the Jewish,
Betty, I just posted another map. You're right. The Ethiopian Empire did actually take Western Yemen, but it was really just the Western Yemen just off the Horn of Africa, Somalia. So they went into Djibouti and west of Yemen. But apart from that, and by the way, that's because that's all the coastal lines. Everybody wants to build their societies around water, especially, sea or land, places where it's fruitful. That's why they only took that area. If you notice, they didn't even go past that. They didn't go further into Yemen, further east, because it's shit.
But why would they? It's desolate wasteland. There's nothing there.
Exactly. Nobody gave a shit about that part of the world. It's nothing there.
I mean, there is now, because like infinite amounts of money.
Yeah, oil did it.
But back in the day, bro, even now, if you strip away the facade, it's bullshit and it's desolate. There's nothing. I don't get me wrong. It's a sight to behold, but once you've been there on like a 10-night all inclusive, it's like, oh, okay, next.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you know what I mean?
Exactly.
And then remember, we're talking about.
They're leasing land in East Africa.
Your video,
Arabs, because
who
their land is
translated your video, Banksy? Who translated your video, Banksy?
I made the video.
Who translated it though? Because obviously you're saying it's from a 13th century letter.
Oh yeah. Well, it's not 13th century, 7th century.
No, it's not. The 13th century, Chris, is St. Thomas Aquinas. You confused with what's being said.
Who translated it?
Well, I mean, this was a heritage website which had translated it, or at least had the translations on there.
Well, the thing is, mate, I mean,
there is a woman. Let me tell you this. There is a woman at the bottom of that heritage site which actually reads out the Iranian, the Farsi, the Persian version of the Persian side of the letter. But unfortunately, I can't. I mean, I can give you the video, but you won't understand what the hell it's saying anyway. But there are people in Iran that read ancient. They can still read ancient Persian.
I'm on my lunch break and I'm doing other things, and I just thought I'd have a quick look to see what was going on YouTube. And I heard some of that letter, and in that letter, the word genocide is used.
Well,
That's
I mean,
not
like,
a 7th century. That's not a
no,
7th
but I mean, they would have
century word.
used that
The word
term as a
genocide is
translation, obviously.
Translation of the letter, Chris.
But the
Of
letter
course, they're
is
going
the
to use
letter is
modern
7th
language to
century.
translate it.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
they
but
would
they're
have
not
translated.
using
They're
it.
translating
They're
it to
using
modern
words that
English.
existed
Yeah.
in that day.
Yeah, but
So
they're
how can we
translating
trust
it to modern
translation?
English.
What you
How
talking?
can we
So you're
trust that
telling me that there was never
translation?
no genocide, Chrissy? Don't talk
Look,
nonsense.
The
yeah, I
word
mean,
genocide is
in that time
relatively
of Mohammed.
modern.
yeah, but they
If
translated
that's
into.
a
As I
7th
said, I can give you
century
the
letter,
Iranian. I can give
the
you the
word
video.
genocide didn't exist
Listen,
in the
Chrissy,
7th century.
I can give you the Iranian woman reading out
No, I
the
don't
thing
know. It's all,
in
no, because
Persian,
basically,
but
if
you
she's
wouldn't understand it anyway.
biased,
So
No, it's just
it's not
being
my
if she's
fault.
biased
A man
and she's
cannot
using
even
words
speak
that didn't
Persian.
exist
Can't
back
read
in the
No,
day,
no.
Persian.
Look,
not
look,
being
look,
translated.
the letter can be read in actual first language Farsi. So there are people in Iran that can actually read that kind of because the lettering, the alphabet of the Iranian alphabet has been changed to an Arabic alphabet since. But people can
Played it in
read
modern
ancient
English, and the word
Persian
genocide
Farsi.
never existed in
I
the
know.
7th century.
I know, but what I'm trying to tell you is this has been
putting a bias on it, aren't you?
translated
What other
into
biases
modern
have you put in?
English.
But
So
no, it's not a
they would have.
translation. Look, the word
Yes.
genocide didn't exist in the 7th
Yes, but
century.
it's been translated
That
into.
means
They have an equivalent word.
Genocide happened in that time. It's
Exactly, and so they
irrelevant.
use it as an equivalent word.
It is irrelevant. The word genocide didn't invented overnight.
That letter.
Yeah.
That
listen,
letter would
listen.
not have the word genocide
and understand
Chrissy, this isn't a word for word translation.
Modern word.
No, this isn't a word for word. No, but listen to me.
Century, was there?
In English, but there are equivalent words in Farsi and other languages. So they've taken that word and they've looked at it and they said the most relevant word, the most relevant translation from the Iranian, from the Farsi, is genocide.
If they're using
Well,
words
because
that didn't exist in the 7th century, how do we know that the rest of it
No. You see, this is the problem, Chrissy. You think that word wasn't the English word for genocide wasn't invented in the 7th century, but there are equivalent words. But what would be
translated?
No, you have
from
to.
the
You have
7th century.
listen. You have to think of this: that there were words that people used in other languages which meant genocide in their language, but it wasn't the genocide word in English because the English didn't have genocide.
So maybe they should have used the correct word.
But the fact is that this is the equivalence. This is the equivalent word in English. So but what I'm trying to tell you, Chrissy, if you like to go and learn Persian, go and learn Farsi. You can then sit and listen to the original Farsi and go with it. Otherwise, you have to accept the English translation.
Never existed when that
It doesn't matter.
It's not fucking precise. We're just gonna move on because he's chatting nonsense. You know what I mean? If you brought up your claim back up, you don't speak Persian. Any scholars?
I can't hear what either of you are saying because both of you are talking over. So Banksy, what did it feel like to be chased into a pub by people that you were trying to support?
Banksy left.
Banksy?
Yeah, because of this idiot.
Oh, has he left? Has he run off?
Banksy's immature sometimes.
Run off. Can I just say something, Betty? You know why Ultra's always going to be better than you? Because Ultra, no matter what happened, I don't think would ever mock a parent about the murder of their fucking child. You did.
Fucking hell, what the hell, man? Let's jump to different topic.
And now you laugh about it. Rather than go, do you know what? It weren't my best day. I was angry. You laugh about it.
And I'm laughing now.
Okay, but that's you. Laughing about a parent losing their child to murder is not funny, no matter what way you come at it.
I don't have time to put up with a BNP member like you.
I'm not a BNP member. I've never been a BNP member. But
can we go back to the topic?
You are a racist scumbag locally.
Talk about?
Betty, you are a racist low scumbag. That's what
Chris,
you
man,
are.
let's just talk, man.
I would never mock a
Calm down,
parent
bro. Like,
about their murdered child, but
you
you
come too
do.
heavy, bro, man. You come too heavy, Chris. Today, you come too heavy, man.
Oh, my heart
I hear you,
bleeds.
bro.
I'm not.
Your heart bleeds.
My heart
See,
bleeds.
you've not got any empathy at all, have you? You've not got any
No, I've
compassion.
got no empathy whatsoever. That's why I'm trying to change the subject.
There are very few
Listen,
people.
Betty, I want to ask Chris a question. Yeah, Chris, I want to ask you something here. You said yesterday you grew up
Slow
in
down,
Leytonstone.
brother. I can hardly hear you.
Yesterday you said that you grew up in Leytonstone. Yeah, how do you feel about it?
Leytonstone.
That's where I grew up as well.
I was born on Hampton Road, bruv, off Grove Green Road.
Oh, God.
Thanks to come back. I know I'm sorry about this idiot. You know what Chris is like.
No, you're the idiot, Betty, because you're laughing about a fucking parent that's lost their child to murder. How would you feel if that happened? I don't think you've got any children. I mean, you come on here playing fucking recordings of babies crying to try and say you've got a baby. You are fucking shot in the head, Betty.
Vikings in Africa.
You are shot in the head, Betty.
There are very few records of the Vikings in Africa, and the ones we got are written 100 to 200 years after the events happened, and the accounts are almost exclusively from Arab sources. There are very few references in the sagas to this. But we do know that the Vikings traded with the Muslims and the Persians, and they would bring goods from the Nordic countries and trade them for items that were non-existing or difficult to come by in the Viking world. One of the main economic incentives for the Viking raids were of course the slave trade, and the Vikings didn't discriminate when it came to who they plundered or killed, so Africa would not escape the Viking raids any more than Europeans did. Let's take a closer look at what we have on the Vikings in Africa.
Þetta Víkingasaga með Magnus.
The Vikings were familiar enough with African people to give their ethnicity or appearance a name.
Blámaður.
Meaning blue men. Why they called them blue men, when they had words for both brown and black, is unknown, but a common pet name for...
You know why I think they would have called them blue men? Because if you look at that Amazigh, the Berbers, they wear blue. They wear their scarves and they dye their blue. So they're probably talking about in relation to what they're wearing.
Vikings would have mocked the parents of murdered children? Do you think Vikings would have done that?
For a black sheep was...
Blaumaður.
Like you did, babe.
Blue man. The word is also similar to the word blackamoor, which is Middle English for Africans. The same color could have different words in Old Norse, depending on what you were describing or talking about. According to Dr. Jackson Crawford, the Viking word for brown was
brún,
as in the color of a horse, or
jarpr,
as in the color of a human with brown hair, and black was
svartar.
The Viking word for yellow was
gullur.
But this was also used as in the color of a human with blonde hair. The Vikings were familiar with Africans from their journeys, mostly North Africans and Moors who ruled Spain and Portugal. We also know that other forms of trading happened, at least on a small scale. The Vikings would trade items like honey, tin, wheat, wool.
Yes, I thought it was a really interesting topic because I found that I've got some Viking ancestry. Yes, people. So I don't know if anyone's heard of that. Some of the Vikings were black, yeah, because the Vikings were like European nomads, meaning, you know, like English people always say they invaded. Well, they weren't just invaders; they were just nomadic via the sea. So they were always going around looking for stuff.
You can't change or work on your colour. You need to work on your character.
The Vikings,
you lack character.
And
you still find the murder of someone's fucking son or daughter funny. You're fucked in the head,
iron, leather, fish, and walrus ivory, but also slaves.
I just hate my
In
life.
return, they bought goods and materials that weren't available in Scandinavia. Items such as silver, silk, spices, wine, jewelry, glass, and pottery.
I was born here on this planet.
We also know that Arab traders visited Hedeby in Scandinavia, so there was a vast trading network running from Scandinavia to Europe and as far as Damascus and Baghdad in the Middle East. The Viking activity in the region of Morocco is supported by a recent analysis of bones of ancient mice recovered from the island of Madeira and Grand Canary, located off the coast of Morocco. These ancient mice were native to Scandinavia and indicates that this island was probably visited by Vikings in the 10th or early 11th century, at least 4 centuries before the Portuguese and Spanish colonization of the islands.
So I think this is like a really fascinating subject, yeah, because I was really surprised to see this Swedish and Danish Viking ancestry, but and when you do look at the bones that they've recovered, the male haplogroup is E1b, which is a Black African haplogroup. So it's quite obvious that some of the Vikings had mixed with Africans and had children and stuff, and they've also recovered those mixed race children in Greenland. Jupiter, I know you're quite interested in that type of history, but yeah, so they've recovered them in Greenland, because I was looking on my if you go to My True Ancestry, they've catalogued all the things that they found. Do you know what I mean? And all, because when they find the body and bones, they check the haplogroups, so that's how they know what
You part Sasquatch like Jupiter.
But it's interesting to see that. I didn't know the Vikings travelled so far.
Are you part Sasquatch like Jupiter?
I was listening to the Prime Minister of Denmark, and he was speaking about how the Vikings found America 100 years before Columbus. Yeah?
More than 100 years.
Not 100, 1,000 years before Columbus, yeah?
Thank you,
I was
idiot.
really interested in that. No, I'm not saying, Mr. I'm not saying that all the Vikings were black. What I'm saying is there's a minority of Vikings that were black, because the Vikings were mixing with other people. When they raided or explored, depending on whose point of view you're looking at, they mixed with the people, yeah? And the Native Americans also have a tale of meeting the Vikings too.
I tell you the truth, yeah, it was actually my lineage that created the Vikings. I'm not even joking. I tell you the truth about this. I tell you how as well, yeah. I tell you how it's done, yeah. You know, back in the day, yeah, these guys didn't have a lot of boats. Like, you know, these Vikings, they come from these like Eurasian nomads. Yeah? They didn't know much about boats and stuff, yeah. After the late Bronze Age, there was a lot of war and violence, and like I said, the Romans and these guys were our enemies. Yeah, we wanted to just put a whole just push everyone away. Yeah, just want to make a. We gave these Vikings all these boats, and we told them to go to the west. Yeah, just go everywhere. Yeah, try to make it difficult for our enemies, right? So we just made this big like fire, like just put Vikings going everywhere. Yeah, we gave them the boats. If you actually look at the boats of the Vikings, they're the same boats of the Phoenicians. The Phoenicians and the Vikings, they had the same boats. The Phoenicians were in the south a long time ago. Yeah, they were in like around Rome and the Mediterranean. Yeah, the Phoenicians, they were a big empire. Yeah, they had the same boats as the Vikings, the same sort of technology and stuff. It was us who gave it to the Vikings. We wanted them to just kind of make a big like migration stuff here to push our enemies away, push them away. So it was actually us who gave the boats to them. We don't want to set them up. We just gave them boats. I think we just gave it to them.
Hang on one moment. So you're saying that the Vikings didn't know how to build a boat until the Arabs built the boat for them and gave it away out of the goodness out of their heart?
You see a lot of these big like, you know, a lot of these big coordinated movements and human migrations, these big movements that happened. Yeah, a lot of them happened because of us or because of like other people, like our rivals. This Viking stuff, because I did some research here, and someone else was saying like, how come the Viking boats are the same as the Phoenician boats? How come this was the same, that was the same? Because we knew about these regions in the north, yeah, the Baltic region, the Norse region, and in the Norse religion, our name and stuff is there. Like all our names in the Germanic people.
Don't you have any link to verify your claims? You know, because you're telling us, but we would like to. You know, obviously this is a visual show. We would like to. If you're saying that the Arabs gave the Vikings boats, do you have any videos? Any
I didn't say Arabs gave it. I said we gave it. Yeah, I didn't say Arabs though. I'm not Arab. I said we gave it. Yeah, I didn't say Arabs.
So who are we? Who are we?
Just me, like Kavi, me, this guy, innit? Yeah, like when I'm talking, you just me.
I know, but you weren't there when the Vikings were alive. So who are you saying gave the Vikings boats? Who? The name of the people?
My people's name is not. My people's name is Barak. My tribe's name is Barak. Like Barak.
Okay.
Barak.
And where are they? Where are they in the world?
Like we were based in India. We were based in India, in Gujarat.
How are you spelling that word, please?
Who? my tribe is not known as Barat. You won't find anything online, but it's written. I can show you stuff. I can show you stuff if you want. Yeah.
It's the show. We need to see, like Banksy came with links. We would need you to come with links because it's a visual show. Nobody wants to just sit there and listen to you talk. We need visual evidence too, because remember, there's people watching on their computer screen. So
Okay,
please,
so yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah,
hide
that's a
them
good idea.
so I can share it with the people.
That's a good idea, yeah. But the thing is, the evidence, I'll give it to you, yeah. But what it is, yeah, there's like a bit of evidence here, there's a bit of evidence there, there's a bit of evidence here. It's like little bits, yeah. It's not one link with the whole story. So if you want to know something here, I can give you the evidence or the link here, but it's only going to be one fact. So it's going to be like 100 facts, 100 like pictures, 100 like clues that lead to the story, yeah. So if you Google like Phoenician and Viking boats or something, yeah, just Google it. Let's see what comes up. If there's any
I'm googling it. It said there's no historical evidence that the Vikings established an empire in India. The idea of
I didn't say this. Yeah, look, I don't know what you're saying. If you're saying the wrong thing, you're saying
in the games of Crusades, the King's Free. So this is why we're asking. You do need to provide some type of link, sweetie, because it's a visual show. You just can't, like, because I was actually playing the video and people were actually enjoying it, and then you started talking. So I'm going to continue to play the video, and then I'm going to stop in 2 minutes, and then you can have your.
Hold on 1 second. Yeah, let me find it. Yeah, let me find something.
Later in this presentation. Also, 3 burials from Britain that have been identified with varying degrees of certainty as those of African women after examination of their skeletal remains. One of the burials in question was discovered in 2013 in Gloucestershire and has been described as being that of a woman aged between 18 and 24 from sub-Saharan Africa, with radiocarbon dating indicating that she probably died at some point between 896 and 1025 AD. Another was found in a late Saxon cemetery at Norwich, although the identification of this is open to question.
Yes, so this is it. Obviously, so on my true ancestry, it gives me 5,000 years of my ancestors. So when I saw Viking, I saw English and it said Daneland, England, and then it said Viking, and I was like, I forgot that, obviously the Vikings invaded England, didn't they? So that's why it piqued my interest and stuff. So this, they're saying, what did they say? Did they say 810? Did they say in the video? But it was talking about an sub-Saharan African woman found in a time where the Vikings were ruling England, and it would make sense because, like I said in other videos, we know for one the Visigoth Germans and the Vandals invaded North Africa. Yeah, so that one is not even debated. And obviously Vikings, it's not an ethnic group. It's basically people that travel around it. Scandinavian nomadic people that are on the sea. Yeah, but obviously they obviously what they say is Viking ancestry will be people from Scandinavia that are found in places that they shouldn't be. That's basically how they know in it, and obviously they're all related to each other and stuff. So that's obviously what they're doing, and also the time period when the Vikings were running around the place. So then they will do that. Do you know what I mean? That's how they know. Yeah, but the Vikings consist of the Danish, the Norwegians, the Swedish. I'm not too sure if the Dutch and the Germans, but I think it's mainly Norse in it. So Norse people, it's going to be Denmark, Sweden, Norway, and Icelandic as well. Yeah, let me not forget the Icelandic people. But it's very interesting to find out that there were, Africans at the time of the Vikings in England. Have you, Hun? Did you manage to find that video about your Indian brethren giving the Vikings boats? Did you manage to find that any videos or any links, Hun, before I play the video?
Listen, Betty, I'm gonna tell you something. Yeah, you're being a bit disrespectful. I don't think you know who you're talking about, right? Now you're a Christian. Yeah, let's shut the fuck up, man. You dumb cunt.
How am I being disrespectful?
Dumb cunt. Shut the fuck up. You don't know who you're talking to. Listen, shut the fuck up.
Why am I being disrespectful?
Shut your mouth, you dumb cunt. Big dumb cunt. Shut the fuck up. Yo, how you talking about Indian bedrooms? Listen. Don't be an ignorant fool, you little bitch. Shut the fuck up. I get noise from you. Shut the fuck up. I'm talking, bitch. Look, dumb
Is this
cunt.
your 5 pillars
Fuck
of
up, you
Islam?
bitch.
Oh,
You
for goodness.
irrelevant dumb cunt.
Oh.
You're not a Viking. You're fucking African.
Oh.
Fuck up, you bitch.
Oh my goodness. Is that how you speak to people?
Shut the fuck up, you dumb cunt, okay?
Oh my goodness. His man
idiot.
is terrible. Well, he obviously don't have any evidence to provide.
Of course, I got evidence, right?
And
now
the
listen what I'm
third and
saying.
best known is that of a young African woman buried in 1000 AD in the late Saxon cemetery at North Elmham in Norfolk. According to Professor Van Sertima, in pre-Columbian America there is evidence to show that there were both Norse and African present before the arrival of Christopher Columbus' maiden voyage in 1492. The presence of the Africans was first stated by Christopher Columbus himself, in his voyage diaries, which he claimed was told to him by an Indian, what he wrongly called the Native Americans, on his second voyage. In 1108, the Norwegian king Sigurd Jorsalfar went with 300 ships with an estimated 10,000 warriors to Palestine, and beat the Muslims' forces at Saifa in Syria in 1110. The name Jorsalfar means Jerusalem traveler. This happened after the Viking era officially had ended in 1066, but if you asked Sigurd Jorsalfar, he would definitely have viewed himself as a Viking. Olaf Haraldsson also fought against heathen people in Spain, that's not a disputed fact. This was possibly referring to Gran Canaria, but that's something not all historians agree with, so that's disputed.
So that was interesting. So it's basically saying that the Vikings sailed to Palestine and Syria, and it's amazing how far these Vikings got. Or let me just read what Fox is saying. Oh, big up to the 1%. He's got so he's saying he's 49% Irish, 36% Scandinavian, 6% Finnish, and 1% Nigerian. Big up Fox, yeah. But it's really amazing how far these Vikings got, isn't it? Really, man. Good lord.
Actually, you know that
In Gran
Americans
Canaria,
like
they have
it.
found what many think is a Viking grave. In a burial mound, parts of a ship were found. The clamps holding together the ship's planks and the structural beams were still preserved, but not all agree on the interpretation that it is a Viking ship. A skeleton carbon dated to the 11th century and the blade of a sword was also found. Gran Canaria was an important producer and seller of salt, which was a very important commodity for the Vikings. They are known to trade slaves from raids in the Mediterranean area for salt, which was a very important item for the Vikings, used to preserve food during the long winter. In Sweden, about 470 coins were found at an early Iron Age burial site. They date from the 7th to 9th century, when Viking traders traveled widely. Most of the coins were minted in Baghdad and Damascus, but some of them also came from North Africa. One of the few sources.
So this makes sense. This is one of the reasons why people in North Africa are lighter, because they've mixed with these German tribes, whether they're Vikings, whether they're Germans, all the things, because they're constantly on the move. Yeah, it's very interesting, and obviously, the Muslims and the Berbers invaded Spain and Portugal, and then obviously they went into Sicily, and then obviously they went into the Balkans and the Caucasus. So this is one of the reasons why the people of North Africa are majority lighter. There's still original black people in North Africa, but they're the minority in North Africa. So it's important that we realise that intermixture is nothing new. Do you know what I mean? And also that people move about. I know we've got the time now, we've got all this anti-immigration, but the fact of the matter is people know where they are in the world. They know how to build a boat, yeah? And they move about, mix with people and, bring different customs, and then they take their customs. Because they're saying that these coins were minted in Baghdad and also North Africa, and they ended up in Scandinavia, yeah? And the Scandinavians have been talking about these black, Vikings, these black people that they've met and stuff like that. That's why some of the Vikings are black. Yeah, we're not saying the majority, but we're saying definitely some of them were black. So it's very interesting, people. So I was surprised to see this Viking pop up on my DNA test, yeah, and to see a mixed race one as well. So I'm definitely going to be going to Denmark, going to Sweden. I've got to go and see all the ancestors where they were living, yeah. Finland, but it's going to be all over. Do you know what I mean? With my little video. So, you know, going to those places. So that's what I would say. Definitely try it out. It's amazing, because another thing that people have to understand is every generation you've got to multiply it by 4. Yeah. So by the time you get to 200 years, I think they say you've got at least 250 direct ancestors, and then just keep on multiplying it by 4. By the time you get to a millennium, you've got over, I think they say it's over 1 billion ancestors. Once you get to 1,000 years, it's well over, I think it's either 100 million or 1 billion direct ancestors. That's what you've got to remember. That's how you can have ancestors from all over the place. But let me continue with the video, because...
Becky, can you put this image? Can you put this image? I want to talk about this image.
No,
this image
you're not going to abuse me and not apologize and then start saying I'm not doing anything.
Let's just have a convo.
Get your own computer and then do it, but you certainly will not be abusing me, yeah, and then think I'm going to be playing videos. You must be joking.
Put the image up. You ask for evidence, yeah. I don't know why you're crying.
Abu Abdullah al-Bakri mentions in his Book of Roads and Kingdoms that the Vikings, to which he refers to as mages, one of the few sources we have, comes from the famous Muslim historian and geographer from Andalusia, Abu Abdullah al-Bakri, mentions in his Book of Roads and Kingdoms that the Vikings, to which he refers to as mages, raided the city of Necker, located in modern-day Rif in Morocco, in their North African adventure where they took many prisoners as slaves. The next time they met the Vikings, the Andalusians undertook a different strategy. Caliph Abdul al-Rahman III was advised by the scholar Ibn al-Habib to declare war on the Vikings. They decided to switch strategies and stop them on the sea instead of engaging with them in land battle, and this time the Vikings lost. Following their defeat, many of the Vikings captured were punished, while a minority converted to Islam, and were allowed to settle in the city of Jerez de la Frontera, in the province of Cádiz. Based on the historical records from the fragmentary annals of Ireland, the Vikings have raided a part in the north of Morocco during the 860s, where they battled the Berber kingdom of the Moors. When they reached North Africa, they had to face the Berber king of Mauritania.
See, can you see the picture, the blue? Because the Berbers are known for wearing a blue dye. Yeah, they actually dye that thing in northern Nigeria, in Kanu. Yeah, for 1,000 years they've been dyeing their blue. And what it does, it taints their skin. It taints the Berbers' skin with a blue tinge, yeah? So it makes sense why the Vikings would call these blue men, you know, because of the blue dye that's on their face, and they're all wrapped up in blue cloth. But it's interesting that the Arabs have written this down, you know, their encounters with the Vikings.
Mauritania. The Mauritanian forces came towards the Vikings, and the Vikings leaped into the battle screaming. They went after the king and attacked him, and gave him a blow with a sword that cut off his hand.
Hope you remember?
There was fierce fighting on both sides in this battle, and neither of them won the victory from the other in that battle. This resulted in both parties agreeing to battle again the following day. The king of the Mauritanians escaped from the camp and fled during the night after his hand had been cut off. When the morning came, the Vikings seized their weapons and readied themselves firmly for the battle. The Mauritanians, however, when they noticed that their king had departed, also fled. Whereupon the Vikings swept across the country, and they devastated and burned the whole land. Then they brought a lot of prisoners to Ireland with them. But 2 points in particular need to be noted. First, the text only survives in 5 fragments transcribed in the 17th century and appears to have its origin in the 11th century.
Because I do remember Wendy saying something about the Vikings, didn't she? She said the Vikings were always bringing black people to Britain. Do you know what I mean? And this backs up what Wendy's saying. So maybe Wendy, when you have your free time, you can come on, give us the encounter history of the Vikings and the black people that he encountered would be interesting, because I didn't learn this in school. No idea that some of the Vikings were black and the Vikings sailed to Africa and the Middle East. I had no idea about that.
The medieval Muslim writers also refer to Vikings having raided along the North African coast in the mid-9th century. For example, the Andalusi geographer al-Bakri in his Book of Roads and Kingdoms, completed in 1068 but based on earlier materials, says the following. Vikings, God curse them, landed at Nakar, in the year 244. They took the city, plundered it, and made its inhabitants slaves, except those who saved themselves by flight. Among their prisoners were Alma al-Rahman and Canula, daughters of the emir. The emir Muhammad soon paid the ransom the Vikings had given and got his daughters back. It's unknown whether the Vikings who converted to Islam and settled in Andalusia were part of the Moors who later were forced to exit Spain after the reconquest by the Christians, where most of the Muslims were driven out. Or if the Muslim Vikings were part of the Moorish, who were allowed to stay in the peninsula, if they converted to Christianity. In both cases, most of these groups of people would eventually end up in Morocco. This poses a very interesting question on the Moroccan population. Do Moroccans have any Viking blood? This may not be as far-fetched as it sounds, because if some of the Muslim Vikings stayed with the Moors, they would most likely also have married Muslim women and had children with them, who then by default would be Muslims. There have been found DNA in the Nordic countries from modern-day Russia, Western and Southern Europe, but also DNA from women of Native American or Asian descent. So, that some of the Vikings had children with Moroccan Muslims is very much plausible. The Vikings most likely didn't travel any further south than the Canary Islands and Morocco, because the wind and sea current would make it very difficult, if not impossible, to turn back. The Vikings would have known this, and just like the Romans, they didn't sail any further than that. But what do you guys think? Do some Moroccans have Viking blood, or is this just a tall tale from the sources? Please leave a comment below, and if you liked this presentation, please like, subscribe and share this video.
Okay, now I'm going to talk for a few minutes.
That was actually a really good video, because I know they tested some of the Berbers and they got Icelandic and Sami, which is the people of the Scandinavia before the Germans turned up. And the
Berbers, yeah, they're just our people. They even have our name, B-E-R, like Berber. This is our name. I told you before, Barak, but everything with B-R is our name. That we put them there and we gave them our name as well. We own these people. We own the whole thing. Look, the red and blue, yeah, the American flag, British flag, yeah, red and blue. I got it, yeah. The origin of the red and blue, the American flag, the British flag, yeah, is on my thing, yeah. Is on my thing, yeah. This is the emblem of Phoenicians from Beirut, yeah. This is the emblem. It's a red and blue. And what does the red and blue mean, yeah? I can tell you what the red and blue means, yeah, of all these countries that are using red and blue today, yeah. The red means fire and the blue means water, yeah. Fire and the water, yeah. And this comes from the Sanskrit, the ancient Sanskrit, yeah. There's something in the ancient Sanskrit. It's called fire in the water, yeah. That was always associated with Karvis, yeah. It was associated with Karvis. Karvis talked about this concept, fire in the water. Because those people at that time, yeah, they didn't know about boats. They didn't have technology about boats and stuff. Yeah, they knew about fire because we gave the fire to them a long time ago. We taught them how to use fire a long time ago, yeah. But they thought they were too big, yeah. But we told them about fire in the water. They didn't know what that was, yeah. But we made this red and blue, and after in that period of time, yeah, we gave boats to everyone, yeah. We gave boats to everyone, and we made this red and blue, and that became the fire in the water. And that's why America, all these countries use the red, because the English people, yeah, they copied that shit, because they always copy us shit. The English, yeah, they always copy us shit, because they knew that from the beginning we made this whole world, yeah, and it's only gonna go on the path that we made it, yes. So they knew that the red and blue that we made, yeah, was going to be the future. So they copied when we went down there, they copied us, and they made everything red and blue, and that's how the red and blue is the American flag. You can see the American flag is right here. It comes from this, look, Veritas. That's from our name. This is from us that we made the red and blue. that all this American stuff, yeah, the flag, it all belongs to me, to Barack, to Veritas, that the red and blue. But I'm gonna take over. I'm gonna take over all the red and blue flags. I'm gonna take over them. They belong to me. They belong to my story, to my lineage. I'm gonna take over. I'll tell you guys, I'm gonna take over this red and blue stuff. That it belong. They don't even know what it means. They don't even know what it means. The fire in the water. That's why the Vikings used to have fire. They used to have fire on their boats. They used to put fire on their boats. It was like a symbol for the fire in the water. I don't know, man. Why Betty left, yeah, and she's just calling me a fool and stuff, yeah. She couldn't just take it. She was just being rude and stuff, yeah, and she's so immature. Like I don't know why, she just she just left and she just calling me out and saying that I'm a fool. I'm not even a Muslim guy. I don't know. She obviously doesn't even know that I'm not Muslim. I don't even know how to talk to someone like that. I've been here so much times, yeah, and everyone knows that I'm not Muslim, and she just keeps calling me a Muslim. I don't know if she's taking the piss or what. I don't think I can share my screen. If you let me share my screen, I could share some stuff, but I put some video. But I don't think. How do I do this? Video share screen. What happens if I share this? I don't think I can do that. I didn't drive her off. She was talking for ages and she had nothing else to say. She ran out of video and she just left. That's what she done. Basically, what happened was her video finished and she didn't really have anything else to say, so she just left. And then she just tried to blame me after, saying that this and that, She just getting excited because Viking have she doesn't know about history. Like I told you guys, yeah, that we made this whole. I know the full story about all this stuff, yeah, about Christianity, Islam. But these people were like Banksy and Betty and all these people. They don't have the concentration because they've heard like the other story for so long. Like they've heard the other stories for so long that they just ain't got time for what I'm saying. Even when I go out and talk to people, I tell them the full story of what we did, yeah. But they don't really believe me, but actually, I know I'm going to take over. I think I'm going to take over the whole world, actually, yeah, to be honest. And, you guys don't think I'm crazy, yeah, what I'm saying. Yeah. You guys think I'm crazy, right? But I feel like I'm going to be massive. I'm going to be massive because I feel like all of this stuff is going to go around. So it's just going to come back because these people, all these other countries, America, all this stuff, it's all part of like ancient history, like how everything is now. And it's all going to come back around. It's going to come back around, and then like Trump is weak. The world, yeah, they want to be one, right? This whole world wants to become one, the one government, and there has to be one world leader. So it's going to be someone like me, right? So in our lifetime, we're going to see that all these nations is going to collapse, and they're going to become one system, and that's when the fire is going to come back. That's when the fire is going to come back. So basically, I'm gonna tell you guys my plan here, like how I'm gonna take over here. I'm gonna tell you guys how I'm gonna take over the world, how this can happen here. So basically, right, a long time ago, we made this Jewish religion, and inside the Jewish religion, we said that there's gonna be a Messiah that's gonna come, right? So now, see Muhammad, yeah, the Prophet Muhammad, he said that he's the last prophet, right? And the Christians and the Muslims, they kind of believe in the Jewish book, right? It all starts with the Jewish book, right? So what it is, the Jewish people actually in their book it says that they need a Messiah, and the Messiah has to come from now in about 10 years. There's like a time limit. So when their religion was started, they was told that the Messiah will come to you by a certain date, and that date from now is about 10 years away, right? So the Jewish people in the next 10 years, they have no choice here. They have to pick someone to become a Messiah. They have to. They have no choice because it says in the book, and this is the culmination of their religion. So now the Christians and the Muslims, they don't know yet about this year. They think like they can just talk about Jesus and Muhammad. But when the Jewish people pick their Messiah, that's going to make the Christians and the Muslims put them on the back foot because they're going to have to react to it. They're going to say, what the fuck? Yeah, we thought Muhammad was the last prophet. We thought Jesus was the Messiah. Yeah, that's when the Jews going to come back to them, yeah, and say, look, yeah, you guys are fucking around calling Jesus Messiah, calling God, and saying Muhammad is the last prophet, but we still have to pick, yeah, our Messiah. Because remember, the Jews, yeah, they haven't done anything in the religion since Christianity started. Yeah, the Jews haven't had any prophet. They haven't done anything, right? They've just been quiet. Like they have no new prophets, nothing. Yeah, Jesus came, then Muhammad came. The Jews haven't done anything here. They just had to watch it. They had to be. They were like victims. They had to just watch. But now they're gonna pick their person, and what is written in their book. I tell you what's written in the book here. What's written in the Jewish book here. When the Messiah comes, he's gonna be the king of the world. That's what it says. No, I'm telling you guys the truth here. In the Jewish book here, it says when the Messiah comes, he's going to be a king of the whole world. So whoever they pick here, they're going to have to back this guy and make him the king of the world, right? So that's going to put all these Muslims and Christians on the back foot, right? It's just going to put them on the back foot because once they pick a Messiah, the Christians are going to say we don't accept him, and the Muslims are going to say we don't accept him. But fuck what they say, yeah, because they're not so deep, right? They're just going to be put, or they're going to be put on the back foot. But for this person for this Messiah to come, he has to do a lot of work. So that's a difficult thing. But it's prophesied that like this Messiah is going to be king of the world, and it's going to come in the next 10 years. So and the other thing that it says is that there's going to be new knowledge about the world, right? So new like knowledge about God. It says there's going to be knowledge about God. There's going to be knowledge about the universe, like new knowledge, yeah. So my theory was that I'm going to make a science discovery. I'm going to make a science discovery, and then I'm going to become famous, and then I'm going to take that position. So all I have to do is make a science discovery. I just got to make one science discovery, and then the Jewish people will accept me as a Messiah. They have to, because if I do it, yeah, and then that's it. I'm going to finish the Jews and the Muslims. I'm going to finish them. I'm just going to finish them. Yeah, so basically, like that's the plan. That's what's going to happen in the future, because you know what I told you. The Jewish people, they have to pick a Messiah. They have no choice because it's written that it's the culmination of their religion. So when this happens, what's going to happen is that the Jewish people, they're going to pick a Messiah and they're going to go full 100% back him to take over the whole world. Imagine that, yeah? That's crazy. That's going to be like another war. Like that's going to be another craziness because they're just going to say. The Jewish people, they're just going to say, look here, this is in our book here, and we put this, we struggled, we done all this stuff, and now this is the culmination. We didn't suffer for no reason. So they're going to have to put all their resources and power behind whoever they think is the Messiah, and and they're going to have to just go with it. They're going to have to go with it because it's written in the book. So in the next 10 years, when this person comes, it's going to go crazy. It's going to be like a big fire to the world. It's gonna be crazy. All this other stuff is irrelevant. All this Muhammad, Jesus stuff is gonna be irrelevant. Don't even no one say it that I'm a panel killer. I didn't even kill the panel yet. You know, Betty was gonna leave anyway. She played her video and she was gonna leave. She was talking about Vikings. these people are stupid, yeah. Like you say that you're lying, I'm the Messiah, yeah. Because I know, yeah, like you know in the Jewish book, yeah, what it says, yeah, it's written in a coded language, yeah, but it says the Messiah's name is going to be Barak. It says this, yeah, because you know when God speaks to Abraham in the Jewish book, this is what God says to him, yeah. What God says to Abraham. I am talking about when God speaks to Abraham in the Jewish book is the most important passage from the whole of the Abrahamic religions. When God speaks to Abraham, this is what he says to him. This is what God says to Abraham when God speaks to him. You will leave this place, your father's house, and go to the place I show you. And then he says, and I will make great your name, and you will be Barak, and you will. So God says to him, I will make great your name, and you will be Barak. Yeah, Barek, not Barak, but Barak. Yeah. So this is written, yeah, that the Messiah, his name is going to be Barak. Barak. That's like a prophecy in the Jewish book. Yeah, there's a prophecy, yeah, that the Messiah, his name is going to be Barak. So actually, my name is Barak here, Mubarak here, but I can change it to with an E. I can just put Barak instead of Barak here. Actually, my name is already Barak here. It's Barak here. But it was prophesied, yeah, that the Messiah's name is going to be Barak, and my name is Barak as well, Mubarak here. So out of the prophecy, this is going to happen. These people are, you guys don't know about the universe, yeah. All this stuff, yeah, prophecies and foretelling the future. This is all possible in quantum mechanics and science. All of this is possible. You guys don't believe in miracles, yeah, but you don't understand, yeah. Like all of this is possible in quantum. You have to understand science. That's why you don't understand science. Yeah? You don't know how prophecies happen, yeah. Prophecies. And all of this stuff. I told you we were the first humans on this earth. Barak was the first human on this earth. In Hinduism, it says that Brigu was the first born of humans. He was the first of humans. Yeah, the universe gave me my name. My name of Barak was given to me by this universe, by the story. Yeah, that they didn't even know. Yeah, like I was born. My parents they named me Mubarak because I was born on an auspicious day, so they named me Mubarak, and I got this name Barak. But then later on, I found out that was the name of my tribe. Yeah. And it's written in the Jewish Bible that his name, that is the highest name in the Jewish Bible and Arabic. It says that Barak is the highest name. Baruch Hashem. You know when the Jewish people pray, they say Baruch Hashem. Baruch is the name. Barak is the name. Baruch. Not only in Jewish, even in Hinduism, yeah, Brigu is the highest name. Yeah, the highest Rishi. This is what Krishna said. Yeah, Krishna said, of the Maharishis, I am Brigu. See, Krishna is the biggest name, yeah, in Hinduism. Yeah, he said, of the Maharishis, I am Brigu, yeah, and of the Kavis, I am Usan. Yeah. He even said that of the Kavis, I am Usan. Yeah. But I think our name is in every religion. Even in Africa, our name is the Barack Obama. That he used our name. Oh man, this is so complicated. But actually, yeah, I'm living in a world, yeah, that I'm smarter than everyone, yeah, and everyone is just dumb, man. I find it so difficult in this world, yeah. I'll be honest. I don't even know. I just came here to be this big famous person, yeah. I just came here to do this job, to make this world a better place. But I'm better than everyone in this world, and I just hate it here. I just don't even like this planet. These people are so stupid, yeah. I swear, I feel like I'm way old. Like I'm some old man, and these people are children. Obviously, I sound young, but I actually feel like I'm some like 8-year-old man, and the people in this world are just like kids. They're just like so stupid. I see all these races. I see the Pakis. I see the English people, the white people. I see the Greeks. I see all these other races, yeah. And I just think, yeah, that there's so many of them, and they're all the same, and they're just so dumb, yeah. Most people are just so dumb. Like I got out to meet up. I'm trying to make friends with people. I just say, oh, there's another Punjabi guy. Oh, here's another white guy. Oh, here's, you know. The black people are okay, yeah, they're a bit more unique. Like black people are okay, they're a bit more unique. But when I see Pakis and white people and all these they're all the same, you know. They're like, there's so many of them, like they're all the same. And I just feel like I'm an outsider on this planet. It's just, I can't do it, bro. It's deep, man. Like, even when I come on here, everyone is the same, you know, they're all equally intelligent. And I'm just above them. You know, back in the day, yeah, the population of the world was so small, and then it went so high, and there's all these like new people on this world, and everyone is like a young person. They're just having fun. Like everyone just thinks that they just find everything to be fun and entertaining. They just like drama and entertainment, and they just find everything amusing. And I just feel like I'm some old man who's just depressed. Like, I don't know. All these people are just like children to me. We just think here that there's clever people in the world. Most people in the world are just clowns. Most people on this world, yeah, they're just clowns. When we go to school, we hear about Einstein. We hear about Einstein and Nietzsche and all these people, and very backstage. And we think that in the world there's clever people, yeah. But most of the people in this world are just stupid. Like most of them, to be honest, yeah, like most people are just dumb. They're clowns. They're just like children, just run around and entertainment. That's it. This is like children. I need to find some friends. Yeah, I can't even find friends. I can't even find people to socialize with.
Fuck is going on? My days. You need to find some friends, yeah?
I've given up on this planet, bro, man. I just realized, like, I'm on this planet to do my thing, and that's it. Like, I can't. Before I thought people
the way you talk, you do sound quite depressed. So I'm not surprised that you've given up in some way or the other. Yeah.
Man. My life was too deep, man. Because I had hope and optimism when I was younger. I had optimism, and I realized, like, I'm just in a world of dumb people, man. I only realized it now. I was like, why was I trying so hard? I just realized everyone is like dumb, bro. Like,
Is this some kind of act, or you actually is this actually how you are?
So do you think
like some kind of internet persona?
Do you think I'm acting? Like, do you think I'm making this up? Do you think someone can make this up?
I don't know. You sound genuinely unwell. I'd say that, but you could also be trolling. So there's the possibility of both.
You know what? I've admitted it. I'm unwell. I don't even care if people think I'm mental. I just don't care anymore because it's true that me being in this world, I became mental. Yeah, like I became mental. And my siblings and my family, they pissed me off lately so bad, man. Like oh man, we had this little cat, yeah, little kitten. I was looking after this kitten, yeah, and me and him were so tight, yeah. And he was a good boy. Listen,
bro, are you gonna pay me money? Because this ain't fucking therapy. What is going on here? I don't care about your life or your problems. What makes you think I give a shit?
Can I just please tell you this one story? It's so deep for me.
No, I don't care. I genuinely don't care. Why are you telling me this?
Let me tell the people in the chat. Let me just this story.
They don't care either. I don't think they care either. To be honest,
it's a deep story. But listen, are you a male? Do you have balls? If you got balls, yeah, listen to the story. Yeah, it's deep. If you're a male, yeah, because
are you male? Do you have balls?
Yeah, he was a male kitten, yeah. And my siblings were like, we're gonna neuter him, yeah. I'm like, look, you can't do that. It belongs to me, yeah, and don't do it, yeah. I told him, don't do it, yeah. My siblings, yeah, they went and just neutered him, yeah. They cut his balls off, yeah. Even though he didn't belong to them, yeah. They just cut his balls off, yeah. And then he just like suffered so bad, man. And this, why would you cut off, yeah, someone's balls, man? Like a young boy, he's like a nice boy, yeah. People are sick, man. The humans that make this, and he suffered, and now he's getting fat, yeah. He's just getting fat now. He was a healthy, athletic.
Are you talking about a cat? Are you talking about a cat or a human being?
A cat, yeah, a cat. But he's like a human. He's an animal, yeah. He's a good. Imagine you got a dog, yeah. You love your dog, whatever. Some white people have dogs, yeah. He's a good boy. This cat is a good boy. He's behaving, right? And they decided just to cut his balls off, yeah. And he got very upset. He got depressed. He's putting on weight now. He's gonna look dead. And that just depressed. And fucking hell, man. These people are so dumb, bro. My family's so stupid, man. I can't believe it. Like, it's so stupid.
So the concept of neutering a cat is like that's too far for you, yeah. That's what's broke you. That's pushed you over the edge.
Yeah, pushed me over the edge after everything else that I went through in my fucking life. Yeah, that is fucking pushed me over the edge.
There's no more humanity in the world if cats are out here getting their
wallet
snipped.
You know, why would you do that? Why would you do that to someone that you love? Why would you do that to someone that you love? Like, I
Because
didn't.
it stops them procreating, so then you don't have the problem of them then getting a cat pregnant, and then
Yeah, but the
also that they
female,
don't
what it is, yeah,
spray. They don't spray. They're not as
like,
aggressive.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. He was not aggressive, right? So my sister was saying to me, yeah, oh, he has to get neutered
What the
because
fuck am I talking about?
this happened. But he was actually good, well behaved. Like he was actually like he didn't have any problems. Yeah, obviously he can make a cat pregnant possibly, but there's not many female cats around my area. And
No child support. That's it. No child support. Bro, you're just waffling now. Honestly, shut up, man. You're just talking shit. Like, genuinely, what is wrong with you? You're talking bollocks.
well, I'm glad you came and take over, but I actually had to talk bollocks, right? You know, because I was here by myself.
So this is the persona. This isn't your actual.
Nah, this is who I am. Trust me.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, like, you haven't been there very long if you don't know this is who I am.
Right. Okay. You take any kind of medication for that?
You know, I just feel like it's unfair that people trying to medicate. Look, this world is not for normies. Yeah, this world is meant to belong to people like me, like intelligent people. But it's been taken over by you, like the lower classes, yeah, of the children of Adam. This goes back to the children of Adam. You know, Adam is made of clay. Yeah, I told you, we are the fire.
You're superior. Yeah, you're the apex. You're the apex.
We are the fire. Look, listen. I am fire, and Adam. You know, Adam. Yeah, the children like Jesus and Muhammad. They believe in Adam. It means clay. It means mud. Yeah, but I am fire. The fire. The thing that is clay, it cannot be anything without fire. You understand? Yeah. So in Islam, yeah, it says that humans were made from clay, but they made fire as demon. But they don't understand yeah that nothing can be made of clay without fire. So the one who made them, the fire, they made him into a demon, yeah? They made fire into a demon. But they also say that humans are made of clay, but nothing can be made of clay without fire. Do you understand? That's what it means. Yeah? When it says
when you say they, you mean Muslims, right?
And Christians as well, yeah, and all of them, yeah.
Adam and Eve was created from clay. Where did you hear that?
You see, when it says in these religions that humans were made from clay, its actual meaning is that they were made.
Yeah, where in Christianity does it say that?
It says that in Christianity as well, yeah, and Judaism it says that, yeah. But its actual meaning is that they were made by fire. Fire is who made them, because nothing can be made of clay without fire. And this is the Prometheus story, because in the Prometheus story, Prometheus made humans from clay as well. You know, and obviously he is fire, right? Prometheus is fire, and he made humans from clay.
What's the relevance of this stuff? What's the relevance of what you're talking about?
You see, the relevance is this year that the Prometheus, the highest of all humans, is Prometheus, is higher than Jesus and Muhammad, the fire. Prometheus is Barak. We were since the beginning. We made all of we were here since the beginning. Everything is about us. We even written about in Christianity.
So so what is your contribution then as being this superior being? What's your significant contribution? Because you sound like you're not doing particularly well.
I mean, it just takes time to become successful in this world, you know. Like I feel like for me, it's gonna take longer. Right. You know, give it more.
How old are you?
The thing is that I sound a bit young, but I'm a bit older than that, so I don't want to say. You're gonna laugh.
You're in your 40s, yeah?
Yeah, I just
born in the 80s.
I am 40. Yeah.
40, right? Okay. So when is this superior? When does your superior being kick in? Your superior DNA? When does that take effect?
Basically, right now, yeah, I'm trying to do science here. So I'm trying to basically
trying to do science.
Basically, I'm trying to make a unified theory of science, yeah, to unify quantum mechanics and gravity, yeah, and all of mathematics. So the highest thing is very difficult actually. Yeah, is the highest. If I do this, yeah, I'm the highest of all time. I'm going to be GOAT, right? I'm going to be GOAT. If I do this, yeah, I'm going to become GOAT. So people are going to call me GOAT, yeah, not as the animal, but greatest of all time, yeah, GOAT. Great, not the animal, yeah. I'm just saying, yeah, they're going to call me GOAT.
Is that something you crave? Recognition? Is that what your driving force is? People to admire you.
Basically, yeah, you know, in this world, I tell you the truth, yeah, if I'm not either I'm at the top or someone smarter than me is above me. But if there's no one smarter than me above me, I have to be at the top myself. Otherwise, I can't be happy, because I can't be happy underneath someone who's a bit stupid. It doesn't make sense. to me, it's just gonna cause me problems.
So that's your excuse. That's your excuse for not doing anything.
Just who cares about work? Work is just boring, bro. I go to work, yeah. It's boring. It's like time pass, man. Just like okay, I'm gonna.
Fuck yeah, no. This guy's like the superior being. He's like, to sit at home all day doing nothing. It's like, what the fuck?
Well, I told you, every fucking day I'm doing fucking mathematics and science, bro. I'm looking at Riemann's zeta function, looking at the hardest maths in the whole world, yeah.
on the internet, yeah? On the internet.
Well, where else am I going to do it? Obviously, using the AI. I'm using the AI.
In a job, use that skill to advance humanity, the planet that we live in, whatever. I don't know.
But I just go do it myself, man. I just go do my. No one's. I try to get people to help me in my endeavors here, but people are not going to help me. I realize I got to do it myself. That's it. That's all it is, man. I just got to do it myself.
Okay.
I just got to do it myself.
That makes sense.
But look, the world right now is a tough place. I'm not the only one who thinks that the world is a tough place here. People like me are struggling here, and these like women, these women, they're just taking over the workforce. The
women are taking over the world. Bro, you really are an incel. What's going on?
Look, man, I've experienced the immaturity in this world, man. Female immaturity is so hard to deal with, man. Like female immaturity, man, is so.
You must be married though, right?
No, I'm not, man.
How coming from the community that you come from, how are you not married? You must stand out like a sore thumb.
There's a few in my community that's not married, like maybe like 10%.
Yeah. 10%. I'm quite surprised at that.
Yeah, it's quite a decent amount. But recently, a lot of people been getting divorced, so there's more, but they're married.
Oh, right.
Yeah, a lot of people been getting divorced. So actually, like one of my cousins got divorced twice. Like he got married, he got divorced within a year, then he got married again, and he got divorced again within a few months.
Does your family, when you're not there, speculate that you might be homosexual?
Like homosexuality is nothing, man. No one. It's just. If I was.
Is it not? Just light work, yeah.
But like, there's bigger issues, bro, than homosexuality. Trust me.
Is that why you're not married?
But I think at the moment, yeah, relationships are taking a big pause because, like, I think out in the main world, in the mainstream world, relationships right now, I feel like, especially the last 1 or 2 years, things have really become very calm. It's like everyone's taking a break, I think, and maybe it's good because people had bad intentions, man. Like, relationships were going really bad the last couple of years, and it has to just go to zero. It's like something has to hit rock bottom before it gets better, right? So relationships is one of those things. Yeah, they have to just hit rock bottom, and then hopefully they'll get better. One of the reasons why relationships are not working is that women, they want too much. They want a guy that's got money. They want everything, and they want to play games, and they want to be on top. They want to be dominant. The women think like they are everything. They put on makeup. In the old days,
are you actively trying to find a partner, or are you not capable of doing that?
I can definitely find a partner, man. Come on, bro. What are you talking about? You don't know who I am. Look, you don't know who I am, yeah. Like when it comes to women, I'm like the best looking guy on this, like anywhere. Like trust me, I'm just the best looking guy. Trust me, yeah.
Yeah.
It's just okay. Women females are like nothing to me, man. They bring nothing to the table. I can replace any of them, and I can just let them go.
How are you gonna replace? What do you mean? They bring nothing to the table and you're going to replace them. What the hell does that mean?
Because they're not bringing nothing to the table. I can just replace one with any other one.
Are you asexual?
What does that mean? You mean, am I horny? Like,
no. You're meant to be of superior intelligence. How do you know what asexual is? Asexual is not where you're interested in sex at all.
Basically, yeah. Like what I do, yeah, is I masturbate every couple of days just to get rid of that. And I just go quick now.
Too much information. Shut your mouth.
No, it's not. Listen, it's not yet. It's not. It's a good way to just get rid of that.
Look, you said women provide nothing, and I was like, well, okay, that don't really make sense. But I'm saying is you're just not interested in sex, and then you hit me with something I definitely did not need to know.
No, I tell you why I told you this, yeah, because any men out there that's horny and stuff, yeah, all it is, just every couple of days, just get rid of it. That's it. Just get rid of it quickly. That's it, bro. You don't need to, but, yeah. And I tell you about sex. Look, tell you about sex. Listen, yeah, what I'm saying here, look, bro. People have sex. Yeah, they get close to the woman, they hug them, they get close. Some of these women got bad. Listen, some of these women.
Something's gonna go bad.
Some of these women got bad energy, bro, and I don't want to get close to bad energy. Now I'm starting to notice, yeah, people's soul energy, like, you know, the soul energy, yeah, the soul.
Yeah.
I don't want to get close to a woman who's got bad energy just because I'm horny. It's just like a mistake. It's just a mistake. Trust me, I've realized it. It's a mistake. Yeah.
That is quite convenient though, because I bet they feel exactly the same way about you. So that's a good thing. You're good. Like, you're not interested, they're not interested. So yeah, well,
They
you're
fucking
happy.
love me, man. Look, God made me as God's gift to women. Trust me, yeah. They fucking love me, man. Like they can't even take my eyes off me. Trust me, they can't take their eyes off me.
Yeah.
Look, bro, most other guys are nothing. They're just nothing, you know. Most other men are nothing. Trust me.
Yeah. You're definitely an interesting person. Fuck, you know.
Bro, come meet me in real life, bro. I'll show you what I am. Yeah, you just don't. You think I'm some guy on YouTube, bro? Like,
I don't want your postcode. I'm all right, fella. I'm all
no,
right.
but we socialize. We catch some girls, or we have social. You see it, like how all of them are going
You know what? I tell you, hey, Carvin, I tell you, we should link you up with, yeah. We should link you up with Triller. Yeah.
Nah, bro,
And
man.
so much filming, and we should
Triller's
see
gonna
like
get upset,
who's
bro.
the real Gallus.
He's
Who's
gonna
the
get
real Gallus, Carvey or Triller?
He'll get upset. Trust me. He won't. He'll get upset. He'll get upset.
I think that'll be a good.
Triller's a serial prostitute user, isn't he? Every single relationship he talks about is a transaction that he had with a prostitute.
I plead the fifth, but I'm saying,
He's got loads of girlfriends. He just has to pay them.
The Gallus competition's on. Yeah, man. Triller versus Carvey.
Nah, man. Triller just talks. Trust me, yeah. Triller, I wouldn't even compete with him, yeah, because me and him are on different levels, yeah. It's like I am some high level scientist, yeah. He's like some clown, yeah. So we're gonna be talking to different girls anyway. He's gonna be talking to the bottom one. I know he only talks to girls at the bottom. I know that, yeah. He only talks to 3 or 4 from the girl.
You're quite modest. You're quite modest, aren't
Hey,
you?
listen, man. There's nothing wrong with ghetto girls, man. Or people from working class areas.
Like, ghetto girls can be okay as well, yeah. But I meant like, you know.
Because there's nothing wrong with that ghetto girl. Ghetto girl. Yay.
Nah, man. Like I took my time off away from women, yeah, for time. They need to fix up, bro. The women I speak to, they got too much bad. And look at Betty, bro. Imagine chatting to someone like Betty, yeah. Like all these women got bad energy, bro. Yeah, because they couldn't. Most of the women in this country, they couldn't find husbands. Life is expensive, and it's not my fault. It's not. I told them,
why are you so scared? Why are you so scared? What happened to you, man? What's going on? Like, you're terrified.
I told these girls, I was like, look, it's not my fault. Your life is shit, yeah. Don't bring that shit on me, bro. I got positive energy. Don't bring your negative shit, yeah. And they just, you know, they're not even like, they can't get it out of their head, man.
Did that actually happen though, or did that happen in your head?
Some of these girls, they think I'm just like any other guy, like because they can step on other guys, they think they can step on me. And you know the problem is, yeah, at the beginning, yeah, they always, you know what the problem is? At the beginning, they always be nice, yeah, because they know what, this guy is good looking, yeah.
This guy's for real as well. He's fucking nuts.
Look, when I speak to girls at the beginning, yeah, they're always nice, yeah, they're always nice because they don't lose my attention, yeah. But after I've invested time into a friendship, then yeah, afterwards, yeah, their fucking true colors come out, yeah. And I'm always like, fuck, why did I invest time in this bitch? Yeah, now the true colors coming out. Yeah, she's a psycho.
Laddie, yeah? That's a bit thingy, man. Flipping hell. You don't think all women are bitches, do you?
But every woman I met, yeah, was like this. Yeah, at the beginning she's nice.
Bloody hell, fuck it. No, what's the odds of that?
At the beginning, they're nice and stable. They're like stable and they're nice and they talk good.
And then they reject you, and then you turn bitter, and then you hate all women.
It's not that they reject me. What happens? Yeah, they start being like, they try to be too clever or try to like manipulate me. Or I'm like, listen, yeah, I'm like, listen, don't go behind my back. Yeah, try to be clever. I'm gonna drop you. Yeah, and they still think they're gonna be clever and get the upper hand. I'm like, listen, I just drop you for anyone. Yeah, but I end up wasting my time. Do you get me? Yeah, I just end up meeting new people, thinking that they're not gonna end up being stupid. They try to play me, and I gotta drop them. Yeah, that keep happening. Yeah, like I just gotta drop them.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't even care. I drop anyone, bro, man. I just drop a woman like nothing, bro. Like,
You're dropping hoes like bad habits.
That's it, bro, man. I don't forget them.
Mad.
They get out of line, yeah, and they're gone. Yeah, it don't. What you're describing doesn't. Yeah, but what you're describing don't sound realistic. It don't actually sound like you've been in a relationship. It don't sound. It's quite an achievement. No, but it's quite an achievement coming from the community you come from to be an incel. Like you have to be like Premier League.
I am volcel, yeah, not incel. Okay?
What do you mean, like? Well, come on, then we've got arranged marriages and shit.
Yeah, of course. Like they've, yeah. But you don't really see, a lot of people from his community are married, right?
Carby's not a Muslim, you know. Carby's not a Muslim.
I've actually met Betty in real life. I've actually met Betty in real life one time. She might remember me or not.
He's of Pakistani heritage, don't he?
Yeah, I sort of look like a Pakistani type of guy. Yeah, sort of look like that. Yeah, sort of. But yeah.
Carby always used to go speakers, man. I used to film him on my brother's camera. COE.
Yeah. Don't watch that, bro. We'll make some new videos next time. It's gonna be round 2.
Yeah.
That time I'm gonna come out and I'm gonna start talking to females.
Oh,
is Barry Cohen? Is that Rat Boy? Is that who that is? Shy Dollar.
You see these women, yeah, like they'll call you an insult to put it down. They'll call you an insult.
Rat Deli edition.
They'll call you an insult to put you down, as if you even want to be close to a woman, bro. As if I would even want to shag a woman, get close to her. That's disgusting, man. Like if her soul is in the wrong place and they think I want to fuck them. They're so low. Yeah. They think that you want to get close to them, yeah. And
yeah, but that's not healthy. That's not being serious. That's not a healthy way of thinking. Not all women are the same. Some of them will have bad intentions. Some of them won't. Right? You can't have that opinion across the board.
You're correct. I agree with you. But many of them are bad. Yeah. Especially the ones who
many of them are bad. 99%.
Hey Dave, that's mad. Is that you said it's not all girls are bad. Yeah, and he's like, it's true actually. Like many of them are bad.
Most of them are bad. Fuck you know.
Yeah, man. I'll teach them a lesson, but when I come up now, I'm gonna call out these women as well.
Yeah, that don't sound healthy, man.
You can run, but you can't hide, hoes. You hoes, where are you gonna hide to? You're gonna go to Triller? These bitches, they'll go to Triller. They'll go to guys like Triller, yeah. To get to me, yeah. They'll hide behind guys like Triller. You know these things. I'm telling you the truth.
What is going on?
You know what? Yeah, everyone that's been banning fire on Triller this weekend's been lucky. Triller's not been about. He must be busy still. Because a couple of people banning fire on Triller and he ain't fired up.
Barry in the chat wants to give me his address. I don't know why he wants to give me his address, but go ahead and Barry, give me your address. I don't know. He's offering to give me his address for some reason. It's like, okay. Barry's in his feelings to the point where he wants to give me his address.
Hey, Carby, what are you saying? Like, how can we fix it with the ladies for you, though? Well, what do you think can be done? Because, you know, like, I feel like you're being a little bit over dramatic in it. So,
but you know what you're saying, yeah. But do you remember I told you before about the story? I don't want to go into this complicated stuff here, but remember I told you the story about Prometheus and the Pandora's box. This goes way deep, man. Like these women got bad hearts, bro. It's deep, man. Like they got blackness in their heart, man. They don't trust no one. They think everything is a manipulation. You know, a lot of it, especially South Asian women. Asian women are the worst. Like white women and black women are okay to an extent. Yeah. White and black here, but Asian women, yeah. I tell you the truth, yeah. Like in their hearts, man, they got fear and they have like drama and ego and they got all this bad stuff in their heart. They need to get rid of it, yeah. They need to go to like therapy, like a sauna, like a massage, and they need to like wear loose clothing
massage the bad feelings away. What's going on?
You know, some of these
Hey, cuz, remove your address from the chat, bro. Don't.
Like, you see, when I go out, yeah, I see like white and black women, yeah, they wear like loose clothing, like they have air, like wind, they relax, like not sweating. Then I see the Asian women, yeah, they're all like covered up and they're all sweaty inside. All the energy, they can't get rid of it, yeah, this bad energy. They need to get rid of it, yeah, but they can't get rid of it. And so they're keeping this bad energy inside. They need to stop wearing this hijab, all this stuff, yeah.
You know what, yeah? I'm going to have to start arranging a different timetable for this live streams, though, man, because, like, I'm in a trading group as well. Monday goes off as well, innit? Like, so it's been like fucking extremely hectic trying to place these fucking trades and run the stream. That's why I keep trying to tell people to jump on the panel and all that, you know what I mean? I could quickly pay attention to something else, but yeah, man, I might have to change the schedule up still, man. Yeah. So what are you saying, Dave, though, bruv? What we gonna have a little quick debate on, man?
I don't know. I've not got nothing to mind.
So, you think that the tariffs, the 10% tariff is the benefit of Brexit?
Well, yeah, at the moment we're not a part.
Clutching at scores, man. Because you know why? The 25% tariff still is in place for steel, cars, and then any other goods that are tariffed at a higher percentage than the amount that Americans buy.
Yeah.
But it's like a bit of a clutching at straws, man, for the Brexiteers. Like, that's a winner.
Not really. The European Union's been hit with a higher tariff than us, but ultimately the countries that produce the most are getting hit with a higher tariffs, right? We don't really produce that much. So, do you know what I mean? It's just one of those things. I think we import more. Do we import more than we export in regards to motor vehicles to America? I'm not sure. Let me have a look. I think I looked this up.
You know what? Hardly anyone buys American cars, man. Like, Americans buy American cars, innit?
True, but Tesla and Ford. Tesla and Ford.
But you know what it is, is that I'm basically not classing Ford as an American vehicle no more because it's been in Europe for so long, innit? Yeah. So, when I say American vehicles, I do discount Ford.
What do you mean?
I do discount Ford, yeah, because like...
You mean like Chrysler and shit like that, yeah? Chrysler.
Yeah, you know, like fucking Dodge and just all the other big American fucking rips, man. No one gives a shit. American cars are shit, man. Yeah, like, the only thing is that they got like bigger cars. They've got like more space on the road, innit? But their comparison compared to like the Germans or even the Korean whips and the Chinese, like the Swedish with the Volvos, America can't touch that. Like the handling, comfortability.
Yeah, but you can't discount Ford. Ford is very much a very American car, and it's a very popular car here too.
And I think maybe because Ford has been in Europe for so long, it could be, some people might even mistake it as a British brand because they had so many, like the Dagenham plants and so all the things that went on with that, strikes, union business and blah blah blah. So
I don't know, man. Trump's strategy is not correct, man. It's kind of pandering to nationalism. I feel like it sort of makes sense from a right-wing perspective, but I think deep down, you're just gonna push people away from nationalism. And what I was saying earlier about one world, we're gonna, like, Trump is gonna do this people are now going to say, fuck this nationalism stuff, let's just have open borders and stuff, because people are realizing we don't want to go in this direction. There's just more drama for no reason, right? I feel like that's where it's going to go. Like, the nationalists.
Hey, Dave, don't you think that's a bit of a contradiction on the MAGA's thing, Rob, innit? Because they're screaming about the free markets, low tariff taxes and blah blah, this, that, and the other. But they're screaming about closing up the borders and blah blah, all that sort of stuff. Like the free market stuff goes with having sort of open borders and cutting the cost of labour by, you know what I'm saying, like whichever any means necessary and all that sort of stuff. There, like.
Yeah. And bro, you know, Elon Musk here, he has taken so much money from the American taxpayers. You know, like Starlink, right? They took all of the technology from NASA, right? And Musk has been just like milking the government like for money, and I don't even know what's going on, bro. It's kind of sick, man. Like Elon Musk, yeah, I don't know what that's about.
Elon Musk provides goods, very good goods, so I don't think he needs to be scamming anybody, right? Starlink is a real thing, and also is Tesla. Tesla's what, more popular now than Audi?
Tesla is just trash.
With Starlink's test, like, you know what I mean, like beta testing and testing or real world testing taking place or whatnot, because a lot of people are cancelling their Starlink contracts.
Yeah, man, and Tesla as well.
That sort of stuff there.
Tesla's not gonna last, man. It's overpriced. Yeah. You know, a lot of these American brands are like Apple,
and
Tesla.
The Tesla stock has been overinflated for a long time, innit? So
yeah, for a long time, yeah.
It's having a bit of a pullback right now. But I don't think that Tesla's finished it and it's over for Tesla, innit? I feel like if Elon Musk carries on being silly, then they'll just like have a new executive take over, innit? Because the board can vote him out. The board can vote him out, innit? So like, well, basically,
but you know, some of these like
Tesla, innit?
Some of these American companies, like one thing is I've never liked these American companies. I tell you which one. Yeah, Apple. I've never liked Apple. I never liked Tesla, and it's just like they have a lot of marketing. They tend to be overpriced. They tend to.
I like Samsung better than Apple, man.
Yeah.
What about you, Dave? Were you Android or Apple?
Yeah, Android. Yeah.
Yeah. You see, like these American companies, it's mostly about
specifically
branding.
Samsung, though, not like Google.
Yeah. It's mostly about branding, man, and advertising these companies, and they kind of target these like young people, like females and young men, with the advertising and saying it's more gimmicky advertising stuff like branding, like Tesla advertising. It's massive, yeah. It just looks stupid, just like some gimmick, like some sort of like joke, like Tesla. It's just a fucking joke, like this.
Yeah, but Tesla in 2023 sold 1.22 million units, so they're the most bought car in the world as of now. And then second was Toyota, then Honda, Toyota. Well, quite a few different brands of Toyota cars. But yeah, Tesla is the most bought car in the world. Yeah, it's just different. Yeah.
He's going to get humiliated. Elon Musk, he's going to bring down Trump.
Toyota Corolla Cross, that sold 716,000. Certain people love Toyotas, I'm telling you.
Yeah, the Asian guys love a Toyota. They're loyal to the Chinese brands, fam, trust me. Now for the Chinese guys, I know they got like Nissan, Toyota, Lexus, Kia. So like to the Asian ones.
So what's the main bone of contention with Elon Musk then? What's the issue?
Like for me,
I think you know what, Elon Musk was looked at as a superstar before he started speaking on public, giving his opinion. You know what, I think, sometimes you can do that, innit? Like again, yeah. Before, people thought they knew what my leanings were or whatever until I started giving my opinion or whatever. So you might be able to either enhance or depreciate your brand by letting your personal feelings be known in public. Like for instance, the flipping.
Yeah, but I think in America they've had a clear mandate, right? And woke has well and truly been rejected by the majority of Americans, right? They've had enough of this trans active. Well, Donald Trump won a major majority, right? The majority of Americans.
I thought it's 47, 50, 53 or something.
Yeah, and woke is a bit far, man.
Millions of Americans voted for Donald Trump, knowing what he was presenting, right? What his policies were.
As well, though.
And what I'm saying is, the most popular party in America is Donald Trump and the Republicans, right?
And his favoritism's waning right now still. I think a lot of MAGA people didn't really understand that tariffs meant their prices is going up too, not just the import.
Yeah, but this is a lot of short-term stuff, though, isn't it? Markets, fucking, someone has to sneeze and the markets go up or they go down. Of course it is. In long term, he's gonna. It's like Meloni at the moment. She's gone to America to renegotiate a trade deal. So the people are going to come to the table. Deals are going to be done, and the markets will restore themselves. Of course, I don't understand why everyone's against.
JD Vance, was complaining about eggs being $4 or something like that, and now he's in eggs are $11. So there's short-term pain that Americans are going to have to face to go through to the milk and honey. It's kind of sounding like it's one of them Brexit flipping. This is basically the American version of Brexit right now.
Not really. The sheer expense
themselves for no reason.
But they're not sanctioning themselves, are they? They're obviously they're doing it to make companies go to America to build their stuff. So ultimately, that's what they're doing.
It's wiping money off the American stock exchange. It's wiping money off
in the short term,
the tech exchange.
In the short term, yeah. But if say you have a
$2 billion got lost off the American stock exchange, man. That's like
but if you have a company. Yeah, but let's say you have a company and they go, okay, they assess the cost and they go, okay, now it's cheaper for us to manufacture in America because of this tariff. They'll move some of their industry to America, which will create more jobs for Americans. That's the objective. That's
Europeans.
The goal. Yeah, but I'm not advocating for that. But I can't sit here and expect America to do what's best for Britain. America's going to do what's best for America. Britain should do what's best for Britain.
Yeah, and obviously having a 25% tariff on British steel and British manufactured cars like Jaguar and other stuff like that, Land Rover and rah.
Jaguar is not British, mate. And nor is Land Rover. Some of it is, yeah. Some of it is.
And the factories that supply the American market of their vehicles is in the UK. So
the thing is, you put these tariffs down, and you're saying
UK jobs will be lost from American tariffs.
They're saying that they're gonna move more jobs to America, but this process take a long time, like
it's silly anyway. Britain does the most of its trading with the European Union anyway. So America's their smaller partner. The European EU's their major partner in trade. So
Ireland's gonna get hit the hardest. Ireland's gonna get hit the hardest. They do a lot of export into America. They're going to get hit with that 20% tariff. So they're really in relative. Best thing for them would be to leave the EU, but they won't.
I don't think so. I don't think they're going to leave the EU. Same sort of thing in it. The benefits that they have within being in the EU outweigh the benefits of them leaving.
Right, so this is the reality of what we export to America in regards to automotives, right? 73,508 cars were exported to the United States of America in 2023. It's a tiny market. It really is small.
The majority is in Europe.
Exactly. That's why he's not going to have that much of an effect on us. He's not really going to change that much.
There's still a 25% tariff on it.
Yeah, of course. But then the American cars that then come into Britain, you put a 25% tariff on that. And it just equals itself out.
It doesn't say the jobs that's lost though from the UK plants.
Yeah, I don't know. All of this is
the American jobs that's lost in the American plants.
We'll see long term. It's too early to say. It is way too early to say. We'll see long term if it works.
I don't think this is what I'm saying. Yeah, this is a long term thing. Yeah, but things are changing so fast. Like even in the next election, someone might just come and undo what he's done. So this is all like politics and talking. I don't think this is like serious like tariffs and economics, because This stuff has to take 10 years, 5-10 years to go through the system, yeah. But by that time, someone's gonna come and something's gonna change again. Like they're probably gonna kick out Elon because for Elon, everything is going down, right? Like he's losing support. Like the people that think that Trump is gonna come up, yeah.
I thought an Indian company bought Jaguar. I'm pretty sure it's not owned by. They don't have British owners anymore.
Yeah, but it's still like a Britain. It's still based in Britain.
Yeah, they still, of course, yeah. This like specialized things. They still Jaguar is British luxury brand that has been wholly owned by Tata Motors, an Indian automotive company since 2008. Yeah, it's not British anymore.
But also, people got so much money these days. Yeah, I don't think it matters if there's a bit of a thing go down. I just don't think
that guy's family got dumped for slavery as well.
Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, but yeah, it's owned by an Indian conglomerate. Yeah, we don't own any major car companies anymore.
The world has become so rich.
What does England have to do to get manufacturing and company ownership back in British?
Reintroduce slave labor. That's the only way we're going to be able to do that shit. That's why you can't compete with China, because they literally have slave labor. Not that they're leading the way on automotive manufacturing, because they're not, because the MG's a bag of shit. But fucking, it's which was British, obviously. But yeah, like you can't compete with them on manufacturing in anything.
They put out a, what's it called? Yeah, about BYD. You know, the BYD electric cars. Yeah, that they've allegedly created a new BYD fast charging chip that makes it.
Charges as fast as you fill in your car. Yeah, I've seen that. Yeah, I don't know if it's actually. It would be interesting to see if that's actually true.
You know, obviously China are allowed to say stuff which other countries don't allow their stuff to say, which is just not true.
Have you guys seen that company? Yeah, Temu. Yeah, you can just buy so much stuff from there. So cheap. Yeah, Temu. Yeah, the Chinese company. I bought a bike from there. It was brand new for one.
It's like an international pound shop.
Yeah, bro, I bought a bike there.
He bought a bike off Temu.
Bro, for £150, yeah, it was brand new, bro. It had front suspension, rear suspension. It was only £150, yeah. But then they put
it's Chinese shit, man. That's what it is. It's Chinese shit.
But you shouldn't be disrespectful, bro. It's better what you're making this country, man.
Sure it is. Sure it is, man. Of course it is. Your £100 bike off Temu. Yeah, that's the apex of fucking quality.
Yeah,
of course it is.
It's a fucking £1,000, like stupid, like these people running around like they're racers, man.
What is it? Electric bike?
Electric bike. £100.
No, because it's like, right, it's £150 is kind of cheap, isn't it? But
yeah, for a bike.
No, he said 100. He said 100 quid.
Yeah, 150 for a brand new bicycle. Yeah, for a brand new bicycle. That's how much they're selling it for. They can sell a brand new bicycle for £150. Yeah, like that's how.
Yeah, slave labor. Because of slave labor. That's why. Because they don't pay their workers a fucking actual proper wage. That's just the reality of it.
You got a point there. Yeah, they have bad conditions. You got a point there. I agree with that point, because they shouldn't make people work so hard in those factories.
Yeah, it's got bad human rights as well. China, their economy is on the rise also.
People are killing themselves in China, and young people are going on strike because it's too expensive. So I agree with what you're saying about slave labor, because young people in China are going on strike because their life is too shit. They're just having to work in a factory all day, yeah. And that's true what you're saying, yeah. It's true what you're saying. But
yeah, they put nets outside the windows, don't they, in the factories, because people just throwing themselves out.
Obviously, they shouldn't do that. But still, it's good to get cheap stuff, man. Because when you have cheap, like, look, Tesla, Apple, it's all expensive, right? I sometimes like cheap stuff because I can mix and match. I can try out different stuff. It doesn't work. Okay, I can try something. It's like flexible, right? You get something cheap, you play around with it, you break it. It's cool. Now with this Apple and Tesla, it's all expensive. Like, you know, you're kind of stuck with that. It's like a different kind of philosophy of making stuff. You know, like the cheap stuff, the easy stuff. They can try different things in China. They can, you know, try to make different stuff. They can take risks. The Tesla and Apple, they're like just making the same kind of thing, you know.
You see it with the tools though. Like when people do these tests on their tools, like tools made into like your wrenches and stuff, made in China. At a certain point of pressure, they'll snap. Yeah. So it's not thinking.
Yeah, I don't
really.
I suppose you can get good stuff in there.
But it's with the solar power stuff and the electric cars and a lot of the technology stuff. China are taking a large chunk of business. That's still.
Oh yeah, they're an economic powerhouse. You can't underestimate that. And America looks like they're going to enter into a trade war with them. So yeah, it's on.
And I feel like, you know, American, yeah, they're kind of dominated by big brands. You know, like I told you, like Apple and Tesla. It seems like they're dominated by big brands. Whereas China, there aren't really many big brands. It's just like people making stuff, right?
You know what? Also, yeah, it's another thing that shows where this is what, like, obviously I know a lot of people don't like Tony Blair, yeah, but what he was saying in the European Union speech when he was talking against like Nigel Farage with the Brexit thing was like economies like China, India and other, because they've got so much manpower, so much labor or whatever, a small economy like the UK, if you go pound for pound with economies like that, won't be able to keep up or even be able to fight in it. It's like fighting massive giants and all that sort of stuff there. So
it's better to be a block. So Germany's industries get stronger and everyone else stays the same, yeah? Because really, I don't really see that in practicality.
Because right now, but that's not true.
Oh, the European Union benefited Germany more than anybody else.
Hold on though. Yeah, because Germany's allegedly in recession right now, where Greece was going through issues and their economy is booming. Spain's having a bit of a rise, and other economies that are like Poland are starting to get a rise up as well. Like, so the European Union helps some of the smaller economies step back up in them sort of times. So really, like, that free trade and freedom of movement has a lot more benefits in it than self-sanctioning and trying to create all these deals. Like, right now,
but Poland have been against freedom of movement, haven't they? They're not really been letting in anybody. And Hungary.
What do you mean from EU?
Oh, you're on about the Schengen, right? EU and all that.
Yeah, not from the EU, yeah. I mean, like, freedom of movement's more between the EU citizens, isn't it? Not for like just any citizen of the world or whatever, or even just asylum seekers or whatever. Asylum seekers, freedom of movement, things like that. Refugees, United Nations Refugees Convention.
You know, honestly, with me, I don't really care about money and economics that much. I care more about social stuff and like culture. And I think to be honest, most Americans probably care about that. I don't think they care about tariffs. I think it's just
everything in your life costs money, innit? Anything
that's
you want to do. I don't think there's not one thing that you have to supply, service, or maintain in your life that doesn't cost no money.
That's true, yeah. But the thing is, yeah, in the longer term, things are getting cheaper because of technology, right? So, like, just think about it. Yeah,
are they?
20 years,
things are getting cheaper. That's quite a claim. Yeah. I don't think they are.
But not cheaper in that sense. Well, what I'm saying is, yeah, you know, 20 years ago, yeah, people didn't have most people didn't have like expensive cars, right? Like when I was a kid, yeah, people had a car like 10 grand. Now you got like average guys with like 50 grand cars, and people are spending an extra 25 grand just for like a Tesla badge or something. You know, people are spending like £1,000 on a phone, yeah.
Yeah, well, the price is going up, mate.
But they've got the money, is what I'm saying, right? People have just got the money to spend. That's why everything's going up.
Some do, some don't.
A lot more people are working with credit now, isn't it? Like, and credit's more freely available, payment options and all them sort of things there without having to have a special relationship with a credit broker or whatever, and those sort of things there, you know?
Now, I remember when you could get the latest phone for like, what, 300 quid? Now the latest phone is like 1,500 quid. It's not really the same. Obviously, the phones now do a hell of a lot more than your fucking Nokia 3210, but do you know what I mean? But no, I think I feel like everything's more expensive.
Smartphone right now is fucking mad powerful and can go mad. Yeah,
do you know what the maddest thing is though? Is rents. The money they're charging. Like they're charging like £1,200 for like 2-bedroom flats.
Yeah,
it's fucking mad. It's
but
mad.
Listen to what I'm saying though. People on the street.
But if they don't build any more places or whatever, or they don't get a knock on of catching up with building any more social housing, especially, Like they need to make an emphasis on building social housing rather than building houses or whatever. And it needs to be emphasized, like, yo, we need to build more social housing, especially because that will bring, in general, house prices down and rent prices down, innit? Because the private sector is taking the piss out of us right now, and they can fucking charge an arm and a leg in the funeral because they know that there isn't enough places for the amount of people that want to rent. There ain't enough social housing for the amount of people that are even eligible to have social housing. So
yeah, but the number that they've committed to is not even enough. 1.5 million over the last 2 years. They've let in nearly 3 million people. So what's 1.5 million going to do in reality?
Is that they need to be concentrated on building more social housing, even if it's out of that 1.5 million. The majority of that needs to be more social style housing for the different people or the different citizens that they want to be able to come off of their temporary housing accommodations and all them sort of bits and pieces. Because obviously they're counted as homeless. If you're in temporary housing, it's counted as technically homeless.
That's a bit of a utopia mindset, don't it? Because I don't think we're anywhere near being able to build that amount of houses. Not even close.
Yeah, not even close. And the market is too slow to
They need to start slapping away some of the red tape in it, because there's other countries within the EU, European Union, that are able to build, like, see, France and without as much red tape.
Oh, you broke up.
And outside investment being fucking sucked up. I'm saying France are able to build enough public housing and public infrastructure, as in like public transport between their major cities and even smaller cities, all that sort of stuff there, sufficient drivers and all that sort of stuff there, you know. But because of the bureaucracy within building houses and just creating anything within the UK takes up so much money and so much time before you can even start to put any fucking shovels in the ground. It's costing the British government or any investors 2 to 3 times the amount that it's going to cost them to build projects in any other countries. So you see why that they're like not building any projects.
I think one of the most important things we can do is start investing in nuclear energy, because we're behind the curve where that's concerned. We should have went nuclear a long time ago, in my opinion. That's why France are not in such a bad position, because they have a lot of their energy is generated through nuclear. So their bills also, like, we pay more for everything. We pay more for gas, we pay more for electricity, more for water, fucking everything. The railways are insane. It cost me £209 to go from Nottingham to Edinburgh on the train. What the fuck?
The train, I think a coach, man, from Birmingham to London is about 7
And these times here, not even no luxury seat and no fucking pamper.
I think a coach, man.
You know what I mean?
Trains are expensive.
Game. I don't know. I never said Poland have higher rents than the UK. I don't know whether they do or don't. I wasn't making a comparison, so I'm not sure. But no, I didn't say anything. I did say in Nottingham though, they're charging like fucking £1,200 for fucking a 2-bedroom flat. It's fucking insane.
Yeah, places like Netherlands, France,
and that's cheap.
Germany or whatever, their rent is cheap because they've got enough housing for people to so and so. And even in places like Netherlands, having home ownership, because there is enough places for everyone to rent, live in, and blah blah blah, isn't like fucking something that people are trying to kill themselves to do. Like, so.
Yeah, man. Like, it's a tough place, man. So, you have to remember, it was a feudal system, yeah. And the economy, the way it was, right? They build more houses. They're worried about house price coming down. So there's all these NIMBYs, there's all these people that they don't want to build more because they think they build more, the price is going to come down, right? That's what they think. So they were incentivized not to build and let more migrants in. They were actually, the landlords were incentivized to increase the house prices, increase the rents. We live in that system, boys. We live in a system where if you're at the top, you make the money, and you make the ones at the bottom suffer, and you get richer. But that's the system that we live in. It's
Yeah,
part
but
of the
you guys have got to get on the same page though, because the sheer expense of illegal migrants, it needs to stop.
Yeah, well, I am on your page, yeah, but you know, like when it comes to the amount of migration, I'm on the same. I don't have an issue with the
Yeah, we're on
illegal
the same
stuff.
page, but it's like you want to take a different route to what.
Yeah, you're
what,
taking and you're
what
talking
other
about
people were
legal and
saying is a
illegal.
different route, right? Like
The problem
I'm
is not the
saying,
illegal.
if they
The
sort
problem
out safe routes of transport, safe routes of passage, and being able for people to be able to make claims from outside of the UK, then you know that does stop a lot of the boat people and
Yeah,
all
but
that
you
sort of
know,
things
Belly, the
happening,
thing is,
right?
you know, the boat
Because
people, yeah, is not a problem. Like
people get a
what this guy
decision
was
before they
saying,
come.
yeah. The boat people is not a problem. The problem is the legal one, because the legal one, both of them are working. You know, when they come here, both of them are working. Both of them start working, right?
Yeah, but the
Like,
majority of illegal immigrants had a visa before they become illegal. They just overstayed or whatever.
but the thing
They
is, yeah,
ducked out from
look, the illegal
going
one
back.
is like the illegal one is like 30,000, yeah, and the legal one is like 700,000. Like you're talking about, imagine you got 700 versus 30. Imagine you got 700
But
pounds
what Dave's
versus
but what Dave's classing as illegal immigrants, he's classing asylum seekers and
yeah, that's like
boatmans as
30,000. That's like
illegal
30,000
immigrants,
people,
right?
yeah. Boaties, you're talking about boaties.
There's over 1 million
But then that
people
cuts it.
residing in the UK who don't have citizenship. There's over 1 million people.
It cuts it down. They start making it to passage for the people them
Yeah, they're
to come
migrants, but
through
they
or
can be
whatever.
legal
Then
as well, or illegal.
the checks that they do when they come here can be carried out, or at least the majority of the checks can be carried out previously, innit?
No, it's just like
I know you think
government
their
has
check
been
the check has got more chance of sort of verification status being true when it's carried out by, I know, possibly not by the people in their own country, but say someone in their embassy within the country or whatever. Because it's wild, isn't it? As far as all of us was concerned, when we first started arguing about this, as far as you could probably run to one of the British embassies and claim asylum like that, yeah. But as we've digged in and found out, that's not even possible. You can't even do that. How if there's no way for you to claim asylum, but to get to the shore, you can't get a plane, you can't get a boat, and you can't get a train.
Belly,
How
man,
do
you
you
gotta
claim
listen to what I'm
asylum within
saying,
the
bro.
UK?
Look, Belly, the thing is, yeah, this
For me,
illegal.
bottom line is we don't need any more unskilled labour. We just don't need it. It's like
But that's
we're
still not an answer
flooded
to the
with
question, though, right?
unskilled. Yeah, but that's not my concern. If you enter this country without
That's the
going
point.
through the
That's the
proper
point.
channels,
That it's never going to stop then. If
Yeah,
there's
but what's the
no
proper channel?
resolve to that,
but
then
it
it
would,
won't stop. Then,
but it
will it?
would stop. Of course, it.
How?
No, Dave, listen to what I'm saying, man. You guys are not paying attention to what I'm telling you. I'm telling you the facts, yeah. Look, the problem is not the illegal. The problem is the legal one. Why? Look, firstly, the illegal
When people
one.
come here without a visa,
Yeah, let me tell you.
when people come here without a visa, then you just take them you take them off our land and you take them onto another piece of land, wherever that may be, and you process them there, and they never get to stay.
You have to have a returns policy with that nation.
What I'm trying to say here is this, yeah.
You can't
The
just
amount
drop people
of
from
yeah,
other
the
people's
ones who are
borders, can you?
illegal, yeah, the ones who are illegal, they're coming from poor countries with problems, right? They actually need to come here. They got legit reasons. The ones who are legal, the legal one. Listen to what I'm saying.
They need to come here.
This is what I'm saying. This is what I'm telling you, yeah. You know the legal ones, yeah, the ones who come here legit, yeah, from India and other places, yeah. They're the problem because there's a lot of them, yeah. Like there's a lot of and they're the same people. Look, the people are the same, yeah. Whether you got someone from Afghanistan or India, when they come here, they're the same person, bro. They're both like the same. Look, the illegal one and the legal one here is the same. Once they get here, they're the same, yeah. But the numbers are big difference, yeah. The legal one is like 700,000, and the illegal one is like 30,000, yeah. So the illegal one is just not an issue. It's just like all these hotels.
Your numbers are off. I understand the point you're making, but your numbers are off.
Yeah, not off by that much, bro. That's how it was last year.
Yeah, but obviously, I know the right wingers like to complain about asylum seekers and the boat people.
Exactly, they like to complain because of the political.
Imran is saying, the numbers of when it comes to people migrating to the country, that is the smallest number of migrants coming to the country, innit? Like,
but they're not even making a difference, bro, man. They're so small. So if you had 700 and you had
that
Yeah,
the
but
way
the
that
point still
conservatives,
stands. The sheer
it's because the
expense of
way,
it. We're spending over £4.5 million a day on hotels. That
because
money could be spent
conservatives
on
have done
British
everything they
citizens.
can. The conservatives done everything they can to make sure that they don't process any claim
Yeah, but I
that's
don't believe
brought up
that's
to
the
this backlog.
solution. Just giving everyone citizenship. I don't believe we can
No, you
actually.
don't give them citizenship.
We
Processing
can't
claims
provide
gives you a
services
decision.
for these people.
They processing claims gives the people a decision. Once you get a decision, then people can get to start to rebuild their life here, or go to another place where they're going to rebuild. Like, that's it. Like, they need to get the decision.
Majority need to go. And the
You
vast
gotta stop
majority need to go.
you have to stop here
Yeah,
the
that's in your
legal
opinion, isn't it?
migration.
But
You gotta focus here on the legal migration, because that's like a big number. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Like, why are you worried about 30 when you got worried about 700? Like, you're not making any sense, bro. That's why I'm not with you, yeah, because you're not making sense. If you lost £30 and you lost £700, what are you worried about? You're worried about £30 when you lost 700. This don't fucking make sense. Like, why you need to talk about the legal shit, yeah? But you're not even talking about that. So you stop the illegal migration, you're still gonna have loads of migrants from these other countries, like, you know, whatever, yeah. Still gonna have big numbers. The house price still gonna go up, yeah. Like,
You think I'm not aware of this, yeah? You think I don't talk about these things? That's hilarious. That's an assumption on your behalf.
No, because you keep talking about
the numbers coming here legally have been way too high, and it hasn't worked. Rishi Sunak thought by handing out over 2 million visas, he's going to pump up the GDP. He's going to create more taxpayers. He's not worked. He's done the opposite. He's done the opposite.
Every time, yeah, they give the visa, yeah. Why do they give the visa? Because the universities, they say we want more students. The house owners, the finance, they say we want more people to increase the rents, bro. You know, the housing market, they just want to keep increasing the rent price, bro. The landlords want to keep. Look, these people in the game, they just want the price to keep going up, bro.
And that's why we're saying it needs to stop.
Exactly, that needs to stop, isn't it? That's it.
Yeah. So we're in agreement.
Big numbers, bro. Talk about the legal stuff. Don't talk about the illegal stuff, because you're wasting your time, bro. Talking about 30, when you talk about 700. Why are you wasting your time? Yeah, talking about 30, we talk about 700.
It's all the same. It's all a part of the same thing.
It's not part of the same thing.
I would like us to have something in place where if you have come to this country legally, you've not been in active employment for the past 12 months, you're given an ultimatum: find employment or be deported. That's what I want to see introduced. I want to see a lot of things introduced. I don't want net zero. I don't want one in, one out. I want it cut down to thousands, in the low thousands of people coming here every year.
Let's just be happy, man, because we've been arguing about this for like 2-3 years, man. I don't even want to argue about it anymore. I just give up, man. Like, I just live on benefits, man. I don't like keep arguing about the same thing. If nothing happens, I don't want to keep arguing about the same shit. I feel like a dickhead. If I keep talking about the same thing and nothing happens, I just feel like I'm a dickhead. Like, you know, someone's fucking in my head. That's what I think. You lost it, bro, man. You can't control it. You just must give up, man. You just give up your talking points.
Yeah.
Just give up, bro. Because you know what? What are you gonna do, bro? You're gonna vote for Trump in the UK. You're gonna vote for Trump in the UK. And
how would that be possible?
And then it's gonna be the same thing, bro. It's gonna be the same shit.
How would that be possible?
I know you guys would vote for a Trump in the UK, yeah, and it's gonna be you're gonna be disappointed, bro. Trust me, he's gonna bring an Elon Musk, yeah, and start fucking around, and you're gonna be disappointed. Like, again, I promise you're gonna be disappointed. You know, it's Trump's old man.
Right.
His old man tried killing him, bro. Trump's own man tried shoot him, bro. His own support tried shoot him.
Just give up. Just go home, yeah. I am home. What do you mean? Got nowhere to go, fella.
Just give up, man.
Anyway, look. For you to make your point more accurately, you don't have to use Donald Trump as a reference. Obviously, we can't vote for Donald Trump, but Rupert Lowe is the guy at the moment. So yeah.
No, he's not, man. Trust me, he's gonna be a failure as well. Just trust me. Just don't have any hope.
Hey, Dave.
Do you
believe in this great replacement theory? Do you believe the great replacement theory?
What, they orchestrated for malicious means?
Yeah.
No. I just think it's about finance. The people actually at the top aren't concerned whether the country is black, brown, or white. They just care about keep pumping in potential taxpayers or workers or whatever.
You know, like you guys, you had this like.
I don't think I don't think it's a Jewish conspiracy.
No,
Those people are weird.
I don't know if he would have went that far still, but even when Tommy Robinson wrote his last book, though, he was leaning towards a replacement theory.
Statistically, but I don't think it's being done by design by the Jews. I don't believe in that.
You see, yeah, it just comes back to females.
So would you say that it's like more down to do with things like birth rate and then the other things that go along with that, rather than stuff with
it's it's birth rates, birth rates and immigration,
No, it just comes back to women again, man.
Yeah, but the immigration has gone up because the birth rate has dropped down.
Yeah, there's an argument.
Every time
for
the
that,
immigration,
you can't deny that.
Yeah, every time the immigration numbers have gone up, or there's been like, so say we start off with Windrush first of all, like the Windrush,
they don't want population collapse.
Yeah, the Windrush people was invited because so many people left after World War II, so there wasn't enough people to be able to be building up, rebuild the cities and so and so.
Yeah, it can be disputed, but yeah, they did definitely need thing.
But Billy, the truth is, that all this unhappiness in the world, all this unhappiness, from the right wing. To be honest, it's because they're women, is not treating them these men good, and they're not having children with them. Let's go back to our topic about women, I tell you the truth, all these men are unhappy, and they're voting right wing. It's just because the females are not being nice to them. Truthfully, innit? That's they're all upset, and they feel like.
Well, you think the birth rate's in decline because of the females are wholly to blame. You do know in the first world society, though, people just naturally have less children because there's less of a need to produce so many children because life expectancy is better, child mortality rates are lower. There's just not a need. It's like in poorer countries, they tend to have more children because some children could possibly die. They need more help. They need more work, not work, but that they need. In the first world, you don't need to do that. You can focus more on the child than quantity.
That's true, but I'm saying that your unhappiness is because of the females are not treating you nicely. I'm talking about. This is what I'm saying.
Why does unhappiness factor into it? What do you mean?
Crystal's not making dinner, Hey, tell Crystal to get back in the kitchen, fam.
That's it, man. You guys are unhappy because your female's not giving you love, bro. That's it, man. And you're directing it towards other stuff like globalization and migration.
Imran. Birth rates being in decline has nothing to do with whether people are happy or not. It's just people are just having less children. And there are different factors for that. You can factor in many different things. But it's not only the white populations whose birth rate is in decline either. That's not the case.
Yeah, I know. It's true. Like I got the same issue, but I don't blame this stuff on everyone else. I don't blame you on.
There is an argument that feminism has played a role in this, and there's also an argument that capitalism has played a role in this because women was incentivized to go to work, and then ultimately they focus less on family and more on career. So that's had a factor as well.
I'm not. We've all heard this red pill discussion. Everyone is clued up on it. Yeah, I'm not talking about this. I'm saying what I'm saying.
Why is that a red pill? It's not a red pill. It's just
whatever it is. Whole discussion.
The more rights women have, the more options they have. So in Afghanistan, women don't have rights. So yes, if a man literally wants to make that woman into a breeding machine, he can.
I'm not saying that we should go back to traditional, but all I was saying is like certain people, like in your kind of political group, are unhappy about certain, family, emotional, and social, and they're just unhappy here, and they're taking it out on this kind of political. They're just unhappy. They're not getting the love and acknowledgement. You want that acknowledgement of being, like in the old days, the community and the positive interaction. You guys are not getting this yet, but even I'm not getting that. But I know, what it is, but. You guys are taking this out on the wrong direction, which trying to do this tariffs. That's why all this happening. All this Trump is doing all this stuff. The Americans are unhappy. The Americans are unhappy, and it's causing Trump to do all this stuff. It's not going to help, is it? It's not going to help. You're going to try everything. It's not going to help.
See, the problem with your argument is, one, you're identifying the fact that there is a problem, but two, you're saying you don't like the solution because it may not be favourable to you. That's the problem with the conversation. Kind of is what you're saying. You're saying, look, you guys have a problem, but shit, if you try to change it, don't bother. That's literally the crux of your argument.
I'm saying you gotta change your attitude, yeah, and stop being so negative all the time, and because Elon. Look at Elon. I'll give you an example.
Be more positive.
Of Elon Musk, yeah. Elon Musk comes in here and goes to Dole. He starts cutting jobs. Now he's telling everyone he's a fucking science engineer. That he's an intellectual. He talks about the space. He talks about he's an intellectual. Yeah, he should be building stuff up, putting intelligent people in charge, making things better. Instead, he's just gonna go and just start cutting. So what? Anyone can just go and cut jobs. Yeah, anyone can just go and slice through. Where's the creation of quality that he's supposed to do in the government? He didn't create anything. He's not a leader. He's nothing. He's not even a fucking leader. He just chats shit. Yeah. He ain't done nothing. There has to be more intelligent people than Elon Musk in America.
What is your main issue with Elon Musk?
Look, there's all these American scientists and intellectuals. Why are they not coming up here? And you got Elon Musk just comes. He's got no talent. He's got no talent, yeah. And people are sucking up to him, yeah. You know what I'm saying? He's just got no talent.
Elon Musk loves the Nazi wave, doesn't he, Dave?
Yeah, he loves the salute, innit? He loves the fucking salute, yeah. He's trying to get away with it.
Calling it the Elon wave right now, cuz.
Elon Musk is gonna be a victim, bro, man. He's gonna be a victim for He's gonna be a victim. If you support him, you're dumb, bro. You don't know he's gonna be a victim for the rest of his life. For him, it's downhill. For him now, it's downhill. You know, because when you go up here, it's good to go up, but it's also fun to see him come down, bro. Trust me. Everything that goes up has to come down. Like, not everything. Right. Like Elon's coming down, bro. He's coming down. It's gonna be a joke. You gotta love it, bro, man. He's got a long time to come down now. He's got a long time to watch the show. Just watch the show, man.
It sounds like everything you just said there is just very much so wishful thinking, right? I don't think Elon's going to be affected by anything, right? He's obviously very.
Elon Musk is going to be a victim. His name is going to go down as a victim. Trust me. I tell you.
Yeah.
I'm telling you guys.
Right.
You know, the world is. In the world, yeah, the big players haven't come up yet. You know that, like the big players are not even there. Like,
Elon finessed the American government still, man. You know.
Yeah, he finessed it, bro. He finessed it for the shareholders.
Paid off the Trump vote and ended up getting billions back. You get me? So
yeah, exactly, bro. He gave 250 and he got billions back. Smart guy, man. He's a smart guy, bro.
Elon Musk is the he's the guy to worry about, yeah.
Nah, man, he's nothing, man.
Adolf.
Nothing, man.
Adolf Musk.
So So if this is what I don't understand though, because if he is ripping off MAGA, then you should be on his team, right? He's really, if he's out here scamming these people, he's not a threat, he's not a problem. I don't really understand what the issue is.
Nah, because we don't
if any moves that America make had no effect on the British economy, yeah, then man, we wouldn't really give a shit about what they do, innit? But the moves that Elon makes has an effect on that. America farts and Britain smells it.
Elon's got nothing to do with the tariffs, though, right? If anything, these tariffs could adversely affect his business.
Anything that happens in the American economy has a ripple effect over the ocean. So that's the only reason why we'd be worried about any moves that Elon makes or whatever. Any of Elon's moves within the Doge thing doesn't necessarily have effect on the British or European economy or whatever, innit? But it's just talking points about Elon's a bit mad, innit?
Yeah, man.
I don't see that way.
Dave, what do you think about the salute? What do you think about that? Do you think it's done deliberately?
I think it's literally a nothing burger.
Do you think he done deliberately? Like, do you think he was trying to?
Do you think he done it? Do you think he done it? I think Elon Musk was moving like a keki troll. He was moving like Ralph Meslamani.
Yeah. I agree.
I think I could show you video of Kamala Harris doing the very same thing. That's what I think.
Yeah, man, that's different, man. That's different, yeah. Because we know Elon is interested. We know that Elon is stuff. Right.
Well, I don't have that to hand.
I want to see Kamala Harris doing the Nazi salute. I want to see that spell.
Well, no, he put his hand on his heart and then he threw his heart out to the crowd.
Yeah. We know how it looks, man. Come on, man. We were
saying that wasn't a Nazi salute.
Everyone's a Nazi, yeah.
Yeah.
So was it a Nazi salute or not? Because I'm saying it was.
No, of course it wasn't.
No, he knew what he was doing, man. He knew what he was doing. It's just a veiled. It's veiled, man. It's just a veiled thing, you know. He talks about Roman. He talks about, it's not Nazi. It's the Roman stuff. Yeah, it's the Roman stuff.
Every strong, successful white male just looks like Hitler. Yeah.
No, Roman.
This must be
Okay,
Hitler
what? So
out here.
do you accept that it was a Roman salute and not a Nazi salute?
But they're the same.
I don't believe it wasn't anything. He put his hand on his heart and he threw his heart out to the
Imran,
audience.
you gotta slow down, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, come, don't answer the question before the question's asked.
Go on then.
But that Roman salute isn't the fucking Nazi salute anyway. So that's where the
He
Nazi
put his
salute
hand. He put his hand on his heart and he threw it out to the crowd.
It's in a Nazi fashion, like the same style as Adolf Hitler.
In a like Hugo Boss, yeah, in a Nazi fashion.
He definitely knows that it's the Roman salute, it's the Nazi salute. He definitely knows what he's doing. He didn't do it like by accident.
So when's he gonna start implementing National Socialism then? When's that coming?
Don't worry, man. He's gonna get his, bro. Like, why you being trolling, bro? He's gonna get his. Don't worry. His time is coming.
When is he gonna start implementing National Socialism?
Well, it's not us that he needs to worry about whether we believe it was a Nazi salute or not, innit? Like, it's really the flipping the investors, the large investors or the large shareholders within Tesla, because obviously they've lost money and some of the larger shareholders have sold off parts of their thing because of the drop.
Yeah, I don't know. Tesla's a tremendously popular car. I don't think it's going to make too much of a difference, to be honest with you.
I'm not sure.
I think the Overton window shifted. I think you guys are kind of behind the curve. And the direction things. I think woke's on its way out. I think we're done with that.
Bro, do you think that we care about trans? Do you think we care about this shit? Like, do you think me and Billy give a shit about trans stuff? Like,
yeah, but that's what Imran. This is what these men are trying to shift over woke to be, some trans thing or whatever. Where at the start, when the man was telling man about woke and all them sort of things, it was nothing to do with no trans shit. You get me, like, so.
I'll tell you what is woke though. Every time a man disagrees with a woman in an argument and she calls them a misogynist, that's massively woke.
Bro, what's that got to do with me, bro? Like, what's that got to do with this?
That is woke.
So what? You saying that because of woke, yeah, like Trump put tariffs there and Elon destroyed Doge because of woke? Like that's your like that's the thing, yeah. Like you
guys are obsessed with this tariff thing, aren't you, man? This is business. I don't understand what you guys are on about. If you want to do business with America,
Wait, no. Dave, you are fronting right now, yeah? Because if this was Barack Obama in office and George Soros or whatever was his main thing, and there was tariffs going on British goods going back and forth from America, even if they got a lower percent of tariff or whatever, you'd be saying, "Oh, I don't care about the tariffs. They're putting money on our trades or whatever. It's going to cost our business." But because it's Donald Trump and you support Donald Trump or whatever, like, you're capping for it instead, even though you know and you've admitted yourself that it will take a cost on British jobs and British business.
The tariffs that we've had implemented on, there's a fear we could apply the exact same tariffs back on their goods. It's just the price of doing business. That's it. I don't understand. Like, if Donald Trump came out and hit us with a 20, 30, 40% tariff, of course I wouldn't be in favor of it. But at the end of the day, whether we like it or not, America is in the business of America. We should be in the business of Britain. That's it. The tariff thing, it just is what it is.
Nah, man, that's funny that the man was saying now, just this way it is, whatever. Like, again, like, for the longest time, man's been talking about the WEF and the fucking World Bank and all these different fucking international so-and-sos that are able to put fucking rules and regulations on our shit. America put some fucking rules and regulations on our shit. And man's like, yeah, but it's just this way it is, though. It's like, the fuck are you talking about, guys? I'm not talking to the same person.
So are America, along with these tariffs, pushing a political ideology?
Like what?
We're talking about the WEF and these types of things, the European Union. They have a certain like one world vision, don't they? Things that they want to implement politically that I don't ideologically agree with.
One more vision.
Well, open borders. You could even go as far as saying you own nothing and be happy. There's all types of shit out there, right?
I think that's okay, man. You own nothing and be happy. I prefer that, to be honest, yeah. I'm not really insecure.
That's what the European Union is saying, yeah. That no one should own. Everyone should own nothing.
Not the. I think that's from Klaus Schwab. Yeah.
To be honest, yeah, it's correct. Yeah, no one's gonna own anything in the future. Everything's gonna belong to the government. This is how it's gonna be.
That sounds good. The government can really be trusted, man.
Why you
right now, the wealthiest. Wait, hold on. The wealthiest in society are swallowing up all the resources right now. Like, there's people like there's I think less than 500 families that own the majority of the wealth in the UK. Do you know what I'm saying?
So the solution to that is giving the government maximum power.
No. That's not what we said though. That's
Imran said that we won't own anything. No, not really. Imran said we won't own anything, and the government will control everything.
Imran's argument.
I thought you was adding on to his argument.
No, I'm going against what you're saying, where you're saying like shrugging shoulders to Trump's tariffs, but
I'm not sure we got a good deal. I think we got a good deal.
A good deal.
We got 10%. We got 10%.
We're paying tariffs on stuff that we're paying a higher tariff on stuff that we wasn't paying tariffs
and we'll put a 10% tariff on American goods coming into Britain. It swings around.
What's the American goods that it's not American goods that come to Britain is fucking services that we don't have. There's no tariff on services coming into.
No, that's not true. We import and export around about the same amount of cars.
The what? Cars.
Yeah, we import and export around about the same amount of
tariffs, man. We're talking cars have got 25% tariffs.
And then you put the tariff, and then you put the tariffs on American cars. So then people stop buying American cars and they start buying British cars, even though we don't own any cars. It's just business. If American cars become more expensive to import, then people will find a cheaper alternative, and let's hope it is something that is partly manufactured in Britain.
In that this guy is celebrating a country. Yeah, remember a foreign country putting tariffs on British goods and so and so, and also while we had a zero tariff trade with our closest trading partners and celebrating losing that at the same time. It's like man, them want tariffs instead of having no tariffs.
But it's not even that yet.
It's a wild argument, cuz like just to tackle Brexit and Donald Trump. The man them is saying that. You're basically saying that the tariffs are okay because we could put tariffs back or whatever. Like, it doesn't matter about all the jobs in the UK that's lost, or the fucking lost trade, or any of the lost tax dollars, or any of that revenue, and so and so. Still.
Yeah, and Patriot. Yeah, the thing is, you want to.
It's not as significant as what you're making it out to be. We don't really manufacture that much either. That's the difference.
If America was run by Trump,
if it weren't significant, then there would be no jobs. There would be no jobs out for it.
Look, it could be worse. It could be worse. We could have been in the EU and we could have been hit with a 20% tariff across the board. Could have been a lot worse.
What do you mean? The economy would have been in a better state, so it wouldn't have fucking mattered if we was in the EU.
You're still on that, yeah?
There would have been more bread. There would have been more trade. There would have been freedom.
The German economy is not in recession. They're doing great.
Yeah, but the Polish economy is rising. The Greek economy is rising. The French economy is on its way up. The Spanish economy is rising. So you can keep pointing at just the German economy, even though that will fix itself and rectify itself sooner enough or whatever, as a good sign of Brexit, while the British economy is tanking and losing revenue by the day as well. Now, America's put tariffs on after we've made our budget announcement in so-and-so saying what we're going to do, this, that, and the other. And then now,
but it's not as significant as what you're trying to make it sound, though.
It is, though. You keep acting like it's not, because you want to cap for this Brexit thing or for this Trump thing or whatever. Like, rather than saying,
we're in a better position. We're in a better position now. We're not in the EU for sure.
All right, listen. We're open to do business. What's beneficial here? Having tariffs or having no?
We don't get hit.
Having 10% tariffs or having 0% tariffs.
Of course, ideally, Of course, ideally we wouldn't have any tariffs, of course, but 10% is not that bad. It's the price of doing
10% on
business.
stuff that you fucking think of. 25% on the stuff that you actually do sell is the thing that actually matters.
Right, let's have a look. Let's have a look. So, how much does the UK export to the USA? Let's have a look. Right, let's see what's what. So we goods. Right, so United to export goods and services. Just give me a fucking straight answer, man. What's wrong with this thing?
But it's like, if America is run by Trump here, and you like Trump, and you want to be close to America, and they just put tariffs on you, right? Like, Trump is not saying he wants.
Yeah, it's not abnormal. Tariffs are not abnormal, man. So you lot act like it's something thingy.
No. You're acting like it's not something that there was a place with no tariffs that was our biggest trading partners that we've disconnected with to start putting tariffs on, championing this other place that we was going to be able to have as our new big trading partner or whatever, and then they've slapped tariffs on our shit also, bigger than the tariffs.
It's early days though. Yeah, of course. You're sensationalizing it. You're got like like if you look at the markets, man. Not really. The markets at the moment they're neat.
Right. But you have to be optimistic. Brexit's a disaster, bro. Come on, there's not one benefit of Brexit that's happened so far.
There's not one benefit of Brexit, right?
Well, what is the benefit then?
Hold on, I'm looking up how much do we export to the USA? Does the USA export to the UK? And this will give you an answer on what's what. Benefit is we don't get. Well, we've not really left the EU. That's the problem of answering that question, isn't it? Right, so America exports 79.9 billion in goods to Britain. We export 58.7 billion to the United States of America. So tariffs, we reapply the 10% tariff to the United States of America, we actually benefit from it. Because they export more to us than we do to them. But ultimately, we're not talking about major deals here.
The majority of export to the UK is services though, from America. And those come with no tariffs. Services come with no tariff, like the banking services and the so. Those are tariff-free trade.
If we reapply a 10% tariff, it just balances itself out pretty much. Look, this is the short term, innit? We don't know what's going to happen down the road. There's obviously negotiations to be had, and obviously America's going to do business with people if countries do business with them. Look, Maloney's currently going over to America today to renegotiate a trade deal because obviously she don't like being hit by the 20+% on the European Union.
I don't think he wants to put big tariffs up there. I think he's trying to make a point, you know. I think Trump is trying to make. Maybe over time, people have taken advantage of America. America was a big country. People maybe took advantage. You know, they want you to go across the world and they want you to be a big military and, you know, they want to take over.
Yeah, Games is right. Tariffs are on goods. It's not services. Pretty obviously a thing, but.
And that's the point that I kept on making. Tariffs are on goods, not services. So the services that America exports to the UK are tariff-free. The goods that's exported are tariff for tariff. Well, go on, even. Yeah, listen, yeah, I'm outside. I gotta keep my fucking phone on charge, innit, man? But I'm fucking having a cigarette outside the fucking car, so I don't know.
I haven't really come on to say anything that you are talking about. Like, to be fair, I'm not too clued.
Go on, bro. Go on, have a go then, anyway, man.
No, about tariffs is like when I worked for Jaguar Land Rover, and I'm talking about for a Chinese person to get a Land Rover over to there, they're literally paying twice what the car's worth. So if they were in Britain, they could buy two cars, like, or something that I can't remember what it was. But
that's the problem with China, though. They don't really import. Not really. China don't really import. That's the problem. They'll bootleg you shit. They bootleg BMWs and everything over there. They're not importing. This is the problem. They're exporting and they're making hay. But the reality is, we're not. They're not. It's not a two-way thing. We're not being able to sell goods to them because they're fucking bootlegging everything.
America-China tariff war is a different kettle of fish compared to the UK-America tariff war, isn't it? Like,
the UK and America are not having a tariff war. We're trade allies. Come on, man.
We're not fucking trade allies, man. England is UK's fucking.
You're acting like a 10% tariff is like fucking they hit us with a 50%. We are the lowest. We are the lowest. Oh yeah, and the European Union are flooding us with illegal migrants to get revenge for Brexit. They love us, man. They love us.
The European Union are flogging us with illegal. You just come up with these mad conspiracy theories out of nowhere. So what the fucking evidence have you got that the European Union are flooding England with?
That's true, man.
Nowadays?
That's a mad conspiracy.
That is. That's clergy plan. That's great replacement. That's all that, bruv.
You think that the European Union are relishing the fact that they're sending through their undesirables en masse? Of course they are.
Who are they sending through though? Who? And what paperwork have you even got or paper trail?
The French are doing nothing to stop people crossing the channel. Nothing.
The Conservative government was offered to make a flipping processing centre in Calais that they refused to build. They said, we're going to pay you to watch the beach instead. Yeah? So...
Man, it's just incompetence. Honestly, in this country, man. The Conservatives are incompetence,
That's
man.
The British government.
It's incompetence, bro, man. It's just incompetence. Like, these people cannot be in power, man. I'm telling you the truth, man. They cannot be in power. This Conservative, all this shit, man. This incompetence.
See, this is where I disagree, lad. I don't think it's incompetence. I just think it's, what's it called, negligence. I think they all need to be tried for fucking gross negligence and incompetence, innit? So the same, one of the same, like, but
be honest, yeah. What do they care about?
When are they ever going to be held accountable? Like, when are they going to start holding people accountable for literally, like, saying do something, lying? Like, these governments just get in, lads. They're going to do on all sides of the fence. Somebody even on one. Yeah.
The American companies, are taking a piss in the UK. There's CBRE, Google, YouTube, and so McDonald's and rah. They fucking hardly pay any tax. All their profits come outside of the UK and never circulate in the British economy, innit? And the man never trying to argue with me, saying that making them man fucking pay a decent percentage tax that goes back to the treasury that circulates within the fucking economy, helps provide public services and social housing and other bits and pieces, the NHS and blah blah blah, is not beneficial to the UK. Of course it is. It's nothing but beneficial.
I think everyone should pay the tax. I don't think anyone should be having these. Well, not that they shouldn't be having them, but these offshore bank accounts, we should be able to get into them. I don't know.
Even you have to pay tax every time you receive money from remittance for your employment. Like, so why the fuck shouldn't these countries pay any tax?
Really, this is where people don't get me with like being a royal. I think things need to move forward. We need to have these conversations of all this type of stuff. Because this is what the average person wants. No one wants to be taxed when they're dead. And they absolutely grape you, for a better choice of words, you know what I mean? But that's what they do when people die. It's even worse, like when my dad died, lad, is when my dad didn't think he was going to die, lad, so he didn't do a will. So his money went to probate, which was even worse, lad.
Yeah, and you fucking lose loads of money in that probate fights, man.
Yeah, loads, like 60%. Yeah, 60%, something like that.
Big battle, guys.
Bang out of order, lad, to be fair. Totally bang out.
Crazy, cuz.
Everyone dropped out.
I don't know why people are against that. People are against obviously the rich paying extra taxes or the taxes that they're supposed to be paying, like loopholes getting closed for them, man. Even if they reopen them after like 10 years or whatever, so we catch back up and pay off some of the debt and build up, blah, blah, blah. Like, fucking even if it's a temporary thing, so it gets back on track or whatever, like, something. Because, yo, just keep putting on extra taxes.
I've seen a speech, I don't know what it was, Elon Musk saying, I should pay, I can pay more tax, or I already pay enough tax, but yeah, we can always tax the rich more. Don't know whether he's going to do it, but I was out with a Texan the other day, like a fella from Texas, and he was saying it's even hard for him now to try and get off his green card because he's still on a green card, and it's even, I think it's been a bit harder on him now.
Yeah, man. So
you know the rich lad, yeah, really. I was with all the rich the other day, lad, at the races, and
yeah,
lad, scratch it, lad. I could open multiple firms just by networking on that one day, lad. Got this catering fella loved me. He was going to give me the best price on all the catering equipment, these ovens, the cooked chickens in 3 minutes and all that. You know, and I was getting tips off all the flipping racehorse owners. Yeah,
man.
Yeah. Once you're in the little club, lad, you find out everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, money circulates around money, bruv. So,
yeah, big time, lad.
Yeah,
everything's free of charge, lad.
You know what?
Everything
Even
is free. We got gifts and everything.
Yeah, when you go to some of them mad places or even some of these guys' houses or whatever, that's why I'm saying that, right? Obviously, I don't know anyone else's living standards or whatever, innit? But like, I'm sure that people were like, the majority of people that are listening are either in the working class, middle class, or right, one sec.
Go ahead, man.
Sorry, my bad. I just see Mrs. Vernian. But what was I saying about the I can't even remember what I was saying, man. Something about taxes or no, but going to fucking people that are on the different levels of incomes, properties or abodes and so and so. I mean, like not like just working class or middle class or even upper middle, man. I mean like the people you can't see, you don't really see. They man have got like fucking house managers and housekeepers in it. You go to their house and you won't see them. You'll see a manager of their house or something. Do you know what I mean? Yeah. Like if you see the way that these people were living, bruv, you will see that, bruv, these men have got more than enough money to pay the little extra percentage on tax for the bits that are needed for the economy to get back on track, or for the fucking public services to be rebuilt, there to be enough or whatever. Then who they're taking it from, like, i.e. the working class people in taxes and the middle class people in taxes and then VAT and then extra bits and pieces like that. Like that they've already like stripped us for enough, bruv. Like we went through the banking crisis and we had to pay for that. None of the bankers got charged for that. Then we got austerity after that. Yeah, then we got COVID, all them sort of things, all the bailouts always go to the top of the fucking pyramid scheme, and the money never dribbles down to the bottom of the fucking pyramid. Like, so we're just here dry, waiting for it to rain, still going through a drought for the fucking third, fourth season and something. And these men are just fucking letting it rain all over. That's what I keep trying to say. Like the 0.1% are basically living socialism, while the rest of the world is living in real capitalism. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, they always use us as a leg up, lad. Always use us as a leg up. They've always got the lawyer firms. They've always got the accountants that can argue with the governments. They'll have a whole department based on being able to argue with the government. Whereas our little trickle down, lad, is the likes of what you see people scrambling for, which is your PPI claims and all stuff like that. Do you know what I mean?
Man's yard, yeah. I went to a man's yard, in Hayward Heath near Brighton, yeah. and the housekeeper's yard is bigger than most people's. That the housekeeper, the house manager, that they give the other house to, the outside house that's on the property but not inside the house, is bigger than most people's actual houses anyway. A detached fucking 5-bedroom bare bathroom yard anyway. Yeah. Plus, so when you go into the big house, yeah, it's crazy because man's got indoor swimming pool, outdoor swimming pool, farm. Do you know what I'm saying? Like if you got, when the last time I went there, yeah, the man gave me like bare eggs, like bare vegetables from his, well, not him, the manager, innit? The manager of the house, because you don't even see him. You don't see him. You might see the youths running about now and then. You might see the missus now and then just strolling by or whatever. But you don't see my man. If you speak to anyone, it's the house manager. If any maintenance needs to be done within the house, then the house manager is the one that arranges it, and that's who you speak to, isn't it? Like they even got a trades entrance to their fucking house. So
like the facilities manager.
Go through, you know what I'm saying? You can go through the trades entrance to a man's house, bruv. What are you talking about, cuz?
Yeah. That's mega rich.
Man's house is like a fucking commercial building, fam. What do you mean trades entrance? The only thing my man hasn't got is a fucking lift.
I know what you mean. We've got some customers there, lad, and the garage is bigger than anyone's house that I know. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
the garage is a house itself. Yeah. But this, I was arguing with some lad the other day, my mate, because he does all HMOs, and I've disliked HMOs before immigration, by the way. I've sort of stood against vocally, not placards or anything, but I've sort of vocally stood against HMOs since, basically, long story short, my mate's nan used to live in a road in Smithtown, near Smithtown Road in Liverpool, and they used to have loads of students, HMOs in the street. So when the students used to go, she was literally the only lady left still in the street, old lady, and she had a hella, like, proper mad breakdown, because she felt like pure isolated and all stuff like that. So I've always been against these HMOs, which just rip communities, lad. Do you know what I mean? They just rip apart communities because it muddies the political vote. It muddies the community because these people just go missing. It's honestly, these HMOs, lad. And again, this is the rich making all the money off the HMOs, because I don't know whether you know yourself, lad. You probably do within the game that if you're doing a HMO, you don't pay tax on the materials, because I think it was Theresa May. This was the Tories, lad. So Theresa May brought in a law where you don't pay any tax on materials used on HMO housing to try and get more people in housing.
Have been giving like homeowners and landlords nice drinks for a little while still, man. So homeowners ain't really been complaining about conservatives and all them sort of stuff there. But
it's ruined Anfield, lad. This is more immigration, but what you're doing is you're getting people using that area. That area is like a sort of settling in area. You know what I mean? When people come to Liverpool, so they move there. But they haven't got a long view of living there, so they're not asked about the area. So they run down the area even more and things like that. It's just
But
so sad.
See, when I listen to all this, everyone going on about their finances and everything, right? Okay, so the government policies could be a bit better, and that's consistent government. But the fact of the matter is, I don't care about a fucking swimming pool and a bigger house. I want my country safer. I think that's not.
That's not. The point wasn't that my man's got a swimming pool and a bigger house or rah. The point is that when we're making these arguments for, like the patriotic millionaires are making, for people to pay more taxes or whatever, a lot of people make the richest scenario, or the rich people's scenario, similar to their own scenario. Like, so if you feel like you shouldn't be paying more tax, you trying to put it onto they shouldn't be paying more tax, when in percentage wise the wealthiest in the country are paying less percentage of their earnings in tax than the poorest in the country. So they should even up a bit more.
Yeah, I get that, but that's the perk of being ultra rich, isn't it? I mean, look,
my internet's playing up a bit in here, so I'm gonna jump off.
How many people in this country are ultra rich compared to the rest of us? That's the first thing. And secondly, I watched a load of millionaires talking at, I think it was you who actually played it. It might have been you or someone else. But anyway, and there was a bloke there talking about, oh, yeah, I'm a millionaire and I'd be happy to pay extra tax. And then it turns out he don't even meet the threshold because he hasn't got £10 million. So he's no different to you. He's the same as you.
If you check, no, he's not. But if you check that, he's a music producer, isn't he? His Brian Eno, I think.
No, but he's
Brian
the same as
Eno.
you because he can't afford.
But
he's
listen,
not in the bracket that's going to have to give it.
If you check his net worth's like over 50 million, isn't it? Like, so he would, be so. Well, to carry economics is a liar. Hey.
You know, I mean, for me, I think maybe it's because I was born into. I mean, my mum says middle class, I say working class, right? But that's because they've all got professional and stuff. But the fact of the matter is that the way I see it, I'm a realist, and I think if you're going to have a hierarchical system, and that is the best system to have, because there's always order then, and it always motivates and aspires, and you know, with self-determination and a bit of perseverance, people can move up through it. They have to make sacrifices. Once you get to the top level, then it's different. But
listen, that was before when flipping house prices were reasonably priced or whatever. Like anyone on a reasonable income, like even like a single person working in a family could be able to save up a deposit for a mortgage or whatever, innit? Like, but anyone that's trying to get a mortgage nowadays either has to have extremely large deposit, so they have to be well paid, or maybe get a loan off their family or help or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, so it's like not the same sort of scenario.
Yeah, I agree with you that some of
the is.
Yeah, I agree with you that some of the policies have actually hindered people. But I will say this, that again, it goes back to immigration. And I know that you don't like me saying that, but it does. Because if the less people living in a country, the more housing stock you're going to have on sale, and the prices come down because people can't, because, you know, they want to try and get people to buy them. But the least housing that you've got, it becomes more exclusive, and so they can actually fight for the biggest bidders.
Basically, yeah. If they are willing to lower the numbers of people in the country, and the people of the country are willing to lower their living standards for you to achieve this dream of there being no immigrants, or not as much immigrants and no immigration, or the numbers of immigration, then that's what they're like. The government would be willing to do in it, but like they're trying to keep growing the economy. So having enough taxpayers in the country, especially immigrants, because like they get a benefit from immigrants that they give visas earlier than they do from British citizens, because obviously it's like they get paid back for the free education and the payback for the education and the later on with a British citizen than they do with immigrant, innit? Because they was trained other places, just came here and just started working with whatever company, innit? So
right, so all of
the
recent stuff has shown that net migration has been a loss to this country now. Anyway, that's the first thing. Apart from European,
that's only on GBBs,
right?
Yeah, but you can't say wait. Listen, you can't say migration has been a net loss to the country apart from European migration. Like, that's migration.
Yeah, but it has been.
Yeah, but you know what, fella? You can imagine that
That's part of the calculation of migrants coming to the country, though. That don't even like you can't say that. Like, that's part of the country. Migrants coming to the country.
I can imagine.
That's part of the calculation of immigrants being beneficial.
If you hear me out, so legal migration. So someone's legally entitled to come here. But what we're having now is we're having people then bringing the families over that are then dependents. So those people that would have been profitable for society as a whole are now bringing dependents over that aren't. Do you know what I mean? So I can imagine that what Juke's be saying is right. Whereas if you only let immigrants or people who want to emigrate here stay here, and you only have the people who are working, and then they're entitled to bring maybe the immediate family, just wife and children, no mums and dads. You know, then you would probably see the bracket start going up. It's if you're bringing 4 or 5 people over and you're the only one working, you're then statistically going to look bad, aren't you? Because there's only 1 out of 6 working. Do you get me?
That's not actually factually correct here, because again, if you do migrate with a family or whatever, the amount of funds that you would need to come here or be receiving needs to be enough to pay for the family that's coming here as well, right? Because you're not entitled to any government assistance, you're not entitled to government housing either. You know what I'm saying? You're not even entitled to free NHS, so you have to pay annually for NHS and all them sort of things there, isn't it? Like, so if you do migrate to the country on a employment visa and you're bringing family members, dependents with you or whatever, like I'm not sure if
But why are the statistics out there anyway? They're saying like we've got people who've come over here who weren't born here that are on social housing. I've said statistics say something like 40% of all London social housing.
If you become naturalised,
in Scotland,
if you become naturalised, if you become naturalised, then you're a British citizen, innit? So you don't have to be born here to be a British citizen. If you are granted asylum, then you're entitled to get government housing also.
Mad.
You see, and the other thing that's actually happened is that you say that they're not entitled to free healthcare and stuff. Well, they've just put out a report saying that we've lost billions because they weren't bothering to check. So actually, they might not have had the right.
These reports, listen, every time you say that there's a report or something or whatever, like, you know, because you're a bit biased or whatever, it would be nice if you show the stats on the thing that shows what you're speaking about or whatever as well, innit? Because, like, the reports that we've produced and put on the screen so far have shown that immigration has been a net benefit, and people using social housing have to be British citizens or have refugee status to use the social housing or any sort of the government benefits that anyone receives. And again, a lot of the people that are living in social housing, as you know, doesn't necessarily mean that you're receiving any sort of benefits. You could live in social housing and receive no benefits at all, paying full rent, full so-and-so, and this, that, and the other.
Yeah, obviously, because I live in social housing and pay full rent.
Right then, so someone living in social housing and not being a British citizen doesn't necessarily, which means that they're not paying the extortionate rent that people living in private housing are paying.
Yeah, but that should go to British people. It shouldn't go to outsiders.
Yeah. It goes to British citizens and people that are allowed to use it. So
but British citizens, new British citizens, shouldn't be able to jump the queue to people that were already on the list.
But no one's able to jump the queue, though.
Well, they are, because a lot of it is done by overcrowding. So if you get a load of immigrants that move here and they go into housing, a 2-bedroom house, temporary house accommodation, and while they're there, they pump out 5 kids because it can take up to 5 years to get a place, and then they jump the queue. And if you've got more than 2 wives, that's likely to happen as well.
And they go on a national database now as well, so they get thrown all around the country. So London's full. Now London are shipping them everywhere else, which is mad.
That was some hypothetical scenario, man. It's like, obviously, first of all, like I was saying, for you to be entitled to social housing or whatever, you either have to be a British citizen or someone that's been recently granted refugee status. So those are the only people that can use social housing. So that means they would actually be entitled to use the social housing. And then if they are overcrowded and they've got more children than the bedrooms that they've got, then they're actually still entitled to be pushed up in the. So it's not against the rules, anything that you've even said. No one's not breaking the law for any of this, but even in your hypothetical scenario, the law wasn't broken
whether they're breaking the law or not, that would be down to our country not having procedures and policies that protect the citizens of this country. Just because something's law doesn't make it right, and you should know that. I've pointed this out 100 times before.
It's the British. It's only British citizens that could use social housing. So what are you talking about? It's only British citizens that could use social
That's
housing.
not
You
true.
don't have to be born here to use
No, that's not true. There is other ways, and I could
How?
sit here and tell you.
Only asylum seekers.
I'm not going to
and
tell
British
people on
citizens can
here
use.
so that they all go and do it, but there is other ways.
No, only asylum seekers and British citizens are entitled to social housing, innit? Like, if you've been here and you become naturalised, you come here on an employment visa, you've been working here for so long.
Well, under the government we've got
then you
now,
take the citizenship tax.
they're building.
You
They're
can get
saying
social housing.
that these people are going to be promised 4 years in asylums.
We've got, we are actually building London, social housing for refugees, solely for refugees now.
Yeah.
Where's that? The Labour government has said they're building social houses solely for refugees, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah, lads. They're doing it in Ireland. They're doing it in Wales. I could show you the videos of the lads going there with the drones, flying it over.
They've promised that asylum.
Listen, a man flying over a housing estate with a drone doesn't mean that it's a housing estate built for. I wouldn't see paperwork from the local MP saying that we're building this housing estate only for refugees, and I'm not sure that they actually are going to do that.
Yeah, give me a minute when I pull over in a minute.
Because building houses solely only for refugees or whatever seems like a bit of a madness when there's obviously more than just refugees that are in a housing crisis. There's hope. There's
yeah, but we do it with the baby. Yeah, but they want them out the hotels, really.
Yes, they've promised them they're going to.
So they're building like
them out the hotels. Wait, you want them out the hotels also, right?
Yeah, but I don't want to stop. I don't want to build out.
The only reason why they're in the hotels is because their claim's not been processed. If their claim gets processed and they're granted asylum, then they're entitled to government housing as well. So they will be able to join the housing register.
If it was my way, lad, if it said male on your application form, bye-bye.
Sorry?
If it said male on the application form, I'd just say, nah, see you later. Women and children only.
You see, the thing is, this used to be a predominantly just an English thing, and we used to have people up in Scotland looking down on us saying, oh, you know, the English are being racist, blah, 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 because we all know Scotland's quite woke, yeah? And then, you know, they sent a load of immigrants up there because they said, come immigrants, we're not like the British, we're not like English, sorry, we're not like the English, we're not prejudiced. And guess what? They're all crying now, aren't they?
Are they?
There's no housing. 70% of the housing stock's going to illegal immigrants, not illegals, going to migrants. And you've now got a situation where they're hanging around outside all the schools.
This just sounds like some KGB news propaganda, man. Now all these asylum seekers are hanging outside schools in Scotland. Rah. It's like, come on, man, that just sounds wild, cuz. Again, that's not even really a point to or against the law that says that anyone that's granted asylum is able to join the housing register.
We're not talking about asylum seekers per se. We're talking about the whole of the immigrants together. So even if people come through the system, even if people come through the system and they get legitimate status here, which I'm not arguing.
That's after 5 years.
Because they've been giving out status to people that are not even genuine asylum seekers. They've just been because they want to get as many people in as possible for some unknown reason. But let's just say they get legitimised. The rate that we're legitimising people to live in the UK is not keeping up with the infrastructure. So the policies and procedures that our successive governments have done has been to the detriment of British people. It's a numbers game.
Well, to be fair, what no one talks about as well is that the caliber of people that are coming over, which a lot of the time are the middle class from all these different countries, or the upper class. The lower classes, they go through asylum routes and all things like that. But So you'll have people who apply for asylum from India, but then you'll have a lot of Indians coming over who are actually from the middle class. So again, that just pushes down the bottom class over here all the time. I can't see anyone from the bottom. That's why everyone's moaning about scraping up. You're having people coming over from different countries, buying out houses in the housing estates, which you have every legal right to. I'm not denying that. But what you're doing is now you're having middle class people come from around the world, buying out loads of social housing anyway, where people would have been put up close to the families. So you're now spreading out the demographics of areas.
You're not allowed to
right
buy
across
social
cities,
housing off the
and
thing,
that
man,
pisses
unless you get
people
right
off
to
as well.
buy it.
It's all on the government, lad. Everything I'm on about's on the government.
No, but they
Well,
can't.
you get
Yeah,
a
they
right
can't.
to buy. You get. I don't know about
You can't
now,
buy a
but
right
you
to-
got a
you
right
can't
to
get
buy
funding unless
within
you got right to
5
buy.
years, didn't you?
Yeah, but then someone
But
can
again,
sell that.
so that
can't they?
means
So
that means that's been at least 5 to 7 years that the person. Well, it's been at longer actually. It's been at least 10 years then, isn't it? Because it takes 5 years for you to be here before you can even apply for citizenship or whatever. If you're on a visa or whatever.
not to buy a house though. My
No, you say no,
apprentice
but you
has
said
only been here.
you was talking about
My
the
apprentice
social.
has
Bro,
been here
you
3
said that
years,
people were
lad, and he's
buying.
already bought a house. Him and his
You just
missus.
said that people were buying houses on social housing, right? They're social housing houses.
No.
The
Buying in estates. I mean, very sorry. That might have been my way of describing it.
Okay.
So people are buying houses within the estates that they've already been bought out of the right to buy. Do you get me? And then they're obviously selling it on. Is what I'm saying. Sorry.
Okay.
The fact is that they can put down on paper whatever they like. We know what's really been going on because people know in their own vicinities. And the truth of the matter is, it's not a conspiracy.
Capitalism ain't the best.
It's not a conspiracy. People have been getting prioritised over Indigenous people. And when I say Indigenous, I also
What's Indigenous?
Okay. So you want me to explain? People born on the soil here, people that have birthright, people that have never been anywhere else, nurtured and raised there, maybe on holiday, but never resided anywhere else, raised, nurtured here under our culture, and all of a sudden they're being gazumped
I gotta
by
go on mute there for a
outsiders.
sec. So I gotta go on mute for a second because there's like loads of kids playing that.
Yeah, that's all right.
Let me just go on mute for a second. My battery's nearly dead, isn't it? And so I've got to run to the
Yeah,
charger.
so
I'm gonna allow you lot to go on a rant, yeah? You're gonna free reign.
Okay.
Get your notepad out, lad. Get your notepad.
Yeah, so for me, I look at it like this. Yeah, people want to be upwardly mobile, right? They do. But for the working class, most people that were working class understood that there's a hierarchical system. Not only do you have to really sort of sacrifice into your education because a lot of things were done on merit in the past, or your trade, and you might have to save and scrape by to get up that ladder. But the infrastructure was there for you to sort of like flip in and out of just as a safety net. It wasn't meant to be abused the way that it's become abused. And what we've had is successive governments that have made policies and procedures that actually has affected the working class, because whereas the upper echelons had the money to buy mansions and palaces and castles, and then you went to the middle class who would get the better housing and private housing and afford to rent monthly if they wanted to have a 5-bedroom house, etc. The lower classes had the social housing, which is no longer there for them no more. It's no longer there. It's going to predominantly, 40% they say is going to outside of the country in England. But 70% is going to outside in Scotland now. That's the latest figures coming out of Scotland. And this is why it's a problem. And this is why it's the working class that are affected more. Now, the middle classes are just starting to get affected with the economy and everything else. And they are going to start rebelling. I mean, you've got the farmers and everything. Those people own their own land and that. So they're rebelling because it's their living. But it's the working class that's been affected for the last 20 years. And bringing more people in and adding to the problem when there isn't enough infrastructure already is just ludicrous to me, especially when you don't know when it's going to stop.
Well, again, with declining birth rates, you need to have more people paying taxes to be able to pay things like the pensions for the pension age people, benefits and other bits and pieces. Like the citizens need to be at a certain number. So the number of citizens that they have is calculated to the amount of tax that they're going to collect.
Yeah,
Well, they've
but Velly,
already
if there's a
thought about
fall of
that.
birth
Hold on, Heathen. Can I just say this? They've already thought
Sorry,
about
I'm out of breath,
that within politics, and that's why they keep raising the age of when you're going to retire. I don't think that I'm likely to get my pension, because I reckon by the time that I'm ready to get it, it will go up again. You know, I'm 57 now. Back when I was a youngster, women were getting their pensions at 60. I would have been aiming for 3 years and then would have been able to claim my pension. No, I can't do that now, because now it's gone up and up and up, and they're doing it to the men as well. That's why you're seeing elderly gentlemen in their 70s still working. So when you say we need the younger generation to pay for the pensions, whose pensions? The ones that they're putting out of reach for the ordinary person at the bottom.
Exactly.
Yeah, there is people. The state pension. The state pension. If you check it out, the state pension. I don't know. I put up a chart before on my other channel where it shows how much of each pound in the tax is going towards it, and the state pension and benefits takes up the majority of each pound that the government takes in taxes. So that's why I keep trying to say to you, that's what it's actually for.
Well, we'll probably find out that we're going to be very similar to America, because America has found a lot of fraudulent claims, first of all. And I think we've probably got a lot of fraudulent claims here. We've probably got people that are living outside the country, and rightly so. In the EU, they were allowed to do it. But we've probably got people all over the place that claim a benefit that have probably already died. You know, there's people that used to work here that have gone back to Africa claiming their benefits. So I think there's probably going to be some fraud uncovered there. But I would agree with you, Belly. Yeah, the people, the pensioners at the moment are the ones getting the most benefits. And that's why I'm sick and tired of hearing people talking about let's cut benefits for disabled, or, you know, people right at the bottom, when most of the benefits do go out to pensioners. But what I'm telling you is people like us, including myself, who's a lot older than you, Belly, are not going to reach our pensionable age. That is only something that is applicable for the people that are alive at the moment. You know, the ones at the top claiming, because it's not going to be applicable to us, because they've already worked that out. They've already found a way of making sure it's just that little bit unreachable for us. So I explained what I mean by indigenous, Stu B. I mean anybody born on the soil. It's not about whether your heritage is outside. Your parents could be both Jamaican, they could be mixed, they could be, I don't know, African, they could be Chinese, for all I care. If you're born on the soil, you've been raised in this country, you've gone through our schooling system, you've actually started working in this country, and you've put in your taxes, you are somebody that should be getting priority over people that are walking in from nowhere and suddenly are being promised that in 4 years we'll put you up in a hotel, we'll give you food, roof over your head, you know, we'll give you phones and all the rest of the stuff. And you won't have to pay gas or electricity, even though the economy is fucking going through the roof. And after 4 years, we'll guarantee you a house. What the fuck is all that? Oh, and meanwhile, while you're sitting there, you can have free driving lessons. We'll give you bicycles. We'll pay your cab fares to when you want to go on excursions to get yourself familiar with the area. And on top of that, you know, we'll make sure that you've got a cab service.
That's wild that you're complaining about the charities that do that sort of stuff there. Because the other complaint is that these people are not integrated. They're not integrated into our society, and anything that's done to help people integrate, you're against it as well. So it's like a catch-22, man.
I don't think wandering around little villages and towns staring at girls, is integration. I think there should be a proper integration plan set down by the government.
So you're saying the people that's receiving driving lessons and bikes,
culture in our country, understand that you should respect the Christians.
So listen, now you just jumped from one to another, because you made a point about the people receiving bike lessons and driving lessons and whatever. And
Yeah.
the reason why they're receiving those things is to help them integrate into society or whatever. Like it's a charity.
I fail
that
to
does.
understand our driving lessons make them integrate.
But let me
when we
finish
all
though.
know
Let me
that a
finish.
lot
Let me
of them go
finish.
to
Let
be
me
Uber
finish.
drivers who end
Let
up
me
raping girls.
finish. Listen, you're on, you're going mad again. Now you're saying that they're grapists now. God, you're just wild with
I'm
the
saying
allegations.
a hell of a lot of them that are getting their driving licenses have been known to go into being Uber drivers and
You've
taking
got a
advantage
statistic.
of young girls.
You've got a
Up
statistic
in
for that.
Scotland, there's the evidence. A brilliant video has been put out by Craig Houston.
One video has been put out. That's not no government statistics. That's just like propaganda, like one YouTube video.
Well, I don't think it's propaganda
Government
when the police have
statistics.
admitted that they've had to arrest people because they've been loitering around schools taking photos of kids that are not theirs, and they've been caught at multiple locations.
See, listen, you jumped from the people in Kent getting driver lessons to now some dons in Scotland allegedly being outside schools doing so and so and making now, but you're making links like these people were the same people. So I'm like,
well, they
this is
are.
what
They're
I'm
all
trying to
coming
say to you.
from
Like, you
outside
just
of the
scattergun.
country. What you're finding is they're not indigenous people. They're not. They're not people that have been born and raised here that are sitting outside these places looking at 12-year-old girls and thinking, "Oh, that might make a good wife."
Who?
Yeah, but these jobs shouldn't
But
be
no, but that's
able
not
to
true.
be
That's not
accessed
true.
by people.
Listen, that's not true. That's not true. Yeah, and even urban analysis will tell you, yeah, that from any time from when we was in school, our school days, and then even from when you was in school yourself at secondary school, there was always one or two older dudes that would come down and pick up one of the girls from outside the school or whatever, and behind their back, everyone would say that brother's a nonce, innit? Yeah, but obviously because you know the brother would be
Yeah,
able
but
to
we're not
knock you
talking
out.
about one
You
or
wouldn't
two.
say that.
We're
Exactly,
talking about
You wouldn't
groups
say.
of men.
You wouldn't say shit. But wait, listen. You wouldn't say
It's
shit to his
becoming
face.
normalised.
But no, it's not becoming normalized because people.
It is.
What? What are you talking? It's not. It's not normal.
becoming
That's not normal.
normalised by our
Like again,
government
from
that
them
we're not
times,
allowed to
we've
say
called them a
nothing
nonce.
about
I'm
these
sure
people
that your
without being
children would
racist.
say the same thing about any of the older dons that was picking up girls from their school in their time or whatever. They would say that them dudes were nonces, but they probably wouldn't say it to their
I'm
face,
sure
innit?
they
Because
would,
you know
and
the
we're
dude's a
saying they're
couple years
nonces
older.
today.
Exactly. So it hasn't. So it's not a flipping change in behaviour to where
But it is
people
a
were saying,
change
"Oh
in
yeah, this is
behaviour
a good
because
thing.
it's become
It's
more
a good thing that
culturally
we do."
normal.
No, for some reason we
It's
just
not
trust
normal.
men.
It's not.
We just trust men's word. Like this is my problem all along. We've got enough fucking British fucking nonsense, and then we're letting people come over who we don't know any background. We can't do background checks on them. Some of these people are getting. How can you drive a taxi if you haven't got at least 5 years DBS? Do you know what I mean? Like, it's crazy what we're doing. And again, all in the name, by the way, of what's it called? You said it before, capitalism. It's all the rich that come up with these ideas to make the rich even more money. When you said before,
I think that
a declining rate.
Yeah,
That's brilliant.
in a
It's
way.
more manageable then. I'd rather a declining rate than a runaway train, which is what we've got now, which is no one ever can see the end in sight of how many numbers they want or anything.
Exactly.
I don't want to build on any more green belt than we've already built on. I'm happy with a declining population that we can manage. I'd rather that personally than this runaway train where we're going to have skyscrapers everywhere. You're seeing all investment
You're
coming
all
from
nonsense, man.
all
No one's
over
trying
the
to
world.
listen. You lot keep trying to straw man the point that man's making, innit? Like what I'm making the point to you guys is no. Listen, listen to the point that I keep making. I'm trying to make a point to you guys here that you lot keep saying, yeah. Mainly dupes keep scattergunning and approaching, yeah, and putting all asylum seekers down as nonces and bacons and rah and so and so. But then when I made
don't
yeah,
make
but
it up
listen,
that.
it is though because when I was making the
said
point
we've got a
of
real bad
listen,
cultural
wait,
problem
wait.
with
Listen,
a huge amount of people
stop. Listen,
Plus the
listen to
system
what I'm gonna
doesn't work.
listen to what I'm gonna say. You're gonna be able to speak without no cutting. You can make all your point, and I'm not gonna cut you off. You can just speak.
Okay.
Yeah. So, like I was saying, I made the original point to you that it's like a double-edged sword with some of the arguments that the right-wing people make because they say, people are not integrating, rah. And then there's charities going out to help people integrate, and you're complaining about the stuff that's helping them integrate. And your next point after that was that, yeah, but they're in Scotland outside looking at schoolgirls. And I'm like, well, we was talking about the people in Kent. Like, how are you now putting these people in Kent with the same people in Scotland, and you're like, yeah, well, they're all the same. So that's the point that you was making, that like they're all the same, and you're making like, again, like you're trying to say basically they're all just nonsense. And I'm saying, right, it's mad. Obviously, they're not all nonsense. There's going to be bad people.
Let me clarify. When I say
not all
they're
of them
all
are.
the same, I mean those that come from certain cultures that don't understand British culture. They're all the same. They have a very misogynistic way of looking at women. They value women as second class. They see that they can marry very young girls. They don't understand the age of consent in this country. And even if they do, they ignore it because they believe that they have to go by their own laws, religious laws, which is not laws of the land. They've got a disrespect for the indigenous here. They don't like the British and the Western way of life. One wonders why they even come into the country in the first place. So it's that mindset I'm talking about. When I say they're all the same, I'm talking about that particular mindset. That doesn't mean that every single migrant is like that. No, I would agree with you. Not every single migrant is. But the numbers are already huge enough. There's an agenda at play, in my opinion. But the numbers are already huge enough. But the infrastructure's failing. We haven't got enough housing for our own. And for people to say, oh, yeah, but we need all these people to come in so that we can get housing. No. Not if it's going to go to people that are not indigenous of this country. They should be given priority. And the fact of the matter is that we through eons of time around the world, all over the world, have had subtracting, right, and expanding populations, and it's quite helpfully that people have still managed to survive. That is the nature of the world. It's like a pulse, it's like a heartbeat, fractal numbers, you could go into it, everything else, the golden ratio if you want, it goes on, and it's a natural heartbeat of the world. What we've now got is false. What we've got is pushed immigration into our country. The infrastructure wasn't set up for it, all based on an ideology that has reduced everything down to its knees. And when I say an ideology, I mean Marxism, by the way. I don't necessarily mean Islam. Islam is just one of the tools they've done to do it. Hyper-capitalism is wrong, but so is hyper-Marxism. And the bottom line is Marxism can never work anyway. Communism can never work. You can never give everybody exactly the same and think you're going to get the same outcome.
Well, one of the ways
yeah, go on, Heben. But I just want to say this. These people that think equity is equality need to wake up and give themselves a fucking whack round the head because it's not working. Woke is finished. It's dead. Even Ash Sarkar has admitted that all it did was cause divisions and segregation amongst people. Go on, Heben.
So one of my big gripes about capitalism is it seems that you have to sort of sell your soul to the devil just to be able to live. So again, a lot of times I speak sort of as a Liverpool man. Do you know what I mean? Highly influenced by Liverpudlian politics, which is very anti-capitalism. But now I see our town turning into something unrecognisable purely by foreign investment. So we'll take the foreign investment that we didn't really ever want, but now we want it. And now you're just having. I'm sat here in Liverpool docks looking at the new skyscrapers and all that, and they're all housed by, like, I drive past in a minute and you'll see Qatari number plates, Dubai number plates. So they're even able to afford to bring the cars over with them. Do you know what I mean? So we're selling off the land, but nothing's happening to in the estates. So these bigwigs are making more and more money.
But again, that's the same thing that we keep arguing about, Heath. It's that's the government that does that, and the air quotes powers that be. They make those decisions.
Really, we've been ran.
Again, even from Margaret Thatcher, yeah, from right to buy or whatever, the council could have used. No, it's not the socialist, bro. It's the capitalist, because the capitalist is the one that's trying to sell off all the bits and pieces for profit or whatever, innit? Because the bottom line only matters, not the state of the country, not the benefits anyone gets from it, the benefits that the people that are selling receive. Like, that's the only thing that matters, right? But again, so if they're selling, yeah, a lot of assets off or whatever foreign entities or whatnot. Obviously, it's not going to have no control within the British government or by a British person no more or whatnot. And I'm saying, like, now it's in the foreign entities' control, and they're going to run it like a business. So the bottom line, again, only matters, not the state of the people, the state of the company, or so and so, as long as it's in profit. And again, with the housing, the social housing stuff, from Margaret Thatcher was in and Right to Buy got introduced, the money that was used or that was raised from the houses that were sold or whatnot could have been used to build or go towards funding, building new houses and other houses or whatever. But they didn't do that. They just didn't even build no more houses or whatever, no extra houses. Even though they know that they want to bring more people to the country, they want the economy to grow and this, that, and the other, like different skills and different businesses to come here and set up and blah blah blah. But they're not going to provide any places for the people that are coming here to live in. So then, what's going to happen? The rent prices, house prices, and so is going to rise. So keep blaming the people that's moving here for the for the opportunities. Is not
the reason.
Yeah, keep blaming the people that's moved there. For the issues, and never blame the people that actually have control.
I'm blaming the governments all the time.
Oh, I do blame the people that have control. I do blame the people that have control. I think whether it's been Labour or whether it's been Conservative, okay, the local council officials have been fucking putting money in their own pocket. It's extraordinary that the people in Birmingham, that were in charge, do you know how much some of them were getting, even? £275,000 a year.
Yeah.
Right?
Imagine.
How much does our Prime Minister get to run the country? Nowhere near that. So what's going on with these councils? And then when you take a little bit of a look at the council, who are these council officials that seem to be in? A lot of them don't seem to be Indigenous. Sorry to say, Billy. A lot of them don't understand our system. And a lot of them seem to be taking the money
because
out.
these people are not British or not English heritage, that's the reason that they're scamming.
Because they don't have the same love for the city.
Yes, I do think that's
look at ours, Nelly. Nelly, we've got a town hall, right? We've got a town hall, and our new mayor has decided, right? You understand? He's decided he's going to rent new council offices in one of these new builds that just flew up in like the I don't know, like the biological centre, whatever they fucking called it, right? Even though he's got a council building there. It's honestly, these councils and the government, it's all corruption, lad. We've actually lost our World Heritage status because they've allowed them to build all these fucking sky rises. And a lot of it's to do with gangsters as well, lad. A lot of gangsters, and they know that gangsters are involved.
The gangsters took over the 2012. Hey, the gangsters took over the is it 2012 Olympics? The gangsters took over the 2012 Olympic land sales in East London as well, fam. Right, so
yeah, that's what I mean. So they're all in bed together.
Yeah,
we've just had it in Liverpool where we're trying to take our old mayor to court, Joe Anderson, and it's just come out the woodwork that he was in. You will probably remember him. You might not, Velly, but Derek Hatton. Remember Derek Hatton?
Oh yeah.
He was involved. He's now being called into court as well to do with all this corruption within Liverpool Council. Now he actually, when the Toxteth riots and that was kicked off back in the day, he was one of the big wigs that was stopping black people from getting jobs, and he's still involved madly in the council behind closed doors. He went into court the other day with his turkey teeth on a fucking little hobbling along on a fucking crutch, little scumbag.
Yeah. So there is mafia like people, but you know yourself that these people that were originally in the position sold out. They were corrupt as fuck. They sold out to the next lot of corrupt people. And then you've got people that have don't really understand the culture of our country, that are going into these positions, believing that they are, well, we've seen all the videos out there where they've been saying, in 5 years, we'll have this many councillors. In 20 years, we'll have that many councillors. In 30 years, we'll have a takeover kind of thing. And this is what they've been doing. They've been reaping the soul out. They don't care about the people in their own communities, even though they tell them that they do, to pay lip service to get them to vote them in. It's a disgrace. All of it is a disgrace. Who would want to live in Birmingham with rats running around the size of dogs? But the reality is it could hit any of us. If it eventually gets to London, it'd be even worse. Because look how big London is.
Well, just look what they're doing as well.
There has
Within the
been a big
council
strike in
budget,
London before. There
they're
was a big strike
charging.
before.
Yeah, I know
The
there's
rubbish
been
never got
strikes
collected for
before,
3
Velly,
weeks
but
or
I'm
whatever.
talking about for as long as it has been and London-wide. If it was London-wide, just see what will happen. The rats would be all over the fucking place. Coming out the tube stations and everything.
But this is down to governments and councils again, isn't it? So, like, again, in Liverpool Council, they now charge us for having a garden. So they brought in a garden tax through the back door because they charge you for having a green bin. Now, I have a green bin for ours, and I only ever put the grass cuttings in it. But the majority of the waste is from the fucking council tree outside. So now I have to blow the leaves onto the fucking road, and the council have to come round and get them because they're charging you for the bin. That I know for a fact because I actually work in some biomass facilities. They're making money off that green waste, but then charging you for the recycling fee to take it.
Yeah, but
The
it's all
same with the
business though,
plastic.
man.
The same with the
It's all
plastic.
business though, but it's what I'm trying to say. That, but how does any of that lay at the foot of any of the immigrants or migrants, man? That's all.
Well, I'm moaning about councils. I'm not moaning about.
No, most of that is to do with council policies. But I'm telling you, there's also a mindset that's infiltrated the councils.
But the stuff that you're complaining about, where it's to do with the immigrants, is always usually to do with the government
it's all
policies.
connected.
Like again,
it's all
with the
connected.
Conservatives. No, but with the Conservatives or whatever, yeah, like from David Cameron won that vote or whatever, he said we're going to bring migration down to the tens of thousands, and it was hundreds of thousands. And it's just more. They say they're going to bring in a certain amount, and they bring in more.
Yeah, I
so
blame
who do we blame for that then?
Procedures of the government.
Who should we blame for that though?
The governments.
All right. So, and again, if the people, everyone that's come here is actually needed, has an actual visa or whatever.
But just because we're blaming the governments doesn't mean okay. We know. Look, that's like saying to me.
Of course, you can complain about some ways that you dislike. That's like saying to me,
I own a sweet shop, right? I own a sweet shop, and I've got a security guard on the door.
I haven't mentioned immigrants,
and the security guard's not doing his job. He's letting every thief in the area into the shop to rob me. And you say to me, don't worry about the thieves coming in. Blame the security guard because he's not doing his job.
No, but it's not though. It's not though, because everyone that's coming here with a flipping legal visa is not coming here as a thief, are they? They're coming here to fulfill a role. That's someone outside
a lot of the legal visas. Wait, hold on.
Yes, they come here.
Willy-nilly now.
They come here,
and the threshold for the earnings is very low.
They come here on legal visas that people in the UK have bought, because like for you to get a visa or your employer a visa, there's like a sponsorship fee and all them sort of things as well. It's like so.
I've seen say immigrant people in corner shops with the paperwork. I don't know how that's skilled work, or in a pizza shop. Don't know how that's skilled labour.
Yeah, exactly. Barber shops, they're saying that's skilled labour. It's ridiculous.
And there doesn't need to be social housing for people coming over, because no one would ever expect Australia to start building social housing for all our people going over there working in hospitals or tradies or whatever. You've got to start at the bottom. You've got to have a bit of money in the bank. You know what I mean? You've got to. I don't know exactly what I know you've got to have money in the bank to come over here as well.
So not only are we suffering economically because they're making shit policies, yeah, the infrastructure's creaking at its seams. So basic dentists, doctor's appointments, getting your kids into the right school size, all the other stuff that used to be there for everybody to access, they're not getting no more. So that's failing. That's how people are suffering. Then on top of that, they're bringing in more and more and more people to make the position even worse. Then they're giving away freebies to these people, like driving lessons. Why isn't every 17-year-old in the country being given driving lessons if we can just give them away willy-nilly?
Why do you keep lying and conflating? Like, the driving lesson thing is from one charity that's giving out driving lessons to
it's not. It's local
councils.
Some local councils.
So some councils are giving driving lessons. That's not every single asylum seeker is getting driving lessons.
Yeah, Danny Kent. right? So they add that to the problem, right? They give it away, so they're playing people off against each other, and then on top of that, you've got the cultural differences. And that doesn't mean that every migrant that comes here from a different culture is a horrible person, but it's certainly not helping when we've got people in positions of power that are not looking after every Briton, but is giving preference to a certain demographic based on their religion, and it's wrong. It's wrong.
I think what you're trying to say, Dupes, isn't it, that no one who comes here as an emigrant, I don't know why we call them immigrants, don't we say emigration? And we used to say emigration, like you used to emigrate. So anyone emigrating here shouldn't be a burden on anyone but themselves, especially the society at large. All that they should really do is contribute
But
to
they're
the
not. The
society.
majority of people that migrate here on a legal visa migrate here with like, so if you get a visa or whatever, a job visa or whatnot, you can't use the NHS for free, innit? You can't get social housing, and you're not entitled to any sort of universal credits or any of the benefits.
I'm not saying you're lying or anything, but what is the process then for someone who say you're just visiting someone who lives here and you come over from India, say, and then I don't know, you get COVID. What is the process? Do you go to, I don't know, do you go to a
You're
private
supposed to have
hospital
some sort of travel insurance or whatever.
Is it the same as us if we go to Spain? It's a genuine question. I'm not trying to catch out or say this one way or another.
I thought it should sort of go through that, right? If it is known that the person coming in is like a migrant or whatever, or is like on a different visa, then I'm sure that they have to pay for the if they get any sort of prescriptions or whatever, that would have to be paid for, innit? Do you know what I mean? Like same thing, like if you got a job or whatnot, you'd have to pay for the prescriptions or whatever. But annually, you have to pay. Wait, hold on. Listen, if you're on a visa, work visa or whatever, annually the person has to pay like I think it's like £900 to £1,000 for every year to be able to have access to the NHS and all that sort of stuff. Then, like if you walk in after health and A&E and all that sort of stuff.
But I just can't imagine.
So you can use it A&E, but you have to pay.
Insurance, I can't imagine that the NHS, if you were in an A&E, I can't imagine the NHS to just say, like they sort of do in America, and just sort of push you outside.
Yeah, you got no insurance or whatever. No,
I genuinely think that we just take a hit on it.
Yeah, I think they would as well, but I'm not sure. I've not.
And I can imagine, just like British people would, by the way, just like British people would if they knew they could get away with doing that in Spain and just saying, "Oh well, I haven't got it. You're gonna have to treat me." You know, people will then push the luck once they know. It's like a little chink in the armor, isn't it? Once there's a little chink in it, everyone goes for that part of the armor. Do you know what I mean? It's like that happens right across society with British people. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, after listening to that Nick Tanconi, I think that's his surname, isn't it? Tanconi, I think.
Tanconi.
Yeah. After listening to him, because I was a bit worried that he was going to be pretty extreme.
Nick Tanconi wants to bring Caesar back.
But no, after listening to him, I like him. I think he's old school. I think I will vote for him. So firstly, these are the reasons why I will vote for him. Firstly, he wants to reduce illegal migration. He says that we shouldn't be taking any more. He wants to halt all immigration for 5 years. I think that's a sensible stance, the way things are going. And then anybody that gets a citizenship and becomes like a violent thug or a rapist or any of them will have it rescinded like it's supposed to be. Because all of these stuff is already enshrined in law. That's law. So I'm like, yeah, good. He's going to actually abide by the law. And I think that is what should be done.
If you commit certain crimes and what.
So if somebody comes to this country and wants to adopt, say, I don't know, from anywhere around the world, right? Even Europeans who come here from elsewhere, who want to be British and want to be British, and they become a rapist or they become a violent serial killer, or I don't know, that they kill someone, murder someone in the street during a robbery, etc., etc. All these kind of things, they're going to take the passport back off them and send them back, and I think good.
Yeah, my pub.
Yeah,
Oh, Peggy Mitchell's over there getting people out the
We
pub.
need to make the streets safer, Velly. Why would you want to keep criminals here?
How are we saying we want to keep criminals there? Like, you're saying that you want to vote for someone who wants to implement laws that's already in place.
That he wants to exercise the laws that are in place that our governments are ignoring. Yeah.
So the laws are in place, but the government is ignoring them.
Yeah, the laws are already there. So when you take citizenship of this country, you already swear an oath, don't you? And you do your sort of like swearing in ceremony, and it tells you your rights. That if you commit a serious crime, it can be taken off you. And I want somebody who's going to do that, because.
Well, I've said this all along, Dupes, that if we didn't go out and start the process and procedure through the RNLI in the middle of the channel, and they rocked up on the shore, that's illegal entry. So you could actually arrest them all and send them back anyway.
Yep.
It's only because we're going out and meeting them halfway and then starting the procedure
And
there.
we shouldn't be doing that. We shouldn't be doing it.
Then they're being put through the system, sort of thing.
No, but that's because that UN 1951 convention supersedes other law. If any, obviously, that other trespassing law or whatnot, because of what happened with the Jews in World War II.
Exactly, and that's neglect again, isn't it? It's neglect again, that they haven't changed the law to adapt with the times. So you're having people using a law that was about people fleeing war in Europe. Not wars around the world, wars in Europe. That was initiated through that, wasn't it? I mean, we've never changed it, and that's exactly just like the British do. They find a loophole.
Yeah, but that's the United Nations.
The loophole for their own advantage. Loads of British people who do it in different
like
ways.
The United Nations Convention, isn't it? Like the League of, was it the United League of Nations that started off first of all, right?
Yeah.
And the ECHR has taken on that part of the thing as well, isn't it, with the human rights.
This is what gets me when people turn around to me and say, like, you say things like, "Oh well, Germany are taking more." It's like, since when did we ever fucking take advice off the Germans?
Yeah, and why are we competing?
or France?
They do. They take the most, didn't it?
Asylum processes.
France do.
Since when do we listen to the fucking French?
Yeah, but
we're
not in no competition.
Why people say that to you, even, is because a lot of times when people are making these sort of points, they're making it like France and Germany don't take people, or like, well, they're coming through France. Why aren't they staying in France? And France is just letting them come through. Like, but France does accept more asylum seekers than the UK and Germany.
Which is their prerogative, isn't it? Which is fine. Which is they accept from the borders on the other side, isn't it? Imagine if people started fleeing back through to them from Britain, going back over on boats. I think people are doing it now. They're going back over on boats to France. France will moan about that then. I've always said, lad, I would have had the Royal Marine, those beaches that we give back to them after World War II. I would have the Royal Marines back on them, popping the dinghies before anyone goes, popping the dinghies before they're in the water. Like, I don't want anyone to get hurt. I don't want people to get fucking injured or anything like.
Why not? Why wouldn't you want a safe route of passage then? So anyone that is a genuine
because I don't want many, lad.
Actually gets seen, or what's it? But it's part of the Human Rights Convention.
I don't want many.
Yeah, and
I'll take all the women and
children.
Why
does it always seem to be loads of men, and it's not
because it's all for people to make the most dangerous journeys.
To say, "Oh, I trust the Wales men who are lying about who they are."
All right, listen to this thing, yeah. If it was down to you, and you had to trek across a couple of continents, yeah, would you send your daughter or would you send the son? Which one would you?
We'd all go together.
No, you would. Yeah. Would you send the daughter or send the son?
No, we would. We'd all go together.
The son would go by himself.
You don't leave your
You
wife
wouldn't
and
fucking take
you
your
leave
whole
your wife
family
and
to trek across fucking thing.
Yeah, I would.
Different continents.
Otherwise, we'd all stay together where we were.
Hitchhiking and so on. Or you just
don't
stay
leave.
there.
You don't leave women and
People
children
go
to be
further, like-
bombed out while you try and escape to a safe country.
No, but bombed out.
Stay and fight.
You don't leave your women and children in harm's way while you come across.
That's not the only reason why people can claim asylum, innit? Yeah, it's not just your country's not always at war. It's the reason why you can claim asylum. That's the reason
No,
why.
but you gave me that scenario. You
Afghanistan
said
is
it's
sort
persecuting. If you were so
yeah, if people are being persecuted or whatever, like who's going to go out to do to find the place where you can go to? All of you can't go together. Like what if you
if you were any decent, if you were a decent family, right? This is how I see it. If you was a decent family and you're under siege of war or persecution because of your beliefs or whatever, first of all, you'd get your kids out, not fighting age men. Right, you'd get your kids out.
You get to a safe spot first of all,
and then
before you go on the
then you'd get the woman out, and then the man would join them. You would not.
No, you get to the safe space first. First of all, yeah, like the majority of people that claim asylum in the closest country. The people do just go to the country next door. The people that are going on further missions or whatever have some sort of ties to their country, innit? So if you are going to be going on some intercontinental mission where you're going to have to flip in, get on rubber dinghies and across channels and blah blah blah, then obviously
but you ain't
taking the
got to do
kids.
that, though, have you? You ain't got to do that.
Well, yeah,
though.
because there's no. Alright, how do you claim asylum from Afghanistan?
What I'm telling you, Veli, is right. If you're really under
You didn't answer, innit? How do you claim asylum?
Hold on. The whole family would go together. But if you're saying no, they couldn't afford to do that or whatever reasons, then you'd send the kids first, then the woman, then the man. But you're
send
saying
the kids halfway
you're
across
saying
the
no,
continent on illegal
they've
boats.
got to go. Why do you
wouldn't
think they're
do that.
going across? Listen, how many safe countries
you
do you
wouldn't
think
do.
those people have
So
crossed?
you're saying
before
that
they
you
get
would
to
you would
England?
go, so you would send the children first of all to try to claim asylum in someone.
Yeah,
So
I'd
you
look,
wouldn't get
I
there
would look
first of all.
right. So if it's so, I wouldn't leave this country if we went to war. By the way, right? I wouldn't leave, and I wouldn't expect Hector to leave. Hector said he wouldn't leave, and my kids wouldn't leave. But if they wanted to leave, if the kids wanted to leave, that's up to them. But I mean, they're all grown up now. But I wouldn't leave. I don't think you flee to another country because I honour my ancestors. That's just my belief. That's a British mindset. That's an English mindset, right?
You can't say that because 2 million British people left after World War II.
It is after or during.
Yeah. Before and after. But the majority left after.
Well, there you
People
go.
left after. There were shirkers.
It wasn't.
There were shirkers in the UK that didn't even go to war.
During, was it? It wasn't during.
Yeah, like people like the Craze, their pops and they was hiding from the war and whatever. That what's his name?
And what did we used to do
William
during
Hill.
the war? People who wouldn't fight.
William Hill.
What did they used to do?
Now, William Hill was a bank robber during the war.
What was the white feather all about?
William Hill was a bank robber during the war. Do you know who William Hill is?
Yeah.
Yeah, he was a bank robber during the war in central London.
I'm not having that, Veli. They were shirkers, were they? No. What happened was our government came up with a scheme to repopulate Australia. It was nothing to do with people leaving this country for any other reason. Then it was cheap. Just like your people came from Jamaica to this country, they had to make room, so they got people to go to Australia to repopulate it.
No, they never. Shut up, Wendy. Man.
Yes, they did. Go and research it.
Wendy, stop chatting shit, man. Now,
you go and research it. Go and research
Be
it.
quiet now. Be quiet now. And let me speak now, yeah? Because I let you speak. I did nearly cut you, but I just let you carry on. Yeah. So, when the World War II was over 2 million British citizens left the UK and went to places like Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and America.
That's right.
Yeah. They left.
Yeah, but they weren't.
And then after, they left. They didn't.
A lot of them were orphans.
No, they weren't all orphans. No, they weren't. There was adults. They was fighting age males. They was fighting age males. there was fighting age males, yeah. There was fighting age males that left as well. There were people that was
It
was
was
willing
families that
that
left to
there was people
repopulate
that could have they never left to repopulate countries.
Yes,
They
they
left to
did.
get their own. They left for their own reasons. They to get opportunities in other places.
No.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did.
No, they didn't.
Because you don't want to
No, they
believe that.
didn't. And before that, they
You want it to be some.
orphans
You want it to be
children.
some honourable
Before
reason,
that,
but it's
they
not.
took a load of our orphan children
They
to
took
run
it,
their
mate.
farms in Australia and actually abused
They
them.
left. No. They left, yeah, because for their own opportunities. We've literally read out the paperwork. I've got the screen. I don't even know if I've still got the screenshot on my phone.
The government wanted to repopulate certain countries.
You're swapping like for like.
They left.
Like for like.
Swapping like for like. They're
Exactly.
going to someone else's. The places that they're going to, they're not even from. What are you talking about, bruv? America is in Europe. Canada is in Europe. Australia is in Europe. And New Zealand is in Europe.
But Australia and New
The
Zealand
native people of those
needed
countries are
to
not
be
within Europe.
No, they were in the
repopulated.
British Empire, lad.
Our king was
They
head
all
of
sung the
state
same national
for all
anthem.
those countries.
Anyway, let me finish my explanation. Yeah, so the 2 million
So
people left.
you're not going to get away with saying that.
Listen. The 2 million people left, and then that's when they started saying, "Oh, we want these other people from these other colonies to come over and help us rebuild."
No, it was
Yes,
a big
that is.
plan.
That's exactly
It was
what
the
happened. You
plan.
nutcase.
I've
We were in a
researched
colony.
it. It was the plan.
We were in a colony. We were the homeland, the motherland.
The motherland was used to repopulate countries like Australia and
We
New
were like
Zealand,
access
who lost a
The
lot of
people
people
left
in
to
the
go
war.
and build their new. We've literally read out the newspaper clippings, man. You lot are so disingenuous and dishonest that after this show, I'm gonna put up the same screenshots on the community page after that says how people left for their own opportunities, and the government was asking people to stay because we need to help rebuild our country. Yes, they was. The government. Can you be quiet and stop it and listen? Yeah, the government was asking people to stay and help us rebuild the country, and they left.
Yeah, they were. That's true.
Literally what happened.
That is true.
That's
true.
But
other countries were also saying, right, we need farmers, we need labourers, we need this, we need that. That's exactly what went on.
They went for opportunities, right? They went for their own opportunities because they could have made it in the big wide world somewhere else, other than in the UK. So they left.
Yeah, but they left after the war.
So why are you fighting against that then?
They
I don't know
left
why you're fighting
after the
against
war. They didn't leave during the fucking war, did
we
they?
were talking about fighting age
I'm
men
not saying that they
going,
left during the
just coming
war,
to the UK and using the excuse that they're being persecuted, and we're saying that doesn't make
that's what
sense
happens though. They're allowed
because
to.
they're leaving the women and children behind.
You're allowed to move if you're being persecuted. You're allowed to claim asylum in another country, and I'm saying that.
We know
if
that,
you was
that
to
it's
cross,
permissible.
if you
That
was,
doesn't make
wait,
it
if
right.
you're allowed, if you was to cross continents or whatever, you're going to send the strongest person to step base first of all.
Yeah, so
once the
why
other
but the
people are
people
in,
from
once
Afghanistan,
that,
Belly,
can you not stop it?
why
Can you
don't the people from Afghanistan, Belly, no, the people from Afghanistan can go to
I'm gonna mute ya.
Pakistan.
All right, like I said, like I was saying, the people were going to send over to claim asylum first of all. Once people were safe or whatever in their place that they're able to leave to come over and know that the people that they've left behind are still in a safe position, they're going to send the strongest people, which is usually the young men. The young men are going to go on these things where they have to use illegal means like getting on the back of cars, boats, and so and so. Then the children and the women. Yes, they would.
To get a British woman and tether themselves there with children. That's why. And then they get the right to
hunter-gatherers.
So why don't the people from
Send out the
Afghanistan?
strongest, the best hunters first of all.
Yeah, Ravelli, I heard you say, so how are the people from Afghanistan going to get asylum in England, Britain? So what they could do is they could cross the border and go into Pakistan and then head for the nearest British embassy, which I bet a lot of them do, and then get turned
claim
down.
asylum from the British embassy.
Yeah, you can. You can walk into
No, you
any
can't.
embassy and claim asylum.
No, you
Yes, you can.
Google it right now.
Yes, you can.
Google it right now. It's on the government website. Banks had to retract the statement because we've had this argument time and time again.
I would personally set up camps with a lovely British flag above it in these countries that our country would identify as genuine asylum countries where we'll take people and we'll take women and children from them. and I'd open up these camps like the British Red Cross used to do, which I'm also almost certain that they do. You know what I mean? There is British Red Cross. That's how some people still get over.
You know what they could do, yeah, is they could let you have your asylum claim from the safe next country or whatever, but they've not done that. The rules is you have to come. You have to have your feet.
We need to have a
the law. No, the rules are that you have to come to British soil to make a claim. If your feet ain't on British soil, you cannot make a claim for asylum.
Yeah,
Going to the British embassy in Pakistan
any
is
British
not going to work.
embassy is classed as British soil.
But that's Wendy, that's not the point. The point is British people don't want that anymore. People are saying no, we don't want that.
No, I'm just pointing out that there is a way
you're saying no.
for the people of Afghanistan to, you know, go there legally, but they choose not to because they haven't got the right paperwork.
Exactly. And that's the reason why we've got so many
You literally listen. What it is, yeah, is that you just come up with your own reason on what you're saying, and I've told you the actual reason why you can't claim asylum any other way apart from coming to the UK. You're refusing to go and check that, and still going to keep rapping about all these going to Pakistan and so and so.
You don't understand the technicality that Wendy's saying.
You cannot go to. You can't go to Pakistan and claim asylum in a British embassy and then come to the UK.
You can go to Pakistan and go to the nearest British embassy and claim asylum.
All right, Google that right now, yeah, and then share your screen and show us how that's right. Listen. Google that right now. Google it right now. No. Google it right now and then show us how you can claim.
Most of them are Taliban people and terrorists. That's why they don't get allowed in.
Anyway, it doesn't matter whether you can or you can't. The fact
what do you mean? It does matter because it literally does matter. Why it does matter?
Now, and we don't need it. We don't need it. We need to do a complete halt.
It does matter because that's the point that's being made right now.
I'm just pointing out facts.
You can't do that. You can't do that.
I was going to say something important.
5 years temporary.
I was going to say something important. You know, all of these countries have been part of the Commonwealth. Hold on. But 1 second.
That's why the people love the GDL, yeah.
I mean, we're getting from all over the world.
Even if you can Google yourself and look at say the facts will show you something else, you're going to still argue with us.
So are you going to tell me what?
Not even that, maybe I was going to say something. Yo. Relax. I was going to say something. You know, even all these countries that's part of the Commonwealth. You know, other countries when it's called embassies, but these countries are called the High Commissioner. So when you look, Nigerian High Commissioner, the Pakistani High Commissioner, the British High Commissioner. So don't think they're different from the British law. These countries still practice the same British law that you think that's been implemented to them. So you know what I'm saying?
What are you talking about?
Go look around. Go look right now. Go Google right now.
That's not the point. That's not the point. Listen, there's no visa that you can grab in any British embassy in the world that allows you to claim asylum. Listen.
You're right, Billy.
Listen.
Can we move on now?
All right, but listen. Let me give you the only way you can is that if your government has is it a refugee treaty scheme where you can get a visa from the thing, but they've not decided not to do that. They don't want to make no safe routes of passage for people.
Back in the day,
why should we?
You could come here on holiday, but
why shouldn't you? Because you don't want another
back in the day, you could come here on holiday.
If you can tell me the war
that's the reason why it got made in the first place.
You can't even tell me what war all these people are running from.
Yeah, you don't have to.
You know, you've been there. What are you talking about? You were there.
Danger.
You were there in Afghanistan. When you're not there.
Listen, listen. If your life is in danger and not able to be protected by your government, then you're legally allowed to claim asylum in another country.
Yeah, but
100%. How are you going to claim asylum if you're not here?
Yeah, but
it's the rules.
Saying is we don't want them here. Therefore, we should do something to
stop
them coming here.
Can anyone check when this law came out?
I need to get a soundboard. I need to get a soundboard, yeah, because 1991. I could record someone, yeah. I could record someone and do the soundboard because saying it's the law. Yeah, but they can do it because it's the law. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know, but don't say the names, man. Don't candy man.
The law is correct.
It's the level they come to, bro. They want to rewrite the law because of the racism, bro.
They want to find out I've since found out
They want to rewrite
that we could
history, bro.
easily
That's
get
because
out
of
of
this
that in
stuff.
1952. We could easily get
You're
out of the
fucked.
1952 treaty that we damn well signed.
You're not getting
And
out of
any
nothing, mate.
US
Remember
treaty.
this. You are
We
influenced
could
through the
easily
world.
get out of
You
it
lot played that.
if the
Come on, man.
government
What are
did
you
it,
talking about?
but they won't.
Don't you know where you stand on the world? You want everybody to act like you. So how you gonna get rid of a law that you created yourself?
Well, you
You
shouldn't even
created
be
it,
here. I don't know
and
about
you
no
want the
war in
world.
your country.
You
I don't know
shouldn't be
about
here.
no
Where you
war
from?
in
You
your
from the
country.
mountain. There is no
The
gingers
KKK
don't
court is
belong
in
here.
session.
I've never
I don't
gingers are
know
not even
about
from
no
here.
war in your
What are you talking
country.
about? Gingers are from Greece. Why don't you go
I
back to
don't know
Greece?
about any
Then you're a
war in
ginger.
your country.
Well, I don't know about that. Weren't Mohammed ginger?
Yeah, exactly.
Lads, you don't like it here anyway. So why would you want anyone
Yes,
to
so
come here?
what you doing here?
It's not about heathen. It's not about whether you like it. Keir Starmer told you lot clearly. If you don't like it, get out.
Oh,
Go.
all right, okay.
What are you
Yeah,
talking
you
about? Your
Waitley
own
comes
prime
to you
minister
lot.
told you.
Waitley
If you
comes to
don't
you
like
lot,
it, just
yeah?
go. He didn't
Yeah,
tell
go
us.
on
He
then.
told
Take
you
your
guys.
own advice.
The far
Take your own
right.
advice.
If you don't like,
Waitley
go.
comes to you lot.
What did he tell you lot? Far right.
Enjoy it
If you
while
don't
you
like it,
can.
go to France or something. Go to
Enjoy
Spain.
it while you
Far
can.
right to be worried about the safety of the people that live in the citizens of this country.
Far right would be lining
You
people
don't
up
care
and
about
shooting
no
them,
sitting, man.
which is what you
You
want,
only wanna.
Asketti. That's how
You are
you make your
dangerous. You
politics.
trying to start civil
Line
war.
people up and shoot
You
them.
clearly don't know what you're doing. You trying to start a civil war.
Yeah, enjoy it while you can, Asketti.
Asketti, what's
What are you
fair?
talking
What's
about?
fair
You
and
lot,
right?
you lot are
Asketti,
gonna
answer
lose
this
again.
question, lad.
No far right is ever gonna.
Asketti,
Listen, I was
answer
gonna
this
say
question.
something. What happened to the
What's
leader in
fair and
France?
right?
I'll answer your
Lining
question.
people
I
up and
promise you,
shooting
Heathen.
them, or just saying that you don't like
Don't worry.
immigration and you want it to stop? Don't want anyone to be killed or anything.
Who
You just
said
want
that, man?
immigration to stop.
Who said that?
Lining up and shooting people, or just wanting immigration
No, but
to
I'm not
stop?
saying that. But Heathen, but
fair
listen
and
to
right?
this.
What's
The
far
level
right,
of
lad?
brainwashing, yeah.
You
But
want
Heathen,
to
I hear
shoot
that. But the
people?
level of brainwashing for
Hey,
you lot
is it
far
all right
right.
if you guys be quiet so we can speak to the most important person on the panel for a sec?
I just gotta say
Oh,
something.
yeah.
Though. Look at France, man. The
I'm
far
quite
right
happy
leader.
to talk to you,
Don't
The
Ellie.
trust
most
What
him.
do you
important
want?
person on the panel needs to speak about the law. Can law lady, unmute your mic and tell us about the law.
Who's that then?
It's the lady of the law.
Yeah, no, I was just agreeing, just putting it in the back that it is.
Oh
The
God,
law,
what
the
does
law
she
always, it
want?
does apply.
It's the law
always
lady.
does
There you
apply.
go.
So yeah, but see that applies to. This is where being a hypocrite isn't going to work for anybody, and none of you have
Kaylee,
got any
you're
credibility.
fucked, Kaylee. You're fucked,
No,
Kaylee.
I'm not though. I'm not.
Yes,
See,
you
I'm
are,
not.
Kaylee.
Well, you can
Literally,
say
yeah.
that. That's fine. That's fine. We'll just see how it plays out in real life. We'll just do that. Okay? Yeah, we'll just see
Yeah,
how.
why
No,
don't
you've
we
just.
do that in real life? Because what's going to happen is that we're going to see that we're all fucked. Because Kay's is going to say that we're
Well, you
fucked,
can
we're
carry on.
fucked,
Look, I've
we're
got
fucked.
years of you taking the piss, thinking that you're cleverer than me when you're an old cunt, right? And you're a
I'd
grandmother.
rather
It's
have Kelly
embarrassing
as a
as fuck.
lawmaker than
It's
any
embarrassing
all you
as
three put
fuck,
together, man.
Taylor. Embarrassing as
All
fuck.
you put.
It's fine, honestly. I'm just working, and just as you were piping up and taking the piss, I just thought I'd come on with a picture of a lady and a washing machine and laugh at you. So I'm going to go now. Bye.
Yeah, go on.
What? She's
Yeah,
an
back to what
absolute.
I'm saying, Wendy. I was gonna say something. You know
She
the lady
needs
in
to be
France.
fucking
Yeah, that was so funny, man. Yeah,
You know that.
well done, Kaylee.
Yes.
You know the lady in
Yeah,
France,
yeah,
Wendy. Wendy, you know the lady in France, the far right leader. That's going to jail right now. What's her name?
Le
La
Pen,
Prom.
yeah.
Yeah. Don't you think Nigel Farage is gonna hit the same direction in a couple of years' time?
Well, I don't care about France. You lot could take
So
France over.
where do you look? Who are you gonna vote for? It seems to always getting disappointed again and again. Nigel Farage is gonna get busted end of these days too
No,
for
you
tax
lot
evasion
could
or
take it
something.
over. It could
Oh, I
be the
don't
Islamic
understand what he's
State of
saying.
France. I don't care. Yeah, but you're not taking over this country.
Now we're talking
Wendy's
about
so
reform.
racist, it's unbelievable.
Where is your money going? Hey.
We're not
Don't-
voting for
don't,
reform.
Ellie.
Who are you talking to?
Now I'm talking about reform. You know, La Pen. I thought she was
Who's
Don't care about
yeah,
Nigel
the savior,
Farage.
man.
Nigel Farage.
Nigel Farage is next.
Done over by Lee
Don't watch
Anderson.
that.
You need to
Nobody's
get
seen
with
his tax return. Have you seen his tax return? Or his tax? Have you seen his?
No, we
Nigel
don't
Farage
care.
gets big butter, cuz.
Come on, man.
He gets that right wing back.
Just wait.
You need
Really,
to
wait.
understand. We don't care about Nigel
2017, bro.
Farage.
1 year before election, bro. Watch what happened to my man.
Oh, God.
1 year before election. One day he's a TV presenter. One day he's a politician. Another time he's
Yeah,
an
we
MP.
don't care.
What
We
is he,
don't care
bro?
about
One
him.
day he's a
He's not our
businessman.
saviour.
The other day he's
He's
sitting at a
Brian
stock
Hell's
exchange.
local MP. He's Brian Hell's local MP.
Imagine Brian Hill knocking on his door. MP, I got 17 plumbers outside my door.
Let's take a 1 minute intermission, man, to just laugh at some people for a sec.
Man, fuck all that, man. Keep it by itself, so let's do it funny and good as
Oh, by the way, Moan, I'm reading your comments. I'm amazed that that comment has been allowed to stay. I would like that removed because it's pure harassment. Already you've exhibited. No, she's just being a fucking. She's actually saying sexual slurs. I mean, it's disgusting. I don't know if people think that's okay. I don't think it's okay. Anyway, listen, I'm gone. I'm going. See you later. Absolutely disgusting. Disgusting person.
Yeah.
What was that, bro?
No, it made me laugh.
What was that?
Don't even know what the comment was.
What was that
on the
comment,
screen.
bro?
Oh.
Yeah, you should have read it still. It said,
but then
she was rubbing her minge to Mr. Unknown on a private call.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah, we've all heard all this shit.
I was gonna ask you something, Benny. What do you think? Nigel Farage is gonna get.
Fucking
What do you reckon, Nigel Farage?
Disco actually went on Jedi's and tried to convince Jedi that I've got a fucking footage out there of my pussy to send to a weirdo. They do all
Beggars
this
don't
to
talk
people.
about that shit, man. Certain people
That's
that eat.
what, that's what that was being spoken about there.
No, that was.
Don't want to hear
was
about it.
Fucking. No, it weren't. It was Moon talking about ISIL.
Yeah, I'm saying that's what they do to loads of people. Loads of people.
She's saying that Moon's done that to other people.
No, I'm
What
saying
Moon
loads
and
of
John Bertrand
people have said that about loads of people. It never turns out to be true.
Yeah, but Moon was replying in kind because she said it about her first of all.
Well, there you go. That proves my point.
And this is the whole thing about this victim narrative is wild, right? When you make an insult to someone, they reply to you with the same insult, and you fucking cry and run off the panel. Does that make you a big crybaby bitch or what?
Don't know about that.
Oh, the cape. You got the cape on, yeah?
If you give it, you should be able to take it. That's
Well,
what I'm
yeah,
saying.
exactly. Yeah.
It was like that snowman film there, because the cape is just waving in the air. You get me?
Well, no, if you're going to hand it out, you've got to be able to take it, haven't you? Simple as that.
Wendy, I had a question for you. What do you think about Ye? I don't know. You know, we have to respect him. No more Kanye West. Ye. You know, Ye's new outfit the other week. Ye's outfit the other week. What do you think about that
I'm
outfit?
not respecting anyone that runs around in a KKK outfit. All right.
But he's black, though. What do you think?
I don't care. They should give him the right
How
to
can it be
wear one of
KKK?
them.
It was a black.
I don't care if he's black.
outfit.
I don't care.
Yeah. That KKK outfit was wild. The swastika diamond chain is wild.
Yeah, exactly. So just
That
give
is
him no
wild.
right.
Very. Think about that jeweler,
I don't know
bro.
what
The
was
jeweler
going
that's
on
making that. Imagine that jeweler, bro. Yeah, make me a swastika.
You made a sweat. Probably a Jewish jeweler.
I said out,
Fuck
bro.
that. I'll make that shit, man. Just pay me the bread, cause
Imagine that, bro. What about the lawsuit, bro? That's
would
why
you make a
I
swastika?
bet you
Like,
there's
would I
no
make
stamp of that
a
jeweler, bro,
racist
at the
chain? If
back
I
of
was a
that chain.
jeweler, yeah, would I make
That's
a
a
racist
lawsuit
chain?
going on there, man.
Not too sure. Still, it depends. I don't know. It depends what it is, man. I start.
Now, but you reckon he put a stamp of the jeweler's name? You
If
reckon
you
the
was a
jeweler put
jeweler,
his
would
stamp
you
on his?
make? Listen, I'm asking you guys on the panel. If you was a jeweler and someone offered you twice the amount that the piece cost to make or whatever to make a pendant or whatever, yeah, and you would still be anonymous or whatever, would you make the pendant for the person? Even
What,
though
of
it's
a,
like
of,
a racist thing against
a SWAT sticker?
whatever
I'll
it was,
make
if
it whether
and
they
you
put my
as
name out
if
there
you was
or
a Jewish
not. I
person,
don't give a fuck.
yeah, that's what I'm
No.
saying.
I
If you
think
was a
it's
Jewish
bad
person, would you
business,
make it?
bro. It's bad business, man. Who
Yeah,
runs
you
the
think-
diamond
No.
trade?
No.
They're running
No,
everything, man.
Yeah, I'll make that.
You're probably gonna pay double for that. You know what I'm saying? Bad business, bro.
Oh shit! Yo,
It must be
you
Kanye
man
West
keep
himself,
trying to tell
bro.
me that I
I bet
love
it's
money,
Kanye West
yeah?
himself
You
who
just
made that
proved
change.
it that cash rules everything around you. Yeah, because yo, I
Hang
didn't
on,
hear no
I
one
just
say,
said
"Oh, the money's
I
not
would
worth
not
it." Yeah,
make it.
apart from
I
Wendy,
would
all
not
right, all
make
right.
it.
Wendy's
No.
not in cash rules, but Wendy's in G Unit anyway. No, so you in G Unit with Power and 50 Cent and all
You
that.
not,
Yeah,
you
but the
not,
rest
you
of you
not.
cash rules everything around me. Cream, get the money, dollar bills, yo, because you all would said you'd make the pendant. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, G
Ah,
said you
man,
couldn't even
bad
put my name
business,
out.
man.
How
So
about
what
that?
I say to that, Veli, is that to a certain extent, I believe people have freedom of choice, freedom of speech within certain parameters, right? Not hate speech. I do believe that there are levels of hate out there, but within parameters, and I can compartmentalize. Why would I get emotional over somebody
Hold on,
who wants to
superstar.
do a business transaction? That's ridiculous.
What if your neighbor will start printing out a swastika T-shirt, your next door neighbor, and selling
Why
on
would
the
I
street? Will you have a
care?
problem with that? Come
Why
on,
would
you will
I
have a problem
care?
with that. You
Come
won't live
on.
next to a neighbor who's
No,
printing.
I wouldn't.
Allow it,
And I
man.
wouldn't have a problem if my neighbour next door
And you're
was
a
chucking
patriot.
out Black Lives Matter t-shirts. I don't agree with Black
But
Lives Matter
hold on.
either.
What's worse?
Hey, that's
What's
funny
this
still.
sticker
So
up
would
here?
you make a
Hold on, what's worse though?
anti-white jewelry piece for the biggest anti-white person in the world?
If they were
I
coming
hate
into
white
my
people or
place
whatever.
and they
The
said,
sign says that
listen,
white people should die. Would you make that?
listen,
Would you make that pendant?
No.
That's wild.
yeah, if they want to make a pendant saying I'm anti-white, yeah, let them. I don't care. I'll take the money, make the
No, I
pendant.
said a dependent.
You'll be
The
on the
sign on
phone
the
to the
pendant means
council. What
white
are you
people must
talking
die
about?
because you know that
You'll be on the
swastika
phone to
sign
the
to a
revenue.
Jewish person basically means that we should die.
Well,
Innit?
I think
You
white
know what I'm
people
saying?
must die is inciting. I think that's actually fucking.
But that's what the
hate
sign. That's what the
people.
listen. That's what the sign represents in it. It's not like that. The sign does
Why
represent
does
hate.
it?
All right, the sign represents.
The swastika
All right. Let me clean it
religious
up for you a bit.
symbol
Let me clean it
originally.
up for you. Let me clean it up for you then, yeah, and make it easier choice for you. Then, yeah? So the sign represents hate against Jewish people. So it might not necessarily mean death or whatever, but it means hate against Jewish people. So the sign that you would be making,
But it's not only hate, bro. Let's say it's a sign of a
swastika. Come on,
power.
man. Swastika is a sign of hate
No,
against
it's not
Jewish
just.
people.
Come on, bro. It was not.
Why are you trying to
The goal
make
was
it that
not Jewish,
even
bro.
wider
It's
point? You know
supremacy.
the point I'm trying to make. You can answer the
They
question.
hate Jews, but
Hey, wait,
I'm trying to
Jukes,
listen
listen.
to him. He's talking over.
You know the point that I'm trying to make though, right? You can answer the point without me even finishing the rest of it off. Instead of trying to widen the point, you can answer the point.
So you're saying that you would consider it the same because obviously people have used the Nazi symbol to go out there and represent genocide in the past. That's what you're saying, isn't it, with Hitler?
Jupiter just lost a ticket to Jerusalem, bro. A free ticket.
I
A
don't
Jewish
need to
ticket.
go to Jerusalem. What
But
are you on
ain't you a
about?
Jew, Jupiter? I swear you're a Jew yourself.
If we go to
You're a
World
Jew
War
yourself.
III, I will stay in England and fight you, div.
But you're a Jew. What are you talking about? You yourself are Jew.
Imagine Jupiter's got the shooter in the trenches. That would be mad still.
So what I would say
You
is
should have a
this.
problem with that.
What I would say is this, that because somebody has asked for a jury piece doesn't mean it's representative of my views.
What about his
obviously
speech,
not.
though?
It doesn't necessarily mean that, innit? Yeah, but you know, like people do out of principle because I've seen a jeweler in America that has refused to refurbish some Nazi memorabilia just because of what it represents in it. Like you're saying, bro, I'm just refusing.
Well, Belly, do you reckon it depends on skin color?
Because they thought they was.
Oh, hold on.
If you're talking
Yeah,
about
it was
lamb,
actually it was something from a Nazi youth, something from a Nazi youth.
yeah, but that's what I'm saying. If you're
And
talking
they
about
could have-
lamb made out of human skin, then yeah, I would on principle say no. This is
I
fucking.
think it's more color, bro. I'll be honest.
It was Nazi memorabilia.
I think it's color and what's called Veli. If it was a white guy, I was called a skinhead white guy from hippie came in saying I wanted a swastika and a chain, yeah. Of course they're gonna tell
it's a
him,
bit
but
wild,
black
innit?
guy,
You
I
know
think
what I'm
it's
saying?
gonna be different,
First of
bro.
all, you'd say
Most skinheads. I
you
don't
might
know why
even think
you
about
said
it,
a
innit, man?
skinhead
But you know,
white
you
guy.
got
Most
you
skinheads
gotta
have nothing
principally
to
say
do
fuck
with
that.
fucking Nazis. You on about?
No, I'm saying a white person came into the jeweler and said, make me a swastika chain, yeah. Of course they're gonna feel some type of way. You know what I'm saying? But I think a black guy, if he came with a bag full of money, like Kanye West, Come on, man. You know that the Chinese guy,
But listen,
that
yeah,
one guy.
Nico is such a spaz here that he's trying to equate from the river to the sea with a swastika, brother. You wild? That's fucking nowhere near it.
Oh
It's
shit.
nowhere near it. Listen, for you to say that the Likud party have actually said from the river to the sea themselves in their own thing, and they say it out loud as a chant as well. So that's wild for you to even make that accusation.
Right, so I've been brought up in a society that teaches us, okay, that you're supposed to.
Duke,
if you
your
provide
thing
a
is really
service-
low, love.
Oh, okay, let me turn it up. Right, that if you provide a service, right, let me go to settings as well.
No, we can hear you. We can hear you now. Still.
Okay. What do you call it? If you provide a service, you're not supposed to discriminate. And I think it's discriminatory if you tell people that you're not prepared to take their money to make them something to their specifications. It doesn't mean that you agree with where they're standing at all.
I just couldn't make a swastika, Jupiter. I just could not do it.
That's not a part of tolerance. Tolerance isn't being tolerant of the intolerant. It's not. That's not part of tolerance. Listen, troops. Let me explain it to you. That's the part that they're saying they're not tolerant of. They're not tolerance isn't supposed to be shown to people that are intolerant. That's not part of tolerance, man. And even when they're talking about
why are we tolerant of Muslims
British
who want to
so-and-so.
kill us, who are running around saying they're going to bring in Sharia law? Why are we told to tolerate that?
The ones that say that they want to do stuff and end up going jail?
Yeah, why are we tolerating
tolerance.
Hamas supporters? Why are
That's
we
not tolerance, is
that?
it? That's not tolerant, is it? And if you are shown to be a Hamas supporter, you get convicted for that.
No, you don't.
But it's not though, because Hamas is a prescribed group. Yeah, you do.
No, you don't. Not in this.
If you're shown to be, if you're shown,
during the
yes, it
Hamas
is.
protests.
It didn't.
There was one woman.
It didn't.
There was one woman.
The woman with the hang glider t-shirts, they got nicked, and they had to go to court.
Yeah, and what happened to them?
They got found guilty. They got prosecuted.
I don't believe that did happen.
But they did though. The lady got found guilty for wearing the hang glider t-shirt, and there was another student with her as well. He got found guilty for that.
Oh well, I thought they got found not guilty. If that's the case,
so if you support a prescribed group, you can get brought to court for that. So like Brian Hill saying that he's
why have we got
combating secretary?
Why,
he could go to court for that if anyone snitches on him.
If that's true, then I don't understand why that doctor didn't lose his job, the one that was deputy leader of Hamas that was living in a council house. And I don't understand why the council,
because if they
who are
find out
against hate crimes, haven't removed his housing from him.
I do believe he's been removed from the medical thingy. What? Yeah, struck off.
If you do find out that anyone is supporting prescribed group, then there is things that you're not going to be able to take part of.
Oh, okay. Well,
that makes and you may get charges against them as well. You can't be going around saying that you support fucking terrorist groups and stuff.
Yeah, I do believe he was struck off. Can you imagine if you were a Jewish person and you were like his patient and you've been going to see him for bloody years and you find that out? Christ.
It's the same thing with the BNP people and the NF badges. The people used to have NF lapels on their shirts working in public-facing jobs or whatever.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, but see,
especially in places like jails.
Again, Veli, I don't agree with NF. But if they came in and asked me to make an NF fucking symbol for them, and were going to pay me money, yeah, I'd do it. It's a business. It doesn't mean that it's what I ascribe to.
No, but see, that's the difference between what you're saying and what Wendy's saying. Right? Wendy's making it a principle thing to say, like, right, if you, the principle is that these are.
No, I get what Wendy's saying, and I understand.
Yeah, but that's the thing. But that's the thing of the British values. Right? Remember, everyone keeps complaining about British values, right? That was one of the things of British values, being tolerant of tolerant people, but not being tolerant of the intolerant. It doesn't mean you have to fucking accept Nazis and shit.
No.
Well, it's not about accepting. It's not about accepting Nazis, is it?
Well, but that's the thing, innit? Like, so you don't have to. So just because it's a Nazi saying that they think of it doesn't mean like, oh, because I'm
What I'm
showing
saying
tolerance,
is, if
I'm
they
gonna
come
make your
in and ask
Nazi
for a piece
memorabilia.
of jewelry, listen, Nazi memorabilia is
He said it's
different.
just business. That would be fun
Yeah,
still.
just business. So what I'm saying to you,
Just business.
right? Listen, what I'm saying to you is right. Okay, let me try and explain the difference here in my head.
Let me mute up.
In my head, number one, if I agree to make a piece of jewelry, it's not representative of my views. That's the first thing. But secondly, I don't see it the same as somebody coming to me and saying, "Oh, I've got an old Hitler jacket here. Could you make sure that it's reconditioned because it's falling apart and I want to keep this memorabilia?" That's not the same to me, because jewelry is a piece of art, number one. Number two, I don't know what it's going to be used for. It's just a transaction. All I'm doing is molding something to somebody's specifications. That's it. You know, so it wouldn't bother me, even if it was something that goes against what I believe. Even if someone come in and said, there's a bit of jewelry there, can you say Allah is great? I don't believe that. I'm not going to get upset about it. I'll do it. I think some British people, I'm not going to say all because Wendy disagrees with me, but I think some British people have learned to understand that animate objects are not really, they're not really what the problem is. The problem is the mindset of the human being that's going to go and do actions. Yeah.
The mindset of anyone that wants to wear a sword sticker isn't going to be a good mindset.
Yeah, I would agree with you on that, Wendy.
Oh, anyone that wants to get
don't
fucking
think I wouldn't look at him and look at him
diamond pendant
or her
either.
sideways and think you're a piece of shit, but I'd take their money, yeah. I'd take their money for a piece of jewelry. You know, I mean, for me,
that's why they say not all money is good money. That's why they say stuff like that, right? Not all money is good money, because you know, taking the money off for people that are fucking like that or whatever. Again, as far as they're concerned, it's not on the tick to uphold their strange or warped beliefs.
Right, so I believe that their belief is strange and warped, right? But within their own group, they don't believe it is. Just like Muslims don't believe it's strange to not like kaffars. For example.
I don't know why you want to compare Muslims to everything. Like, that's funny stories. You're the Islam
because we've got a very big problem in this country, and people are blind
you just
to it.
compared
They
Islam to Nazis, though, man.
No, well, I think they're very similar.
Because we were talking about Nazis and
I think they're
BNP.
very similar. I think they're very similar. And I think that's why you will find at the top of the tree that the extreme right, the real extreme right, and the Nazis and extreme Islamists are in bed together.
Yeah? The extreme Nazis and the extreme Islamists,
Yes, it's well
are
known.
in bed together.
Wendy, did you remember the stream you did about the green card?
Yes, I do. Yeah.
And it's been known since about the 70s.
National Front and their green card.
No, the green card was from Gaddafi's thing, right?
Yep.
And they co-opted it. It weren't that they fucking shared it together. They co-opted it and saw it and said, we're going to use that ourselves.
No, everybody knows that there's been connections between...
We watched the documentary on G-Block. Us three was together.
IRA, radical Islam, the radical left, right?
and Gaddafi. Yeah.
And Gaddafi, and extremists in this country. So, and that's been put out there by MI5.
Mixing up
long
the
time
IRA
ago.
and the National Front.
That is actually standard on the record.
Yeah, but you swapped one group out now. You swapped out National Front Nazis and that type, and now replaced it with the IRA.
No, I just said the extreme. No, I'm telling you that the IRA, radical Islam, right, support for Gaddafi, the extreme left, and the
Irish
extreme right were all in bed. That's out on record.
But IRA, Irish nationalists, they was never in bed with the with patriots and all that sort of stuff.
The ex-members of the IRA are currently over in these Islamic countries, fucking training the fucking terrorists we've got today.
There you go.
Yes, but no, it's not. There you go, because you made a
I've
connection.
already put this out about 10
You
years
just made
ago.
a connection
It's not
between
new.
them and the far right, and then you've replaced the far right now with
Not
IRA
new,
and
though,
Muslims.
Billy. People who have kept up to date with this kind of stuff know that 10 years ago, is it MI5 or MI6 actually put this out? It's mainstream media. It's on record that they were worried about this and the connection.
Yeah, but again, like, I don't know if you're hearing what I'm saying here, but
You're saying that Jupiter swapped
the far
the
right.
IRA,
Yeah,
the National Front for
with the IRA and that. Yeah, so I'm saying that there wasn't a link between the IRA and the National Front and all them. So that was more of a link with the loyalists.
Yeah, I think the IRA are more worrying than the National Front.
Over there, Wendy, ain't the UK troops training over there?
The loyalists would have linked. The loyalists would have been linked with. The loyalists would have been more linked with National Front, BNP, and those sort of people, rather than the IRA. Like, if he was going to make a connection, those would be more of a connection than the IRA and BNP and FNAC.
They were all linked to different things, but the IRA were definitely linked to Gaddafi, and even to this day, ex-members are out training in Muslim lands.
By the scholar in
who are you talking about? The British troops. She's chatting shit, man. Who are you talking about? British troops, American troops.
Listen, yeah.
What about American troops? What are they doing over there? You are there. You got military base over there. You training over there. What are you talking about? You are there
Over where?
in the Middle East, in the Muslim countries.
No, we
you
don't.
got military base in Muslim countries. You got military base all over the world.
We got a military base in Belize.
All over the world, you have got military base.
Wait, hold on a sec. Before any of you guys go, let me just quickly say, because I've got 5% left. If anyone wants to join the panel, join up now, innit? Before the battery dies on my phone. Obviously, if the battery dies before, I'm going to have to take like 10 minutes to charge it and then add you. So jump on now.
I'm a psychic coming on now then.
If you want to have it.
Break up, mate.
Shout out the baddest scholar in the whole of Essex, man, like Scholar Morris.
Just Essex. Just Essex. The fun thing is,
he's a BNP member.
Yeah, you're the regional champion. Man. You're the regional champion, bro.
Is, right, yeah, you've got Wendy.
Oh, he's in the fucking bath again. Oh my God, he's in the bath again. He's in the bath again.
Talking about extremists when they are extremists.
You're in the bath again, Morris.
Yeah, I am. Yeah.
Can we have a normal debate? And Wendy, I know you get excited when Chrissy comes here. Chrissy, she said something important, yeah?
Go on, you can have a debate with him.
She said the Irish people are over there in a Muslim country training, right? Ain't the British troops over there got military base in
I said the Irish people. Did I really?
You said RAF, whatever you said, RAF, yeah?
I didn't say the Irish people.
Chrissy, how many military bases has America and the UK got in Muslim countries? So if it comes to training in Muslim, so-called Muslim countries.
None.
Are you dumb?
You're in
Iraq right now.
I've got 3%.
You're all over Iraq.
So, about extremism without actually admitting that they're extremists.
Yeah, Wendy said IRA, innit? Yeah, ask it, he meant IRA.
Exactly, I didn't say Irish people.
But it's the same thing, right? Yeah. I don't know.
That's what he meant, though, innit? He meant to say IRA.
Yeah, 100%, bro.
Because you can actually get British people who are members of the IRA. So shut up.
I respect that. But Wendy, and my point is to you, you said they're over there getting trained in Muslim countries. But your troops are there at the same Muslim country, in Iraq, in Syria, in Afghanistan, all over this country.
And they shouldn't be there. They should be here, home,
but that is
right? And people like you should be there.
Why should I be there?
Yeah.
Forget about me. Why is the British troop training there? If you say...
Well, they won't be there for much longer.
Go to Afghanistan.
What's that?
Let's go back to Afghanistan.
There is no troops in Afghanistan.
Do you think they can really...
there for much longer?
No, Chrissy, do you think the UK or the NATO are ever going to leave the Middle East? The next
Not
hundreds of years. Exactly.
We don't need to leave the
No,
Middle
that's
East.
not,
It's
bro.
fucking Middle East here. We
Geographical
don't need to
location and
fucking
stuff.
leave it. It's here.
NATO's finished. Trump is going to pull out of NATO and he's going to blame the other nations of NATO, the European nations
Yeah, all right.
that are in
Yeah,
NATO.
yeah, because you know everything.
So what the
Let's
Europeans
see.
gonna do,
Let's see.
Chrissy? What the European are they gonna come with their own an army or something? Stronger army.
Say again, bro.
Are they gonna be collectively even stronger than America if they come together? Do you reckon they're gonna invest next couple
No.
of 10 to 20 years?
No, America has spent something stupid like 100 times more than Europe on their military. It's
But they have,
ridiculous the amount of military
but
power.
I
that
understand,
America-
but Chrissy, I understand. Even understand they're saying they're gonna try to spend something like $1 trillion a year or something, yeah. On
still won't touch the
do you
sides.
think? Don't you think the
Jupiter's
European
come.
will come together and spend even more than that? Because in the same way, and the other question is: are Europe gonna actually, if that happened, are European countries gonna look at America like a threat, like how they look at Russia and China?
See, America won't be overtaken militarily in our lifetimes. They've just got too much hardware. They've got too many troops. They've got just too much for everyone. It's just that they've not got enough to take China in China or Russia in Russia.
Yeah, whatever. So we've been in Oman for a
No, I'm talking about.
time, and we'll always be in Oman because they're part of our allies. Yeah.
You always hearing them on. You hear that? Your allies. What you mean your allies? They don't
They
look like you.
Change.
It's the same people you saying you don't want.
They
It's
are
the same
our
people you saying you
allies.
don't
We
want to
don't
come
have
over here on
anyone in Oman.
Change.
What are you talking about? How
Allies
does a Syrian
change.
look different from
Yeah,
Omarian
but we
or
don't have a
Kuwait?
problem with
How does an
Oman. You
Iraqi
know,
look different from them?
we're not
Yeah,
in
but
Iraq.
hold on, but
We're not in
America
Iraq.
didn't have
and
a problem with
Iraqi
Ukraine,
and
but they're
We're not
Oman
their
in
allies
and
now,
Iraqi and
aren't they?
Omani don't look
We're
any
not
different.
in Iraq.
Jordanian don't look different. They look like
We're not
Palestinians.
in
So you have
Iraq.
problem,
We're not
but
in
you have got problem with
Jordan.
all of them.
No.
You don't like them on coming on dinghies. That's the point. So you saying they're your allies, but you don't like
Yeah.
people that looks like them coming here on dinghies. But don't chat shit to
Oman
us.
is definitely one of our
Chrissy,
biggest
my point to
allies.
you is, Chrissy, hold
Go
on,
on,
important point. Chrissy, my point is that any European country is going to look at America like a threat if America pull out of NATO. Any European now is going to look at America like the same way they look at Russia and China. Because
America are going to be distrusted.
they can do
and
damage to us,
ostracized.
innit? They can do damage, for self-defense.
Who
But that's
says
what I'm saying.
America's going to pull out of NATO?
I do, because
I'm
Trump
saying
has
if
always
that
said
happens,
he doesn't
yeah,
believe
they will.
NATO is
Never
putting its
going to
weight.
happen, you fucking idiot.
Let's see. Let's see what happens.
But if they
You
pull out,
complete
Trump is
Turkey's
going
going
to
to be
have
the
to
strongest
blame.
leader.
Oh
You know that.
my God. You
Trump is going to
complete
have to blame
baboon.
someone for Russia
Yeah,
not
whatever.
fucking.
Wendy, you're wrong.
NATO,
ceasefire.
anyway,
Wendy, you're
America
wrong.
doesn't
And
play
that's
a
going to
big
be
part in
NATO.
Wendy,
NATO.
you're wrong. There's no more need for NATO.
America,
NATO's
hang
on its
on,
last
wait a
legs.
minute. So,
NATO's finished without America, and America's
NATO's
going to pull
finished.
out.
Yeah, America doesn't play a big
Right,
part
NATO
in
is finished,
NATO
bro.
anyway.
Don't be silly,
Of course
Wendy.
it
They
does.
pay for it
It's
all.
the biggest part of NATO, you idiot.
Actually, they don't pay for it all.
Oh, come off
They
it.
are the
They're
biggest
saying
part
they
of
do.
NATO.
They're claiming
Without
they do.
No, they don't.
America, NATO is finished.
No, you'd like
Yeah,
to think
Of course
so,
it
Morris,
is.
wouldn't you?
Oh my
Right, so
God, she's a
Wendy,
dullard.
what's the point of NATO then?
What do you
Explain
mean?
what's the point of NATO? Why was NATO founded? What's the point of it?
To keep the peace.
After what war?
Second World War.
And what happened in the Second
No.
World War for the first time?
I swear it was the Cold War.
Genocide.
After Cold War.
America got involved for the first time, right? Second World War.
No.
Wendy, why is it called the Transatlantic
Are you trying to
Association?
say that America wasn't in the First World War?
What does the
It come
letters
in
in
late,
NATO
didn't
stand?
it? Just
Wendy,
like
be
in the Second
reasonable.
World War.
What does the letters in
Are
NATO
you
stand for?
saying that
Wendy.
America was not in the First World War?
That's
They
right.
came in the First
I'm
World
saying
War
to you,
late,
Wendy.
Oh
just
my
like they did in
God.
the Second
He's
World
saying
War.
America wasn't in.
Wendy, what does the letters in NATO stand for?
Quick,
Wendy.
before she gets to Google.
No, we can work it out together. It's not a quiz. I'm just saying to you. The name is the giveaway, isn't it?
She doesn't know, so she's
The
got
name
to
is the
Google it.
giveaway. Yeah, let her Google it. But I'm just saying, I'm not trying to catch her out. I'm just saying, like the words of NATO. What does it mean, NATO?
But can't even forget about that for a minute, yeah. If America
North
pull out,
American
is Turkey
Treaty
gonna is Turkey?
Organization.
Hold on,
North
Chris, is Turkey gonna be the
Atlantic. North
strongest?
Atlantic.
Hold
Sorry,
on.
yeah,
I just got a
Atlantic,
question.
not American.
If America pull out, is Turkey gonna be the strongest NATO member? Because they've got the
Turkey,
most weapon,
yeah.
right?
Turkey is, yeah.
But
America's
Turkey
buying
themselves
weaponry
are
from
saying they're
Turkey
pulling
now.
out.
America's
Turkey
buying
is saying
weaponry
that.
from Turkey.
That's what I'm saying. But Turkey is saying they want to pull out because Turkey's starting now building their own F-35 and that. You know, the F-35 fighter jets and that.
Yeah.
They've literally got their own parts now. Before, you could only buy parts from America, right? But Turkey now, they manufacture their own parts now. And
Exactly.
and I'm hearing Turkey now, for them to be able to even sell these planes, you know, like make profit like America, they have to kind of pull out NATO. And I've been hearing other one doing something like that. So, what's going on? Is Turkey going to pull out NATO as well? Are they on the left?
Probably.
Are they on the...
They probably
Well,
will.
America will try and get anyone they can to leave with them, so that it weakens NATO, so that
The
they
Europeans
have got,
are going to go it alone.
more.
Europeans are going to have their own NATO without America.
They have got more power over Russia.
But Germany, brother, is powerful, man. That means Germany. If Germany, but look, that means Germany is going to be control of the whole of NATO. I'm probably going to be the biggest funder. You know what I'm saying?
No.
And the UK, and France.
It'll be
Those three
France and
countries.
England. France and England.
Yeah, France and England.
Because we've got nuclear weapons.
Imagine that. These far right are crying right now. Look at these far right. They're crying right now of migrants and that. But Donald Trump, the leader, is about to. You're about to, all your tax money is about to go into military.
France
you know what I'm saying?
is ready.
This is
France
the
is
cost
ready
of
to
being
step
far
up,
right.
bro. France is ready to step up, and even Keir Starmer said he's ready to spend the money that's needed. So England and France are ready to fill the gap that America's going to leave behind.
Right, look. The way that Europe and the UK are doing it, right? They're basically saying we want to put in a peacekeeping force in Ukraine. That is a red line for Russia. If they keep, so this is why Trump will turn around and go, "Shut up, Europe! You ain't putting troops in there because that is what Russia have said you cannot do."
No, that's not true. That's not true.
It is true.
Not true.
It is.
What are you saying?
Russia said we're keeping the land that we've already taken, and Ukraine can't join NATO. Apart from that, he ain't said nothing.
Right, no,
hang on, wait.
No NATO forces are allowed to help Ukraine. If we put any fucking soldiers in Ukraine
you're wrong.
to fight, that is a red line for Russia. He said it.
Shut up, Morris.
Shut up, you old bat.
If the Ukraine are allowed to join NATO, that's when Russia will go to war on a bigger scale.
What are you talking about? Donald Trump has already received the money from Putin. What are you talking about? That handshake has already been made.
I wasn't in the Oval Office. I don't know.
What are you talking about? No. Trump, that's no more Zelensky. It's Putin now. Trump and Putin.
I wouldn't know. Being as we're not privy to what
that
goes on in
handshake has
the
already
Oval
been
Office,
made.
we don't know.
Don't worry, Trump has already got.
Zelensky's maybe now he's a clown.
No, we're definitely sending troops to Ukraine. Definitely
Well,
sending
I
troops
hope
to Ukraine.
it's your sons then. Yeah, they can go.
No, it won't happen, Khan. That would be Russia, then fucking...
But hold on, bro. I swear Wendy was a proud Ukraine supporter. Back in the days, you know, when the war happened in Ukraine and when the BBC presenter was saying, this is not Arab country, this is not Africa, this is Europe. Remember the racist BBC presenter when the war happened in Ukraine, and all of these far right we used to put Ukrainian flag on their avatar. You remember they used to have Ukrainian avatar. All of these now turn their back against Ukraine now. All used to have avatar of Ukraine, you know. Free Ukraine, free Ukraine. We stand with you. That was you lot, you know. Like this Carl Home and these idiots, Carl Home and all these wastemans in the chats, you know. So what happened though? What happened? How you look turn because your leader now? This is what I'm saying, bro. It's not easy being far right, man. It's not even and Chrissy, this is what I was gonna hold on. I've got a very important point for Chrissy Morris. Chrissy, are you there? You remember that far right leader that in France? and Lapel or something, that far right leader.
Marine
Literally
Le
just
Pen.
about to put
Marine Le Pen. Yes.
yeah.
What
Isn't a
about her?
coincidence, bruv?
What
Yeah,
about her?
She's been stopped from standing, hasn't she?
it isn't a coincidence. She's been caught for money. What's it called? Money and robbing money
Embezzlement.
from the
Of
fund or
course she
something. Yeah,
has. They got to get rid of her
embezzlement. So,
one
bro,
way
my
or
point
another.
is, yeah, she roused all the far right. The far right actually thought they're gonna get their country back. The same thing now with Nigel Farage and the UKIP. And what I'm saying is,
No,
do you
a
think Nigel
UKIP.
Farage eventually
Nigel
something like this
Farage
is
and
gonna happen to
UKIP.
him in the next
Bro,
couple of years?
it was never
UKIP
their
leader,
country.
something corrupt, something
It was never
something.
the far
The
right's
headline.
country,
I can
bro.
already imagine the headlines. You know, Nigel Farage hasn't paid his tax for almost 10 years or something. Something
You
like
don't
that's gonna
even
come up.
fucking belong here,
And
so why
then
don't
you're
you
gonna
just
see
fuck off, fuck
that
on your
whole
boat
party
and go
gonna come to an
somewhere?
end. No more. And this is what happened to these far rights. They think they
Yeah, why don't
give
you
their
just go
hopes in
back on your
somewhere.
boat and go back to wherever you
This is
came
what
from?
I'm saying. You hear what she's saying? I
What did
bet you
you
she
just
wasn't
say,
talking like this
Wendy?
4 years ago.
Hang on, that's
She wasn't talking like this.
What
You
did you say,
heard, man.
Wendy?
Now this is what happened to them, man. Now they're open. They're out in the open now.
Shut up a minute, bro. Let us say what she just said about go back to your own country or something. Was that right?
No, she said get back on your
You
boat.
said
Get
that,
back
yeah?
on your boat. She
He's
said
not
get back on your boat.
Oh, here we
So you
go.
got a
Fake
problem with
outrage in the
Europeans
bar.
now.
He's
You
not
got a problem
Nah,
European.
with
it's a
He's
skin
not
color, man.
European.
More
But
fake
Wendy, why are you
outrage.
entitled to his opinion? He ain't said nothing horrible.
He hates this country, and you
Yeah,
all
so
know
what? He's
it as well.
entitled to. So he's allowed
Oh, is
to.
he?
Of course he is. What do you mean, Wendy?
He probably
Everyone's
hates
entitled to
people
their
like
opinion.
you, not this country.
Well, you don't want
You
free
hate
speech and all
Palestine.
that. Banter free speech.
You hate Palestine.
No, we don't need people like him in this country.
Well, it's not for you to
But
decide.
where are
I
you
think his
from?
kids. I think his kids
Ginger are
need
not from
him.
this country. What are you talking about?
I
You're
think
not
his
even
kids need
indigenous from
him.
this country. Gingers are not from here. You belong to Norway or something, or Switzerland. Ginger are not originally from here.
Your
Any
words
No
don't
ginger
one,
bother
sign,
me.
Wendy.
no
They
one knows
don't
where
bother
gingers come
me.
What are you
from.
talking about?
Your words
Romania or
don't
something,
bother
but
me.
go back to Romania and this other Jupiter as well.
I
She
mean,
looks
are
like
you from
Bulgarian.
Sudan or from? Are
No,
you
no,
from
you people
Kenya?
look originally British.
Huh?
Christian Morris look like an Englishman. You don't look
So,
Eastern European, especially that Jupiter, a
do you
Romanian gypsy Jew.
think that Nigerian princesses should be here?
Oh,
shit.
so
Of course you should.
Ask Getty, are you saying that the original British are not black anymore?
No, I'm saying you look like a Romanian gypsy Jew.
She might have been around when it
You don't know what
happened.
you're talking about again.
Look at your hair. Look at your nose. Look at your eyes.
You don't know
You
what
look like
ideology
even your
is.
eye color is like black, like a Romanian gypsy.
That's Getty. Jupiter's a Sasquatch. She's not a human.
I
Somebody
know.
like that Getty would need to prove his
They're
worth.
trying to. That's what I'm
If I
saying,
was
bro.
Prime
This
Minister,
country, they're turning like to
somebody
Australia,
like
America,
Getty would need to
United
prove his
Nation, bro.
worth to be allowed
Like
to
you know,
stay
look at America, bro.
Wendy,
That's
He
that's
does
no.
work.
the
He
You can't
gets
be
ginger
indigenous in
gene
America.
you've got mean that
He
you're
gets
actually
drunk. He
Irish?
lives on benefits. He is of no benefit to this country.
Are you actually Irish though? Because you got that ginger gene, haven't you?
Well,
And I
I'm not
believe
Irish.
That's
No.
what I'm saying.
you're ginger, though, aren't you? You're
Majority
ginger,
of gingers
aren't
are from Scotland, not from Ireland.
No, I think they're actually
Even the Irish ones. Even the Irish ones are from Scotland. No, they're from Scotland.
Are you ginger though, Wendy?
I swear I see them in Poland too.
You're what? Sorry.
But hold on though.
You're
But you have to
ginger.
hear this though. But Chrissy, her dad was a miner, so every night he used to come back black home, black. You know. Sorry, man. He used to come back
where
home black.
you come from.
Yeah.
In the mines
Obviously,
where
the miner
I came
never had no
from.
showers. You know
Wait a
what I'm saying?
minute,
So
in
he
the
used to come
mines
back
where I came
covered
from,
in
they had
cold.
showers. They had
Allow it,
showers.
man.
Dad never came home fucking black, you idiot.
The first
You
black
never knew
person
your
you see was
dad.
your dad when you open a door.
That's why you're
A
so
black face
fucked
was
up,
your
Wendy.
dad.
You never knew your dad.
Yeah, stop it.
You
Ask
see,
Getty. Wendy
you
never
see
saw a
his
black
face.
man until she was 26.
No, she see her dad, bruv, coming back from work. That's the first
No,
black
you had a
face she
shower, you
see.
fucking idiot.
That's why she don't like black people.
What? Way back
He's
in
a
Come on,
them
bro.
fucking
days?
idiot.
They didn't even
There
have
weren't no
good
showers
enough
back in
soap.
them days.
Wendy, I was gonna ask you something, Wendy. Good enough soap was not invented back in those days. So imagine this: all that coal going into his skin. Eventually, it's gonna turn black after working there for 2 years.
No,
That coal is not gonna leave his skin,
all
you know.
that stuff
If you
going
keep
into
going
his
back in
skin
there,
killed him, yeah. So
what are you
I want
talking
to
about,
state
bro?
now,
What kind
right,
of soap will
that
take that?
in the
You can't
Right.
take a shower every day and go back in there.
at the pit head, right, there was showers. They come out the mines, they go into the shower, they come home, they are spotlessly clean, you fucking idiot.
How do you know?
Chrissy, you know, Chrissy, you know that racist joke I used to hear back in the day.
How do you know he was spotlessly clean? Did you look at him close up?
They're only black when they came out of the mines. That's when they take photos of them in the mines. That's when they look black.
Well, you think they
Come
all
on, bruv.
come home
He looks
looking
like a
that,
mechanic,
do
bro.
you fucking idiots.
No, his whole life he was looking like a mechanic. He's always looked like he's got grease on his face and that. Because you can't get rid of that stains. You can't get rid of them stains.
Telling us that you're actually a Pakistani or an Arab, and that's why you're so dark.
No, I was gonna tell you, Chris. I was gonna tell you. You know them kind of racist joke I used to hear back in the days. Back in the days in Denmark, you know, in Denmark they used to tell me
You're very
how
close
black
to
people.
hearing
They're saying
another one.
we were stood against the wall. You know why? They're saying why black people palms are white and their toe under their feet are white because we were stood against the wall while we were getting painted. This is the type of joke. Yeah, this is the kind of joke these people are telling me right now.
Have you heard such jokes?
Racist
I've
kind of
never heard
jokes.
such jokes.
But don't watch that.
Sorry,
I've never heard such jokes like that. What kind
Danish
of people are
That's
you
because
around?
there was no ethnic minorities in your town when you grew up in the 1980s.
Nah, mate. I swear in my whole school. Chrissy. In my whole school, we were about 5 students. We were about like 5, 6.
Where you said,
We were about 10 black students in the whole school, man.
You didn't even see a black man in your hometown.
That's right. That's right.
So you didn't grow up.
So why you got a problem with black people? Oh yeah, this is an ethnic
jokes, would you?
I don't have a problem with
Chrissy,
black
I've got.
people.
Yes, you do.
Hold on, I've got a very good point for you, Wendy. I've got a good point. You remember your black friend Sabina was speaking to
with Islam and people like Askeri. I do not have a problem with black people.
Forget me for now, yeah. You remember your black friend Zubida was speaking to like a couple. Hold on. You remember your black friend Zubida was speaking to a couple of years ago. So if you don't have no black friends in your neighborhood, how come you have a black friend to defend you like that?
Who's Bernard?
Well, hang on. So when
that guy is an army member. That sellout coconut.
That coconut. People. You meet other people, don't you?
That guy was a coconut and a half. How the heck is he defending a racist like you? He clearly to be the plate.
Because
what you
I'm
said.
not a racist, you fucking idiot.
You are.
He's a coconut, man. He's a coconut.
So because I don't like Islam,
we don't want no coconut in our army.
Because I don't want no
coconut in our army.
As a ginger person, I thought you'd have more empathy.
Well, you can say what you want about ginger people, you fucking bald cunt, right? No one cares.
But you are ginger, and as a ginger person, I thought you'd understand discrimination.
Morris,
Chrissy, I was gonna. Chrissy, can you help me understand something? Yeah, Wendy had just said that she was in the army, yeah, and she said before she was in Afghanistan. And
she was never in the army.
Many of
I never said I was in Afghanistan.
Hold on. Okay, anyway. Okay. I'll take it back. I'll take that part back. I'll take that part. Okay, I'll take that part back.
She was a fantasist that was never in the army.
1 second. Chrissy.
I was ever in Afghanistan.
Okay. I'll take it back. 1 second, guys. 1 second. But okay, you were in the army, but you said your kids, your sons was in Afghanistan and Iraq.
Yeah,
and you hate Afghani people. Hold on. And you hate Afghani people with a pattern. And you call them the T words. You know? You call them the T words. And your people, your kids are part of the people who destroy their countries. Help me understand this. And you're against them coming to your country. Who are you, bruv? Are you made from Lucifer? Why are you, man? You're not a human being.
You claim to have that Jupiter said you didn't have. Because you claim to have six.
You tried this yesterday, Morris.
No, I didn't try it yesterday. I'm asking you a question. You claim to have 6 black sons.
He's trying to take over the panel to make it all about him again.
Jupiter said you. No, I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about what you claimed. You claimed to have 6 black sons, and Jupiter said you were lying, didn't you?
You claimed to have an upstanding.
You know who I am.
She didn't say I was.
Is that
It's
true?
those dancing kids.
Have you got
She's donated one time.
Is that a
She
lie?
donated one time £10 to
Because
kids in
Jupiter
Africa or
says
something.
you've got mental
Now
health
she thinks she's
problems.
her
So
kids.
can we not stay on a topic instead of this Jupiter and Wendy thing, Morris? Because it's becoming
Yeah,
boring.
Wendy, you hate Afghani.
To another subject.
You send your sons to war against Taliban, yeah?
Yeah.
And you hate them with a passion, and you keep calling them the T words.
Why
So
should
what is it that can you call yourself an extremist? And you're an extremist
Why
in the eyes of
shouldn't my
other people,
sons have
in front
joined
of
up
everybody else.
and gone to war? Why? Why shouldn't they?
No, but okay, but then you as an army person, and you're supposed to have morals and start now come back to normality and
Why
forget about it.
shouldn't my
Not
brothers
keep,
have done it? Why
you
shouldn't
keep
my
pushing
nephews and
hate?
uncles have done it?
Why you keep pushing hate of people that's over there?
Not to go to war
Why
now,
were
though.
people in Somalia going to war?
Because I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why I'm telling people.
Cut off. Why was that happening? Why was
Go on,
there?
Wendy,
Why
go on,
was there
Wendy.
civil uprisings over that?
I'm telling you why people should not
Piracy,
go to
piracy,
war
piracy.
because of the way they
Piracy,
get
man.
treated when they come back, and because this country is no longer worth losing your life over.
Right, why is it
But
no
you still
longer worth
promote
losing
war,
home?
Wendy. You
Why
still
is it not
promote war
worth
every day.
losing your life over? I
Israel
mean, I agree
this,
with you.
Israel that.
Let them
Not
go
to
and
go
fight
to a
their
proxy
own
war.
wars. It's
Not to go
different
to
if
a
the
proxy war,
country
but
attacks this country, but as for their other wars, no, we don't want to be involved
what
in
other
that.
countries would you rather live in, Wendy?
None.
Israel. She'd rather live in
None.
Israel.
None.
So you're living.
Oh
You've
my
got
friend, she looks like
you've got a really
she looks like ginger
depressing
Palestinian.
view of where you live
She
because
looks
you're
like a
saying
I
Palestinian
live
from
that
in
this
my
West
own
Bank.
little
isn't
part of
worth
England.
going to war for,
It's
but
not touched.
you've got no other country you'd rather live.
No. No.
So, are you just like a complete depressive, or are you manically depressed?
No.
But you don't think this country's worth fighting for, but you wouldn't go to any other country. So is all you're going to do is hate.
Well,
is that why you are
if this country was attacked,
because you're not a very positive girl, are you?
that's different. But I don't see why our young men should be sent to these fucking countries to fight other people's wars.
Where are our
No,
British men going today? Where are they today?
Well, they plan on sending them to the Ukraine, and they shouldn't be going.
No, but they're going there as a thingy, as a peace. Wait,
People
Wendy.
like Asketi should be
Can I
made
just
to
speak
go.
for a sec? They're going as a peace.
Make all the migrants go.
Can I just
Make
not
all
finish
the
speaking?
migrants go.
Wendy,
I'm a
they're
migrant
going
now, you know.
to Ukraine
Oh,
as a peacekeeping force with all the countries joined together, like all the European countries.
Like Bosnia, you mean? Like fucking Bosnia.
Well, now they've got men to send.
Yeah,
You've
look
been
how that
saying for
turned out.
months that the
Yeah, look how that
migrants
turned
are
out,
invaders over
Khan.
here to invade.
Bosnia.
But they need, but Wendy, if there's no
Hold on.
You want to
there's
keep
no
migrants
guys,
well,
one second.
yeah?
wait. If there's no border between
They're just chickens again, Wendy.
if there's no border between Wendy, if there's no border between Russia and Europe, if Ukraine's in Europe now, then there has to be some sort of front line of soldiers there to make sure the Russians
it's not
don't
going to be us. Look,
invade.
if we get involved, Khan,
Well, it's a joint thing.
Well, fair enough, and all the migrants can go and fight.
Right, so you
Well,
now
if
want
you're
to
paying them,
arm
they'll
the
go, won't they?
migrants.
Now she wants
You
the migrants.
to
You
arm the
guys hear that?
migrants that you have been
Migrants can
saying
stay.
are
In fact, we should
invaders.
bring more.
You want to
join the
arm the
military.
migrants that you have been calling invaders
Well,
for
it'll
the
give
last
them a
year.
purpose. There'd be a purpose for this country. They'd be worthy of staying here, won't they? Then they can
But
go
you're
to
saying
work.
that they're
They can
invading
go
here,
to
and
war.
you're now
They
stating
can
that you want
go
to give
to
them
war.
guns.
They can go to war, right? They can prove their loyalty to this country. Then they can come back.
But that wouldn't be good enough for you.
Trust them though. Look
That
what they
wouldn't
did
be
in
good
fucking
enough for you because they're
Syria.
the
Look at
wrong
what they
colour.
did in fucking Afghanistan. You can't give them guns.
Well, she's saying give them guns.
They killed many a British soldier in Afghanistan. That's true.
Right, Wendy, you've been calling the migrants invaders for a good year. And now you're saying arm the migrants that you've been calling invaders. You're crazy, woman.
Oh, hang on, wait a minute. Arm the migrants when they're in the Ukraine, yeah.
Oh, right, okay. So give them guns. Don't let them train in this country that they're going to be fighting for.
No.
You've got a fucked up sense of, sense, haven't you?
Well,
You're really
I don't
weird,
believe
man.
one English,
One
Scottish,
minute
or Welsh,
they're
or Irish
invaders, the
soldier
next
should
minute
go.
they're our soldiers. Yeah, they're here to kill us. Yeah, and you're saying give them guns, but only when they're in the battle.
Indigenous
soldiers should be defending this soil on the soil.
At least there's something I can agree with you, Jubes.
Our soldiers are not going to the Ukraine. I've got it on good authority that it's the migrants that are going.
No,
I've got a question. Actually, I got a point. Chris, I beg you hear this. Yeah, what's these people keep saying? This country, we need to anything for this country, but I swear at the same time, ain't this the same people that was promoting civil war and to push, the Southport kind of attack? Southport. Hold on. Hey guys, 1 second. The South. I heard you guys clearly. This can't go on. We need to do more about this. And you know what saying it's the same word. This can't go on. We have to do something about it. We need to go on the streets. You wasn't it you and that waste man. Coconut Roscoe. So the point is,
our soldiers should defend
Chris Morrison, and it's really the biggest threat to England. This type of this brainwashing like that happened in Southport, and this if that's really a threat,
Look, what happens.
No, I'm saying if these people and we allow them to carry on with their goals, promoting hate,
it's what you want to
Muslims,
happen
mosque,
anyway.
and all
It's
of
what
this, yeah.
you want to happen anyway.
Like they're always doing, yeah. And it's that really why do we care about Ukraine? I swear that's a bigger problem at the moment that we all witnessed in the last 10 years. How things are changing. And these same people we're speaking to, remember this. We are CIVNAF. We are center right. We are CIVNAF. We ain't got no problem with migrants. We ain't got no problem with Muslims. Now we're all colored people, all colored people on the same boat. All colored people now are migrants. We all came on a boat. That's how they look at us.
People are migrants.
Everybody, that's how they look at us. You clearly hear them saying it.
That's what you
Get back on your boat. When did they told me get back on your boat? But this is how they look at us. But this is how and things like Ralph and them man, like Ralph and them man used to say, accelerating. They have accelerated. They have spread their seed to these people. Remember these people, yeah. And they're here trying to confuse us, telling us that Ralph and these far right are the threat. This is the true far right,
Only you.
This is the true far right.
No one's spoken
And the worst
about
thing about it,
only you.
Yeah,
you always talk about color.
To a response every now and again. So none of
You
us
always
have
talk
said.
about color.
Hold on, none of us have said.
I heard you, Wendy. You were brainwashing in.
I'm not Wendy. I'm
Dave Smith. No, Jupiter. You brainwashed Dave Smith one day with Dave Smith was Dave. This is wrong. But you said it was good. Yeah, you said it was good. What happened in Southport? I heard you one morning.
Have you been
In fact,
brainwashing?
Dave Smith was actually he was against it. That day. Actually, I was surprised. Dave Smith looked at it. It was wrong, but you were saying this has to happen. This is the only way for anybody to be heard. That's what you were saying. And actually, brother, I'm not here to incriminate you, Jupiter. Sorry about that. But I'm saying.
What are you fucking talking about?
I don't know what he's talking about.
He's saying low IQ. Okay, let's talk about this wasteman Roscoe, the same guy that changed a migrant bus on the motorway. He see a bus. Imagine this pussy. Imagine this pussy. Yeah, you driving down the motorway. Yeah, you see a bus full of migrants.
How old
and then you say, "Hey, that's the bus." You make you go around. Go on the other side of the road. Now you're chasing the migrant bus all the way to its hotel.
Good.
What kind of low IQ are you?
Good. Good.
And you're black as well. These migrants look at you. Where are you from, brother? These Afghan guys say, brother, where you from? You look like you're from Kenya. Nah, man. I'm from Bristol. Mate. This is my country.
They're coming from all over.
Get back on that boat.
Yeah.
They're coming from places where there's no wars.
That guy needs to lose his X account, man. That Roscoe guy. He's become an extremist, bro.
Well, look, if you don't like
he's
him,
incriminating himself, mate. I swear he's incriminating himself too much. He's incriminating himself too much. Too much, that guy. I don't know how he gets away with it, bro. He keeps talking about, bro. He keeps saying that people should go on the streets. How this guy keeps saying pushing people should go on the street.
I actually backed up the protests, but not riots.
He's not alone there, Asketty, and it's not our fault. It's not our fault.
I heard the other day, and what's called on Sunday. Did you see what happened yesterday? And
will be
Chrissy,
inevitable the way that
Banksy going to the far right protest and getting told to fuck off.
You've already said
Did you
that
see
there
that?
is a civil war, Juice.
Yeah, I
Did you
believe
not
we're
see
in the
that?
beginnings of it. That's what
So
I
where
believe,
is
in
this
my
civil
opinion.
war? Where is it? I can't see it.
Nah, bro, let's be honest. Chrissy, let's be honest, bro. English people are kind of extremists, you know. And when they get pushed to
Some English
something,
are.
like
Some
these
English
far right
people
are
are,
getting
bruv.
pushed, like
Like
100%, bro.
when
Especially
you
us,
Jupiter are
especially us that
both
comes from.
extremists, they just
But
don't
you
know
have
it.
to understand, brother. We have
So for
idiots that live in
me,
Middlesbrough,
when I see
Newcastle. These
people
low
coming and
IQ.
doing terrorism on our
You know
streets,
what I'm saying?
when they stab little
And look,
girls,
this
I
is the kind of
realise
hate. This is the kind of bullshit. Yeah, they're feeding them. This is the dangerous people. What this kind of Jupiter saying?
Do you know,
This and that.
Jupiter,
This
there's
nagging,
been
nagging.
3
You're not
stabbings
even a
over the
politician,
weekend.
Jupiter. Who are you?
But
You
there's
talking
been
like you're a
3
politician, bro.
stabbings
I'm
over
only
the
giving my
weekend,
opinion. I'm
and
nobody. I'm
it's
You don't
spoken
have no
about
opinion,
like
man.
it's
You're a
nothing.
peasant. You need to respect the system.
They're
Any
bringing their
part of your
third
system,
world
the
culture
system of
into this
exploitation,
country,
the worldwide
and I'm
Yeah, they are.
tired of
exploitation.
it.
Yeah.
I'm
So
tired of
defend the
it.
system. This is your system. This is what England is
Don't
about,
worry,
right? Any
people
part
will
of your
defend the system. Yeah, they
Britannia,
will.
Britannia.
I agree with one thing, Askety. You can definitely put both Jupiter and Donny Roscoe in the category of being extremists based on the things that they've recently said.
Yes, but they're pushing
I do
hate,
believe
brother,
that.
man.
I do believe that
Oh,
they've
that's
gone
crazy.
to an extreme. And I don't know if
Too
it's
much.
their fault or if they've done it deliberately or whatever, but I think like they need to always be cutting edge and speaking for the masses. So they have to
Okay,
always go to the
Kanye has lost
extreme.
a
you
plot,
could have
bro.
said
He's
that's
lost a plot.
extreme.
I swear
Khan, what
he's got a
you
kid
could have
and that
said that's
family.
extreme.
And man
Jupiter's
is
equated,
incriminating himself
Jupiter's
like that.
equated normal law-abiding Muslims with Islamists.
No, she hasn't.
100%.
She
Jupiter
shares.
is the worst
Yes,
of
she
the
has.
worst. She's got
She's saying that
she's
there's
got
Muslims running
economic.
up and
Let's
down
be
the
honest,
country
Jupiter.
raping women. That's what she said.
Brother, let's be honest, brother. Jupiter is the worst. You know why? She's got an economic migrant in her house. An economic migrant. Hector is an economic migrant. Hey, Jupiter, let's be honest. Why are you always putting shit
Khan,
on
would
migrants?
you have
Your
a
husband is an
migrant in your
economic
house,
migrant.
Khan?
He came here to
Khan,
make
would you
money.
have a migrant
He
in your
left.
house,
He
Khan?
escaped poverty. Didn't
Khan, are
make him
you
escape
going to have,
poverty.
I don't know, 3
And then we were
migrants
talking
in
about
your
migrants.
house? Yes.
What do you
So
mean,
don't be.
Wendy? Under what
Please
Well,
don't
if they
talk for
circumstances?
the
come, if
British
the
system.
government say you've got to have
Yeah.
3
No
migrants
relation.
living in your house with you, you're going to have to take them in, aren't you?
Why migrant? Why
It's
not
a bit of a
Ukrainian?
hypothetical,
If
really.
they were Spanish, what are they different? If they were Spanish,
Can't you see the difference between you and Askety? Be truthful.
no, shut up, man.
Askety's a black man. He's free to say what he wants. He's got a different point of view.
No, but I'm trying to understand this economic migrant.
Attitude and the
This
way you carry
economic
yourself.
migrant, bro. How
but
much?
Askety's always gonna
How much
feel-
money has?
It's because he hasn't had any British influence. I don't agree with your position, by the way, Khan, but you can see
No,
the
because
difference
you're
between
getting offended
Askety
because I'm
and you.
telling you the
Yeah,
truth.
you can see that
Hector
English
is an
consent
economic
in
migrant.
Khan,
Why are you here
definitely.
talking about migrants?
You can
Hector
tell
came here for
Khan
economic
was
benefits.
born in this
He came here for
country.
economic
You can
benefits.
tell
He
Khan
left
has
Nigeria because
like
of
a
poverty.
British attitude.
Somali
You're
people
gonna say
came
an
here because of
accent.
war.
You're gonna say he's got a British
We
accent.
came here because we were
I
of
said a
war,
British
you know.
attitude.
We came. Remember
Careful,
this,
Khan,
man.
you're about to
There are
get
two ways of coming here. You either come here as a refugee or you come here as an economic migrant. Somali came
No,
as a
he
refugee
was
because of
born
war.
here. He was
But
born
Hector
here.
came here as a economic migrant. You remember that, yeah?
You got to
Economic
remember
migrant.
though, I've not had the same
What's that got to do
experience
with
as
anything?
Askety's
We're not
had.
talking about 20 or 30 years ago. We're talking about now. The caliber of the people coming
It's
in
still the
now.
same law, Jupiter. It's the
No,
same
they're not
law
the
that's
same.
20 years
They're
ago.
How do you
not
know
the
what the
And now.
caliber is? How do
not
you
the
know
Nothing's
what the
going to change.
caliber is? You're always on the internet. You don't know what the caliber is.
I'm not always on the internet. I've travelled more of the world in the last 2 years than you have all your life.
Allow, man. You only seen a Benin voodoo tree.
You
You
are
only
on
seen a Benin
YouTube
voodoo
and
tree in
the
your life.
internet.
You just
Most
seen one
people don't.
voodoo tree in your life. You think you've seen the world.
Sorry,
Witchcraft tree, man, in
I
Benin.
can't hear you.
If I stay out of it, it's two
You have
against
only
two,
seen
right?
one witchcraft tree in Nigeria.
If I say
Until
out,
you've
it's 2
seen the
against
world.
2.
What did he say?
Hold
He
on,
said the
because
only
you
thing
took
you've
over.
seen
I'm
in
saying
your
you only
life
seen.
is a
Hold
is a
on, one
Benin
second,
something tree.
She, yeah, she's seen one voodoo witchcraft tree in Benin. Now she thinks she's seen the whole world. You only
What's a
pinching a
witchcraft
Jerry
tree?
Jupiter.
Witchcraft.
Come on, brother.
What's
No,
witchcraft?
no witchcraft.
What
No, you know
witchcraft
where
tree
Hector
is
come
that
from
then?
is where you know
Oh
black
my God,
magic. You know
they're
black
on to
magic.
it.
No one plays for
They
black
know
magic.
They're on
about
to
You
our
know
it,
that
friends.
witchcraft
They're on to
they
sessions.
it.
they
Oh
practice black
God.
magic from that. This is
Yeah,
why
but
Hector is like that. You know he.
everyone practices black magic. Everyone's got
They,
witches.
Yeah,
they're
but
on
like
to
in
it.
that,
They know
brother,
about our
is their
witchcraft
religion. You know,
sessions.
like where other countries in Africa have Christianity and Islam. Their
Yeah.
religion is voodoo. You know voodoo.
Oh,
Like you
You're
know,
an
voodoo.
you should
idiot,
speak about
Asgay.
yeah voodoo shit, man.
Stop showing
They can,
yourself.
bro. Don't trust these people like Hector and them, man. In fact, I will never sit next to him in a restaurant. Don't know where he's. If he touched my spoon or sign, he might put black magic on it. Wallahi, I don't trust these people. Imagine, bro, if he touched out, you know the salt, man might have put some little
He definitely would.
free verses.
100%.
You wouldn't be allowed in the restaurants I go in.
Hector, Jupiter, since when did Hector learn
I see. It's
black
like
magic?
Mr. Karaja,
Why
Since he was
wouldn't
a
he be
kid, innit?
allowed?
When did
Why
he learn
wouldn't he
that
be
black
I
magic?
don't know.
allowed?
Since?
According to you, you reckon that all Africans know it. So I'm just.
Nah. Only the one that practices it, and
Why
it
wouldn't he
comes
be allowed in the
from spirit.
restaurants
You
you
have
go
to have.
to, Wendy?
It comes from spirit, you know, spirituality. But
Is there
Hector's
a mythical
obviously
man in your
Hector's
head?
ancestors,
In
his
Somalia?
bloodline is black
In
magic.
Somalia, do they believe that a mystical man can change into a hyena?
Yes. It's possible. Well, I've seen it on TikTok, but
You've seen
that one
it?
is kind of fake.
Oh, fucking hell.
But it's true though. It's a true story. It's happened
Oh,
before.
fucking hell.
Oh my
I swear.
God. Oh,
But that's
bloody
why
hell.
hyenas, you know, in Somalia, that's the only place I've seen in Africa, yeah? Hyenas are walking by themselves. But in other part of Africa, they walk in groups. In Somalia, you walk in the middle of the night, you just see a hyena, you're like laughing on the corner. You know, like
No,
that
we
big
don't
laugh.
care. We don't fucking care about Somalia, so shut up.
You won't happen. What you have in the UK? Foxes, man.
You only care about yourself, Wendy.
I care about my country.
Oh, you do, but you don't want people to fight for your country, no?
I don't want
Only
young
migrants,
English,
Man
Irish,
said, I saw a
Scottish,
hyena
or
on the
Welsh
corner
men
just
going to
laughing.
war for no reason. The
Why, bro?
migrants could
I
go to
swear.
war.
Just
But
laughing.
you said
just hear the laugh. You know the laugh.
country.
That's when you know you have to walk around, man. You have to walk the far way. You have to walk all the way around, bro. Can't walk through that road, man.
You see, you can't have a conversation when people like us get you here.
Yeah, but I was gonna ask you something though, Wendy, and you no relation, yeah. I don't even want to speak about. You said your son, and when he was in Iraq, a mother brought her dead baby that was shot by American
I'm very
snipers.
proud of my sons.
Yeah,
I've got
no,
their
hold on.
medals and everything.
And what did he do with that when they brought that kid, that dead baby that got shot by American sniper into the military base?
Well, it wasn't shot by American snipers,
Who
and
shot it then?
she wanted
It
the
can. It
army.
must be an
But
American
can I
airstrike.
answer you or not?
He's drunk, as per usual.
I don't drink, man,
Can
on
I
Mondays.
fucking answer you or not? Or you just want to take the piss out of a dead baby? Is that it?
You two ladies are both pissheads. You've got no room to talk.
I bet you let her answer. Fitzy, let her answer, please.
So she
Go on.
wanted the army. She wanted the army to bury her baby that had died, and the army refused because it was a Muslim child, and they didn't want to upset the rest of the village people. So she had to go back and admit to the village people that she'd just given birth to a baby.
But any crime itself, let's just be honest, because I've got a lot of Iraqi friends, yeah, and the military, especially the British troop, they were in a city called Basra. You know Basra.
Yeah,
A lot of people
I know
don't.
Basra,
It's the city of Babylonia, yeah. So you know why a lot of the Iraqi people don't like the British, because you commit a lot of war crimes. I heard the SIA, the kind of crimes they were committing over there,
in Basra, a lot
executing
of the
people
people
for
in
no reason.
Basra, they didn't want the British to leave when we left. They didn't want us to
No.
leave.
How did it even kick up in the first place? Remember this? You lot came in. You had a little fight with the Saddam
we
troops and
came
that.
in. We're not
Saddam
America.
troop.
We didn't
I
use
know.
the
Hold on,
same
Saddam
force
troop.
that
Let's just be
America
honest. Saddam
uses.
troop.
Yeah.
And one of Saddam troops, yeah, who was in the so-called ISIS leader, yeah, al-Baghdadi, that you lot put in jail, yeah, put him in jail, put him back into society. Now
The
create
biggest
ISIS.
mistake we made was to get rid of Saddam.
Yeah.
We could have kept him there.
No, the biggest mistake is that you are training potential ISIS
we should
leaders.
have kept Saddam
Like
there, and we could have
al-Baghdadi.
kept all you fucking lunatics in line.
So why? So hold on though. You know, Mosul.
He's got nothing to do with Iraq, you idiot.
No, bro, I'm trying to Chris, the funny thing, I'm trying to understand. You know this al-Baghdadi, this bastard guy, al-Baghdadi. You know al-Baghdadi, yeah? Al-Baghdadi. He was trained, you know, he was a sniper for Saddam Hussein. He was
Yeah,
probably
I
one of
love
the
it.
best
They're talking about
military, yeah?
something they haven't got a fucking clue about.
But then these people train him in jail. In fact, no, let's be honest.
Okay.
They tortured him. They tortured him, and they, at the same time, they allowed them to create a
Yeah.
Actually, man, there's certain things we can't say online. But my point is, Wendy, in Basra, for how long was the British troop there? How many years were you lot there for?
Well, I don't know how long we were there. Probably about 14 years.
14 years. That's mad, you know.
You know, if we were really at World War III, Getty, right, and you come against a platoon of British soldiers and you carried on like this, they'd probably shoot you in the head.
Well, no, they definitely would, yeah.
What do you mean, mate? They need intelligence.
He's making too much noise.
They need intelligence from people like me. You have to understand something. The world is not warfare no more. It's about intelligence. You have to. People are fighting differently now. First, you crush people's economy. First, you have to look at right now. Look at what they're doing. Hold on. Chrissy, I was gonna tell you something, Chrissy. Iran, yeah. I saw the other day. No, Yemen. I think it was yesterday. A sign. America and Israel were trying to bomb, you know, the Yemeni weapon facility. A sign. You know the story.
Do you know what the deck of cards is?
Did you hear what happened, though? Did you hear what happened?
Do you know what the deck of cards are, Asketi?
The Yemeni shut down the jets.
You don't know what the deck of cards are, do you, Asketi?
What's a deck of cards, bro? You know, in the Red Sea right now. What are you guys doing in the Red Sea?
The American government wanted, I suppose.
They're in the Red Sea. What are they doing in the Red Sea? They want to. They think the whole world belongs to them.
Oh, at the moment, we're bombing the
what are you doing in the Red Sea?
Yeah, because they won't leave our shippings alone.
Canal.
They won't leave our ships alone. Yeah.
What ships, mate?
So we're showing them fuck around and find out, aren't we? We're showing them fuck around and find out, yeah.
Go and attack Iran and go fuck around and find out. Go and fight
We're
Iran.
not scared of Iran. Iran's been put to shame by Israel. What you on about? Iran used pages and fucking mobile phones and put them right in the no, Israel did, sorry. And put Iran right in
Do you know the funniest
place.
story I've heard all week? The funniest story I've heard all week was the 2 MPs that got sent out of Israel.
Yeah, man, that's wrong, bro. Actually,
why is it funny?
Hold on.
Why
that's wrong, man. How is that funny, though? I don't get it, man.
Because they're spies and they're trying to.
What you mean spy, bruv? You are a low IQ. That's what I'm saying. You are a traitor, Jupiter. You're a traitor. You are a traitor, man. Jupiter, you're a traitor. You are a traitor to this country, Jupiter. They're in the parliament, bruv. What are you talking about? They're in the parliament. You're a traitor to this country. Just for your hate for Muslim and Palestinians, you actually go and turn against your own MPs of your own country.
Hang on, Islam's not our own.
And now and support IDF.
Islam has nothing to do with us.
What are you talking about? Jesus is from Middle East.
It's got nothing to do with
Jesus is from Palestine. What are you talking about? Jesus is from Palestine. So if this is a Christian country, Jesus is not from fucking and what's it called? Jesus is not from Yorkshire.
Yeah, like I said, Islam is nothing to do with this country. So
Jesus is not from Cardiff, you know.
As I said, Islam is nothing to do with.
Name me even a prophet that's walking this country, man. You can't even name a prophet.
Wendy, do you know what?
The British cause my ass.
Wendy, do you know why I'm not bothered about anything you say about Islam? Shall I tell you?
No.
Because you can't really know what Islam is, because it's like me reading a book and going, I'd never want to go to Narnia, but there's no such place.
I do know what Islam is. It's
you can't do, because for 100 years there's been no Islam.
And it was also Islam that created the Star of David. And
Star of David, oh my days. Did you hear that? Brother, I don't, how are you going to have that? That's anti-Semitic. Did you not just hear the anti-Semitic comment right there?
They're
That
the
was
Hazarian
anti-Semitic, bro.
Turks. They were Turkish
I'm
people
not
that
gonna
invented
have that.
that.
Hey, bro, where's nobody talking to her now, bro? When she's
I'm
anti-Semitic
trying
to
to
Jews,
talk to her. I'm trying to talk
she's
to her.
anti-Semitic. Why she mentioned David's star?
They weren't
Because it was
Muslims.
you lot, it was you
You got disrespected the
Islamists that
Jews.
invented it.
You're
People
anti-Semitic.
thought it was
I beg
Hitler.
you, somebody
People
clip
thought it
this.
was the Nazis.
What,
It
the
was
Star of
actually
David?
Islam. It
She
was
just
What, the
fucking
Star of
disrespected the
Islam.
whole
David?
Jewish community.
What do you mean? The Star of David's been around longer than Nazis. What do you mean?
No, the yellows, you know that one that they were made to wear by Germans, yeah? Hitler got the idea from you
Yeah.
fucking lot.
Yeah,
Because it was
Oh,
you lot that, that
It's not
started it.
true. It's not true. It's not true.
Yeah,
It
This
is true.
is
I showed you the
It's not
oh
article
my
true.
the other
god.
day.
No, but it wasn't
The
true.
hate is
What you
real,
said,
bro.
they had to wear tassels on their clothes, which the Hebrews wear anyway. If you've seen
No,
Jews, that thing that they
it
wear,
was
it's got tassels on
Islam
it.
that introduced that yellow Star of David and made Jewish people
No, no,
wear
no,
it.
no, no. Muslims and
Yes, it
Jews used to
was.
dress the same, and they just had
Yes, it
different color
was.
tassels on their clothes.
Yes, it was.
But there's nothing wrong with that.
Oh, no.
No.
Mm.
If you said, for example, everybody wears a fez in the Ottoman Empire, but the Jews have got to wear a blue one, the Muslims got to wear a red one, and the Christians have got to wear a white one, like what difference would it make?
Right. So they wanted Jewish people to wear that because they don't like Jewish people, and they wanted
No,
everyone to know who they were.
but what do you mean they didn't like them? You have
And
to
they
prove
don't.
that.
Oh, hang on. Islam does not like Jewish people. Let's not
But
pretend here.
Jews deliberately dress differently from everyone else, so people can identify them as Jews.
And your fucking Islam stole from the
You
Jewish
can't
religion and the
criticize Islam because you
Christian
don't know what it
religion
is.
and
You
the
don't know what
Christian
Islam is.
religion.
You
Right?
can't know what Islam is.
Stole from the
Wendy,
Jewish and the Christian
are you
religion.
a Christian
You're just
today,
sounding very
or are you a
ignorant.
Buddhist? Are you Buddhist or Christian today, Wendy?
No, I'm not talking to you.
You just
But
sound
you
very
can't
ignorant,
talk to
Wendy.
me. You've not got the intelligence. It's a simple question. You've claimed to be a Buddhist and you've claimed to be a Christian. What one are you? See, she's an idiot. She don't even know what she believes.
Wendy.
Yeah.
During the Ottoman Empire, the Christian bakers used to put 3 gashes on the loaves before they used to bake them. So they used to bless them with the Father, the Son, and the
In
Holy
some
Ghost,
bakers,
right?
they still do, yeah.
Yeah. So when back in the day, the king used to like patrol the streets and go in all the shops, like like the kings do now, just go around visiting people. And he said to them, "Why'd you put the 3 stripes on the bread?" And they said to him, "Because we're Christian, it's the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost." Then the king, the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire, said all the Muslim bakers should put 1 long stripe along the bread, like 1 long gash, to show the symbol of Muslims as being one. So they got 3,
Why
and we
do you
got
think
1.
I'm interested in what Muslims?
Because I'm showing you that the difference between Christians and Muslims and Jews back then was arbitrary because they all had equal rights. So like having a different thing, like Muslims have 1 stripe on their bread, Christians have 3 stripes on their bread, but it doesn't really make a difference. It's just so
Could you
everyone
have equal
can be
rights if
identified.
one lot were paying jizya tax and the others were?
Yeah, exactly.
Because jizya was like for a protected group of people. So same way we got protected groups in England, like we got the Sikhs and we got these and we got those. Back then they had protected groups as well. So if you was a protected group, that means your children didn't have to leave your village and go and join the main army, and you didn't have to pay taxes. Like you pay jizya, which would be like a local like council tax, but you wouldn't be paying like national tax towards the whole country. So you'd be like a little self-contained little community. That's what
in other
protected
words,
status.
they were
protected
ripping
status.
they were ripping the minorities off Jews. That's what they were doing. Yeah.
No. They were protected. Yeah. They were protected. Now,
I reckon we should make ethnic minorities.
Pay a jizya tax of some sort.
Yeah, but that means we'll pay less tax than you then.
No, but you won't because
No,
you'll have to pay. No.
You wouldn't get all the other rights, would you?
What other rights?
Well, you're making out that they got the same rights. They never. What about?
They did.
What about what side of the street they had to walk on and all the rest of it?
What do you mean?
Remember, Jupiter was there. She's old enough.
Jupiter, last time I went I went I don't know if you want to listen to my little story, but last time I went to IKEA, I don't know if you know, but at the end of IKEA, the queues when you pay, there's like a little bit where they sell hot dogs, and they got vegan hot dogs and pork hot dogs, and then they got like Swedish meatballs and whatever they sell at the end. I don't know if you've ever been to IKEA, right? And there's drinks machines, right? You know, like the old days drinks machines where you push the cup, and when you push it on the lever, it just makes the drink come out, right? So there had loads of them, and I said to my ex, I said to her, babe, how comes they just leave the drinks just like out, so you can just like, she goes, yeah, she goes, once you buy the cup, she goes, it's free refill, you can drink it, like drink as much as you want. I was like, really? She goes, yeah. So anyway, I see this Jewish family, like the whole family, there was like about 5 kids, the mum and the dad. And I see the dad whispering in the girl's ear, giving her instructions, right? And I was fascinated. I was like, I wonder what he's telling her. I was watching. My ex is like, fucking hell. She's like, you love a good Jew, don't you? I was like, watch. What are they going to do? I was going, babe, watch this. So the girl went to the till, and she asked the Filipino girl that was working there, the one that serves up the hot dogs, to sell her 1 cup. And I was laughing because I was like, look, they're going to buy 1 cup for their whole family now, right? So I was watching. But what the girl done, she made the Filipino girl give her 2 cups, right? So 1 cup, you know them plastic cups that are like inside each other. So the cup was inside the other cup, right? So she said to her, I want you to give me a cup, but you're not allowed to touch the cup that you give me. So she made the woman put her hand inside the cup and shake the inside cup until the outside cup fell off. And the Jewish girl grabbed it and took it to her dad, and she said, yeah, look, I've got a cup that the Filipino girl ain't touched. So I was telling my missus, and she's like, yeah, but so what? Who gives a shit? I was like, no, because she sells pork. She's selling hot dogs, so they don't want her porky hands touching the cup. So they've like, look how genius they are. Like, I'm showing her, look. To me, it was just like fascinating. Like, it was like that Jews can live amongst us, but yet would never touch a Filipino, or anything that a Filipino would touch, a Jew would not touch it.
And
why do you find that remarkable when Muslim men won't even shake a woman's hand?
Yeah, but I'm saying to you, it's the same thing.
I don't see
not all
nothing
Muslim,
wrong
not
with
all
that.
Muslim men, not all Muslim men.
I don't
Not
see
all Muslim
nothing
men.
wrong with that.
To the fact that people have porky fingers like Jews.
I don't see anything wrong with
No, but
what
here's
that
another
Jewish
thing though,
woman
Chrissy.
said.
I was in
Muslims
Tottenham
do
Hale
that.
Retail Park.
Muslims do that all the time.
I know, I'm not saying they don't. I'm saying when Jews do it, like they don't mind it. But what I'm saying is, I was in Tottenham Hale, there was a thing there, an Argos. And the Jewish guy went in there and he bought something, and the geezer behind the till was Pakistani. And he shook his hand and he was like touching him and taking the thing off of him, and he weren't worried. And when he come out, I said to the Jewish guy, like, how come you was like that with him? I goes to him, is it because you know that Muslims eat halal, like you know that he don't eat pork, innit? He goes, yeah, he goes like, because he's a Muslim, I can touch him, like, because he don't eat pork, innit?
But it's the same. It's the same. When I had my pizza shop, I had Muslim guys working for me. The guy would first of all always wear gloves, but he would never touch anything, as in without gloves. He would never touch.
But
any
that's
pork
extreme,
products.
though,
He would
Banksy.
never
Is that
cut
not
any
extreme?
pork products. And when he would make his own pizza, he wouldn't
Yeah.
use the ones that we use, because you know how pizza shops have these fridges where all the toppings are in. He would
Yeah.
never use those. He would literally go to the fridge and take the ones, the pre-cut like vegetables and meat or whatever from the fridge, because he knows that I grab a ham from this tub, and then I grab some onions, I grab some whatever. So my hands have touched pretty much with the pork, touched all those vegetables and meats that are in the main
Yeah.
section. So he would literally go to the
What
fridge
do
and
these
just
Muslim
take those out.
doctors do then when they're funny, isn't it? They don't like touching women, but they don't mind touching them up.
The Jewish or the Muslim doctors, they're all pervs.
So, Banksy, how did it feel to be chased into a pub by the people
Oh,
you were
here we
trying to
go.
support?
It's your turn,
Well, that's
Banksy.
Morris, I didn't answer you the last time. What makes you think I'm going to talk to you this time?
He's been sticking up for far-right thugs for ages, and now they're chasing him, trying to beat him up. How does it
No,
feel?
they were. I don't believe
They
it.
were. They chased him into
I
a
don't
pub and he
believe
had to
it.
buy a beer to prove that he wasn't a Muslim. didn't you, Banksy?
Really? Banksy, don't lie.
No, I swear this is bullshit. Nothing of the sort
Oh,
ever
It'd have
happened.
been a good
what you
story,
said
though.
earlier.
It'd have been a wicked
It would
story.
actually.
Around with the
If that
bacon sarnie
happened, that
and
would have
a
been
fucking
great
can of
content.
Stella.
I wish it was fucking true because that would be
Do a
good
fucking
content.
shot.
That's what you said.
Do a shot. You're like, no, he's a Muslim.
So, Banksy, you didn't get chased into a pub by a load of far right idiots over the weekend, no?
No. This was
What
Saturday.
happened?
The Turning Point UK and UKIP had a little protest outside Downing Street. Afterwards, me and the guys that usually do YouTube and stuff, Busker and Louis and all the other guys, we all went to Trafalgar Square to see, because there was supposed to be a Palestinian protest there. They didn't show up, so we all went to a Weatherspoons and had some chicken tenders and IPA beer.
You know what they do?
Nobody chased us anywhere. No one chased anyone.
They do buffalo wings, man.
Buffalo wings, chicken tenders, chips.
Banksy, you got chased into a pub because they thought you was an Islamist Afghanistani.
Yeah.
God.
I swear to God, if that was true.
Shit, hoping it stinks. That's why he has to be 24
it's
hours.
Because if that was true, I would have uploaded the shitload out of that.
Yeah.
That would have been great content.
Away, trying to hide in the pub.
That would have been amazing content.
TikTok, YouTube.
God, you actually said
You
the time,
name
oh,
it.
this is going to be good content.
That would have been on
Literally, I was walking with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 YouTubers who are just dying for new content, and all of them, we were all recording the same, Turning Point UK videos, but then afterwards we were looking. They're all British patriots, shall we say?
Yeah, so they're all far right.
No, they're not far right. There is none of these people are far right. These people are all centrists.
Being attacked by the people you're defending.
No, they would have all jumped at it. There was some of them. A couple of the brothers were. One of them was live streaming all the way to the Weatherspoons.
Rubbish! It makes them look bad, doesn't it?
How did you guys hear this fucking story? Is what I'm interested in. Who pulled this one out of their ass?
That is trying to support
who
them.
made this
That's
shit up? I mean, I'm
silly.
amazed. I'm just amazed at who makes this kind of crap up.
No, Banksy, what Morris does.
Banksy,
he makes
said
rubbish
it on
up,
this stream earlier. You told us the story. You said that you were going out in future with a bacon sarnie and a can of Stella.
Oh, shut up.
To prove that you're not a Muslim. Because you got attacked by the people you are trying to support.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. I meant that totally seriously, Chrissy. I meant that without sarcasm in any shape or form. It was completely 100% serious conversation I was having.
How bad it looks. You know how bad
I'd
it
rather
looks.
have people like Banksy in this country than people like Morris.
But he's a foreigner, Wendy. How dare you?
If it happened, Banksy would have fucking ate out on that for weeks. Like,
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Well, that would have been awesome.
I've been attacked by the people I'm defending.
I would have milked that shit for months. I'd fucking sell it to Hope Not Aid.
You would never admit that you was attacked by the people
I would have sold it to Hope Not Aid. Look at this shit.
Hope might get it anyway.
But that's the thing. You're like those kind of people, Morrissey. You make this sort of shit up out of thin air with no fucking
You
reason.
said it today. I've not got it out of thin air.
I said it in sarcasm because that's what Veli was saying, and I took
attacked you and you ran into a pub.
Yep, it was a piss take that we were having a jest with Veli.
Joking, the man's a literalist.
You got turned on by the people you are trying to support.
Oh, I got turned on, that's for sure. But it wasn't.
Do you know the only thing that wouldn't have been?
It wasn't Nick Tanconi that turned me on that day.
You had Hector with
It was
you.
a couple of other ass cheeks though. But look, one thing I will say, that I don't know about this Nick Tanconi guy. I just don't think he's going to make it.
Oh, look, he's trying to change the subject. Got fucking...
Because it's boring shit. It's Chrissy, you are making shit up.
No,
I can't keep
I'm repeating what you
entertaining your bullshit.
You said it, Banksy.
Yes, you're right.
Why?
I'm right. See?
What's
So how am
happened
I
with
making
Nick,
it up when you
Fancy?
said it?
Banksy, can
Shut
we
up, Morris. We don't want to hear
why? Can you tell us why, please, Banksy?
How bad is that? Getting attacked by the people
I think
you
first of
support.
all, he's pushing a way too much the Christian angle. Although I believe that Britain should become more Christian, they could do with a much bigger dose of Christianity.
But not by force. If he was with you on
but that's the
Saturday,
thing.
do you reckon he would have stopped him?
Oh, for fuck's sake, Chrissy, we're having a different conversation. Shut the fuck up.
No, we're having the conversation that we were having. You're trying to change the subject because you know you've got done. You know you've got done.
The way I see it is, and these are the problems. You know, like you can see all the bullshit with reform right now, and Nick Lowell and Richard Lowell and all these other shit.
You see what's happened with the recording of Lee Anderson that's come out. It's
Lee Anderson, what's happened to him?
Check on Danny Unfiltered, yeah.
There's another shit that's come out with him. But that's what I mean. It seems to me like this is literally their first year almost.
Exactly, Banksy. Yeah.
And they're already reform is already falling apart. They're like two lepers trying to arm wrestle. They just keep falling apart. So it's like reform isn't held together well. Now I agree that Britain should be more Christian. I think Christianity should make a massive resurgence in Britain, and I think it will in due course when the Muslims keep pushing the Brits. But right now, they're not there. The majority of British people, even on Saturday, even on Saturday when Nick Tanconi had a few Christians up there, Shalini and
when they were chasing you into the pub, you mean?
The fact is that even when they were making some prayers and Christian sort of speeches or Christian-based speeches, there was a slight awkwardness amongst other people because not everybody there was Christian, not everybody was Jesus, all about Jesus. It was a political thing, and so it still wasn't comfortable.
And some of them were chasing you into a pub.
The Brits are still not comfortable with overt Christianity.
It's not been that long since Westerners sort of shed the shackles of Christianity. It's only been 50, 100 years max. So they're still fresh in their freedom days. For them to go back to Christianity.
No, the thing is, we're not
used
to people marching about.
All I'm saying is
for Jesus Christ and all the rest of it.
All I'm saying is that if your political banner is under Christ is King, I don't think it's a sell at the moment in this country.
No,
this country is just not
there. Do you
there.
think Christians would have chased you into a pub, Banksy?
The people I was with were Christians.
Oh, right. So Christians chased you into a pub,
Nick Tanconi is very much, that's what I see is that
he
is a very Christian, motivated guy.
You into the pub?
And it's just that the voting public are they're not really gonna take this banner up. And it's the same with Bob from Speaker's Corner. He keeps talking about the Christians Alliance movement or whatever.
Yeah.
And he wants everyone to vote for them. I was like, dude, the British voting public are just not going to do that. They're just not there. They think Christianity is just as fanatical and bad as Islam. So they're just not going to buy that. It's not a vote winner, so you're not going to do it, and this is why reform hasn't pushed any religious angle. And to be honest with you, I think under Zia Youssef, they've in fact softened their approach towards Islam as well, and now they're softy with Islam because again they know that the Muslim vote is going to play a big part in 2028.
It's not just the Muslim vote though, Banksy. There's going to be a lot of foreign investment from Muslim countries once America stops coughing up for every damn thing.
Yeah. It's going to be a combination. It's obviously, it's a multi-factor situation, but the Muslim vote's going to matter. The British people are not really that hot about voting for a religious party because they think, as I said, voting for a Christian party is as bad as voting for a Muslim party. So they're not there. They're not there, and that's why I don't think.
Well, they need to get there then.
Well,
what about a Buddhist party, Wendy? Would you vote for that?
Wendy, I don't think hating Muslims is a good enough reason to
excuse
be a Christian.
I said that they need to vote for a Christian party, and no one mentioned
What about
hating
British
Muslims.
party though, Wendy?
No, but I'm saying the biggest drive at the moment behind the Christian movement is this thing about Muslims are taking over and their culture is becoming prevalent. Yeah, it's like a reaction to that sort of ideology.
Well, if the message spreads wide enough,
The thing is, you're right. There is a reactionary
You're gonna have to really twist
element
their
of
arm.
Christianity right now. The only reason Christianity is being promoted, or the angle that Christianity is being promoted, is you have to join Christianity, otherwise your choices are Islam and wokeness.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
so that's the only angle. It's a reactionary thing. It's not about, like, Christians should promote Christian values and Christian ethics and push their Christianity through those means to say, look, are you happy with this woke nonsense? Are you happy with trans testicles reading stories to your kids and men being in your daughters' changing rooms? Christianity has a set of ethics and morals in which you can stand on.
When you use this term Christianity, it implies some sort of institutionalized framework that people just don't give no allegiance to. Like when they talk about religion, it's like their personal. Can I just finish? There's time. You can speak after me. Like I want to listen to you as well. My point was that I personally believe that English people do believe in God. Like they are godly, like people, like they give more to charity than most people, like they turn the other cheek. There's a lot of Christian values, but to be part of an institution of Christianity means you're giving an allegiance to something that more or less is outside of your country. It's like a foreign entity.
Maybe. I mean, the thing is,
Christianity is not seen as a foreign entity.
Well, majority of Christians are like Catholics, and that's like Rome and very European. Like there was only the other day.
Think so. The majority in Britain are Protestants.
There's only the other day, Wendy, that they voted to come out of Europe.
But one thing I will say that, first of all, Khan, I think you were right in that angle that they have to, not so much as that it's a foreign thing. Christianity is in the blood. It's in the spine of Britain. Yeah. It's a Christian country, but it's alien in the sense that Christians or modern day Brits haven't practiced Christianity for a very long time. They are not the church going people. They don't have those habitual behaviors of going to, they go and buy presents at Christmas. They might buy some eggs at Easter and enjoy the vacation time that they get, but they haven't got that structure of Christianity in their lives, or haven't had for a very long time, that whole system. And the thing is, in order to combat Islam, they have to organize, they have to be committed, they have to go and vote in blocks the way Muslims do. So in order for Christians to really gain power and political influence, they have to organize in a structured way. They can't just be, I'm Jesus, I just have Jesus in my heart, but I don't follow a religion.
The church used to do things like give like the population, like, I don't know, somewhere to go on a Sunday and just commune with each other and chill, and
they have to rebuild all of that.
That's the foundation, right? They need to have a community kind of thing where they've not invested. Like the church has become like a financial institution more than a community one.
The thing is, what Wendy said, the British people are Protestant Church of England mostly. Yeah. And the Church of England is the weakest version of Christianity ever right now. They literally bend to everything and everyone. You want to be gay? Sure, we'll have some gay priests. You want to go and have Ramadan inside the church? Oh yeah, go ahead, go right ahead and do that. They're just piss weak. They have no backbone. So the Christians who want to establish a strong, as Bob would say, muscular Christianity, they're not going to look for the Church of England. Church of England is piss weak, and they don't want to be Catholics because they don't want to yield to Rome in that way. Or
exactly, I don't want nothing to do with that.
To the Vatican. So they are kind of lost Christians. Even if they want to be Christians, they don't want to join these.
But you say they're lost Christians, but my point is that the church itself as an institution isn't offering them anything that they feel they're missing out on. So to say they're lost Christians in a way is not true, because if the church was doing more,
why the hell should who's in government matter about a religion anyway?
Say that again.
Why does it matter about Christians, about who's going to get voted into government?
Well, because I'm trying to say,
as a backlash to the Muslims.
Not just as a backlash, but what I'm trying to say is, if British people want to regain control of their country in the way it was, and also push back against the encroaching Islamism that's happening over here. They need to be organized. They need to be homogenous. They need to work as a single unit, and you can only do that if you have a framework to work under. If you're just wishy-washy, and if you're just essentially trying to herd cats, then you're not going to be able to do that.
Using this term Islamism is really misleading, because obviously, let's leave the immigrants out of here. British-born Muslims who've been here 3-4 generations are more likely to take part in a democratic process and fight for their rights within the system. That's not Islamism. Them getting their rights as civilians, as the population of this country, is not Islamism.
No, but there is Islamism, and there are people like Mohammed Hijab, like Ali Dawa, and many more who actually want to establish an Islamic society, an Islamic state within Britain. In fact, within every country in the world. I see and hear them. Dude, I will literally give you lists of. I retweet this other guy called Bob on Twitter, and he literally has video upon video of Muslims preaching about how they're going to take over, how they're going to work within the system, and how they're going to eventually overtake the Constitution of the United States they're talking about, British system, the European system. Literally video after video of Muslims preaching this stuff. So there is if you want to say that every Muslim, yeah, sure, I'm not talking about every Tom, Dick and Harry, every Habib and Abdul walking the streets is going to want to become establish an Islamic Sharia, but there are concerted efforts amongst prominent Muslims who want to do this.
By your own far-right idiots, though, aren't you?
For God's sake, Morrissey, the joke didn't even land the first time you went into this shit. Your joke was a half-assed funny joke, and now you are just milking that cow to death. That cow has nothing left. You are literally drawing blood at this point. You're not even drawing milk anymore.
Mate, I don't want to draw milk. What the fucking draw milk?
You're milking because I'm using the analogy of milking this cow, this unfunny cow of a joke.
You are getting attacked by your own people.
Okay, fine.
Not anyone else.
But they're not my people technically, because they're English patriots.
They were far-right idiots.
They are. My people are Iranians. That's all I know. My fellow national British patriots are my people.
So you're not
but when you say my people, I mean, what do you mean by my people? Because my ethnic
Betty's in the back. Betty's in the back.
There is my ethnic people, and then there is my British nationalist patriots. They're my people.
Nationalist patriots tried to attack you, and you had to run into a pub.
Oh God. No, they didn't.
Didn't you? That's what you told us earlier.
Okay, Chrissy.
How would running
without
into a pub
any hesitation, first of all, without any hesitation, I'm going to say it one final time. No such thing ever happened. It's bullshit. Absolute categorical bullshit. For fuck's sake. That's it, Chrissy. I'm done with this conversation. I don't give a shit how much you repeat it. I'm
you've
done.
Been caught out lying. I mean, you've been saying about you'd rather be attacked by far-right thugs. Yeah.
I swear to God, I'm having a better conversation with fucking Khan than this moron keep chiming in.
You just admit it, right?
Hi, Banksy.
Hello, Betty. How are you?
Hi, Wendy. Hi, Wendy.
Hi, love. Hi.
Hi, Khan.
They looked at the colour of your skin, Banksy, and decided to hate on you for that reason. That's what happened. Mm-hmm. I mean, you'd have happily fucking sucked all their dicks, wouldn't you?
You're making my stomach turn, man, please. It's not even funny. It's like, why would you say something like that?
I know.
Because that's the truth.
Batman talk. Bare Batman talk.
Bare Batman talk.
Yes, Batsy was the fucking gay pornographer, not me.
I'm surprised. Well, it's amazing that you just suddenly just came into the sucking of the dick.
I can prove my sexuality. Can you, Banksy?
No, you're right. You're right.
We were having a good conversation. We started talking all that Batman talk. Stop with the Batman talk.
Precisely, yeah.
You know what I mean?
I'm sorry. Are you a lesbian, Betty?
Stop talking with all that Batman talk, man.
Are you a lesbian, Betty?
Just stop with the Batman talk, yeah?
Are you a lesbian, Betty?
We're talking about Islam.
it sounds like Betty's a lesbian. It's okay to be a lesbian.
One of the things I wanted
Betty, it's okay to be a lesbian.
Betty, what's your view on Christianity?
It's
I
okay to
want
be a
to say,
lesbian,
you know,
Betty.
like I want to reply to what Khan said in terms of, you know, people keep on claiming that Christianity is, you know, or Banksy was saying about it's losing ground. Yeah, it's losing ground, but I want to point out that Christianity has ruled Britain since the 16th century, so that's over 1,000 years. So, and the head of state is King Charles, and he's a Christian.
So did you say 16th century?
Or when he becomes a Muslim, that's when you know that Britain is no
Okay,
longer
it's 1,000 years.
But when your head of state is a Christian and the head of the Church of England, it's not losing the ground. 1,000 years, over 1,000 years of ruling a country is a long time. Another thing I want to say is, yes, the general white natives are not going to church as much, but there's a lot of African churches popping up in Britain.
Yes,
so the white people may stop going to church, but a lot of those Africans and the migrant and the Asian Christians, their churches are popping up all over the place. Come to Manchester.
Is that such a good thing, though, Betty? Is that such a good thing? These African churches are well suspect. They're well suspect, mate.
All religions are in decline. All religions are in decline.
It may be losing ground in certain communities, but in Britain and other communities, it's going up.
No, but Betty,
all religions
if you allow me. First of all, 1,000 years ago was the 10th century. But second of all I want to say is
over
that
1,000 years. Banks said over 1,000 years. I didn't say it's ruled for 1,000 years. It's over 1,000 years.
Yeah, but it would have been pre-10th century.
Been here
no, it's the
since,
16th
for 1,000 years. Yeah.
No, it can't be 16th century. 16th century wouldn't be 1,000 years.
Hang on, the 11th century, they were Christians in this country.
Yeah, it's the 10th century. If it's 1,000 years, it's about the 10th, 11th century. It wouldn't be 16th century.
I'm just saying it's been over 1,000 years. But
I know, but what I mean is over 1,000 years would have been the 10th century.
You said 16th century, you dotard.
16th century
Who was the first Christian king of England? Who was the first Christian monarch?
Okay, let's have a look. Who was the first?
Okay, while Betty's doing that, Betty, what I want to say is that although yes, there may be African churches opening up, black
King
churches.
Arthur's son.
King Arthur.
King Arthur
didn't have a son. King Arthur didn't have a son.
King Arthur did have a son.
Not
King Arthur. Sorry, King Alfred. King Alfred.
Yeah. Alfred. Because Arthur, I thought, are you talking about the Round Table and Excalibur? King Arthur is like a myth.
Sorry.
It doesn't exist.
Who is his father? Do you know who his father was?
King Alfred.
Alfred.
No. The father of King Arthur was
King Arthur is a myth.
And Dragon.
King Arthur is a myth.
No one said King Arthur. She said King Alfred.
You said he had a son. How can a myth have a son?
She misspoke. We're not going to go on a tangent now.
Oh my god. This is recorded. Look. I'm just gonna say what I want to say. Betty. In regards to.
So when you have to read this, because I can't read this, whatever that's saying, but it's saying
26% of Muslims.
His name was Egbert or something, wasn't it?
It's 616 AD. He died, and the kingdom of Kent. He was born in 560 AD. He was the first Christian king of England.
Betty, the one thing I want to say about the black churches, although it's great that black people are setting up churches and it's all, they're Christianity.
Okay, so the first.
I'm just saying.
Wait a minute. Look, listen. The first king of all of England was Athelstan, right? Who was the son of King Alfred, and that was
Ethelred. Did you say Ethelred?
Athelstan, and that was in 924.
When Wendy was 4.
Athelstan. But listen, all I'm saying, Betty, is that unfortunately, as much as it's great that the black community has a good Christian faith,
Yeah, and
their population isn't big enough to be election winners. They can't. They're not kingmakers. Essentially, you need to have a population size and a voting bloc that is a kingmaker, that you can actually determine. Your bloc can determine who wins the elections. And the black vote, although it's good, but it's not enough. You need more, and that's where the white English people really come in. The white English are still kingmakers in this country when they come out to vote in their numbers, and that's why it's important to have that.
Yeah, but Banksy, they're still going to church. Because if I go to church on Sunday, I'm still going to come across white English people.
Chrissy, mute up, Chrissy. What the fuck is he doing? Are you taking the piss? Is he in the shower or something?
I think he's got a bad case of diarrhea.
I swear to God, it sounds like something. Chrissy, mute up. Your mic is on.
No.
Well, what the fuck are you doing making all that noise?
That's how he is. He's a weirdo.
I'm not a weirdo that takes the piss
BMP
out
guy,
of a fucking murdered parent's child like you, Betty.
The BMP
when
member.
you go to church on Sunday, ask for forgiveness.
Chrissy, the BMP member.
Did you know, Betty, the social workers were that worried about his sons being around him because of drugs that they took his sons away?
No, they didn't. You Your uncle was a paedophile, wasn't he, Wendy?
I didn't even know he had sons, bloody hell. But you can see why.
You haven't got any children, have you, Betty?
Harassment order.
Have you got fake babies that you use recordings of when you come online?
Another weirdo's popped up. That Kaylee girl's trying to get in.
You put fake recordings of babies.
So
anyway,
I don't think really that's
what we were talking about. Yeah, so Banksy, like I'm saying, I can still go to church and I still see white people. It's not like I don't go to an African church. I go to
How do you not spontaneously combust when you go to church?
No, it's just because the younger generation are not going, it doesn't mean that there's not white English people that go. They still go. Do you know what I mean? So no, they don't have as much power, but that's down to the atheists, the scientific dictatorship. The Richard Dawkins set, all these people that believe in that. That's scientific method. His fans, his fan club.
It's all his fault now.
Don't be fooled, Betty. Scientific method knows more hadiths than bloody Ali Dawah. What are you
And I
about?
think Islam will go the same way as Christianity anyway. It'll get westernized and then it won't exist.
Well, I think it'd be a good thing if these atheists and the scientific dictatorship turn up in Islam. They might reform it and make it better.
The funny thing is, there is actually reformation coming in Islam, but it's not coming from Europe. It's actually coming from the Emirate nations. They're the ones who are softening Islam. Do you know the Saudi Arabia recently? I wanted to make a video about it. I completely forgot. Recently, they've declared some of the hadiths not eligible anymore. They are like writing off some of the
it's always been
hadiths.
Like that. No, Islamically speaking, the leader of the country decides what hadiths should be used to administrate Islam with.
And they're like
this phenomenon of using every single hadith known to man is a very recent thing that's happened. And amongst especially the young people in England now, Muslims, they're looking at more hadiths than anyone's ever looked at.
Yeah, because in Saudi Arabia they've declared hundreds of hadiths ineligible or they're not.
What MBS said is that they're not appropriate to administrate from. So he's not saying that they're not sahih or that we should get rid of them. He's just saying, but if you want to rule a country, if you want to rule over people, there's certain hadiths that he's going to give like a little gold star to, and the rest of them is just going to be like
but if that's the case, that means that some hadiths are more sahih than other hadiths, isn't it? I mean, that's what it's got. It's still creating a tiered system.
Yeah, but there is a tiered system. There's always been a tiered system.
Yeah, but what I mean is you have Sahih hadiths. Now you have Saudi Arabian gold star Sahih hadiths.
No, Banksy, one sec. Within Sahih...
oil, that's why, because the women are protest. Muslim women are getting fed up of Muslim rule in Saudi Arabia, aren't they? That's why, did you know all the driving problems? They got fed up with that. They got fed up of being forced to wear that niqab thing. They started protesting. That's why.
So you think that women are going to be the turning point, Becky?
Society is changing.
Are you saying that the women are going to be the power behind the change in Islam?
No, but they could be soft power
behind the change in Islam.
No,
is that what you're saying, Betty? Because I'm trying to understand.
Yeah, no. I mean, that's not going to happen. It's not the women.
Saudi Arabia that are in prison now for wanting to learn how to drive, for driving in the streets of Saudi Arabia,
but
for taking the headscarf off. They are women still, even though the women are allowed to drive in Saudi Arabia now, they still left the people that protest for women to drive in jail. They're doing serious jail
Betty,
time.
I think
those ladies as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's good that the women are kind of standing up for their rights, but I'll be honest, in those countries, traditionally, they don't give a shit about what women think. It will always be a man that's going to have to, and it's Mohammed bin Salman. It's him that is making these changes and these reforms. And he knows, because he's making it for economic reasons, because he has very, very bold ambitions for Saudi Arabia, especially with that line city and various other projects.
Yeah, it's going to have to change a lot, Banksy.
Yeah, they're going to, because nobody wants to. Yeah, because I mean, immediately when they announced that city, I was like, no foreigner wants to live in Saudi Arabia. Nobody wants to live under those rules. So they're going to have to radically change Saudi Arabia's governance in order for Europeans and other people around the world to live there.
Not really. Islamically speaking, your country can have different sectors in it. So you have one sector where there's no foreigners allowed and it's only Muslims. You have another sector where there's like business.
You just fucking hate it, don't you?
Can we not even speak without
but he is right because Americans have American bases in Saudi Arabia, in Emirate nations, and in Kuwait, and they behave totally European and American. There's no restrictions for them in those bases. But outside of the bases, obviously, you're back in Saudi Arabia. But I think Mohammed bin Salman is just making the entire country much more European and American friendly, so that most Americans and Europeans will feel comfortable in every part of Saudi Arabia. Of course, there'll be restrictions to Mecca and Medina and the religious areas, but generally, if you're in Jeddah and other places, you can feel as comfortable as you would if you're in Dubai. And I think that's what he's doing. He's kind of making these sort of legal changes to the country, and then when his other plans go into work, like the cities and all that stuff, people are going to be, and investors are going to be much more comfortable, because they're like, if I invest in this city, would I be able to live in this country myself? Because someone who buys a place in Dubai says to himself, okay, I might buy this and rent it out, but if I ever want to go and live there myself, can I do it? And most Europeans can. Most Europeans are. They're moving out of England, going to Dubai because it's tax-free. So people can do that.
Can I just mention also, like Saudi Arabia, MBS, he's jailing a lot of religious clerics that were, for the ban on women driving and for the scarf. And also now Saudi Arabia is selling alcohol for the first time in 70 years. That is only because of the Christian influence. Because in Islam, alcohol is haram. So they certainly are trying to attract non-Muslims to their country.
Well, I think it's not so much of a Christian influence; it's the money influence. The fact is, it's all money driven. This isn't some lofty ideological thing of Christianity is really softening Islam. No. This is money. It's hard, cold cash. He wants investment in his country. He wants people to invest billions upon billions on that line city if he ever wants to get that thing off the ground, and many other projects, and it's all money related. He has to soften up.
Money. It is the Christian world, because the fact of the matter is, alcohol has always made lots of money. If it was about if it was just the money influence, they could have been selling alcohol for years ago. But because of the Christians and because of the influence, and because they're not going to be able to sell oil anymore because they're going all green energy. They want Christians in their country.
Well, but what I'm trying to say is that he first of all, all of these reforms are coming in since Mohammed bin Salman has been crown prince and he's due to be king. obviously he didn't have this ability before, and he has to do a lot of other things. And by the way, he did do a lot of other
people like
stuff.
Look at Khan, though, Banksy. Khan's one of these Muslims that drink alcohol, so he's trying to cater for them as well.
Look, Khan is as much of a Muslim as I am a Japanese man.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. They go to Bahrain, don't they? The Muslim drinking Saudi Arabians, they go to Bahrain, they go to those less strict Muslim countries to do all that haram stuff that they're not meant to be doing.
Look, Khan and almost 90% of my Middle Eastern friends fall into the same category. These are the guys who go and do tequila shots on a Saturday because on Monday Ramadan starts. That's literally what I did with my friends. My friends used to call me up and say, dude, Ramadan starts next week. Let's go get pissed now because we can't do it. I have to stay sober for a month. That's the kind of Muslim Khan is. To be honest with you, those are the kind of Muslims I like. Those are perfectly. I'm more than happy to live with those Muslims because I can get on with that version of Islam. It's the fanatical assholes that I can't get on with. It's the ones who scream, want to behead a teacher because he showed the cartoon of Muhammad. Is the ones that I get pissed about because they're the ones who are the real problem.
I like my Turkish Muslims to be able to serve me a good doner kebab as well.
Generally, there's loads of there's literally millions and millions of Muslims who don't give a shit about these things. But again, as I've always said, out of the 2 billion Muslims, I'm not worried about 98% of them, 97% of them. It's about 2 or 3% of a population that really can do a lot of damage. Most revolutions isn't by everyone in the country. It's by a handful, and then a smaller handful are the ones who take over and press their agenda. Usually about 3 to 4%. That's all it takes to turn over a country in most cases. People think there's like billions of people have to come together to cause a revolution. Not at all. Not at all. It's actually surprisingly small amount. But that small amount has to be extremely well organized and extremely well committed. And if you get that group, you can pretty much do anything. It's unbelievable how much you can accomplish with 2 or 3%. That's why I'm like Muslims are 6% of the population right now. Wait till the Muslims hit about 10%. Then out of that 10%, there'll be a fanatical 3%, 3 to 4% who will push their agenda, their Islamist agenda, and they're the ones who are going to be the voices that. And the people who are going to march in the streets and who are going to push their agenda in the Houses of Parliament, and they're the ones who we're gonna have to abide by. Not Khan, not people like Khan, not people like my friends Syrians and Palestinians who go drinking with. No, they're the silent majority. They don't fucking count.
You're full of shit, Banksy.
Yeah, sure. You're right. That's why I've experienced a literal revolution in my life. Where was the last country you were in that had a revolution?
All of your adult life, you weirdo.
Which country were you in which had a revolution last, Morrissey?
Unarmed people going to take this country.
You can't debate stupid, please. Don't debate stupid.
Yeah, that's why you shouldn't talk to Banksy.
You see, this is the problem. Morrissey thinks that everybody has to be tooled up to like Rambo in order to take a country. You're a moron, Morrissey, if you think that is the case.
3% of the unarmed people in this country,
very well organized and very well motivated people can do a lot of damage with very little. With very little.
It says that the king son was
and say, we're taking over this place. We don't give a fuck if you've got guns.
And that is why they banned alcohol. Did you hear about
if they ban alcohol, Betty, you're never getting any man go near you ever.
Please, Wendy and Dupe, say something. Drowned out this guy, man.
Betty. one more thing.
He does it deliberately. The best thing, Betty, is just ignore him. Don't answer him. Just ignore him.
Betty, one more thing I wanted to say about Saudi Arabia, Mohammed bin Salman. Prior to all of this stuff happening, this is the thing. Most people missed the foundation that he laid before any of this. Like you said, you know how he jailed so many fanatical He had to imprison or make sure that the majority of the cleric class, the religious class, were on his side. And if anyone was to object or anything, he would either put them on the house arrest or he would make them disappear. He did a lot of that groundwork to make sure that the religious class are not going to go against his plans. And he also did it to all the aristocracy in Saudi Arabia. He put a whole bunch of them on the house arrest for a while. This was quite a few years back. Most people kind of glossed over it. He put a bunch of billionaires that could have you disappear like that. People who have immense amount of money and power. And he put them on the house arrest when he came into power because he wanted to make sure they all know. He gave them all a shot across the bow. You fuck around, you'll find out. And then he made that guy, Jamal Khashoggi, basically, become multiple pieces. That was another message to the people who may or may not mess with his plans. These were all messages he sent out that you fuck around with what I'm about to do, you will find out. They'll find you in pieces. And that's why everybody shut the fuck up and just let him do his thing.
In Turkey, though, wasn't it? The irony of it, that they made that. There was a journalist, a dissident, a Saudi dissident.
Yes. But by the way, Khashoggi wasn't some nobody journalist. His family are extremely wealthy and connected as well. And they're also connected in Egypt. So that's why he wasn't some nobody. This is the problem. Most people think that Jamal was like a complete loser, some reporter idiot. No, he was wealthy. He came from a wealthy family and he's very connected. One of my Iraqi friends knows his background. And that's why this guy wasn't some random person. No, he was a very well-known individual in those circles. And when he did that to him, everybody else's sphincters clinched because they were like, oh shit, we can't mess around. He had to do all of that work. Otherwise, you think you would be able to get away with selling alcohol in Saudi Arabia, the house of Mecca, the house of God?
Banksy, think about, but also the music concerts that they're now having where men and women are attending. This is amazing. For
do you think he could have got away with all of that shit without millions of Islamists running out protesting against all that stuff? He made sure that none of these religious class would say a fucking word against the plans that he has. He said, I'm going to make these things happen and you shut the fuck up or I will Jamal Khashoggi all of you cunts. So none of them, the more Muslims protest in this country against shit like that than they do in Saudi Arabia. Have you noticed any Palestinian marches in Saudi Arabia or in Dubai? Or in Bahrain? No, because they will fucking kill them. You disappear. You will suddenly vanish. Your family won't have a clue what happened to you.
I thought you right wingers were all about free speech.
All I'm saying is that this is what Mohammed bin Salman had to do to get the kind of reforms that he wanted for Saudi Arabia. He dropped the hammer on these people. All I'm saying is he's a dictator. Everybody knows he's a dictator. But what I'm saying is what he's doing into Saudi Arabia is not easy, and it's not for the weak-hearted. It's not a Keir Starmer kind of fucking mission. Okay, you don't need a pussy like him at the helm if you want to make those kind of reforms and changes to your country. You need a Mohammed bin Salman or a Donald Trump. I'll be honest, I think Donald Trump would easily have done that sort of shit too. I don't see for one second Donald Trump will be beyond doing that stuff. It's just he's in a different country and he has different rules to operate under. But the fact is that you need strong men like that to get shit done. You know, pussies that we elect. You think Boris Johnson would ever ride? Who would on this panel ride on a horse behind Boris Johnson with a shield and a sword into battle? Who the fuck would do that? Or Rishi Sunak? Who would? Not a single human being, not a single man with testicles that I know would ride behind Boris Johnson into battle.
Don't be bashing Boris, my distant cousin, please.
But what I'm saying is, look at the leaders we have. We have piss weak people that you would never in a million years stand shoulder to shoulder on a battlefield with, because you know that the guy is piss weak. Have you guys ever seen Keir Starmer throw a punch? Have you guys seen the video of Keir Starmer throwing a punch? Oh my God! If you haven't seen it, it's a sight to behold. It's
I hate
ridiculous.
Karma. What's his name? Keir Starmer. I don't like that guy. He's draconian, and he just wants to smash the working class folk like us. And just we say anything, and just wants to lock us up. He wants to get rid of free speech. He's a red Tory. You know what I mean? That's all he is, a red Tory. That guy.
I noticed, Morrissey, you don't have a lot of things to say about your dear leader, Keir Starmer, right? You ride to battle with Keir Starmer? Would you?
He's not my leader.
Would you soldier up? Would you wear your suit of armor? Would you suit up shoulder to shoulder with him?
Would I what?
I said, would you suit up? Would you suit up shoulder to shoulder? Wear your knight's gear. Pick up that sword and shield.
Fancy, but Keir Starmer wouldn't ever be on a battlefield.
Exactly.
Well,
that's the whole point.
You don't put your leader on the battlefield like in the fucking medieval days, do you?
No, but what I'm saying is, metaphorically, do you think he is the kind of man that you would ride into battle with? Not in a million years, because he's piss weak. He would be the last guy. He'll be at the back of the fucking.
I would rather have Keir Starmer as a prime minister than Rishi Sunak or Boris Johnson. But I'm not a fan of him.
Would you swap him for Trump?
No. Trump is just as corrupt as all of them. Trump is just as corrupt as all of them.
How about Farage?
Definitely not. Weak as piss. Weak as piss. What do you think of Farage? What do you think?
I would take Trump 100% over every leader we've had in the last 14 years. I would a close second. I don't know. No, not a close second. It'll be a distant second, really. Anything after Trump is a distant second. Out of the leaders that we've had, I might be tempted by Kemi Badenoch. She comes across as someone with a bit of integrity and a bit of chutzpah. I am actually much more surprised. And in fact, when she ran the first time against Rishi Sunak and I think Liz Truss with that period, I would have voted for her.
Do you watch Prime Minister Questions, Banksy?
Yeah, sometimes, not all the time. It's boring.
Right. Obviously, you haven't watched it enough because literally Starmer bats her around like a fucking ginger stepchild.
I mean, you would say that because you're biased.
No, I'm not. No, I believe that. I'm not a fan of either of them. I didn't vote for either.
I would need more evidence than your word.
That's why I asked you if you watch PMQs. He regularly batters her at PMQs.
No, I mean, I've seen her at PMQs, and I don't think Starmer battered her in any shape or form. But
mate, you're not watching it properly. Then, if you watch PMQs, you'll see he is not troubled by Kemi Badenoch ever.
No,
the reason Kemi Badenoch has been put in there is because the Conservatives can go as far right as they want, but still claim to have a black lady as their leader.
Hey, the Conservatives not only had a black lady as their leader, 2 women prime ministers, 3 women prime ministers, and an Indian prime minister. So where is your woke Labour Party? What have they done? They've never had anything but a white man.
I'm not woke, and I'm not Labour Party.
Oh, you're woke, and you are fucking Labour.
No, I ain't. How am I woke? Tell me how I'm woke.
See, you've got a point. At the end of the day, I know what the Conservatives are doing by putting brown faces up front. But you can't knock them. Don't be a player hater, like Banksy says. If the Conservatives are bright enough to put a person of colour behind their very right wing, policies, then
devious enough. It's not bright. It's devious.
They're in it to win.
You're not voting. You're not voting for a black lady.
That is one of the reasons.
You're voting for a right wing government.
Labour don't care about black or brown people. That's one of the reasons why I don't vote Labour.
Neither do the Conservatives.
I don't vote Conservative, but I don't vote Labour no more. They don't care about people of colour. I think I was voting for the Workers' Socialist.
Right. Do you vote? Who would you vote for if there was an election tomorrow?
On the ballot box. But no,
Who would
I
you
wouldn't
vote
advise
for
anybody
if there was
to
an
vote
election tomorrow?
They don't care about working class people. They don't care about people of colour.
Who would you vote for if there was an election tomorrow?
If it was an election tomorrow, Reform. At a distant second, or UKIP if there was a candidate available. It's pretty much the only choices.
Betty, who would you vote for tomorrow?
No.
I told you I would vote. I vote for the socialists. There were socialist workers coalition or something up in Salford. They were on the ballot box. I think they were like
So you'd vote for a small left-wing party, yeah? You'd vote for a small left-wing party.
There was socialist
Betty,
workers' party.
You're talking about Keir Starmer being a socialist red Labour, and yet you're gonna vote for a socialist party?
No,
I haven't said who I'm voting for.
Out of the frying pan into the fire.
I'm asking Betty who she would vote for.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking to Betty, Chrissy. I'm not talking to you. I'm saying Betty is talking about Keir Starmer being a red Labour and a kind of a socialist.
Tory.
A red Tory. Oh, I see.
Yeah,
but
that's
the
what
thing
they
is,
call it.
they're still going to take. I mean, you think the socialists won't take away your freedom of speech? You think the socialists are going to be better on that front? Of course not.
Yeah, I do. I think they'd create better council housing. I think they would create libraries for people. They would get rid of.
Let me ask you a question. How are they going to build the council housing? How are they going to build the council housing?
I think they would get rid of the tuition fees. Because Labour.
How are they going to build the council housing, Betty?
And stuff.
How are they going to build the council houses, Betty?
Ask them. I'm not in it. Ask them.
You just said they built council houses. I'm asking you how they build them, because we've currently got, I think, 500,000 people shortage in the building field, haven't we? So we can't build 1.6 million homes if we've got a 500,000 person shortage of skilled workers to do it. So how's it going to get done?
Look, Chrissy, I'm getting a bit fed up of this. I'm getting fed up of this line from.
I don't really care what you're getting. You're getting fed up with me asking you questions. I'm asking you decent questions that you haven't got a clue about.
Okay, I'm going to answer. How come they've always got money for war, but you're trying to claim now that they ain't got no money for
I agree with you.
housing?
Yes, I totally agree with you. But how are they going to build 1.6 million council homes when they haven't got, they're short of 500,000 workers?
They're going to stop giving all that money to the Ukraine. You know that 12 billion that they gave to the Ukraine for 100 years?
I'm not talking about money to the Ukraine. I'm asking you, they're saying they're going to build over 1 million homes, but they've got 500,000 person shortage.
Money to Russians and Ukrainians to kill each other.
But it doesn't matter about the money. The money doesn't build the houses the workers do.
Council housing of a decent standard for everybody that has a right.
How are they going to build them when we haven't got enough people to build them? How are they going to build them when we haven't got enough people to build them?
Have you never heard of a working visa?
Oh, so you agree with immigration, yeah?
Because every time I look, there's some Nigerian doctors working at NHS. They've got fucking German doctors. Talk to a German doctor.
Yeah, I know all about it, mate. But how are they going to? How are they going to get more immigrants in when they're promising to drop immigration?
Forgot the immigration. They're not dropped immigration. It's gone up since Brexit. So
they've said that they are going to drop the immigration numbers, but they need to increase them to build the houses, don't they?
You know, immigration has gone up. So all them saying that they're dropping immigration, that's not true. After Brexit, it's gone up about 300,000.
We don't know exactly how immigration is working, but we are not getting more immigrants in, are we? They've said they will make immigration full, haven't they?
Immigration has gone up since Brexit, Chrissy.
Right, but they are saying they are going to lower immigration, aren't they? That's what they said.
They haven't. It doesn't matter what they said.
Where do you live underneath a rock? This government had promised to drop the number of immigrants, haven't they?
Chris, we all know the Labour Party.
Notice no one's coming to your defence now because
But we
everyone
all
realises you're an idiot.
Chrissy, we all know that immigration has gone up, so stop lying and saying you don't have
But
work.
I'm
They
not
do have
saying it
workers.
hasn't gone up, you idiot. I'm saying they have promised to lower immigration. They have promised to lower immigration, haven't they?
Jupiter, can you speak up? Because I can't hear you because Chris is talking over you.
Only since they saw the backlash. These people, like Labour, were
What,
pro
before the
immigration.
election? Before the election?
Well, they said that they would try and what was it?
Immigration.
No, not all immigration. They said illegal
They
migration.
said they were going to lower immigration. That's the exact words. We will lower immigration.
Illegal.
No. They didn't say illegal because illegal immigration is only about 30 or 40,000 people.
Anyway, are you still in the bath?
Oh, anyway,
I reckon,
see, you right-wingers haven't got a fucking clue.
Apparently 2 hours, so I reckon you're on the bog and you're constipated.
No, you'd love to think it. I'm doing little hectors out my arsehole, am I?
Racist. That was so racist.
How was that racist? He's a little shit.
Well, racist.
How is that racist?
No, you should apologise. Chris, you should apologise. No, I think you should apologise. You should apologise. No, you should apologise.
Amazing.
No way.
If that was me,
I'm not apologising. I'm not apologising for calling someone that fucking prays for child abuse a little shit. Because he is a little shit, isn't he? Pocket-sized.
Actually,
Chris, it's good for you, though, Dukes, because you need him to wipe your arse, don't you? You can't wipe your own arse, Dukes.
Uncle Hector is one of the people that will build council housing because he's a roofer.
Is he? I thought he was a toilet cleaner.
And he's a roofer, isn't he? Because he's done videos.
How's he a roofer? It's taking 3 years to get up a ladder.
We need 500,000 more service.
He's done videos.
He's done videos on the roof.
Stop it. He's got a ladder that's got 3 extra rungs because he can't get up it quite as fucking fast.
Are people jealous of somebody actually being a roofer? It's pathetic.
I'm not jealous of him. He has to go down on you for fuck's sakes. That is fucking awful. He needs a medal.
The fact that you even talk like that shows your caliber, mate.
My caliber?
Yeah.
I called him a little shit because he prays for child abuse, doesn't he?
No.
Yes, we all heard it. Khan, did you hear Hector praying for generational child abuse?
Can we get back to the topic and stop the personal?
Well, you wouldn't answer the fucking question, you did.
Personals.
You idiot, you wouldn't answer the question. So how are we going to build over 1 million fucking homes when we've got 500,000 shortage in that fucking field?
Uncle Hector's going to be doing the roof.
Are we going to have to get more immigrants in? Oh, yes, we are. Have they lied to us? Obviously. Yes. Are you clever enough to admit it? No.
You know, Uncle Hector, can I just say big up to Uncle Hector? Because I'm not being funny, but I do worry about you being up in that roof. Do you know what I mean? Like, bloody hell. He's a bit brave at his age to be roofing. But yeah, people like
he does well. He does well. He's very fit for his age.
Yeah, it's just like...
If he punched a punching bag, there's no way it'd just swing.
Yeah, it's just funny.
Mate, we all see him getting slapped about by a fucking flip-flop that was the same size he was.
Hector don't hit women. It's not like you.
A Nigerian man can hit their wife, can't they, in Nigeria? Can't they?
What? I don't know.
And Section 55 of the Nigerian Penal Code says a man can beat his wife.
I think.
But we're not in Nigeria, are we?
I think we've been.
But you should know this, James, because you are a Nigerian princess. Remember, Nigerian princess.
We're not in Nigeria, Chrissy. What part of it do you not understand?
I didn't know that. I didn't know that. So why is it that I've seen Hector? Why is it that I've seen Hector getting slapped around by a fucking flip-flop bigger than he was?
That is their problem. If they want to beat their wives in Nigeria, that is their problem. We are in Britain, Chrissy. Maybe
Do you agree with Nigerians beating their wives?
I don't care. I'm in Britain.
You don't care. Far right.
I don't care either.
Fucking the far right. The far right motto. I don't care.
I think you've got fake outrage and you suffer from it really badly.
How have I got fake outrage? Come on, tell me.
Because you seem to be outraged over everything.
I'm not outraged over nothing.
Yeah,
What I'm outraged is that Hector was the same size as that flip-flop. That was freaky.
Yeah. It's funny, isn't it, that you find those kind of things to be outraged over, though?
I'm not outraged over them,
This is what I mean. It's all fake outrage, isn't it? You're mentally ill.
I'm not fake outraged over anything. I just find it funny
I think what's
that
happened
Hector
in this
was the
country
same size as the flip-flop that was battering him. Hector was the same size as the flip-flop that was battering him.
In this country has deeply disturbed you, and I think you're very disturbing.
What's happening in this country?
You're
Tell me what's
outraged.
happening
You're
in this
one
country.
of these people that runs around saying, "Oh, don't use capitals because it means you're shouting at me."
When have I ever said that, you weirdo?
So what did you think of the
I ever said that? It's polite. It's polite to use the proper English, isn't it?
Video that I played before, it was by a Norwegian historian. That video, the Vikings meeting the Africans. Jupiter.
I thought that was really interesting. Look, there's a load of history that I think is going to have to be rewritten. A lot of the scientists are coming out now to say that they believe that
Wasn't that how they got Sasquatches?
What they're saying as well, isn't it?
Wasn't that how they got Sasquatches from sleeping with, like, fucking Sasquatches?
Jupiter, can you say that again? Because he spoke over you. I couldn't hear what you said.
Yeah, so the latest science is saying that the ancestry of all of us is not just as simple as out of Africa theory, that it's a lot more complex. And it's really interesting. They reckon.
Are you trying to justify your Sasquatch experience there, Dukes?
It's like a backup dancer, isn't it?
You like backup dancers, though, don't you? You like backup dancers, don't you, Betty? Trouble is, they don't like you. No one likes you.
Well, I like Betty and Betty.
Yeah, you two like each other because you are both low enough to fucking have a pop at a parent that's had a child murdered. Both of you two.
Yeah. Ignore him. Ignore him. He's a backup dancer.
You know what? Do you know what? I don't hate either of you. I do pity you, right? But no matter how much I hated you, if you had a child murdered, there's no way I would hold that against you. There's no way I would use that to have a pop at you. Because as a parent, you should know. So anyway, Jukes, Wendy was saying that you've got 3 fathers to your 8 children. Is that correct?
All you do is bully people.
Yeah. Oh, what? Can't he take care of himself? The fucking, put himself up for rapist, idiot.
Bring everybody else.
So, Jupiter, Wendy said that you've got 3 fathers for your 8 children. Is that true? No, I'm not going to shut up because you tell me.
Shut up.
No. So, Jupiter, have you got 3 fathers for your 8 children?
Jupiter, stop attacking.
I'm asking her a question. It's not attacking her, I'm asking her a question. If Wendy hadn't told us, I wouldn't know to ask it, would I?
Leave it alone.
I wouldn't know to ask her the question if Wendy hadn't told us. Jupiter, did you tell Wendy that you've got 3 fathers for your 8 children?
Fake outrage.
I'm not outraged that you've got 3 fathers to your 8 children.
Literalist.
I'm asking you the question. How can I be a literalist when he said you've got 3 fathers to your 8 children? Is that true?
Would it concern you?
No, I just wanted to know because I wanted to, you're so friendly with Wendy, but she's letting out all these secrets that you're obviously embarrassed about. Why haven't you answered the question?
Why am I embarrassed about saying that's not true?
Because it's, having fucking 3 fathers to your 8 children sort of gives people a connotation about what your fucking character's like.
Why is it your business how many fucking fathers she's got to the
Wendy
children?
brought it up. Ask Wendy. She told everyone.
It's your fucking business.
Mate, it's not my business. It's public fucking domain. Look, don't blame the messenger. It was Wendy that told her.
Chrissy Morris, does Wendy tell the truth?
I don't know. Is she telling the truth on this?
I'm asking you, do you call her a liar or do you think she's a truthful person?
Sometimes she tells the truth, sometimes she lies.
Oh, so when you call her a liar, per se, full stop, you're lying.
Well, if you've told a lie, you are a liar. But I don't know whether she's telling the truth on this one.
But that means that
because every now and then you get people that tell the truth and a lie. So do you know what? I think on this matter, I think Wendy is correct that you have got 3 fathers to your 8 children because you haven't denied it.
I have, but you just
no, you haven't.
Ignore it. Yeah, I
no, you haven't.
Why would I
I've
be
asked you
bothered about
loads.
something that ain't true?
You're saying it's not true. Wendy is saying it's true, and the way you've just acted makes me think that you are lying about this now.
Okay, whatever. I'm not bothered.
I'm glad you're not bothered.
I've got 3 fathers to me 8 kids. Why would it bother me?
I don't know. Maybe because people might think you're a slut.
I doubt it. There's people on here that have had.
No, I think they do. I think they do. I mean, poor old Hector, mate.
Again, even if they do,
poor old Hector. It's like throwing a fucking party sausage down a well, isn't it?
Is it?
It must be.
You've got a great imagination, haven't you?
Not really. Throwing a fucking tiny sausage down a big well.
Don't your partner find it strange that you keep thinking about me in a sexual way?
No, I'm not thinking about you in a sexual way at all. You can't wipe your own arse. You're 22 stone and you have to be shaved twice a week.
Is that what it
You have to be shaved twice a week. You weigh 22 stone.
My big boobs.
And you can't wipe your own arse because of the slabs of fat on your shoulders.
Is it turning you on sitting in that bath, talking to Jupiter? And the only way you can get to talk to
I don't want to talk to you, Jukes.
The only way
you started talking to me. I was talking to Betty. I was talking to Betty. Betty couldn't fucking answer simple questions, and she asked you to intervene. And now you're getting your ass handed to you, which is different from Hector wiping your ass. Have you not made him any dinner tonight? Have you not made him any dinner?
It must be really upsetting for you to sit here.
Have you not made Hector any dinner?
The one woman that you want.
What did Hector have for dinner tonight?
Be fantasizing over me so
What did Hector have for dinner tonight? Did you make him a sandwich?
It's so sad, isn't it?
Did you make him a sandwich, Dukes? Because you ain't made him no dinner tonight, have you?
Your partner never cooked you no dinner. She sent you to the bathroom. You ain't allowed.
No, I've not seen my partner today. I take my partner to restaurants, but you can't afford a restaurant, can you?
Why you're sitting in a bath?
Wendy told us that you're having money troubles again. Why are you smoking fucking roll-ups, Dukes? If you could afford fags, you'd buy them. Sorry? That's what we know.
Yeah, I'm a pauper.
Okay, stop smoking then. Not only might you get rid of your yellow fingers, you might have more money.
Are you going to give us a few grand?
No, I'm not. No, because I don't agree with your smoking habit or your right-wing fucking rhetoric.
You look down on people who ain't got no money.
No, because I've been there myself.
Oh.
But I do look down on people that fucking smoke and claim to have no money. Stop smoking, you'll have more money.
Okay. But you didn't mind trying weed and giving them weed. You don't mind.
No, I don't buy weed. I don't buy any gear like that. I don't even drink, you idiot. But you're an alcoholic, yellow-fingered, smoking bum. Okay, you're a bum, Juice.
If you say so.
You are. You're a bum, aren't you?
Why would that bother me, even if it was true?
Sorry?
Why would it?
Sorry, you broke up. Say again.
Why would it bother me?
It does bother you. You know it bothers you. You know you've lumbered yourself in a relationship with someone that you've had to fucking suffer that you don't love. I mean, think of Hector, right? Hector would like to be Hector would like to be with a nice lady that was attractive, wasn't 22 stone, could wipe her own arse, and wasn't a fucking Sasquatch that he needed to shave twice a week. But he's had to settle for you because he needed a roof over his head.
Okay.
I'm glad you agree.
And your wife left you for your best mate because you can't fuck.
I've never had a wife. I've never had a wife, you idiot.
Your policewoman don't even
She's
want to
not a
marry you.
policewoman.
She doesn't
She's
even want to
not a
marry you
policewoman.
because she knows that you're a narc and she knows that you lose
She's
her
not a
job.
policewoman.
You've got to pretend that you've actually got a woman in your life.
Oh, hang on. You just said that I've got a woman and now you're saying that she could pretend. Make your mind up, love.
And by the way, we all were
Go on.
just sniffing coke at the end of the stream.
No, I wasn't.
You idiots going to go and get the dogs
I don't
in.
sniff coke, you idiot. You smoke drugs, don't you, Jukes? You smoke drugs, don't you, Jukes? You admitted to smoking drugs, though, don't you, Jukes?
How common are you?
How common am I? What sort of a question is that? How common am I?
Idiots coming on here making out you got.
I'm cleverer than you.
Going
I'm cleverer
and going,
than you.
Idiots going to take these fucking dogs for a walk before they shit on the floor.
I don't think I said shit on the floor, but I did ask the kids if they'd take the dogs out so that I didn't have to.
And then.
Is that all you've got, love? Why don't you phone the old bill on me then? Send the old bill round and they'd have caught me, wouldn't they?
What was you doing? Peeping through the bedroom door?
You have admitted to smoking drugs. You hang around with skagheads like Babs. You hang around with skagheads like Babs.
Are you washing with your boxers on today? Is your daughter in the bath or out the bath?
No, I'm in the bath on my own.
Boxers on or out? Do you wash with your boxers or not?
Because I know I'm not going to be in the bath with anyone. I'm naked. But why are you asking? Why are you asking?
Or what? Because we don't understand the amount of times you change your story, mate.
Change my story about what?
Well, 1 minute you're craggy jumping, the next minute you're in the bath with your boxers on and you have to
I'm craggy jumping. What the fuck is craggy jumping? What the fuck is craggy jumping? Is that leaping across your crotch?
You're in the bath with the daughters and the boys. Then you got to vote with the boys.
Jupiter, all my children bathed with me when they were babies. When my children were older and we went creek jumping, we all used to jump in the bath whilst we were still clothed to get the mud off of the legs.
Do you remember that one, Chrissy Morris?
What one?
You had to take pictures of your son's privates. And
no, I didn't. Never happened, love. Never happened, love.
Do you remember
Never happened.
Do you remember?
I don't remember that one because that was a complete bullshit. Never happened.
We all worked it though.
Oh, who'd you hear it from? Who?
You.
No, you didn't. I've never taken any photos. I've never taken any indecent photos of anyone, let alone my children. You've never heard it from me. But you know what we did hear from you? We heard you say that your son did have to go to Belmarsh, didn't he? Smoking spice, beating his kids up. Was that what you were saying? One day I'll tell everyone. Because there's truth to that story, isn't there, Dupes?
No.
Yes. You admitted it. You said one day I'll tell everyone.
Why don't you listen? You might get an answer that you like, you old gossip. I said
I'm not an old gossip. You're the one that tells everyone it. I haven't gossiped it. You have said to people.
One day I might tell the story, but it wasn't.
Oh, okay. Go on, tell it now.
Idiot.
Tell it now. So it's not a lie then. Your best mate bumped you right up, love.
No,
she told us everything, and now you can't deny it.
I can deny everything.
But Dukes, you've called people falsely rapists, haven't you?
Guess what, Councillor Morris? Till you can bring evidence.
Come on,
your claims mean nothing. There is
no, they're not my claims, though.
So
your claims, you called an innocent man a rapist.
Against?
You called an innocent man a rapist. Then you denied calling him that, and then we got the receipts, didn't we? You said it. You lied.
According
You liar.
to you,
You will lie about everything. You said that Luke's whole family was sex offenders, didn't you?
According to you, yeah, you know that it's absolutely true. Which son are you making the allegation against?
I'm not sure. What do you mean, which son?
Well, name him.
Sorry, what? What son?
You claim one of my sons went to Belmarsh. Name him.
Ask Wendy. She knows.
No, it's not true. You said you
She
know.
does. She fucking told us all. She said, and then you've gone on multiple streams, and you've gone, Wendy, you bitch, you've completely ruined my reputation. You've ruined my reputation, Wendy.
Why are you having a breakdown?
I'm not having a breakdown. I'm copying what you said. I'm copying what you said. You said, Wendy, it's all your fault. You've ruined my reputation, didn't you?
Did I?
Yes. Do you want to lie about that as well? Because every time you lie, you become more like Fat Dan and Brian.
And did it make you feel good?
No, it didn't make me feel good, but it made you look a liar. The liar you are.
I'm getting a bit fed up of this now.
Every time you tell a lie, you become more like Fat Dan and Brian.
Leave her alone and leave her kids alone. You're going on about kids.
Excuse me, how am I leaving her kids alone? It's not me. It's not me.
You're a bully.
It's Wendy that's fucking brought it up. You're one to fucking say about leaving kids alone. You go for murdered children, don't you, Betty? You go for murdered children, don't you, Betty?
You're an abusive.
You go for murdered children, Betty. You are a fucking low belly, love. Low belly Betty.
Domestic violence. It's not funny.
I've never done any domestic violence. Low belly Betty.
You're a disgrace.
No, you're a disgrace. I don't target murdered children. You two do.
Alone,
you two both target murdered children to get back at a parent. You are scumbags, the pair of you.
Leave her alone. Well, if we're
you're scumbags, I'm not fighting. She's the one. You got her into this fucking conversation, Betty, because you fucking asked her to come into this conversation. So I'm not fucking going there. You brought her into it.
No, she didn't.
Low belly.
Don't gaslight her, you fucking arrogant boy.
You leave her alone. No, you leave her alone. You leave her alone. You're a pair of cunts.
Yeah. Well,
you're a pair of low bellies.
At least
right? I have never and will never go for someone's fucking murdered child to get back at them. You are both low bellies. Low bellies.
Your daughter into making false allegations.
I wouldn't coerce my daughter to do anything.
What you would do is get in bed with your daughter to go against her mother.
If my daughter was scared and she fucking wanted to spend the night in bed with her parents, that's not a problem. What would you do, Jibs?
Weirdo. You are weird.
Mind you, thinking about it, you've probably not got enough room in the bed considering the size of you fucking hessy.
Yeah, Chrissy is a bully and he's a racist little twat.
How am I a bully? How am I racist? You are literally sticking up for a woman that has used racial language against your friends, Betty. You've never heard me say a racial slur ever because I've done.
If they were friends, they would.
Do you remember that email that she sent to Nynefa? Do you remember that email she sent to Nynefa? See, the thing is, right, yeah, how you lot can actually fucking try and pretend that you like each other is beyond me.
Chrissy, did you get beaten up as a child by a woman or something?
No, no, I've never been beaten up.
You must have a mother figure that is a very cruel woman because you show
she's a beautiful woman. She's a beautiful woman. Do you know what? I've not got issues where I need to bring recordings of a crying child to YouTube. You brought crying children recordings to YouTube for attention.
What's
Betty,
wrong
you're
with
an
you?
attention
Is your
seeker.
whole life is like that?
No, my whole life is fine.
You
I'm
need
actually having a
help. You need
really good
mental
life.
help. You
I'm
should be
actually
locked
really
up.
pleased with how the last couple of years have turned out.
Everything you need to know about him, Betty, is still in the bath.
Yeah, I am.
Exactly.
What, I can't have a soak in the bath.
And you know what? You know, Stupid, I think he got angry at you because did you not hear what he said? He's
Where's
never,
Hector right now?
been married.
Jukes, where's
He just
Hector
has
right
a
now?
wife. He's
Where's
jealous of
Hector
you
right
and
now,
Hector
Jukes?
because you're married.
Where's Hector
And he's
right now,
being no
Jukes?
mate. There's not
Betty,
a
have
woman
you
in
got
the
another
world that
half?
wants to
Are
marry him.
you single?
Like him. The
Are you
women in
single,
the world
Betty?
are too busy reporting.
Are you single, Betty?
For harassment. That's what it's
Betty,
about.
are you
Isn't it?
single?
You were jealous because she's a married woman, and there's not a woman in the world that wants to marry you, Kristen.
Mate,
If you change
actually
your
there
ways,
is.
maybe
Actually
there
there
is
is,
a
but
woman that
anyway.
wants to marry your bulldog.
Betty,
There's
Betty,
a lot of women
you
that
are
don't like men that
literally
follow the
a
challenge.
nobody.
They are women in the world
Betty's
that
not
don't
got a
like men like
husband, she's
you
not got a
that follow the
boyfriend,
challenge. If
she's
you
not got fuck
stop
all
bullying,
other than a
you
massive
might find a woman
attitude
that wants
problem.
to marry you. It's all right, Chris. You're follically
Mate,
challenged.
look,
There's women that
when
like
I'm ready,
men like
I'll put
you
up the
that
wedding
don't have no
photos.
hair.
When I'm ready, I'll put up the wedding photos. You've got no boyfriend or husband, though, have you, Betty? And you're never going to get one, mate, because you've got such a stinking attitude. And as soon as any fucking fella finds out that you would attack a woman that's had her son murdered by using that shit, they won't be around you for long, because you are a pair of cold-hearted bitches. Pair of you.
Jupiter derangement syndrome.
Do you know what, Jupes? You've been watching too much Piers Morgan, because Piers Morgan, that's one of the things on Piers Morgan, isn't it? When they talk about Trump's derangement syndrome.
Didn't you, Chris? Did you get thrown off the council for being a bully?
No, I quit.
Yeah, you got thrown off the
You
council
can't
for
come
being a
up with
bully.
any of your own content, can you? You can't come up with any of your own content,
How did
Jupes,
you
can
get
you?
thrown off the council for being a bully, Chris?
Quit the council.
So you're telling
Yeah,
me?
but Betty, at least I fucking did it. You've done nothing. You've done nothing, Betty, have you?
Betty, you never see him when he went into the fucking woods to fucking slash up a tent, thinking it made him look hard.
No one did, because I never did go in the woods to slash up a tent. What do you think I am, 12?
Yeah,
No, I didn't. No, I didn't. Prove it. You can't. It's bullshit.
Yeah, the footage is out there somewhere.
No, it isn't, because it never happened. There is no footage. Tom Cargill admitted that was bullshit that Brian made up. You are literally running with Brian Hell's bullshit.
Tom Cargill's got the footage, mate.
No, he hasn't.
Yeah.
He admitted it was bullshit.
Yeah. Such a good man, isn't you?
Where is the fucking footage then? Come on, where is the footage? Because I bet you'd love to. I bet you'd love to show that morning, noon, and night. Because you've got no content, Jukes.
7 counts of bullying.
It's all you have to do is do reviews of Billy Stream. You slag him off when he's not here, and then you suck his cock when he comes on. Because without you being allowed on this channel, you are nothing, the pair of you.
Yeah, gaslighting.
No, it's not gaslighting, it's the truth. If it wasn't for Veli and this channel, you two wouldn't have nowhere.
That's bollocks.
Well, where would you be? Where would you be? Where would you be, Jukes? What would you be doing?
Just ignore him.
Talking about Sumerians?
That's what he's trying to read the show.
Would you be talking about Tommy Robinson?
Bella,
Would you be trying to argue with Dave Smith?
Bella, can you share my screen? We're going to do
You are a pair of nobody cunts.
Bella, can you share my screen?
Betty the low belly.
Bella, can you share my screen?
Betty the low belly.
It says the council was sacked after
Betty the low belly.
breaching an order. You're right,
Betty the low belly. Yeah, but you stalk men though, don't you, Betty? You stalk men though, don't you, Betty?
Can you share my screen, please? If
you stalk men though, don't you, Betty? You stalk men, don't you, Betty?
He wants you to stalk him, Betty.
You haven't got a man. because you are too manly to get to marry. The pair of you.
He's trying to chat you up.
So come on, Jukes. What is Hector eating for dinner tonight?
A non-molestation,
Fucking hell, you can't even read, you dotty old back.
Found guilty of breaching a
You can't even read, you dotty old back.
molestation order and has been
Oh, you got it right that time.
And fired from his role. That's Chrissy Morris.
And,
that's what happened.
but at least I don't harass
he got fired.
the parents of murdered children like you two do.
Yeah.
At least I don't harass the parents of murdered children like you two both do.
Nobody does.
You did. You both did it. You're both scumbags.
Talking about
And Betty, she's meant to be a Christian. Hector's fucking praying for child abuse, isn't he, Betty?
Is he?
Right. So
Yeah.
what do you want me to do for people? If people getting fed up now, they want a topic. So you've got to give me a topic.
Yeah, let's talk about the morality of a woman using the death of her murdered child against her. Let's talk about that. You two know a lot about it because you've both done it, haven't you? You scumbags. Pair of scumbags. All you need to do is get Babs to stand in the middle of you and you'd make a fucking wicked rugby front line. You could both be the props and Babs could be the hooker. Funny enough, Babs is a hooker.
This guy is an ugly man, you know.
How am I ugly when you use the murder of a fucking child against the parent? How am I ugly when you do that? How am I ugly when you do that? How am I ugly?
I don't know how old you are, but you look a lot older than what you are, and you just talking wicked like you're about that life.
Yeah. But at least I'm not single like you.
It's just
like single. You
So
are
Betty,
single,
is it true that you're sweaty, or is that just like a rhyming thing for your name? Are you actually sweaty, like I'm being told?
You know what, Chrissy? What does it matter if I'm single? What I don't want a man like you. So why are you worried?
Mate, you couldn't get a man like me. You couldn't get any man.
Okay, I can't get any.
Do you know what? Actually, you might be able to get Hector because all Hector's getting right now is the occasional sandwich for dinner.
Chrissy,
is all you could get is the occasional Hector. Or possibly, do you know you should try for, Betty?
Yeah.
Do you know you should try for? You should try for Luke. That's who you should try for.
Yeah, get in there, mate. Get in there.
Go on, keep going, please.
Just having a meeting with myself. Excuse me. No, it's fine, mate. You're old enough to get hold of at the best of times.
What days can you do next week?
For what, mate?
To see the boys.
Any day.
Any day, yes. Mum can do it as well. In terms of Riley, I'd like to see Riley next week. And I know when I spoke to you last, you was trying to use another chat with Riley back. Do that supervised contact for something back to me. Did you guys think of anybody or come up with a plan?
It's got to be someone that Riley just feels sort of, comfortable with. That's all.
Say no. When you spoke last time.
Nanny hasn't spoken to her and isn't speaking to her according to Riley.
What then?
Sandra.
What? Fee's mum?
Yeah.
They've been round there, they speak to each other fine.
Apparently Riley sent a few messages to Nan and she's not even opened them or returned. And she was sharp with her last time they spoke. If you want to talk to Riley about that, Christian, that's fine.
Yeah, I'll do that.
And the other one was Caroline, but apparently Caroline was rude to Riley on the phone last time. Caroline's Fiona's sister.
Right. So I've suggested that I put forward to Riley is Riley's got a number of friends, isn't she?
Yeah.
In school now, from primary school. So I was wondering whether that would work if she she's had it at a friend's house.
Right.
That's something that Riley might be comfortable with.
Yeah, it might be a bit awkward for.
That would be, I'd have to speak to Fiona, because obviously I know Fiona's got some friends that she's still in contact, like as an adult friends that's still in contact with Riley and bits and pieces like the children are. So I've asked Mum to get back to me with some people as well.
Yep.
And my plan is to speak to Riley.
Yep.
Over the next couple of days, and because my concern is with Riley, I don't know whether this is because she's a bit worried about all sorts of things. I know she's worried about fear mum, but actually, every time anybody, even yourself, has suggested a person that you may think actually not a good person, there's a reason why. She always says the same thing, that person's angry with me. So I need to figure out what it is she thinks they're angry with her for, and also why does she think people are being moody, or like, what is it about people's tones that make us sometimes people just sound grumpy and not. What is she seeing in these text messages and hearing on these voices? I'm not saying she's lying or making up or any of that, but I just think actually we need to be supporting this. It's not good enough now for her to keep putting all these reasons why it can't go ahead, because it's just making it worse, it's prolonging it, and it gets to a point where actually says, you know what, I'm getting that you're worried about this, but you need to do it, because it's not good for her in the long run, because actually this dragged on for years and years and years. The amount of emotional damage it's going to do to her is going to be outweighed by the upset it's going to cause for one person, supervising on contact, and start building that relationship with mum. I'm happy to have that conversation with her.
Great.
And it may be that contact happens in school, there's lots of ways we can do it, but she can't keep saying no, that's not, because she's a child, and at some level the adults in her life need to take some steps forward and go, actually, I know this is going to be uncomfortable for you, we don't hear what you're saying about mum's behaviour, but what I'm struggling with for Riley, and I need Riley to help me understand, is to me on many occasions through direct work and lots of conversations that she's got a good relationship with her mum.
Yeah.
And when we've explored actually that incident that's happened at the bowling, that I get completely scared of. She wasn't used to mum's behaviour like that, excuse me, and I get that. But when you weigh up the amount of good time she's had in her mum's care to that one incident, it doesn't.
Two incidents, okay. Two incidents, so Christian.
No, I'm talking about the incident in the car.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
The Joe run, I get the Joe run, we know that.
No, I'm talking about the other one about a year ago as well.
Yeah, but then it's 13 years old, but the reality is, she's coming 13 soon, isn't she?
Yeah, March.
13, not long now, soon come round, won't it? Soon as Christmas is out of the way. She is a 13-year-old child. Young person who in her childhood has spoken about two instances where her mum scared her. Okay? Them instances are huge to her. And they've impacted on her a lot. However, they still don't warrant the amount of times she's saying no, the reasons she's given. There's got to be something else going on for her. Okay, she needs to start sharing, or she needs to spend. And I just think it may be that she's also sometimes, in my experience, children are traumatised with how she says she is, don't display the way she says she is, if that makes sense. And what she's saying, how she's acting aren't coinciding. And what she's saying doesn't coincide with what she's saying. So she's saying she's traumatised, but she's also saying, I love my mum, I want to see her mum, I want to do all these things for my mum. And the minute you say to her, let's do this, she's backing away. And I'm just wondering whether she's got a corner where she feels like things have become bigger than what they need, bigger than what she can handle. And then she needs someone to actually put like a little emotional blanket around her and say, actually, whatever's happened in the past, we hear that them two or three things upset you, but you're safe to see your mum. Because your mum's not a horrible person. You've said to me, many occasions you miss your mum and you like your mum and all these nice things about mum. And I just, actually, she needs the adults in her life to take a bit more control. Go, actually, we're going to support you to see this person. And these are the people that are going to be doing that because social care is going to be involved forever.
I know.
So she needs to start having them rebuild them. And she needs possibly, I mean, it could even be your mum, you know, just needs
I've put that forward. I've said my mum will do it. I've asked my mum and she said she will do it.
Yeah. Okay, so what I'll do is when I speak to Riley, I'll talk about because what I've said to Fiona is, I mean, to be fair, Fiona.
There's a simple brainwave method.
Hold on, guys. There's more.
Where's the rest of it?
Hold on.
Where's the rest of it?
Your brain power helps you easily manifest abundance and wealth. So what's it?
She's even said, yeah, your mum, you know, she literally, it's not, it's totally Riley that's stopping us at the moment, and that's what I'm saying it needs to be now. I'm pointing an action to say, listen, we need to move on.
Well, I think Riley would like to see, she wants to see Fiona, but she just wants to feel safe about it. And the thing is, Christian, it's like, I mean, I totally understand what you're saying, that she might have built it up in her head to be more, and I am pretty confident that she will be safe with Fiona. I'm not going to lie. But what I do think that you guys have missed out on is that it's all a little bit fast, and Riley needs to have something before an unsupervised visit. She needs to, for instance, I mean, I would like to encourage her to text Fiona and ring Fiona and talk to Fiona on the phone where she can get more comfortable. Now, I did put that forward to you the other day, and you said that you'd get back to me.
Yeah, I mean, Fiona has tried that.
Yeah, but
she's not getting responses.
Right, so
I think it's difficult.
But Christian,
then what happens is, then it becomes that Riley, and I don't know really why it's got the right number or whatever, but I'm happy to say that I've been to Mum today, I've given her a call.
No, but can that be something? Because as I understand it, that should be a two-way street. So would me and Riley be able to contact the boys by phone?
I'm going to concentrate on Riley at the moment. She's the one that isn't happy. You know, you have contacted the boys a lot more in terms of unsupervised contact, okay?
Yeah, but I haven't attacked my boys, mate.
No, you have been, but some of the conversations you say, some of the conversations you have with the boys aren't appropriate. Some of your behaviour.
What ones are those, please? Because I'm not aware of any inappropriate conversations.
Every time you ask your children whether they want to say who they want to see, it's emotional abuse.
That's not emotional abuse. That is asking them what they want.
No.
How are they? Where do they want to be?
When you say things to your children, right? At the last contact, do you want to stay here with me or go with your mum?
Yeah, because you were saying that. Right. So why was it? No. I've not finished speaking. No, please, Christian. I've listened to you very nicely. We're getting on well. The thing is, mate. But I'm not finished though. Mate. Christian. The thing is, we agreed that the contact would be until 4 o'clock. Yeah, the boys wanted to see me. I'm not out of order for asking my boys if they want to go home early.
You are. What you could have said is actually there's been a change of plans. Today you're going to go back to Mum. If you wanted to agree to that, you could have said actually, boys, there's been a slight change of plans. We're going to go home a little bit earlier back to Mum today, but I'm going to see you again later on in the evening.
But I wanted to see them and they wanted to see me.
But by asking them directly, like you often do, it puts them in a position where they don't want to say how they feel.
It gives them choice.
It gives them unwanted choice.
So do you think that they lied to me?
It's called parental
alienation. I know all about it. Do you think they lied to me? Do you think they lied to me?
They do at times. In the direct work I've done with them.
Right.
Okay, it's what's coming out.
Yeah.
What they're lying to you is that they don't feel that sometimes when you ask them the questions you're asking them, they're worried about what your responses are going to be.
And is that the same for Fiona, though?
No. They've never mentioned it to Fiona because she doesn't ask them.
How do you know they've never mentioned it to Fiona, though, Christian?
What do you mean?
That they want to see me. Because they've told me that they've told her quite a few times they want to see their dad.
Sorry, I thought you was asked to be if Mum has ever asked children direct questions.
Yes, whether they want to see Mum or Dad, whether they want to be at Mum's or Dad's.
No. Mum doesn't ever ask.
How do you know she doesn't ask?
Sorry, what's going on? What's this?
Children, because
It's
This is a private phone call between Chrissy Morris and his.
It's part of a family court case, Belly. It's
He
part
put
of a
it out
family
there.
court
He
case.
recorded it.
Yeah, I recorded it
Put it
and
public.
put it into a family court case.
You put it public. How would I get
No, I
it?
didn't. How did I put it public? Where did I put it public?
It's on
I don't care. It's on BitChute. I've never released this publicly, and this is the second time you've played it. Now, I'm not too bothered about you playing it because it actually makes me sound quite good.
There you go. He said we can.
But you keep playing it, and it's twice that I can get you done for harassment, but I won't because it actually does me favours you playing it.
No, Feli, he wouldn't let us speak.
People start to understand.
He wouldn't let us speak.
Because people start to understand that my daughter was assaulted.
Because he doesn't let us
Now,
late.
if my daughter decides to go to the police to get you done for contempt of court, Jupes, that's up to her.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to carry
All
on
right?
playing.
How long have we been on for? We've been on for like 11 hours. God,
I've never released that.
He's agreed for it to be played.
Can I
No, I
also
haven't agreed for it to be played. I've never agreed for it to be played. I'm not telling you to play it or not. But if my daughter decides that it's harassing her, you're up for it, Jupes. Never interrupt your enemy when they're making a mistake. This is the second time you've played it. This is the second time you've played it.
You're the one that broke the rules.
No, I wasn't. I've never released that into the public because I'm not stupid,
Well, how did
Jukes.
I get it then?
You got sent it by Esau, didn't you? You got sent it by Esau, didn't you?
Esau get it?
Because Hoof gave it to him.
And how would
And guess who gave it to Hoof? It was only given. It was only given to the other party in a family court case and to the court.
Bullshit.
There are 3 copies of that. I've got one, the other party's got one, and the court's got one. I haven't put it out. The court wouldn't have put it out. But guess who put out all the other stuff after they'd adulterated it? And you have just put yourself up for it. So you better hope that my daughter doesn't hear it and doesn't want to take anything further.
Let me play it and you can take it to your daughter.
You do it, well, you do whatever you want, but I'm not giving you any permissions to play anything.
Oh, you don't want it played now? A minute ago you said...
No, I'm saying I'm not giving you permission to play it. And I'm not asking you to play it. But I can't stop you playing it because you've already played it, Jukes, haven't you?
Chrissy gets sacked. We've got a video.
You've already played it, Betty. It's way before that. You've already played it once, Jupiter. You're playing it again. That is two times, and that's enough to get you done for harassment.
It's not harassment, you silly bastard.
It is harassment. It is harassment. You're causing my daughter alarm and distress.
Okay, take your daughter.
You're causing my daughter alarm and distress.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because that's about her childhood.
Would it be
That's
because
about
the social
her
worker
childhood.
states as a fact that there's inappropriate text between you and her?
No, she didn't. She just said it's inappropriate to ask your children where they want to be.
That's not what she said.
That is what she said.
I'm trying to replay this on my own channel because we've got people here.
Okay, so that'll be 3 times you do it. Every time you do it, every time you do it, I've told you now that that is part of a family court case.
Yeah, and you're lying.
How am I lying?
That court case is finished. Your daughter.
It doesn't matter. You're still Jukes. You don't know fuck all about the law. You are not allowed to use stuff from a family court case unless you've got the judge's permission, which you haven't.
Recording it in the first place.
I'm allowed to record any phone call. I used that fucking phone call in the court to get the fucking social worker sacked.
You put it public, you wankster.
No, I didn't. Prove I put it public.
Laughably.
Prove I put it public. You can't because I didn't.
You actually thought it made you look good.
It does make me look good, but it is embarrassing for my children.
Groomer. Bimmer. And when
Who's talking when you've got a husband that prays for child abuse? You've got a husband that prays for child abuse, love.
Because you try to
Is he
portray
listening to that and
yourself
having a
as an
jostle?
upstanding
Is Hector listening to that and having a
even though
jostle?
you've got a
Do you remember
criminal
the other
record,
week when you fucking
even though
played
you're known as
the
a drug
Madeleine
dealer,
McCann woman
even though the
saying
police
how
said
she'd been
that
sexually
there's
abused?
complaints from all
You've
over
got some
the country
weird
about
fucking
her,
fetish.
and although the
You
social
and your
worker
husband have
was
got some
deeply
weird fetish.
concerned about inappropriate text messages between you
Inappropriate text
and your
messages asking
partner.
my children where they wanted to be.
That's not the point. That
It is the fucking point.
No,
It
it's
is
not.
the
That's not the
fucking
bit.
point, you
That's not the
weirdo.
bit we're talking about. We're talking about the inappropriate
So what bit
text
are you
messages.
talking about?
The
So what
inappropriate
bit are you
text
talking about?
messages
If
that
I'd
you
sent
and your
inappropriate text
daughter that
messages,
you're
I would have been
scared of
arrested
playing.
for it, wouldn't I?
Yeah. You were scared
But I
of
wasn't,
playing it.
was
You're
I?
a coward.
No, I'm not. I'm not
You're a
playing it because
coward.
it's embarrassing for my children and it is part of a
It's
family court
embarrassing
fucking
for
case,
you,
you idiot.
mate. No,
If
not your
you release
children.
stuff from a family court case,
Your
if
children
you
didn't give
release stuff from
permission
a
to
family
you.
court case,
You
you can be
manipulated
held
your
in
children.
contempt.
You are
You
not
can
an
be held
upstanding father.
in
You
contempt.
didn't put the kids first. You put yourself first.
I put my daughter first because she was the one that was needy. She's the one that was assaulted, and the social worker has confirmed that. What father would allow any of their children to be assaulted?
By you.
No, by someone else. You can clearly hear it. Dupes, keep going. Keep doing what you've got to do. You've not got any consent from me.
You do what
Sorry?
you got to do because I've got much more evidence of your harassment, sir.
No, you haven't got any evidence of my harassment. No, you haven't. You're in far right fucking groups telling people that police are genociding people.
Beat up 65-year-old men, but you
He
won't
wasn't
be able to
65. He's not 65 now.
and there is no way
He attacked me, you idiot. He attacked me. That's why he was the one that got driven off by the police.
Loser. You lost your wife.
Not as big a loser as you. You can't even wipe your own backside, Jukes.
You lost
You
your
can't even wipe your own backside,
You are a
Jukes.
loser.
You can't even wipe your own backside, Jukes.
And you
So it's time to look at Betty's
You can't even wipe your own. Betty, would you wipe her backside? Because you're kissing it well enough, aren't you?
Betty descends from Hungarian
You're
nobility.
kissing her backside well enough, aren't you, Betty?
Nobility.
I've finished
Enslaved
it. I've dealt with
Africans
him.
from
Go
America.
on, Betty. Go on, Betty. Betty, are you sweaty? Sweaty Betty.
Scandinavian.
Sweaty Betty.
Iberian. Africans of
Sweaty
St.
Betty.
Helens, which is
Betty,
the
are
island
you
that was
sweaty?
colonized.
Or is it just a nickname thing?
Italian tribes, Anglo-Saxon England, Roman Britain, medieval Britain. Oh my God, the Pits.
But are you sweaty, Betty?
The Asian Irish.
Betty, are you sweaty?
France, the Germanic tribes, the Gauls, the Celts of Britannia, the Frankish Empire, pre-Viking and Nordic.
I was just to correct people.
And none of them would have targeted a parent that had a child murdered like you
and
two.
even if my devices are given over,
I've got the fucking clip sent to me where you're asking him. I've got the clip sent to me where you're asking him.
I also descend from
the clip where you're asking. Or did you get it directly from who?
Ancient
did you get it directly from who?
Sardinia,
where did you get it from? Where did you get it from then?
Medieval Spain, Renaissance Italy.
What are you talking about, you weird Betty?
Iceland, yes, Betty descends from them. Ancient Greece, the Huns, the Crusader Knights, the French Revolution, Andalusia, the Malayas,
and none of the men from any of them places would go near Sweaty Betty.
These are all the people I descend from. Yeah. So let's go into Betty's timeline. You know, something shook.
But it's over for you now, isn't it? Because no one wants you.
People I descend from.
You're an elderly, sweaty woman that no one wants.
Yeah.
You're an elderly, sweaty woman that no one wants.
So let's just have a look at my timeline, yeah? So it's amazing,
Yeah, it finishes
really.
with you, doesn't it? Because nobody wants you.
So let's have a look at all the people that Betty descends from. I'm just so proud to descend from all these people. The British man's blood runs
Betty,
through Betty's
I thought
veins.
your
And
mate
the
had
closest
something
people
she
I
needed to
descend
do.
from right now are the Yoruba of Nigeria and the Khoisan of South
I
Africa.
thought that your friend had something she needed to do, or else she realised her mistake.
Yeah, can you see Khoisan and Yoruba? Because my mum's side of the family are Cape coloured, mixed race people from South Africa in Western Cape. That's how you see the Khoisan. But yes, it's amazing, isn't it? And the Yoruba, yeah.
Yeah, how much do you sweat, Betty?
It's amazing, isn't it?
Betty, do they just call you sweaty,
And
Betty?
then let's
Or
have a
is it
look at
because
the
you
globe.
actually
Let's
sweat?
look at Betty's globe. Let's have a look at my globe and see where my ancestors were. Do you know what I mean? So what we've got is Sardinia.
Your ancestors are Sardinia.
We've got it. Sardinia's here. Right, Sardinia's like a little. Oh no, it's not Sardinia.
Sardinia's how your fanny
This one is
smells.
Sicily. My ancestors are from Sicily, and I think that's. I don't know what that island is. That Turkey next to Turkey. I think some place near Turkey. It's not Turkey, is it? What's that island there?
Not your best point, is it,
Is
love?
it Azerbaijan or one of them places? I'm not too sure what that place is. It's not Turkey. It's somewhere near Turkey. Yeah. Okay, then let's have a look. Then, yeah, as you can see, Betty's mainly East African. Can you see all those people? East African. This is in the last 1,000 years. This is where most of my ancestors came from. Kenya. It's mainly Kenya and Tanzania. Kenya. So this is Tanzania here, and then Kenya. You got how many? 1, 2, 3. You got 5 different spots in Kenya. And this is the bit where the Somalians are on the coast. So this is where my Somalian Kenyan ancestors came from, because the Somalians are on the coast of Kenya.
I thought you was Nigerian.
And then you got Uganda. And then
I thought you was
this one is
Nigerian.
Malawi. I've got some ancestors from Malawi. And then this is the South African bit. So I've got 4. No, I've got 5 are in South Africa. And as you can see, the Western Cape. Also, this South African bit is near the Dutch, because I've got some Dutch South African ancestors too. And then here you got Botswana. Now, I actually got some DNA from the Botswanans. Yeah, that's one of my deep dives, Botswana. And then I've got some ancestors from the Congo. Oh, I've got 2 from the Congo. How many? Yeah, I've got 2.
Is there anywhere you're not from?
And then the next one I've got is Cameroon. I've got some ancestors from Cameroon, yeah. And then we go to the next thing, and then we go to the Americas. Let's go to the Americas. Oh, yeah. This is St. Helens. This is an island that Britain used off the coast of Africa. It's right in the middle of the Atlantic. And that's where they put the slaves. And Napoleon was there. The British dumped Napoleon there as well. Yeah, in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean. You know what I mean? So then we go to the Americas, and you can see Betty's ancestors, Suriname, the Dutch. You know, obviously, because some of my ancestors are Dutch and colonized by the Dutch. This is Suriname or Dutch Guyana. And then you go to the island, another Dutch colony, St. Martin. That's where my ancestors were. I think they're saying the Yoruba people that were enslaved in St. Martin's in the Caribbean. And then we've got, what else? I think we've got Mexico as well. Yeah, I've got Mexico here. Some of my ancestors are from Mexico as well. Mexican, I think they're like Spanish, and those mix of Mexicans and Spanish people. Those are my ancestors there, and some slaves. They mixed with slaves there, and then you got the Americans, as you can see, Maryland. Some of my ancestors were enslaved in Maryland.
I don't know what that sound was still.
Say that again.
I don't know what that mad sound was still, man. But I had to meet Chris's
I think he's drinking his bath water.
Yeah. See, that shut Chrissy up then. Thank God that shut him up.
Man's been in the bath for long too.
Thank God. I've got the video of Chrissy anyway being sacked by the council. It's only 2 minutes long.
Oh God!
This is how he treats the councillors.
You want him to get off mute and start going mad at you lot again, yeah?
Yeah. Oh, you don't. Okay, then. Right, so they just go back to looking at all my great ancestors.
You can't do nothing. It's out there in the domain. It's out on social media.
I think me and you related. We both have Swedish ancestors. We're both Vikings.
Yes, Scandinavian.
You know what I mean? I'm excited.
Both Vikings.
Yeah,
Nigerian Vikings. Listen, look at these two.
Yeah, we can't wait. I'm definitely going to go and visit Sweden.
Little Nigerian Vikings.
Yeah. I can't wait. Afro
That sounds
Vikings.
like
Well,
a
you're
good
not
pop
going to
group.
are you?
That's
If you're
what we
going
should
to
turn up
Nigerian
singing.
Viking.
Yeah.
Well, two big
Yeah.
Nigerian Vikings then, really, innit? Because I don't put them as a
Yes, so this is like finger thank God. But did you see the presentation we did on the Vikings meeting the Africans before, Veli, when you were at work? There was a video by
I saw a bit of it still.
Yeah.
But I'm going to mute up again, yeah, because I'm just eating in it. You know, it's like kind of rude when you hear the plate scraping and the mouth chomping and them things there. So.
Okay, so this is the summary of my ancestry, as we can see here. Oh my God, can you see the bloody Muslims?
You can run a video on something else though if you want.
So what do you want me to play? What sort of subject?
You know what? Yeah, I think Tom Robinson's actually going to appeal the defamation case.
I told you that a few weeks ago, and everyone ignored me.
Well, let's see what happens, man. There has to be new evidence.
When Ghost was saying, why don't he just appeal it? I said to him, yeah, he is. You're behind the curve. He's already appealing that, and everyone ignored me.
Do you want me to play Tommy Robinson interview? Would you want me to play that Tommy Robinson interview with Respect? That interview when he does that interview, this one.
You can if you want. But,
yeah, I could play a bit of that. And recordings. Yeah, so I think this would.
Show.
You was on here with Belly.
Young Screen, Queen Ice Cream. In Northwest London, born. Windows wiped, no more. You know what I'm saying? No, I'm going mad.
Fucking hell.
Yeah, no, see, you're laughing though, but you get what I'm saying? You're laughing when it's racism towards other people.
No, I'm laughing.
You get what I'm saying? Yeah, look, you get what I'm saying?
I can't lie, I'm laughing at the madness.
But no, sorry, I'm hot though, man. I'm hot, but no, all jokes aside, we're gonna have a serious debate and get into it. But first of all, wanna get into like your story, your background, just so they kind of know you and kind of, because I watched the Oxford Union thing.
You watch that, yeah?
Yeah, I watched that earlier on. So I kind of know, I understand why you are how you are or why you feel how you feel, innit? So obviously I just want, because a lot of people look at you like the face of hate, blood.
That's what you see when you've watched the Oxford Union, yeah? And did it give you a different perspective to the headlines?
To be fair, I kind of got you already.
Okay, yeah.
I kind of knew you, what it was. Remember, I've been Wood Hill, you know?
Yeah.
So I've been with them Berry Park youths. I know what's going on. I know, you get what I'm trying to say?
Interesting,
little Pakistan over there. So
Becky, stop that a
get
minute.
into that. But there.
Did you notice he said he's been Wood Hill and he understands what they're like in there? Wood Hill was the prison that Tom is in now. That's interesting.
Oh right, I didn't.
Yeah, go back a bit. You hear him say, "I understand what it's like in Wood Hill."
Yeah, but you guys are expecting these shows to be like flipping Disney or something, man. Obviously, they're going to be horrible places.
Jokes aside, we're going to have a serious debate and get into it. But first of all, want to get into like your story, your background, just so they kind of know you and kind of, because I watched the Oxford Union thing.
You watch that, yeah?
Yeah, I watched that earlier on. So I kind of know, I understand why you are how you are or why you feel how you feel, innit? So obviously I just want, because a lot of people look at you like the face of hate, blood.
That's what you see when you've watched the Oxford Union, yeah? And did it give you a different perspective to the headlines?
To be fair, I kind of got you already.
Okay, yeah.
I kind of knew you, what it was. Remember, I've been Wood Hill, you know?
Yeah.
So I've been with them Berry Park youths. I know what's going on. I know, you get what I'm trying to say? It's little Pakistan over there. So we're going to get into that. But there, because let's just get into your story, because I want to teach you as well. And I want you to teach me. You get what I'm trying to say? Because I watched, even with the Oxford Union thing, just a lot of things, you just blanketed a lot of things. And I just thought, nah, I'm Muslim and I'm not like that.
Yeah,
you get what I'm trying to say? So it's not all Muslims, but we're going to get into that anyway. Where was you born? I know where you were born.
I was born in Luton, 1982. When I was born, there was one mosque. There's now 40. I watched the town change. You have to remember. So most people think, as you said, I'm against immigrants. Never said that in my life. Never ever been against immigration per se in my life. My mum's an Irish immigrant. You line all my friends up, all the lads. We're all sons of immigrants. St. Lucian, Jamaican, Bulgarian. All of us are sons of immigrants in Luton. Luton, white, English, or minority. So I've never grown up in an exclusively white area. I don't understand the mindset of white supremacy. Never been me. But as growing up, I saw a difference. I saw, and it used to, so you watch March for Junior speech, and in there I pull up a leaflet that I wrote in 2004. This is going back. So my speech has never changed on this issue. In that leaflet, I said whites and blacks are being racially and religiously targeted. Our girls are being targeted, hooked on drugs, and pimped out as young children by Muslim Pakistani gangs. I named the gang.
Yeah, so there you go. He says he was talking about white people and black people that were suffering. He named the gangs, and he was talking. There was footage that was actually put out on mainstream media, not from Tommy. That was actually, it hit the headlines, it hit the news, because families were being run out of their homes.
Then Danny Roscoe blew the cover. Danny Roscoe blew the cover and came out and said, "I hate black people."
No, if you watch the Oxford Union,
I hate them.
Belly, if
The
you watch
the blacks.
Oh God,
Yes,
Belly, if you watch Oxford Union, the Oxford Union, what he did, it's literally there's a black lady living in a house all boarded up. She can't live with, isn't there, Dupes? And a few more black families.
Yeah,
it's really bad.
Have you actually watched the Oxford Union address, Belly?
What's that? That's quite old, isn't it, man?
I watched that
when
one.
he went to Oxford and went through the whole story.
I think I seen that ages ago. Still, I ain't watched it lately.
Okay. Because there was a lot of detail in that Oxford Union address that people seem to forget. Yeah. But there was a Luton family. There was black families that was run out of Luton as well. They were putting stones through their window. They were trying to force them to sell up.
They'd lived there all their lives.
At a lesser rate, because they wanted to put their own families in and take the town over. And they were doing it to white families as well. And that didn't come from Tommy. That was on the mainstream news. It was on the news. Tommy just reported on it, afterwards.
Did you say that? So Tommy's saying that there were Muslim gangs that were trying to harass. Oh, that's not right, is it?
Yes, harassing the black people and the white people out of Luton. Yes.
One elderly black lady, she's literally sat in her house with wood up at the windows because she daresn't put have windows, proper windows, because these people keep bloody smashing her windows to get her to move.
Have you got any links for this? Because I could have played that. If it's a news.
I just get you put another Oxford Union speech in there that I don't think that you guys have seen. Have you seen the Julius Malema Oxford Union speech?
Yeah, I've seen that one. That's a good one. That one.
Yeah.
Yeah. What does he talk about then?
I haven't seen it.
Wendy,
I mean, I don't mind on it. After this, I don't mind after this going through that, Belly, and I'll give you a response how I see it.
No. You know what? Yeah, obviously we only got a little bit of time left in it because it's 12 hours basically now, isn't it? So.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because Chrissy ruined it. He spent an hour attacking us, and he wouldn't let anyone play.
Yeah.
4 hours in a bath. These are dirty pervert. I'm telling you, no one sits in a bath. The water would have gone cold fucking 3.5 hours.
He sits in the bath for 5 hours at a time, shaving his whole body to get all the hairs off his body. I know what he does.
Oh, God.
Wow. You know, that's it.
Let me continue playing a bit of video.
So Gambinos weren't a good idea because they wanted to kill me after that. I was 21. So I'd seen a lot of things growing up in the town. I'd seen a lot of problems. When I went to school, in my junior school, I didn't see no problems. And I never classed it as a Muslim problem either, or anything to do with Islam. When I got to high school, I thought, oh, these Pakistanis are different. They're very different, yeah?
Easy.
Mob, they come in mobs. They're hostile. You mess with one, you've messed with an army. They'll be outside the school gates waiting, the men will. And in our school, and in Luton, white and black, it was white and black, and it was Pakistanis. We had our playground, their playground. Yeah.
This is in school, secondary school or primary school?
Yeah, no, secondary school, in high school, Pottridge High School. Schools closed for 3 days for the problems of there was racial riots.
What was the teachers like? Like more.
I just want to say that I think it's really important that people make this decision, and he doesn't always do this. That when he says the white and blacks were getting harassed by Pakistani Muslims, he's basically talking about black people that are not Muslim, the Christians. That's what he's talking about, and it is important to make that point. Because I think people like they a lot of people don't seem to understand that most of Africa is Christian. You know, Islam is not the dominant religion in Africa. I think it's about 65% of Africans are actually Christians, not Muslims. So I just want to make that point so people understand. When he says black people, he means the Christians, the non Muslim blacks. That's who he's talking about.
Why?
You know what? Yeah, like I never went to a school where yeah, I don't know, man. This like the Pakistani gangs and all that sort of stuff. That's kind of new to me, innit? Because like in my block, I don't really know the Pakistanis to be on that sort of crowd there, or as gangster as that, where the man them can't play in the same playground as the Pakistani youths. That's mad.
Go to Bolton. Go to Bolton. It's I tell you, I know what Tom is talking about. There's certain areas in the country where
No, Betty, you gotta stop there.
You're Danish. Look,
let him finish. Let him finish, man.
You grew up in Denmark. Allow it, man. You grew up in Denmark. Allow it, man. You can talk afterwards.
It's a lie, man. It's a lie.
Like Bolton. There's places like Bradford. There's places in Yorkshire where, you know, the Indians and the Pakistanis and, you know, all these Muslim Asians dominate. And yeah, they're gonna because they're the majority in them schools, they're gonna make their presence felt. So I sort of understand what he's saying. And now you can speak Asketi.
No, what I was gonna say is that's never heard in any given time that what's it called, white and black united against Pakistani, getting bullied by Pakistani. I've never seen anywhere in this planet. You know what I'm saying? It's probably the other way around. It's probably Pakistani and blacks getting racist abuse by the whites.
Raped that black girl in Birmingham. So you never heard of black people and Asian people in Birmingham fighting over that rape thing. Come on, man.
It's individual stuff, Betty. It's individual stuff. But forever, there's always been. Look at this. This is the same guy. This is what I'm saying. This Tommy Robinson is the biggest poster. Always capitalizing on
my school. Yeah, they're like that. There was like loads of like black children or whatever, but it weren't like the white kids couldn't play in the same playground and shit. Like because there's so many. Do you know what I mean? That's what I mean. You know that, like, bro, obviously,
where is that allowed though? The teachers are there.
People couldn't really be racist or whatever, but
come on, man.
No one.
But where is that even allowed though?
You know, especially, there's some of the white dudes who would have had more respect than some other black dudes in there, because obviously they wouldn't have been as good as whatever it is in it, like football, a good fighter.
You're picking up what he's saying wrong. The Pakistani chose to
Tommy Robinson know how to play his. This is the same guy that was against Black Lives.
If the man them just chose not to play with him, I understand.
Yeah, as the cat goes on, he'll explain. The Pakistanis segregated themselves. Yeah.
No. This guy just capitalizing on the situation.
They didn't really want to play with
I know.
People. That's black people. He was just saying that, right, the man them had the control of this playground, and none of them man could go in there, and we just had to play in the other playground over there.
No, he didn't mean it like that.
You know, if I might say something, you know, I got a shout of respect, you know, for being patient like this, because he let this guy talk his shit, you know, all of this shit. But end of the day, remember this, yeah, this is the same guys that was against Black Lives, you know what I'm saying? Black Lives.
Okay, right.
Just because it's for BLM, that guy hated black people just because they feel. Remember this, you know, a couple of months before that. And this is where you never let it.
Yeah,
this is an old agenda.
Your mic's chippy as well, man. It's like tinny.
It's annoying. He talks over everybody.
No, we can hear you, but your mic's like a bit tinny, innit, man?
No, I'm just saying, I can't wait to respect, you know, to, hey, time is coming, bro.
To
You know what I'm saying?
respect, yeah.
That guy, let him capitalize on the situation. He's literally trying to groom. This is what I'm calling them, grooming gangs. He's grooming the black community right now.
Shut up, then.
But let him do it.
Someone's telling me to play to the little ladies' room. Did you want me to play the video?
All right, go on. Yeah, carry on. Play.
All white at school. At school, teacher all white. But the problem, so when I say it's always like whites and blacks were together. If there's a problem in a nightclub, it goes boom. It just divides in Luton. Yeah, there was riots on Christmas Eve. It just goes like that, and it was always the whites and blacks, and that built on until there was a big murder in the town, which again was a young black boy being thrown in the river. I think it's about 12 or 13 by gangs of Pakistanis. About 4 or 5 estates all come down at the same time, all resulted in a boy Kamran Shazid being killed. And there was lots of blow-offs like this, yeah. But I always put it down to Pakistanis. I didn't ever talk about Muslims, Islam, and that was when I was watching school. When September 11th happened in Luton, they put up posters, Magnificent 19 on the estate. You see that on the because I showed the pictures of them they're being ripped off the bus stops. Omar Bakri,
pause it, please. Pause it.
The main radicals, the one with the hook.
That pause it, man. That guy is
now prescribed terrorist organisation.
Let's check him out.
So Johnny Robinson's just said that he always put it down to the Pakistanis, didn't put it down to the Muslims. So what he done was he racialized it. Then he probably realised that he couldn't get away with racialising it. So then he changed it into a religious thing. Is that right?
If you listen to the man, you'll find out, won't you?
It's propaganda. I don't want to listen to propaganda.
It's a Pakistani thing.
Stop trying to preempt what he's going to say.
Well, no, I wasn't preempting what he was going to say. He blamed it on the Pakistanis. So he recently racialised it.
And then he realised that it was white and black versus Pakistanis in the nightclub.
So what he then done was he tried to make it a religious thing.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah,
I heard it. Chrissy, I heard it. Listen, I heard it. He even said Pakistani always causing problems in a nightclub.
Thank you.
Nightclubs. Why they always cause a problem in a nightclub? Because they're Pakistani, right? Clearly, this guy is a racist.
No, look, can we all just agree that Pakistani culture? Look, stop lying. They have a different culture. They are conservative culture. Pakistan.
We're all human beings, you weirdo. You're the female Danny Roscoe, you are.
Liberal. Chrissy, they're not liberal.
You're the female Danny Roscoe, you are, Betty.
Danny, she's in the progress. She's in the progress.